A young woman seems to fall from the sky as countless thoughts race through her mind. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Sitong opens her eyes at that moment. Her thoughts continue to echo. She has been bound to this foolish yet obscenely wealthy system. Planting her hands on her hips, she questions the strange object before her. Tell me, system, how can I go back? The system smiles at Gu Sidong and replies, your mission is to win over the male leads. The words spend money, spend money, spend money echo endlessly through the space. A thought appears in Gu Sitong's mind. By a company. She sits upon a throne with piles of money before her and a towering corporate headquarters behind her. In another scene, sharp crystals rain from the sky and pierce the towering buildings. Gu Sitong calmly grips her weapon and stands atop the base, looking around as she considers buying the entire base. Next, in a luxurious historical setting, she wears period clothing and points at a restaurant, thinking about buying the whole street. After those scenes, Gu Sidong stands holding money and exclaims angrily, damn it, why can't I ever spend all this money? As she fumes, money continuously falls from the sky and smacks her on the head. Seeing her anger, the system remains completely unconcerned and cheerfully reminds her, young miss, putting scheming white lotuses in their place is also essential. Hearing the system's reminder, Gu Sidong immediately obeys like a model student. Without showing any mercy, she slaps the scheming woman and demands, since when was it your place to tell me what to do? In another scene, Gu Sidong wears an exquisite historical outfit while a naked woman on the bed cries, it must have been you. This is all your fault. Gu Sidong looks at her impassively and slowly says, my dear sister, you were the one who had an affair and were caught in bed by the emperor. How can you blame me? Next, Gu Sidong points a gun directly at another woman. Terrified, the woman hurriedly explains, listen to me, little sister, it isn't what you think. We're only friends. After hearing her explanation, Gu Sidong retorts bluntly, go explain yourself to King Yama. I'll send you off to be reincarnated. The tiny system floats before her and says, young miss, you also need to receive a good person card from the male lead. You cannot let him turn dark. Confused, Gu Sidong asks, who is the male lead? Hearing her question, the system breaks into a sweat and replies, he's the man who was being bullied in front of you earlier. An image of an elegant, white-haired young man with delicate features appears in her mind. Gu Sidong flies into a rage and chases the system with a huge blade, shouting, why didn't you tell me sooner? The system flees for its life while protesting, I thought you would save him. After chasing around, she concludes, this game is unplayable. In the next awkward scene, she pins the so-called male lead against a wall and declares domineeringly, from now on, I will protect you. Before the man can respond, Gu Sidong continues, do you think I'm a good person? The scene then becomes far more terrifying, with skyscrapers collapsing all around them. Zombies fill the streets below and close in on them. Gu Sidong jumps down from an armored vehicle, reaches out to the male lead, and says, it's dangerous out here. Get in the vehicle. The terrified male lead sits helplessly on the ground. In an ancient setting, Gu Sidong wears a purple dress, yet acts with striking masculinity. Holding the young man before her around the waist, she says, careful, you nearly fell. Without waiting for him to respond, she asks, do you think I'm a good person? The man hesitantly answers, I do not think so. Hearing that, Gu Sidong sighs. Another rebirth. Under a star-filled night sky, a shooting star streaks past a luxurious apartment. Gu Sidong stands in the darkness, crosses her arms, and asks the strange object before her, who are you? The strange object immediately smiles and introduces itself. Hello, young miss. I am your Spendthrift King system, specially designed to help you complete missions. You're the only person who can see me. Apparently not understanding, she asks, what is a Spendthrift King mission? At that moment, a control panel suddenly appears. The system immediately assumes the role of a teacher and explains everything to Gu Sidong. The system can help her improve herself, complete conquest missions, and become the winner at the top of the rankings. She will be framed, spend money extravagantly, and ultimately claim the crown of victory. After hearing the explanation, she looks at the system and mocks it. Why should I listen to you and play this childish game? Rather than getting angry, the system approaches and pats Gu Sidong on the shoulder. It continues, because you can only return to reality by completing missions in different worlds. Furthermore, you will be punished if you fail to spend the money. If you want to survive until the end, you must work hard to spend it all. As soon as it finishes speaking, the system gives her 10,000 yuan. Gu Sidong reaches for the fruit knife on the table and slowly says, "Do I look like someone who compromises so easily? No one can control me." With that, she plunges the knife into herself with all her strength. Seeing this, the system cries out in terror, "Young miss, calm down. That won't work." Gu Sitong's eyes gradually lose focus. Before she passes out, the system says, "No matter how you die, you will be revived at the moment immediately before your death." After hearing that, she loses consciousness. An unknown amount of time passes before Gu Sidong finally awakens. She slowly sits up, places one hand over her chest, and thinks, "Did I really come back to life? That damned system wasn't lying." She then looks around in confusion. Where am I? As she remains bewildered, the system suddenly appears with two cheerleading pom-poms in its hands. "Welcome back. Please continue completing your missions. Only after completing a mission and dying can you enter the next world." Gu Sitong's expression darkens. She looks at the system beside her and says, "So it wasn't a dream. Tell me, what is the situation now?" After regaining its composure, the system immediately says, "Very well." It places one hand against her forehead and continues, "Please receive the plot information." After it finishes speaking, Gu Sidong closes her eyes as countless images and pieces of information flash through her mind. The original host was also named Gu Sitong. She came from an ordinary family, dropped out after high school, and was currently a third-tier actress. Because she refused to accept the entertainment industry's casting couch practices, the third female lead role that originally belonged to her was stolen by her roommate, Lu Minmin. An image then appears of the original host's roommate getting into a luxury car with her financial backer. Later, at a party, Lu Minmin clings to the assistant director and whines coquettishly, "Assistant director, we already agreed that the third female lead in the aloof imperial consort would be mine." Gu Sidong could only stand to the side and watch as her role was stolen. From then on, Lu Minmin's career soared. She won countless awards and received endless applause and praise from audiences. But if the story ended there, it would hardly be interesting. Afterward, Lu Minmin framed Gu Sidong, forcing her to endure countless rumors and even take Lu's place in entertaining male celebrities. The media discussed her every day, and the newspapers were filled with stories about the original host. Third-tier actress Gu Sidong seen entering and leaving hotels with multiple men, moral depravity, or her true nature. The newspapers show photographs of one woman accompanied by all kinds of men, handsome and ugly, old and young, fat and thin. Gu Sidong holds her phone as tears stream down her face. The screen is filled with vicious abuse from online commenters. In the end, not only was her reputation completely destroyed, but she also had to endure relentless public condemnation. Covering her mouth as tears poured down her face, the original host asked, "Why are they treating me this way?" Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, she chose to end her life. Therefore, the system's mission is for Gu Sidong to avenge the original host by punishing Lu Minmin. The system announces her first mission. She must spend 10 million yuan within 1 hour. She is not allowed to throw it away, donate it, or give it to anyone else. Hearing the amount, Gu Sidong instantly becomes alert. Gu Sidong angrily grabs the system by the throat and shouts, "Spend 10 million in 1 hour? Are you kidding me?" If she did not still need the system to return home, she would have punched it several times. Afterward, Gu Sidong decides to arrange a meeting with the director at a cafe to discuss business. The crescent moon illuminates the night sky. Inside a cafe, an older man's voice says, "Miss Gu, I have told you many times already, you are not suitable for this role." Inside the cafe, Gu Sidong sits opposite the man. Without allowing her to speak, he continues, "We can work together if another opportunity arises. I am very busy, so if there is nothing else, I will be leaving." Gu Sidong calmly lifts her teacup and says, "I will invest 10 million. Hearing this, the man across from her also raises his teacup. With his other hand, he removes his hat and asks, "What did you just say?" She holds a wooden tray in front of her face and repeats, "I said I will invest 10 million. Hearing this, the man cannot stop himself from spraying out the tea he has just drunk. After calming down, he wipes his mouth with a handkerchief, coughs, and says, "Miss Gu, are you joking?" Gu Sidong lowers her hand and slowly replies, "I am very busy. I do not have time to joke with you." Hearing the certainty in her voice, the man begins to think. This young woman is very beautiful. Could she have a wealthy patron supporting her? It seems I cannot underestimate her. He looks at her, rubs his hands together, and cautiously says, I was terribly foolish before. Miss Gu, may I ask when the 10 million will reach the account? Hearing his question, she leisurely takes out her phone and replies, I will transfer it now. After she taps through several screens, a notification sounds. A message appears on her phone. The maximum daily transfer limit is 5 million yuan. The transfer of 10 million yuan has failed. Please visit the nearest bank to complete the transaction. She stares blankly at the message. The system appears beside her and says, time is up. You failed the mission to spend 10 million yuan. Congratulations, young miss. You have received a double mission. The system throws confetti and continues. You must now spend 20 million yuan within the next hour. Hearing this, Gu Sitong clenches her fist and slams it onto the table. Rising with a dark expression, she says the amount doubled, but the time was cut in half. As she fumes, the man sitting across from her panics. After witnessing her reaction, he wonders whether she has changed her mind. Before he can finish the thought, Gu Sitong grabs both his hands and says, Director. She then flashes her brightest smile and continues, May I invest another 10 million? The director hurriedly replies, Of course. Once he agrees, Gu Sitong drags him toward the bank as if he were a sack of grain. As she walks, she says, Then let us hurry. The man cannot help wondering what on earth is happening as she drags him away. By then, night has fallen. Back at the apartment, Gu Sitong collapses onto the sofa and says, Luckily, that director knew someone at the bank. Otherwise, I would never have completed the mission tonight. The system floats excitedly in front of her and says, Congratulations, young miss. You successfully spent 20 million yuan. It winks at her and continues, You have received a reward of 10 million yuan. Gu Sitong's gaze instantly turns sharp as she demands, Why wasn't the reward doubled? Breaking into a sweat, the system cautiously answers, The punishment doubles, but the reward remains unchanged. If the mission time is reduced to 0, you will have to start over from the beginning. While the two are talking, a voice from outside attracts their attention. They look over and see a young woman walking in. She looks at Gu Sitong and asks, Are you all right? Upon seeing her, the system immediately covers its mouth and whispers, That is the original host's roommate, the woman who drove her to her death. Seeing Gu Sitong remain silent, Lu Minmin crosses her arms and says, Gu Sitong, do not blame me for stealing your role. That is how society works. Strength is what matters. Hearing the woman's shameless words, Gu Sitong cannot even be bothered to respond. She simply stands and walks away. Surprised that Gu Sitong neither looks at her nor acknowledges her, Lu Minmin thinks, Gu Sitong is actually ignoring me? A moment later, she watches Gu Sitong leave and says, If you beg me, I can speak to the assistant director and let you play my maid. That role even has lines. Hearing this malicious offer, Gu Sitong coldly replies, No need. She then enters her room and slams the door. Standing outside with one hand on her hip, Lu Minmin scoffs contemptuously, pretending to be so noble. Time flies, and a week passes in the blink of an eye. On the film set, a man holding a megaphone announces, Everyone get ready. We are about to start filming. The crew members busily prepare the set. Gu Sitong arrives, and Lu Minmin looks at her in surprise. Why are you here? Gu Sitong casually replies, That is none of your business. Lu Minmin crosses her arms and says arrogantly, Oh, I offered you a role before, but you refused it. Filming has already begun, so why are you here now? Hearing Lu Minmin prattle on beside her, Gu Sitong casts her a contemptuous glance. What does it have to do with you? A well-trained dog should not block the way. Lu Minmin freezes upon hearing this. She then flies into a rage and swings her hand at Gu Sitong, shouting, How dare you insult me? Before her hand can touch Gu Sitong, however, it is blocked and she is shoved away forcefully. The shove sends her crashing to the ground with a scream. Her cry attracts the attention of many people nearby. A man emerges from the crowd and shouts, Minmin. He immediately embraces Lu Minmin, tenderly takes her hand, and asks anxiously, What happened? Is your hand injured? Seeing him, Lu Minmin buries herself in his arms and sobs. Assistant director, this woman attacked me for no reason. Hearing her complaint, his face darkens. He glares at Gu Sitong and roars, Gu Sitong. The production team decides who gets each role. Why are you causing trouble for Minmin? Apologize to her at once? or I will call the police and report you for intentional assault. Gu Sidong looks down at the man before her and says, Assistant Director, where did you find the courage to speak to an investor like that? Hearing her words, Lu Minmin, still sheltered by the Assistant Director, bursts into laughter. She then points at Gu Sidong and says loudly to the man beside her, Assistant Director, did you hear that? She actually claims to be an investor. The man joins her in laughing before saying contemptuously, someone as penniless as her must be daydreaming. With a scornful expression, he says, You refuse the toast, so now you will drink the penalty. Amid the commotion, the director arrives and shouts, Move aside. What is everyone doing here? The crowd remains focused on the spectacle, and only the assistant director notices the new arrival. He quickly runs over to the man and says quietly, Director, someone came here to cause trouble. I will call the police and have her arrested immediately. Hearing that someone is causing trouble, the director waves his hand dismissively and says, Whoever is causing trouble, throw them out. Do not let them remain here and offend my eyes. The assistant director repeatedly answers, Yes, yes, of course. At that moment, the director approaches Gu Sidong and bows his head. Miss Gu, you are here. Did we not agree that I would pick you up? I could not find you earlier. I'm terribly sorry. Witnessing the director's actions, attitude, and tone toward Gu Sidong, the assistant director is utterly stunned and falls silent as if his soul has left his body. Seeing that the man behind him has not returned to work, the director turns and shouts, Whoever is causing trouble, throw them out immediately. Do not let them stand here offending my eyes. The assistant director stammers, Oh, yes, yes. Seeing him continue to hesitate, the director points at Lu Minmin, who has been standing in the corner, and asks, Is it her? Finding herself singled out, Lu Minmin hurriedly waves her hands and protests, Not me. It was not me. I am Lu Minmin, the third female lead. Only then does Gu Sidong speak. The troublemaker the assistant director was referring to was me. Hearing this, both the director and Lu Minmin are shocked. The director stares blankly at her. What? The director stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's right, Lu Minmin, the one who stole the third female lead role from our god of wealth. He then turned to Gu Sidong and quickly said, It must be a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Gu. After saying that, he turned toward the assistant director and smacked him without hesitation. What the hell are you doing? Caught off guard, the assistant director cried out in pain. The director then introduced Gu Sidong. Miss Gu is not only the second female lead in our production, but also our largest investor. The two people who had mocked and humiliated her moments earlier froze. Lu Minmin was shocked, while the assistant director's face turned deathly pale. Before either of them could speak, the director continued, Why aren't you two apologizing to Miss Gu? The assistant director immediately bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. Lu Minmin stood beside him as if petrified, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, he grabbed her arm and forced her to bow and apologize. Still bowing, he muttered reproachfully, You've really screwed me over. If you still want a third female lead role, hurry up and apologize. Gritting her teeth, Lu Minmin said, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. After hearing their apologies, Gu Sidong said nothing and turned to leave. The director hurriedly said, Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize. Please don't take this to heart. He extended a hand and added, Right this way, please. Behind them, Lu Minmin gritted her teeth furiously and glared at Gu Sidong's retreating figure. The assistant director stood beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder in warning. Minmin, I don't know what grudge there is between you two, but you'd better hold it in for now. Hearing his warning, she threw herself into his arms and whispered, She acts so pure and noble all day, but it turns out she has a man supporting her too. She traced circles on his chest and added, She's just using his money to flaunt her power. The assistant director grabbed Lu Minmin's hand and sneered. Do you think everyone is like you? His face flushed with lecherous excitement as he looked in the direction Gu Sidong had left. Even if she does have a financial backer, getting him to invest 20 million still takes skill. After saying that, he moved away from Lu Minmin and said in disgust, You're on your own. She frowned angrily and thought, All men are the same. They forget who helped them as soon as they get what they want. But I still need the assistant director, so I can't afford to offend him. With that thought, she chased after him and called, Hey, assistant director, wait for me. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Gu Sidong walked out gracefully with a drink in her hand. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A man in an expensive suit was beating and cursing a young man. You don't know what's good for you. It's already a blessing that our young lady has taken a liking to you. Before the young man could fight back, the man grabbed him by the collar and warned, if you dare reject her again, I'll cripple you. He shoved the young man to the ground, straightened his clothes, and walked away. The beaten young man struggled to his feet and saw Gu Sitong standing before him. She stared at his badly bruised face. Seeing her expression, he could only force a smile. Hello, could you possibly? Before he could finish speaking, she turned around and left. Suddenly, the system appeared before her with a new mission. Hidden mission, young miss. Prevent Su Jio from turning dark and obtain a good person card from him. After hearing the mission, Gu Sidong asked suspiciously, who is Su Jio? Scratching its head, the system replied, the young man who was just pushed to the ground. She immediately demanded, why didn't you tell me sooner? The system replied helplessly, I thought you would help him. If you go back now, there might still be time. Outside the cafe, the young man, Su Jio, had already disappeared. The system broke out in a cold sweat. Faced with Gu Sitong's piercing gaze, it stammered defensively, you'll meet him again. It scratched its head evasively and said, let me give you some information about Su Jio. The system then snapped its fingers. Su Jio's personal information and photograph immediately appeared. Thanks to his handsome face, Su Jio became famous after starring in a youth drama. His picture later appeared on magazine covers. Several rich and powerful women coveted his beauty and tried to subject him to the entertainment industry's casting couch practices. This time, a sharp-featured woman wanted to do the same to Su Jio. The system continued. Su Jio refused, so she had him blacklisted. Images of Su Jio after he was blacklisted appeared, showing his handsome face covered in tears. The system slowly continued. Afterward, someone drugged him and delivered him to that woman's bed. Su Jio trembled with rage, but was completely helpless, able only to grit his teeth. His face and body were covered in bite marks left by the woman. The next day, everyone was busy in the film crew's rest area. Gu Sidong was dressed in historical costume. The system beside her said, Su Jio is still in hiding. You need to wait for the right opportunity to give him the good person card. Don't be too hasty. Gu Sitong remained silent. Suddenly, two women walked past her, whispering to each other. The woman with her hair tied back leaned toward her companion and said, have you heard? Gu Sidong only got into the production because that old man is keeping her. Her companion covered her mouth in surprise. She's so young, yet she refuses to live an honest life. Hearing the rumors about herself, Gu Sidong thought, spreading rumors again? Lu Minmin's methods are truly pathetic. The director raised his megaphone and shouted, all departments and actors, get ready. The Aloof Imperial Consort, Episode 2, Scene 3, Action. At the director's command, Gu Sidong closed her eyes and placed a hand on the sword at her waist. Her soldiers stood behind her. Drawing her sword, she declared majestically, anyone who dares offend my heavenly authority will surely be punished. The moment she finished, the director called, cut. He applauded enthusiastically, his eyes shining as he gazed at her. Gu Sidong walked over to him, still applauding. The director showered her with praise. Miss Gu, you truly are a natural actress. This valiant, battle-hardened female general was undoubtedly made for you. Looking at the man who was relentlessly flattering her, she calmly replied, you flatter me, director. As soon as she finished speaking, the system appeared and perched on her shoulder. Main mission, spend 20,000 yuan within 30 minutes. Hearing the mission, she looked over in confusion. Only 20,000 this time. The system excitedly waved both hands. That's right, but I'm thrilled that you actually want to spend more money now. It flew into the air and continued. If you fail the mission, the amount will double. Gu Sitong flexed her wrist and said, forget it. Then she declared seriously, I won't give you the chance to double it. Gu Sitong sprinted desperately through the studio complex. The people around her exclaimed, who is that? She's so beautiful. Hurry and take a picture. She's gorgeous. Gu Sitong rushed past, unaware that passers-by were secretly photographing her. At an ice cream shop, a voice called, welcome. The female employee stared at the breathless woman in historical costume and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, but before the employee could finish, Gu Sidong looked up, raised two fingers and said, give me 20,000 yuan's worth of your most expensive ice cream. The employees froze and began sweating. One of them stammered, H, how much? The system's voice suddenly sounded beside Gu Sidong. "Young miss, you only have 30 seconds left." Gu Sidong immediately shouted, "Shut up." Startled, the employee hurriedly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Gu Sidong quickly took out her phone and scanned the payment code. She promptly entered a payment of 20,000 yuan. Once the payment was complete, the register announced 20,000 yuan received. The female employee stared in disbelief. Before she could finish, Gu Sidong turned and left, saying, "Deliver everything to the set of the aloof imperial consort." After Gu Sidong left, the employee remained dazed. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Meanwhile, in the film crew's rest area, a woman with her hair tied back held a bottle of water and said gratefully, "Miss Minmin is so kind. She even bought drinks for the entire crew." Her companion chimed in, "That's right. Unlike someone who disappears right after filming. Who knows whose car she climbed into this time?" As she spoke, the woman looked toward Gu Sitong, who was resting nearby. Playing with her hair, Lu Minmin said, "I only did it because everyone has been working so hard. The weather is hot, and I really feel for all of you." As the three continued chatting, a deliverman arrived. He carried box after box of ice cream over and placed them on the ground. Wiping away his sweat, he thought, "That's a lot of ice cream." After unloading everything, he picked up the receipt and shouted, "Who ordered 20,000 yuan's worth of ice cream? Come sign for it." His voice brought the trio's conversation to a halt. The short-haired woman stared blankly. Who spent 20,000 yuan on ice cream? Do they own a gold mine? While the three wondered who the extravagant buyer was, Gu Sidong stood up and approached. When they saw her walking toward the deliverman, everyone who had mocked her earlier was shocked. The deliverman saw Gu Sidong and said, "Hello, ma'am. Please sign here." Without saying anything, she signed the receipt. Lu Minmin walked over and asked, "Sidong, did you order all this?" Gu Sidong replied indifferently, "That's right." She then looked at the two women who had been gossiping and said, "Distribute it to everyone." The two suddenly understood. "So you bought it for us?" They immediately agreed. "Yes, Miss Gu. Don't worry. Leave it to us." Hidden in a corner, Lu Minmin angrily punched the wall. Suddenly, something caught her attention. It was Gu Sitong's dressing room. Lu Minmin quietly opened the door and sneaked inside. She looked around, and the costume hanging on the wall immediately stood out. Lu Minmin approached it and thought, "This is the costume Gu Sidong will wear in the next scene." A sinister smile appeared on her face. A woman following Gu Sidong reported, "Miss Gu, you only have one scene today. It's the scene where the victorious general returns and attends the emperor's banquet." They arrived at the door to Gu Sitong's dressing room as she finished speaking. The woman quickly opened the door. "Miss Gu, please come in. Your costume is ready." Once inside, the woman took a magazine from her bag. "Oh, that's right, Miss Gu. Here is the magazine you requested." Gu Sidong quickly accepted it and thanked her. Gu Sidong then sat down. The woman beside her said, "I'll do your makeup now." Gu Sidong accepted her suggestion. Suddenly, a chime rang out. The system immediately appeared above her head. "Mission: a gala will be held in half a month. You must attend it to save Sujio. If the mission fails, everything will restart from the beginning." Gu Sidong calmly replied that she understood. Then she noticed a fragrance. Something was wrong. She frowned and said, "Wait." Then she asked, "Are you wearing Battle Flag number 38 perfume?" The woman panicked at the question and hurriedly replied, "No, I don't wear perfume." Her firm answer made Gu Sidong even more suspicious. "If it isn't you." She looked into the mirror and surveyed the room. "Then whoever wears this perfume is trying to harm me. Inspect every prop that will be used in the next scene, especially the costume." Outside, the set was ready. The cameraman raised his thumb and shouted, "All departments, get ready. Action." Gu Sidong immediately entered character. Standing before the emperor, she bowed and said, "This humble general pays her respects to your majesty." The actor playing the emperor promptly replied, "You may rise, general." He then praised her lavishly. "General, you charged fearlessly across the battlefield and won glorious victories for our great yin. You truly are a heroine among women." Hearing the emperor's praise, she humbly replied, "Your majesty flatters me." Suddenly, someone rushed inside, clasped his hands, and reported, "Your Majesty, the daughter of the Jiang family requests permission to perform a dance for you." The emperor slowly closed his eyes and replied, "Permission granted." He then looked toward Gu Sidong and said, "General, please take your seat." She promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then she turned and walked toward her seat. Lu Minmin entered as well. As she approached Gu Sidong, she thought smugly, "Gu Sidong, just wait until you make a fool of yourself." As they passed each other, Gu Sidong whispered, "Thank you for taking such good care of my costume. but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Minmin panicked, but before she could react, Gu Sidong stepped on the hem of her skirt. Lu Minmin suddenly pitched forward. Just as her face was about to meet the floor, Gu Sidong spun around and caught her, saying sarcastically, "You should watch your step, Miss Jiang." Off camera, the assistant director realized something was wrong and immediately turned to the director. "Director, this isn't how the script was written." The director, however, was very pleased with what was happening. Hearing the reminder, the director frowned and shouted, "Shut up." The assistant director received another smack and cried out in pain. Gu Sidong immediately released Lu Minmin and mocked her. "You can barely walk, yet you still want to dance?" Lu Minmin dropped to the floor with a cry of pain. The actor playing the emperor watched everything unfold, sweating profusely. He thought, why is this so different from the script? The director isn't stopping them, so I guess he wants us to keep going. He cleared his throat and declared majestically, "Attendants, take Miss Jiang away and have her injuries treated." The director raised his megaphone and shouted, "Cut! This scene is good. Let's move on to the next one." As soon as he finished, Lu Minmin complained, "Director, that wasn't in the script. Gu Sitong stepped on my skirt and made me fall." The director found himself in a difficult position. He closed his eyes and stroked his chin. "You were only playing Miss Jiang in this scene. Although you withdrew before performing your dance, which was a bit earlier than planned, everything that followed still made sense." Everyone looked at the swollen red bump on Lu Minmin's forehead. She appeared half dead. After thinking for a moment, the director opened his eyes and continued. "It was even more interesting than the original version." Lu Minmin became even angrier. As Gu Sidong was about to leave, Lu Minmin blocked her path. "You're not going anywhere. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Gu Sidong calmly replied, "Yes." "So what?" Hearing her admit it, Lu Minmin immediately looked at the director and pointed at Gu Sidong. "Director, did you hear that? She did it on purpose." The director and assistant director immediately pretended to be deaf. "Did you hear anything?" Everyone around them joined in. No, my hearing hasn't been very good lately." The director put an arm around the assistant director's shoulders and walked away, laughing. "You finally learned how to read the room." Lu Minmin trembled with rage, stomped her foot, and screamed. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "Gu Sidong, just you wait." At the same time, Su Jio was curled up on the sofa in an apartment. A woman stood before him, holding an invitation. She was his manager. Looking at him, she said, "Su Jio, you're going to this party whether you want to or not." Su Jio quietly replied, "I don't want to go." His manager immediately flew into a rage. "What?" She threw the invitation directly at his head. "Su man saident." Growing even more overbearing, she cursed, "I must have suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck to end up with a jinx like you." Pointing at him, she lectured, "Just look at yourself. What right do you have to act so high and mighty? Everyone in this industry is the same. If you want to become famous, you need connections and powerful support." She crossed her arms and looked at him contemptuously. "Without those things, you're nothing." After saying that, she turned and left, slamming the door behind her to vent her anger. After a moment of thought, Su Jiu stared blankly at the bright red invitation in his hand, his expression gloomy as he thought, "Without connections or backing, can people really just trample all over you?" Meanwhile, at a lavish banquet, the tables were laden with delicacies and expensive wine. Holding a glass of red wine, Gu Sitong surveyed the room. Su Jio should have arrived by now. She needed to find him first. Suddenly, a voice beside her caught her attention. A hand raised a wine glass toward Gu Sitong as its owner said, "Beautiful young lady." Hearing the voice, she turned and saw a neatly dressed man with slicked back hair raising his glass toward her. He continued, "If you don't mind, would you have a drink with me?" Gu Sidong replied coldly, "I mind." She then turned and walked away, leaving the man dumbfounded behind her. But her words did not seem to hurt him. Adjusting his hair, he muttered, "Was I just rejected?" Then, watching Gu Sidong walk away, he uttered the classic line of an overbearing CO, "What an interesting woman." After searching for a while, the system appeared, pointed in one direction, and shouted, "Young miss, I found Su Jio. He's over there." Hearing the voice beside her, Gu Sidong looked over. Behind a black curtain stood 2 towering bodyguards. In front of them was a woman who smiled as she lifted Su Jio's chin, her tone provocative. "I like that proud, aloof look of yours. The others I called over before were all terribly boring. Being teased like that." He frowned at her. "What will it take for you to leave me alone?" The woman merely chuckled and covered her mouth with one hand, then pointed at the wine glass on the table. "Finish this glass, and you can leave. Suspicious. He asked, "You let me go as long as I finish it?" She replied without the slightest hint of guilt, "I always keep my word." After receiving her assurance, he picked up the glass. "Thank you." With that, he drained it in one gulp. As she watched him finish it, her gaze wavered slightly. A drop of wine he had not swallowed spilled out and ran down his neck. Combined with the movement of his throat as he swallowed, it created an exceptionally alluring sight. After emptying the glass, he placed it back on the table. The woman sitting beside him merely chuckled. By now, his face was flushed and his head was spinning from the alcohol. He thought, "This wine is really strong." She looked at him with even greater contempt. Just as expected. What a treasure. Paying her no attention, he staggered to his feet and said, "Miss Gao, I'll be leaving now." His head spinning, he steadied himself against the railing. Behind him, the woman watched him stagger away and secretly revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell backward, thinking, "What's happening?" His face flushed. He frowned in discomfort before collapsing into the woman's arms. She caught him and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry. After tonight, I'll let you go." Then she turned to the two bodyguards. "Take him to my room. Don't let anyone see you." The two bodyguards promptly obeyed. Outside, the system spoke to Gu Sidong. Having witnessed everything inside the room, it covered its mouth in horror. "Young miss, aren't you going to intervene?" In stark contrast to the system's panic, she merely swirled her wine glass and replied, "Not yet." At that moment, a voice sounded from inside her room. "It's so hot." Sujio lay on the bed, tugging hard at his clothes and repeatedly complaining about the heat. Gu Sidong merely folded her arms and watched helplessly in silence. After a while, she looked at the tall man writhing on the bed and thought, "What a headache. Should I take him to the hospital or pour cold water over him?" After considering it for a while, she stood up and decided to get him some cold water. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. The sound gradually roused him from his drug-induced stupor. He slowly sat up, picked up a golf club, and cautiously approached the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door opened, he closed his eyes and swung the club. Gu Sidong was slightly surprised by the attack, but she quickly reached out and caught the club. She frowned at him. When he realized he had not hit anyone, he opened his eyes. Seeing who it was, he exclaimed, "It's you?" Then he stammered in alarm, What are you trying to do?" Seeing him act like a distressed maiden, she frowned and questioned him. "You attacked me, yet you're asking what I intend to do?" Sensing that Su Jio might be in danger, the system hurriedly appeared. "Young miss, you can't hurt him." It then turned toward the flushed man, whose eyes were tightly closed, and warned Gu Sidong that if he died, she would have to start all over again. After listening to the system's nagging, Gu Sidong wrapped an arm around his waist. The golf club slipped from his hand. He leaned against her and passed out. Yet in that awkward moment, he even nuzzled his nose against her neck, making her expression darken. She frowned at the unconscious man resting on her shoulder and thought, "I have to endure this." Unlike Gu Sitong's awkward predicament, Miss Gao stood with her arms folded in the middle of a meticulously prepared room filled with an intimate atmosphere, yet it was strangely silent. The two bodyguards who had supposedly carried Su Jio inside also remained completely silent. After looking around, she turned and questioned them. One scratched his head and replied, "We put him on your bed. So how'd he disappear?" The other kept his head lowered. After hearing their explanation, she angrily pointed outside and shouted, "Then hurry up and find him." The two bodyguards broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly ran out, repeatedly acknowledging her order. Left alone in the room, she frowned furiously. "Whoever dares steal someone from me, Gao Xun, had better have more than one life to spare." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the sound of water dripping from the faucet into the bathtub broke the silence. Su Jio lay in the tub with his eyes closed, thinking, "So cold. The water is freezing." He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. After finally regaining his senses, Su Jio looked around in alarm and wondered, "Why am I here?" Then he looked at the neatly folded clothes on the chair and wondered who had placed them there for him. Could it have been the woman from last night? After bathing, Su Jio changed and walked out. Gu Sidong, who was reading a magazine, spoke when she saw him. "You're awake?" Looking at the woman before him, Su Jio gazed at her gently while buttoning his shirt and asked awkwardly, "Were you the one who saved me? Aren't you afraid of offending Gao Shuyuan? She's the precious daughter of the Gao family." Gu Sidong remained completely unfazed. She leisurely raised her teacup and looked at him. "Who? You mean the woman from last night?" After confirming that they were talking about the same person, Gu Sidong gently set down her teacup and asked, "Why should I be afraid of her?" She then slowly stood up and continued, "Besides, She advanced toward him step by step, forcing him back against the wall. Blocking Su-jio's escape with one arm, she reminded him, "Remember this. My name is Gu Sidong." Before he could answer, Gu Sidong leaned close to his face and said, "From now on, I'll protect you." Her actions made Su-jio break out in a cold sweat. Avoiding her unwavering gaze, he stammered, "Oh, what are you trying to do?" Seeing his expression, Gu Sitong rubbed her head and silently contacted the system. What was the mission again? Receiving her signal, the system immediately appeared and complained irritably, "Make him see you as a good person. How could you forget something so important?" Annoyed by its rebuke, she frowned and shot the system a sharp look, silently questioning it. "It's been so long. Is it strange that I don't remember?" Her piercing gaze made the system tremble in fear. It stammered, right? It really has been quite a while." After putting the system in its place, Gu Sidong looked at the man she had been cornering and asked, "You think I'm a good person, don't you?" Receiving such a strange question from someone he had only recently met, Su-jio asked in surprise, "A good person?" Silence then filled the entire room. After avoiding her gaze for a moment, he suddenly looked Gu Sidong straight in the eye without the slightest fear. In a tone completely different from before, he replied, "Thank you, Miss Gu." Gu Sidong was surprised by his strange expression and tone. She thought, is this really the same weak man from before? Why does he have two completely different sides? Just now, he was acting so wary. After realizing this, Gu Sidong stopped cornering Su-jio and stepped aside. "Get ready. I'll take you home." He merely responded quietly. After she left, he thought to himself, she's just another Gao Shuin, only a little more skilled in her methods. Outside the luxury hotel, Gu Sidong and Su-jio unexpectedly ran into the last person they wanted to see, Gao Shuyuan. No one knew how long she had been standing there. The moment she saw Gu Sidong and Su-jio leaving the hotel together, she became furious. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at them, she shouted, "Stop right there." Her shout immediately caught their attention. Once they stopped, Gao Shuan pointed at Gu Sitong's face and demanded of Su-jio, "Were you with this woman all night?" Hearing this, Su-jio glanced at the woman beside him and admitted, "That's right." His unusual attitude and reply made Gao Shuan stare at him in astonishment. "You tramp!" Gao Shuan screamed as she attempted to slap Su-jio. Before her hand could touch his face, however, another hand stopped it. The unexpected intervention also surprised Su-jio, who had nearly been struck. After blocking Gao Shuyuan's slap, Gu Sidong immediately warned her, "You dare hit my man in front of me? Do you think I'm invisible?" Gao Shuyuan's face twisted even further with rage. Frowning at the woman before her, she shouted, "How ridiculous! Your man? You'd better find out exactly who Gao Shuyuan, and before you dare claim he's yours." Gu Sidong did not hold back. She flung Gao Shuyuan's hand aside and gave a cold laugh. Relying on her immense strength, she shoved the shrieking woman to the ground. Gao Shuyuan cried out, but before she could start cursing, Gu Sitong warned her, "You know better than anyone what drug you used last night and what effects it has. Come to think of it, I should thank you." Realizing that someone else knew her secret, Gao Shuyuan was startled. Looking at her still sitting on the ground, Gu Sidong leaned close to her ear and added, "He tasted quite good, too." She even licked her lips and praised him. He truly was exceptional. Hearing that the man she had gone to such lengths to obtain had fallen into another woman's hands, and now being mocked to her face, Gao Shuyuan's expression darkened. Gu Sidong ignored her stunned silence and led Su-jio away. As they walked, she told him, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Gao Shuan remained on the ground, glaring furiously at their retreating figures. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fist and struck the ground. "Damn it, I'll find out exactly who that wretched woman is." 3 days later, in a luxury apartment, Su-jio sat in a room opposite a neatly dressed man. Holding some documents, the man introduced himself. "Starting today, I will be your new manager, Su-jio." Before Su-jio could say anything, the man placed the documents on the table and continued, "This is your new contract." After reading it, Su-jio asked in confusion, "You're a top-tier manager. Why would the company assign you to me?" Hearing the question, the man leisurely adjusted his glasses and replied, "I'm not a manager from Starlight Entertainment. CEO Gu hired me." Su-jio became even more suspicious and pressed him, "Why does she want to develop my career?" Seeing that Su-jio still did not understand, he said slowly, "I've seen your work. You have a natural spark, and your acting isn't bad either. So few fronid suspiciously. Surely that isn't the only reason you want to train me?" The manager did not mind the question. He merely asked softly, "Let me ask you something. Why do you want to be an actor?" The unexpected question made Sujio fall into deep thought. His hands, resting on his thighs, unconsciously clenched. After a while, he finally calmed down, placed one hand behind his back, and replied, "Acting is my dream. It is the calling I have always devoted myself to." Having received the answer he wanted, the manager slowly said, "It just so happens that I'm the person who can help you realize that dream." Without waiting for Sujio's response, he stood and extended his hand. Then here's to a successful partnership. But Sujio hesitated and raised a hand to stop him. "I'm still an artist under Starlight Entertainment. If I breach my contract, the penalty will be astronomical." The manager did not hesitate. He took something from his pocket and said, "CEO Gu said you're worth the price." He handed Sujio a pen and said, "Now you only need to make one choice. Come with me or turn me down." Hearing this, Sujio considered it seriously. Fine. If he lost this gamble, he would merely be jumping from Starlight Entertainment to another company. But if he won, after weighing his options, Sujio took the pen and signed the contract that had already been prepared. He then saw the manager out, bowing his head in thanks and saying that he would be counting on him from then on. The manager did not reply. He merely handed Sujio a key. "This is the key to your new apartment. Pack your belongings. Someone will come shortly to help you move." Sujio could only remain silent. As he took the key, however, suspicion rose in his heart. He felt that the woman was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Meanwhile, at a luxurious building, the woman following Gu Sitong continued updating her. "CEO Gu, the production team of the enchanting Imperial Consort has invited you to attend the banquet as the second female lead and an investor." Gu Sitong replied without hesitation, "I'm not going." After traveling a little farther, their car arrived. Two female employees bowed and opened the doors for her. Inside, 2 rows of employees stood solemnly at attention. They all shouted in unison, "Welcome, CEO Gu." Gu Sitong walked inside impassively and said, "Sit down. We're having a meeting." Everyone quickly obeyed. The manager, who had just returned from Sujio's apartment, also arrived. Handing over a contract, he reported, "Starlight Entertainment is demanding $80 million as the contract termination penalty. They still have another contract in their possession. This is a copy." As Gu Sitong accepted the contract, he bowed his head and continued, "I suspect they forged the contract, but I have no evidence." Just as he finished his report, the system appeared with a bright smile and delivered a new mission. The main mission was to acquire a company within 10 days. After hearing the mission, she mentally asked about the budget. The system cheerfully encouraged her, "There is no spending limit. We're not short of money, so do your best, young miss." Receiving the answer she wanted, Gu Sitong narrowed her eyes and asked the man before her, "It was Starlight Entertainment, correct?" Seeing CEO Gu's reaction, the manager looked slightly awkward but quickly answered, "Yes." She tossed the contract onto the table and continued, "Such a high termination fee. Is that all?" Her actions and words astonished everyone in the meeting room. Before anyone could recover, Gu Sitong continued, "I formed this team specifically to help me spend money. Now I have a task for you." She then said slowly, 3 days. Acquire Starlight Entertainment. There is no spending limit." Everyone in the meeting room was stunned by CEO Gu's command, thinking how utterly domineering she was. Seeing that everyone was still staring blankly, Gu Sitong shouted, "Is that understood?" Everyone immediately stood, bowed, and replied, "Understood, CEO Gu." Night gradually fell over Starlight Entertainment. The manager, who had previously visited Sujio's home, stood outside the company, holding some documents. He reflected, 3 days ago, I swore I would never work as a manager for Starlight Entertainment. He recalled his own firm declaration, "I'm not a manager from Starlight Entertainment." Then he adjusted his glasses and mocked himself. That's life. You never know what will happen in the next moment. After laughing at himself for a while, he entered Starlight Entertainment. Upon reaching the reception desk, he said calmly, "I am Starlight Entertainment's newly appointed business director, Pei Yu." After hearing his introduction, the receptionist immediately gestured warmly to one side. "Welcome, Director Pei. This way, please." It was late at night. A bright crescent moon hung high above, illuminating the silent night sky. In a luxury apartment, Sujio lay on the sofa, holding his phone. He hesitated, thinking, should I thank her? She not only saved me, but also helped terminate my contract. Still uncertain, he typed the words "thank you" into the message box. After sending the message, he lay down with one hand holding his phone against his chest and the other covering his face. Embarrassed, he wondered, but is she like the others? The ones who only want to threaten me? Gu Sitong's face appeared in his mind, covering one eye, Su Jio thought, but there was nothing but coldness in her eyes. In stark contrast to Su Jio's tangled thoughts, Gu Sitong had just finished showering. Wrapped in a bath towel, she walked out while drying her wet hair with another towel. Just then, her phone chimed, drawing her attention. She picked up her phone with one hand. A two-word message from Su Jio appeared on the screen. Thank you. Gu Sitong slowly replied. You're welcome. There was no one else around. Suddenly, the system appeared, stopping Gu Sitong's hand as it nagged. Hey, young miss. If you don't know what to say, let me help you. Shouldn't you show him a little concern right now? Say a few more words. Wouldn't that help you earn a good person card? She ignored it and turned to leave. Still unwilling to give up, the system clung to her shoulder and continued. Young miss, would it kill you to say something less formal? Even if someone wants to talk to you, if you completely ignore them, how are they supposed to know what to say? Finding the system unbearably annoying as it continued to babble, Gu Sitong shot a sidelong glance at the figure behind her. Isn't this all your fault? What kind of ridiculous mission is this? Seeing her razor-sharp gaze, the system immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Just as she bent down to place her phone on the table, the talkative system announced another main mission. Within 3 days, you must join the program's Celebrity Challenge. Sitting down on the sofa and picking up the remote control, Gu Sitong slowly asked, Can just anyone join this program? Its ratings are so high. They aren't short of money. Hearing that, the system chuckled and put on a pair of sunglasses. Young miss, trust me, if anyone in this world says they aren't short of money, it only means you haven't offered them enough. Time flew by, and 1 week later, the stage and backdrop had already been prepared inside the Celebrity Challenge studio. A red carpet stretched all the way to the stage, where 3 people were already seated. Outside, fans and reporters were making a tremendous racket. Suddenly, a black luxury car pulled up. On stage, a girl with twin ponytails looked at the woman beside her and exclaimed, Miss Minmin, it's so lively here today. This studio is huge. Lu Minmin covered her mouth and whispered, I just heard the director say that someone has apparently sponsored the next 2 seasons. The twin-tailed girl covered her mouth in shock. 2 whole seasons? How much money would that cost? Outside, a hand quickly opened the car door. The moment the man opened it, a young woman stepped out. An introduction immediately rang out from outside. This is the newest member of our Celebrity Challenge cast. Gu Sitong had just stepped out and was adjusting her hair when she heard the host call loudly, Miss Gu Sitong. When Lu Minmin saw that the newcomer was Gu Sitong, she frowned in astonishment. Why is it her? Then she wondered, could she be the sponsor for the next 2 seasons? At that moment, Gu Sitong slowly walked toward her seat on the stage. The girl beside Lu Minmin suddenly sprang to her feet and cried out in surprise. Ah, it's Best Actor Xie. The man who had once invited Gu Sitong to drink with him at a banquet, only to be rejected, now appeared in an immaculate suit. He struck a pose to show off his handsome looks. The excited host beside him said, I don't think this gentleman needs much of an introduction. Best Actor Xie. Sitting beside Lu Minmin, she folded her arms and glared irritably at the infatuated woman next to her. Feng Xiao, you startled me. But Feng Xiao was completely smitten. She stared at the handsome man before her, practically drooling as she thought. He's so handsome. After staring for a while, Feng Xiao finally calmed down. She turned to the woman beside her, who had been ignoring her the entire time, linked arms with her, and said, Xie Zhou isn't just a best actor. He also has a powerful family backing him. Soaring Glory Media is one of his family's businesses. This surprised Lu Minmin. She forced a smile, shook off Feng Xiao's arm, and replied, Really? You're impressive. You know so much. But Feng Xiao seemed oblivious to the attitude of the woman beside her. Propping her chin on both hands, she continued gazing at the handsome man and chattering. I can't believe I get to be on the same show as Best Actor Xie this time. I'm so happy. Lu Minmin, however, was far less pleased. She looked at Feng Xiao with an ugly expression and thought, He's the financial backer who got me onto this program. How could I possibly not know who he is? The atmosphere grew even more excited as fans continued shouting, hoping to attract Xie attention. He slowly walked onto the stage and headed toward his seat. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Gu Sitong, who was still engrossed in her phone. Recognizing the woman before him, Xie immediately gave her a meaningful smile. It's that woman. I never expected to meet her here. Just as Siejo's car drove away, another car quickly pulled in. The crowd outside erupted. "He's here! He's here!" The host approached the vehicle and said, "Take a guess. Who is our final special guest? Whoever guesses correctly will receive priority when choosing a teammate." Then a pair of red sneakers stepped out of the luxury car. Every fan at the venue, male and female alike, froze and blushed. A smug smile appeared on that handsome face. Sujio stepped out of the car, smiling and waving to everyone. Only then did some people recover and scream, "He's so handsome!" In sharp contrast to the lively scene, Lu Minmin propped up her chin with a thoughtful expression. "He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before." Hearing this, Feng Xiao quickly replied. He was the male lead in the youth film South of the Great River. It was extremely popular back then. After bringing Lu Minmin up to date, she returned to her love-struck expression. "Sujio is so handsome, but Xiezhou is handsome too. Who should I choose?" Lu Minmin finally understood and turned to Feng Xiao. "I heard Starlight Entertainment has frozen Sujio out." Hearing that, Feng Xiao immediately folded her arms and puffed out her cheeks. "No way. How could they shell someone that handsome? Is there water where their brains should be?" Before Lu Minmin could answer, the host interrupted. "Next comes the free teammate selection." After he spoke, the participants stood up. The host continued. "The first person to receive priority when selecting a teammate is Best Actor Xiezhou, because he correctly guessed the identity of our final guest." Hearing his name, Xiezhou raised a hand to scratch his head, then gave a polite smile. He stood before Gu Sidong and Lu Minmin as the host's voice rang out. Which female guest will he choose as his teammate? The host's words made the atmosphere tenser than ever. Lu Minmin frowned at the scene and wondered, what's going on? Wasn't he supposed to walk straight over to me? Why did he stop? At the same time, Xiezhou's expression grew slightly serious. He extended his hand, and Lu Minmin immediately placed her hand in his, thanking him once again. The host announced, the second person to choose a teammate is Miss Feng Xiao. When her turn arrived, Feng Xiao immediately beamed. Clasping her hands together, she looked at the man opposite her and asked, "Would you join my team?" Seeing her approach, Sujio suddenly became flustered. He raised his hands defensively and replied, I've never participated in a program like this before. I'll only be a burden to you." But Feng Xiao did not consider that a flaw. Extending her hand, she reassured him, "It's okay. I know." Before her hand could touch him, however, another hand pulled him away. Feng Xiao's mouth fell open in astonishment at the scene before her. Once she realized what had happened, Feng Xiao immediately pointed at Gu Sidong, who was standing in front of Sujio, and demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm forming a team with Sujio?" Gu Sidong did not care in the slightest. She replied coldly, "He's mine." Hearing her firm declaration, Sujio's face turned as red as a bashful young woman's, and he could only remain silent. Feng Xiao suddenly flew into a rage. Planting both hands on her hips, she shouted angrily, "What the hell is this?" But Gu Sidong acted as if she had heard nothing and pulled Sujio away. One of the remaining participants then approached Feng Xiao, placed a hand on her shoulder, and hesitantly said, "Miss Xiao, shall we form a team?" Feng Xiao froze for a moment, but quickly regained her sweet expression, looking entirely different from the furious woman she had been moments earlier. "Of course, I'm fine with anyone." A short while later, a black luxury car sped along the road. Sujio was driving, his attention focused on the road. Gu Sidong sat in the passenger seat, resting her chin on one hand. Her eyes were half closed as she dozed off. Two members of the Celebrity Challenge production team sat in the back, filming the pair. The car was so quiet that even the buzzing of a fly would have been clearly audible. The two cameramen exchanged glances. One man winked at his beanie-wearing colleague, as if to say, "Why aren't they doing anything? Were we supposed to film?" The man in the beanie quickly returned his look, as if answering, "This was the director's arrangement. I don't know what grudge he has against us, assigning us to this team. We can forget about this year's bonus." While they were silently complaining, the car Sujio was driving suddenly slowed down and gradually pulled over. Sensing that something was wrong, Gu Sidong looked over and asked, "What happened?" Sujio slowly replied, "The battery is dead." Hearing that, Gu Sidong immediately turned toward the two men in the back and asked, "Was this arranged by the program?" The man in the beanie smirked and thought, "Something has finally happened." The other man merely scratched his head and replied, "We're only responsible for filming. We don't know anything." Hearing this, Sujio dejectedly lowered his head onto the steering wheel and said gloomily, "What do we do now? There's nowhere to charge the car around here. At that exact moment, the system appeared before Gu Sidong with a cheerful smile, along with a mission: spend 10 million yuan within 30 minutes. The moment she heard the mission, her expression darkened. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became even more oppressive. Seeing the situation, the system broke into a cold sweat. In Gu Sitong's mind, she imagined herself brandishing a huge saber and chasing the system through clouds of dust while cursing. You really know how to pick the perfect time to cause trouble, don't you? As it ran, the system hurriedly tried to placate the terrifying woman behind it. Young miss, let's talk this over calmly. Soon afterward, Gu Sidong, Su Jio, and the Celebrity Challenge camera crew entered a famous luxury car dealership. A salesperson quickly stepped forward to greet them. Welcome. Before the salesperson could introduce anything, Gu Sidong raised her hand and stated her request. I want a 10 million yuan car. Right now. Her request left the two saleswomen stunned. They exchanged glances, then whispered to each other. Another group filming a video to post online. Look, they even brought a camera crew. The other agreed. Exactly. In the saleswoman's imagination, a new post appeared on Gu Sidong's social media account. I hope everyone will continue working hard to become wealthy and move on to a new chapter. This is my reward for all those years of hard work. The post included a picture of Gu Sidong and Su Jio high-fiving in celebration. Below it were comments from other users. An account named Apprentice enthusiastically congratulated her. Congratulations, Master, on buying such an amazing car. Another account named Grade School Classmate left a message. I'm so jealous, old friend. Can you take me for a ride? But in contrast to the congratulations and admiration, an account named Sold Out in 4 Seconds complained, You people, you came to my dealership to take pictures without buying anything. How fake. But that was only the saleswoman's overactive imagination. She looked at Gu Sidong and said with a mocking smile, It costs 200 yuan per photo session to take pictures for social media. Please pay first. Hearing her sarcasm, Su Jio looked at Gu Sidong and said, Actually, we don't need to buy a car. We can use another form of transportation. The production crew behind them continued filming, never straying a step from the pair. In contrast to Su Jio's worried expression, Gu Sidong merely stood there with her arms folded. She coldly told the saleswoman, Call your manager over. Hearing this, the saleswoman gave an awkward smile, but inwardly scoffed at Gu Sidong for putting on an act. A short while later, the manager arrived. He respectfully held out the card, key to Gu Sidong, bowed at a 45-degree angle, and said, Miss Gu, here is your car key. Gu Sidong said nothing. She coldly took the key from the manager, then turned and left with Su Jio. The camera crew followed, capturing every moment as the two left the manager and the saleswoman behind. The manager had just bowed at a 90-degree angle to see his customer off. Once Gu Sidong and the others were gone, his expression immediately changed. He turned angrily toward the two saleswomen and shouted, Are you both blind? You're fired. Hearing this, the two saleswomen panicked and hurriedly clung to his legs, crying, Please don't do this, manager. The other quickly joined in. We know we were wrong. In stark contrast to that scene, the newly purchased 10 million yuan luxury car sped down the road. The seating arrangement inside had changed slightly. Gu Sidong was now driving, with Su Jio beside her and the two production crew members in the back. Yet the silence inside the car remained unchanged. Trying to break the awkward silence, the man in the beanie discreetly scratched his head and cautiously asked, Could you do something to give the audience something to watch? For example, an unexpected twist, the kind viewers love most. Hearing this, Gu Sidong turned around in confusion and asked, An unexpected twist? Meanwhile, Su Jio's face had turned bright red. He bashfully imagined what kind of interaction they might have. But Gu Sidong merely closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened them and said clearly, I understand. She pressed a button, switching the car into sport mode, and the engine roared. Gu Sidong slammed down on the accelerator. Outside, the other cars were slowing down as they approached a red light, but her car swept rapidly to the right like a gust of wind, terrifying everyone on the road. Behind the wheel, Gu Sidong wore a confident smile. Su Jio gripped his seat belt tightly, while the two crew members clung to their cameras, their bodies swaying in terror. Her sharp turn left everyone inside dizzy and lurching from side to side. The man in the beanie grabbed the overhead handle and squeezed his eyes shut. Both crew members toppled sideways. The beanie-wearing man slammed into the car door, and his camera struck the driver's seat. The other man grew dizzy and covered his mouth to keep himself from vomiting. Inside the luxury car Gu Sidong had just purchased, the man in the beanie was pinned against the door and nearly passed out. He gasped. That certainly was an unexpected twist. After Gu Sidong's performance as a professional race car driver, they finally reached the house that was their destination. The 10 million yuan luxury car came to a stop with another stylish turn of the wheel, leaving everyone present stunned by what they had just witnessed. While the host and Feng Xiao were still reeling in shock, Gu Sidong opened the car door and stepped out. After collecting herself, Feng Xiao immediately pointed at the 10 million yuan luxury car and demanded of the person beside her, "Director, why is her car different from ours?" Faced with her question, the host broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head as he stammered. Well, before he could finish, the car's owner interrupted him. "I bought this car myself." Su Jiu also looked toward Gu Sitong as she answered, while Feng Xiao stared at her in astonishment. A moment later, Feng Xiao planted her hands on her hips, frowned at Gu Sitong, and said, "You cheated." Gu Sitong refused to back down. With an indifferent expression, she slowly replied, "Say whatever you want. The program never said we couldn't buy our own car." After being rebuffed, Feng Xiao immediately wore a contemptuous expression. "You're so young, yet you have that much money. Someone must be keeping you as a mistress." Hearing this, Gu Sitong's gaze immediately changed. She frowned at the woman who had spoken and coldly retorted, "What a disgusting thing to say." While the atmosphere was tense on this side, the cameraman on the other side was clutching his stomach, bracing one hand against the luxury car as he retched. Gu Sitong's words and his unintentional reaction made Su Jiu, who was standing nearby, cover his mouth to hide his laughter. After emptying his stomach, the cameraman hurriedly explained to Feng Xiao, "I'm sorry, Miss Feng. I get carsick." Hearing his excuse, Feng Xiao could only fold her arms and snort coldly, but she could not exactly blame him. It was already late at night. In the shared dormitory, Su Jiu, dressed in elegant white pajamas and holding a pink pillow, gently knocked on a door. After he knocked for a while, the door opened. Gu Sitong let out a weary yawn, then frowned slightly at the person before her and asked, "What do you want?" Barefoot, Su Jiu awkwardly rubbed one foot against the other, stammering "I." Then he hugged his pillow tightly and said with a blush, "I'm a little scared." Hearing his answer, Gu Sitong remained silent, her dark expression filled with irritation. She then planted her hands on her hips and said impatiently, "What does that have to do with me?" With that, Gu Sitong slammed the door shut and shouted, "Knock again and I'll kill you." Her actions and warning startled Su Jiu. Hugging his pillow, he thought for a moment before walking away. Did she truly have no interest in his body? Then why had she helped him? The next morning, the sky was clear. The wind rustled through the leaves. Su Jiu was holding a rake and turning over some produce that needed to be dried. The cameraman aimed the camera at him. Behind them, Gu Sitong lay asleep on a lounge chair with a hat covering her face, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Su Jiu's moments gradually slowed. He was panting and drenched in sweat, but he continued to persevere. Seeing this, the cameraman asked, "Do you need a break? I can stop filming and edit around it later." But Su Jiu refused. "It's fine. I can handle it." Hearing that, the cameraman glanced at the sleeping Gu Sitong, frowned, and pursed his lips as he thought, "Tiske. These two don't look like a couple at all." Gu Sitong is truly heartless, making Su Jiu do all the work. At that moment, Lu Minmin appeared from nowhere and called, "Gu Sitong." Hearing someone call her name, Gu Sitong lifted her hat slightly and asked, "What is it?" The cameraman excitedly aimed his lens at the two women, thinking, "Oh, this should be good. Here comes the drama." Lu Minmin did not bother with pleasantries. She folded her arms and said to Gu Sitong, "I want to talk to you. Let's go over there." But Gu Sitong paid her no attention. She slowly sat up and replied, "I'm not going." After being refused, Lu Minmin's expression darkened with anger. Seeing that Gu Sitong was about to leave, Lu Minmin immediately strode forward and grabbed her hand. "Wait!" Her action startled Gu Sitong. The show's cameraman eagerly watched the unfolding drama. But a moment later, Gu Sitong swiftly shook off Lu Minmin's hand. Losing her balance, Lu Minmin cried out and fell backward. At the same time, Xie Zhou came running over from nowhere and cried anxiously, "Minmin, are you all right?" Upon seeing him, she immediately acted weak and nestled in his arms. "I was only curious about how Miss Gu suddenly became so wealthy. She used to share a room with me, but who would have thought she would become so arrogant now?" After hearing this, Xiezhou's face immediately darkened as he thought. The other groups are gathering too. This won't end well. The lively Feng Qiao approached with her hands on her hips and urged her partner, let's go see what happened. In contrast to her spirited demeanor, her partner seemed hesitant. Looking at the people around them, he said, I don't think that's a good idea. Meanwhile, Xiezhou looked at Gu Sitong, frowned, and demanded, did you push Minmin, Miss Gu? Faced with his accusation, Gu Sitong showed no fear and calmly replied, I didn't push her. Seeing Lu Minmin being mistreated, Feng Qiao joined in and challenged her. If it wasn't you, are you saying Minmin pushed herself? Seeing Feng Qiao appear, Lu Minmin quickly went to her side and pretended to stop her feebly. Forget it. Perhaps Miss Gu has her reasons. I don't blame her. Hearing this sanctimonious act, Feng Qiao immediately exploded. What reasons could she have for suddenly becoming rich? And she's still putting on airs. Wanting to settle the matter quickly, award-winning actor Xie Zhou extended a hand toward Gu Sitong and suggested, apologize, Miss Gu, and we'll consider the matter settled. Su Jiu, who had been standing outside the crowd for some time, watched the unfolding scene in confusion. He then gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the rake, and hurried forward to stand in front of Gu Sitong. You can't bully Sitong. She isn't the kind of person you say she is. His sudden action surprised everyone present. The woman he was protecting looked at him and thought, I never expected this rookie to dare stand up for me at a critical moment. Gu Sitong then stepped out from behind Su Jiu and said softly, it's a waste that none of you are acting in a palace intrigue drama. Rubbing her wrist, she continued, since that's what you all want, I'll oblige you. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Sitong's hand shot out like lightning toward Lu Minmin. Everyone present stared in astonishment. Xiezhou's face went pale, while Feng Qiao covered her mouth in horror as she stared at Lu Minmin. Lu Minmin tumbled to the ground and screamed, Gu Sitong. After striking her, Gu Sitong dusted off her hands and looked around. If everyone insists I pushed her when I didn't, then I'd be at a real disadvantage. Looking coldly at the woman she had knocked down, Gu Sitong said, this time I did push her. Sorry. After recovering from her shock, Feng Qiao hurried forward to help Lu Minmin up. As she did so, she scolded Gu Sitong. Miss Gu, you've gone too far. Lu Minmin gritted her teeth and trembled as she struggled to stand, her body covered in painful, stinging scrapes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice suddenly came from behind them, attracting everyone's attention. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Pei walked in and approached Su Jiu. Our Su Jiu needs a makeup touch-up. Hearing his name, Su Jiu replied in surprise, oh, all right. The man beside Feng Qiao stared ahead in astonishment. Is that Pei? Could he be Su Jiu's manager? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Feng Qiao asked curiously, who is Pei? Is he really that impressive? Hearing her question, the man enthusiastically explained, Pei is the one who made Xiezhou an award-winning actor. The woman covered her mouth in astonishment. Good heavens, just what kind of background does Su Jiu have? In contrast to their curiosity, the situation around Su Jiu was rather unusual. Xiezhou also stepped forward to greet him. Pei, long time no see. Hearing the voice behind him, Pei turned around. Upon seeing who it was, he politely replied, Mr. Xie, long time no see. However, Xiezhou did not seem to be speaking out of goodwill. Instead, he teased, didn't you say you weren't going to train any more newcomers? Pei calmly and respectfully replied, you remember incorrectly, Mr. Xie. I said I would no longer train newcomers from Imperial Concert Entertainment. This answer left Xiezhou speechless. Before long, however, he regained his confident demeanor and proposed, Pei, come back to Imperial Consort Entertainment. I'll give you better resources. But Pei immediately raised a hand to stop him and refused outright. I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. I don't need them. With that, Pei turned and walked toward Gu Sitong, ignoring the stunned man behind him. He said gently, President Gu, you must need some rest. She blinked and replied, all right. Hearing Pei's words, Xiezhou thought in astonishment, President Gu? He stared at their retreating backs and wondered, when did someone like her appear in the industry? Meanwhile, Pei attentively escorted Gu Sitong into the car. Xiezhou slowly took in everything before him, then turned to the person beside him and asked, who exactly is Gu Sitong? The person beside him was his assistant, Xie Dan. She quickly reported the results of the investigation. According to the records, she's the new CEO of Starlight Entertainment. The CEO? Lu Minmin's face went pale upon hearing Xie Dan's words. Feng Xiao also looked at her suspiciously. Didn't you say she was your roommate? Lu Minmin panicked and stammered, I don't know what happened either. 1 week later, in the CEO's office at Starlight Entertainment, a female assistant handed Gu Sidong a phone while reporting President Gu, since filming ended for the adventure show Alluring Imperial Consort, your popularity has continued to rise. However, some unfavorable rumors about you have also appeared on social media. As Gu Sidong listened to the report and reviewed the material, her expression darkened and her eyes filled with fury. A red headline stood out on the phone. It showed an extremely ugly, obese man dressed in outdated clothes. Beneath, it was a sensational caption. The man behind her is actually him. Is Gu Sidong really being kept by a wealthy patron? Gu Sidong's anger erupted like a volcano. With a dark expression, she smashed the phone she had just been given and shouted, "That old man is hideous." The female assistant and Pei Yu, who were standing beside her, were both stunned. Pei Yu then said seriously, "President Gu, paid online trolls may be behind this. Would you like me to use our public relations connections to investigate?" Still blazing with anger, Gu Sidong strode away and replied, "Investigate it. You must find out who did this. This is an outright insult to my taste." Her unusual actions and words left the two people behind her dumbfounded. After she left, the female assistant looked at Pei Yu and said, "Why do I keep feeling that something is strange about President Gu?" Pei Yu merely adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "It truly is a world that judges people by their looks." Meanwhile, at a newly opened shopping mall, Gao Shuin was shopping with another woman. She looked at her companion and asked, "What do you think of this outfit?" The other woman immediately smiled, linked arms with her, and replied, "Shuin, with your excellent taste, you'll definitely look beautiful in it." Gao Shuin picked up the dress and examined it before asking the sales associate, "Do you have this in my size?" The saleswoman bowed her head slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, but all available sizes of this outfit have already been reserved." Hearing that, Gao Shuin placed the dress back on the rack with a pensive expression. She then cheerfully picked up another dress, held it against herself, and looked in the mirror with satisfaction. The woman behind her hurriedly flattered her again. "With your beautiful figure, Shuyuan, you'll definitely look gorgeous in that." Before Gao Shuyuan could become too pleased, the saleswoman said with an elegant smile, "That outfit has also been reserved." Hearing this, Gao Shuyuan's companion broke into a nervous sweat and covered her mouth, while Gao Shuyuan's expression darkened. She frowned at the saleswoman and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it?" The saleswoman remained unfazed and gently explained, "I'm truly sorry, but the store has a rule that prohibits us from selling any clothes to Miss Gao." Upon hearing this explanation, Gao Shuan furiously threw the dress back onto the rack and shouted, "What?" She then frowned, planted her hands on her hips, and demanded, "Who is your boss? Does she still want to do business in this mall?" Before the saleswoman could answer, a voice came from outside, attracting the attention of all three women. "I am." Gu Sidong entered with her assistant following behind her. As she walked in, she looked at Gao Shuyuan and asked, "Is there a problem?" Seeing her arrive, the saleswoman immediately bowed. "President Gu." When Gao Shuyuan recognized her, her face darkened. She folded her arms and mocked, "So it's Miss Gu. It's only one store. Believe it or not, I can force you to shut it down at any time." Gu Sidong treated her threat like the buzzing of a mosquito. She slowly blinked and replied, "It's not just one store." She then spread her arms and announced to Gao Shuan, "This entire shopping mall belongs to me." Gu Sitong's revelation left Gao Shuan frozen in shock. Before Gao Shuan could say anything, Gu Sidong turned to the saleswoman and said, "Wrap up every outfit Miss Gao touched and give them all to her." Confused because this contradicted the store's rule, the saleswoman asked, "President Gu, didn't you say we weren't allowed to sell anything to Miss Gao?" Hearing the question, Gu Sidong casually replied, "We're giving them to her, not selling them." She then walked toward the clothing racks, while the saleswoman behind her prepared a bag. While Gao Shuan was still bewildered, Gu Sidong picked up a dress and said, "After all, no matter how beautiful a garment is, once it has been touched by someone filthy." At that point, Gu Sidong tossed the dress into the bag held by the saleswoman and continued, "It is no longer clean." Watching the outfit she had just selected being thrown away like garbage made Gao Shuan frown in disbelief. The scene dealt her a psychological blow. It was not severe, but the humiliation was immense. She clenched her fists, burning with rage, and screamed like a madwoman, "Gu Sidong, are you provoking me?" Hearing the question from behind her, Gu Sidong calmly turned to Gao Xuan and said seriously, "Weren't you the one who provoked me first?" Before Gao Xuan could respond, Gu Sidong walked closer, pointed at her chest, and continued, "You hired people to spread rumors that I was being kept by an old man. So it is perfectly reasonable for my shopping mall to refuse to sell you anything." Faced with Gu Sidong's well-founded accusation, Gao Xuan hurriedly looked away, folded her arms, and stammered, I don't understand what you're talking about." Inwardly, however, she worried. How did she find out? Seeing Gao Shuiyuan pretend to be ignorant, Gu Sidong did not press her. She calmly said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you know the truth in your heart." With that, she snapped her fingers. 2 security guards immediately appeared and bowed. "President Gu." She pointed at Gao Shuiyuan and ordered, "Escort Miss Gao out. From now on, don't allow filthy people like her in here." Upon receiving President Gu's order, the 2 guards immediately replied, "Yes, President Gu." Gao Shuiyuan's face went deathly pale with fear. Even as the 2 burly men dragged her outside, she did not forget to turn around and threaten Gu Sidong. "Gu Sidong, you'll regret treating me this way." Gu Sidong merely took out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped her hands. The woman who had accompanied Gao Xuan was now standing before the guards, repeatedly waving her hands and saying, I don't know her. I don't know her." Gu Sidong's voice rang out. "Close the store, see the customers out, then disinfect and clean everything." With that, she threw the handkerchief she had used into the trash. Meanwhile, at Imperial Consort Entertainment, a hand repeatedly tapped on the desk, revealing its owner's frustration and confusion. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xiezhou looked at the person opposite him and said, "Their stock price fell 20% overnight. Who did the Gao family offend?" The assistant standing beside him held a phone and quickly replied, "It appears to be related to Gu Sidong." Someone photographed Gao Xuan being thrown out of the shopping mall. The negative rumors about Gu Sidong online were all orchestrated by Gao Xuan. She then turned the phone toward him and continued, "President Xie, please take a look." As Xiezhou reviewed the report, he remarked, "She repays an eye for an eye." This woman's revenge is swift, decisive, and ruthless. She doesn't even take the Gao family seriously. Gu Sidong must have an extraordinary background. He then turned to his assistant and asked, "Have you uncovered her identity yet?" Upon hearing the question, Xiedan immediately replied, "There is very little information about her. We only know that she is the heir to a powerful family and possesses an enormous fortune." After reporting everything she knew, Xiedan looked at him and waited for his decision. "President Xie, what should we do next?" Hearing the question, Xiezhou folded his arms and considered it. "For now, we will stay put and observe." The female assistant then remembered another important matter and hurriedly reported, "One more thing. Miss Minmin said she wants to audition for the second female lead in Flowers in a Mirror, Moon in the Water. She asked me to let you know that she may not come here for a while." Hearing this, Xiezhou merely closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and waved his hand. "Give her the script." Upon receiving the order, the assistant bowed and quickly replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, at the Gao family's company, on the table was a report about Gao Xuan with the headline, "Chaotic Private Life." Beneath it was a photo of her with a man who looked extremely reluctant. There was also a caption, "The Gao heiress spends the night with her lover, but the man is married." The Gao heiress is a homewrecker, causing the company's shares to plummet by 20%. After reading the reports, a hand clenched into a fist and slammed heavily onto the table. Gao Shuiyuan showed no remorse at all. Standing behind him with a frown, she ordered, "Dad, have someone take these stories down immediately." Her father was so furious that he nearly had a heart attack. Clutching his chest with one hand, he trembled as he asked his daughter, "You could have any man you wanted. Why did you force yourself on a married man who wasn't even willing?" Then, mustering all his strength, he spun around, pointed directly at her face, and roared, "Do you have a brain?" After being scolded, Gao Shuiyuan immediately looked aggrieved and defended herself. "No, he lied to me. He wasn't married at all." Hearing her excuse, her father frowned. "Not married? He's been married for 5 years, and his child is already 2. At her father's words, Gao Shuiyuan felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. After regaining her composure, she hurried over to her father. "Dad, listen to me. I truly didn't know." She placed one hand over her chest and pointed into the air with the other. "He deceived me. We have to find him and clear this up," her father retorted. "Do you think that never occurred to me? But the man is nowhere to be found. A car picked him up after the interview, and there's been no trace of him since." Sensing that something was wrong, she frowned. This has to be a conspiracy. Someone is plotting against me from behind the scenes. She then hurriedly pleaded with her father, Dad, take these stories down right. Before she could finish, he raised a hand to interrupt her and said wearily, There's nothing I can do now. Without waiting for her response, he turned away and announced his decision. For the sake of the Gao family, you must leave the country immediately. Never come back. Gao Shuiyuan's face turned deathly pale. She collapsed to the floor and shook her head in panic. She then dragged herself over to her father, clung tightly to his leg, and begged desperately. If she were forced to leave the country like this, her life would effectively be over. However, the head of the Gao family had always been decisive. He merely closed his eyes and said wearily, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing your place. You offended someone you never should have offended. Still kneeling and clinging to his leg, Gao Shiyuan cried, Dad. Then she fell silent, released his trouser leg, and clenched both fists as her entire body trembled. Frowning and grinding her teeth, she thought that Gu Sidong had to be behind this. Meanwhile, at Gu Sitong's home, a series of sneezes rang out. Gu Sidong sneezed as she watered the flowers. Rubbing her nose, she wondered who was talking about her. The system suddenly appeared and said excitedly, It must be all those good people talking about you. She glared irritably at the system. If I were allowed to kill them, I would have done it long ago. Why would I go through all this trouble? As she spoke with the system, Gu Sitong's phone rang on the table. As soon as she answered, Peiyu hurriedly reported from the other end, President Gu, Su Jio has been hospitalized. At the hospital, Peiyu stood outside room 606 while speaking to Gu Sidong on the phone. I'm truly sorry, President Gu. I failed to take proper care of Su Jio. A prop stand fell and struck his leg while he was filming. After explaining why Su Jio had been hospitalized, he hesitantly asked, Would you like to come to the hospital? Irritated by the question, she answered bluntly, No, have him rest properly. I'll cover his medical bills. With that, she hung up. On the other end, Peiyu stared blankly at his disconnected phone. He thought, President Gu has obviously been supporting Su Jio all this time, yet she won't even visit him in the hospital. Could it be that she isn't interested in him after all? An image then appeared in Peiyu's mind. Gu Sidong was a seasoned playgirl, resting her chin on one hand while pinching the cheek of a pale-faced Su Jio with the other. In a frivolous tone, she said, Little puppy, why would I care about you? I was only playing around. When the fantasy ended, he wondered, could I have guessed wrong? Then, as though realizing something, he muttered, was she really only playing with him? Contrary to Peiyu's wildly misguided thoughts, the system appeared with its hands angrily planted on its hips. Taking a deep breath, it began lecturing Gu Sidong. Young miss, this is such a perfect opportunity to earn a good person card. You should rush to the hospital and care for him attentively. How could you heartlessly refuse to go? Sweat formed on her brow, but she ignored the system's questions and continued watering the flowers. The system grew even more furious and transformed into a court eunuch beside the emperor. Pointing at her, it shouted, Do you still want the good person card or not? Do you still want to go home or not? Its shouting grew louder and louder, forcing Gu Sidong to cover her ears. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Fine, you win. I'll go. Meanwhile, in room 606, two nurses were informing Su Jio, Mr. Su, your leg is recovering very well. After 3 more days of rest, you'll be able to leave the hospital. Sitting on the bed with his leg bandaged, he softly replied, All right, thank you. After delivering the news, the two nurses walked out while discussing trending topics on social media. One leaned closer to the other and whispered, By the way, have you heard about Gao Shuyuan? You really can't judge someone by appearances. She actually forced herself on a married man. What twisted taste. The other quickly replied, If I were her, I'd be packing my bags and fleeing the country by now. The farther away, the better. At least then, I wouldn't have to face the humiliation. Hearing the two nurses gossip, Su Jio watched them leave. He thought that, after ending up in such a situation, Gao Shuyuan would probably keep a low profile for some time and stop causing him trouble. Then he wondered, did Gu Sidong do this for me? After his thoughts wandered for a while, he slowly looked out the window and thought sadly, I'm injured. Why hasn't she come to visit me? Realizing where his thoughts were leading, he hurriedly shook his head and corrected himself. No, Su Hu. What are you expecting? Stop imagining things. In contrast to the turmoil inside the room, Peiyu professionally gestured toward the door from the hallway and said to Gu Sitong, President Gu, you're here. Su Jio is inside the room. She merely answered indifferently, Upon entering the room, and seeing the person she had come for, she greeted him. I heard you were injured while filming. When Sujio saw her enter, he looked at her with sparkling eyes like an abandoned puppy. I thought you weren't coming. Inside, however, he was celebrating jubilantly. She really came to visit me. Seeing him like this startled Gu Sidong. She thought, why does he look like an abandoned puppy? We haven't been apart for that long. How'd he end up like this? In her eyes, Sujio clutched the blanket with an expression that made him look ready to cry, as if he were saying, I missed you so much. After composing herself, she walked closer and pulled out a chair. I came to see how you were doing. If something happened to you, it would cause me trouble too. Hearing this, he looked at her and asked, Are you worried about me? She met his gaze sharply and answered, No. Seeing how cold she was, the system immediately appeared and berated her angrily. Hurry up and say you're worried about him. Comfort him properly. Gu Sidong was just as angry, but she had no choice. Looking sternly at the patient in bed, she said, Not only am I worried about you, but I also have to take good care of you. However, after hearing those words and seeing Gu Sidong's expression, Sujio broke into a cold sweat. He could not detect the slightest hint of concern. He then thought gloomily, as expected, it was all wishful thinking on my part. He reached for a glass of water and said, Sorry, I'm a little thirsty. Before his hand could touch the glass, Gu Sidong snatched it away. Her sudden action left Sujio stunned and speechless. Paying no attention to his reaction, she brought the glass to his lips and explained, You're a patient. Let me help you. With the glass already held in front of him, he broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Thank you. She promptly and attentively helped Sujio drink. Gu Sidong's strange behavior made him suspicious. Why did her attitude change so suddenly? After giving him water, she held the glass and put on an insincere smile. I just helped you drink some water. You think I'm a good person, don't you? Faced with her unexpected question, Sujio looked like an innocent fawn, his face filled with astonishment. Huh? What? Something seemed very wrong with President Gu. The woman asking the question frowned so deeply that her brows nearly formed a straight line, yet she continued forcing a fake smile. After a moment, Gu Sidong realized this was going nowhere. Her expression fell as she said dispiritedly, Forget it. Whatever you think I am, you don't have to say it. However, the helpless words, I'm suffering so much, were written all over her face and every movement. Inside the hospital room, Sujio kept rubbing his hands nervously. Finally mustering his courage, he looked at Gu Sidong sitting across from him and said, Thank you for what happened to Gao Xuan. She responded indifferently. That had nothing to do with you. She offended me. After speaking, she slowly rose to her feet. Rest well. I'm leaving. Still somewhat dazed, he hurriedly replied, Oh, all right. The door closed, leaving Sujio sitting alone on the hospital bed. After she had completely departed, he sighed softly and wondered, does she actually have feelings for me, or does she feel nothing at all? 3 days later, the sky was clear, and the breeze stirred the leaves on the branches, creating the kind of atmosphere that made people want to spend all day in bed. In a luxury apartment, the recently discharged Sujio sat rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Is Star Challenge really this popular? The computer screen displayed the social media trending rankings. Ever since the news that Gu Sidong had bought a supercar without relying on the show, related topics had climbed the trending list. The current #1 topic was titled Gu Sidong and Sujio couple photos. Beneath it were Star Challenge opening ceremony and Lu Minmin and Best Actor Siezhou couple. After browsing the rankings, he sat on the carpet and pondered, almost everything people care about is related to Sidong. Sujio then clicked on a video titled How the Gu Sidong and Sujio Couple Began on Star Challenge. The viewers kept squealing excitedly, but he focused only on her actions and words, as well as his own expressions. In the video, she took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the dirt from his face. Your face is filthy. How could you be so careless? He then blushed as he secretly read the viewers' comments. They're such an adorable couple. His heart pounded so fast that he could not calm down. Covering his mouth with one hand, he murmured, so this is what it looks like through the camera. He hurriedly closed the laptop and thought, why does everything make me blush and my heart race? After regaining his composure, he reassured himself, no, it must be because of the show's editing. Just as he was immersed in the bashful mood of a young maiden experiencing her first love, the door suddenly opened. The person entering asked over the phone, has President Ma agreed to Sujio's program? Pei walked in while speaking on the phone and quickly explained, "An advertisement? Yes, I understand. I know the online response to Sujio has been excellent, but he is still an artist signed to our company. I'll gather his thoughts and reconsider the proposal." "Yes, thank you, President Ma. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." Meanwhile, the person they were discussing remained seated on the carpet, looking at Peiyu in confusion. After hanging up, Peiyu quickly said, "Sujio, the latest episode of Star Challenge has received an excellent response. Many people have contacted me because they want to work with you. I want to ask whether you would prefer to act in films after your debut or appear on some television programs to maintain your popularity." After hearing Peiyu's question and proposal, Sujio answered without hesitation, "Acting. I want to act." Having received the answer he needed, Peiyu looked at his phone and said, "All right, I'll make the arrangements." Sujio then looked up at him. "By the way, Peiyu, I want to ask you something." Blushing, he stammered, "People online are pairing President Gu and me as a couple. Will that cause trouble for her?" Hearing Sujio's question, Peiyu froze in the middle of his work and thought. As expected of President Gu, it seems Sujio has completely fallen into her web of love. He quickly regained his professional composure, pushed up his glasses, and answered, "President Gu hasn't given any special instructions, so it probably won't be a problem." Inwardly, however, he praised Gu Sitong. After all, everything is proceeding according to President Gu's calculations. Several days later, a director holding a megaphone frowned and announced, "Everyone, take a short break. We'll film the next scene in half an hour." In the rest area, Sujio sat in a chair, leaning forward with his chin propped on his hand as he thought about his online pairing with Gu Sitong. "We've become so popular, yet she hasn't reacted at all." Thinking about this, he fell into contemplation, unable to understand what she truly thought. While he was lost in thought, a can of soda appeared in front of him. The person holding it promptly asked, "Want one?" Her words pulled Sujio from his thoughts. He quickly accepted the can while maintaining a certain distance from her. "Thank you." The young woman who had given him the drink secretly covered her face and screamed inwardly, "Oh my gosh, he's so adorable." As the two chatted pleasantly, Peiyu walked in and called out, "Sujio, President Gu is waiting for you outside. Hurry out." Sujio's eyes lit up at the news, and he looked over excitedly. All right, he could not help thinking, she finally came to see me. He put down the soda and hurried outside, paying no attention to the young woman who had offered it to him. She remained standing there, watching him leave with a disappointed expression. At the studio where Sujio was filming, he and Peiyu walked toward the car. Gu Sidong was waiting for them. When she saw him arrive, she merely said indifferently, "Get in." He instantly turned into an obedient little puppy and replied with a beaming smile, "All right." The luxury car, bearing an exclusive license plate with 4/8, began to move. Inside the car, Suju looked curiously at the woman beside him. "President Gu, where are we going?" She was busy searching for something in her handbag. After finding it, Gu Sitong handed him an invitation and slowly explained, "This is an invitation to an auction. It begins in 2 hours. You're coming with me." After hearing the reason, he accepted the invitation with both hands. "All right." She then offered him a glass of water and asked, "Would you like some?" Sujio looked bewildered by her question. After a moment, he stared at the glass in her hand and stammered without answering. An image of Gao Xuan trying to drug him flashed through his mind. She had offered Sujio a glass of wine and said, "Finish this glass, and after tonight, you'll be free to leave whenever you want." When this memory appeared in his mind, Sujio's expression immediately darkened. He wondered if Gu Sidong also wanted to drug him. Seeing him hesitate for so long, she said, "If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it." Perhaps afraid that she would become angry, Sujio hurriedly took the glass from Gu Sidong. "No, I'd love some." He then tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. Inwardly, he thought, "This opportunity is so rare. How could I possibly let it pass?" Gu Sidong stared at the man who had snatched the glass from her and wondered why he had drunk it like that. After traveling for a while, the car finally reached its destination. It stopped in front of a luxurious estate, and Gu Sidong slowly opened the door and stepped out. She walked leisurely inside, with Sujio following behind her. As they walked, he suddenly slipped and cried out, "Whoa, I am falling." Gu Sidong quickly caught him from behind. Once he regained his balance, she gently reminded him, "Be careful." After freezing for a moment, he blushed and thanked her. His heart pounded as he thought, "She's so close." Elsewhere, the two of them had entered a paparazzo's camera frame. He repeatedly photographed the pair in their intimate pose. Gu Sidong and Su Jio remained completely unaware and continued walking inside. After the two had left, the paparazzo chuckled smugly. "Yeah, I got something good." Meanwhile, Gu Sidong and Su Jio had just entered the building, where people were exchanging greetings. A man stood respectfully and said, "President Xie, it's been a long time. How have you been?" However, Xie Zhou and his companion did not respond. They merely stared in surprise at the newcomers. When Xie Zhou saw her, he thought she came too. However, the woman beside him looked displeased. Lu Minmin frowned and thought, "Why is she here too?" The man continued speaking to him. "President Xie, have you considered the proposal I mentioned last time?" Xie Zhou did not answer and merely walked forward slowly. Seeing this, the man backed away as he continued. "Our company has excellent prospects. Just take a look." As he kept backing up, he accidentally bumped into Su Jio, who was walking behind him, and cried out with a grimace, "Ouch!" Angered that someone had interrupted his business discussion, the man spun around and snarled viciously. "Are your eyes on the soles of your feet?" Still cursing, he reached out to shove Su Jio. "Do you know whose way you're blocking? Get lost." His actions and words left Su Jio bewildered and unsure of what to do. But just as the man's hand was about to touch him, another hand stopped it. Gu Sidong looked calmly at the man before her and said, "Apologize." Seeing that his opponent was only a woman, the man pointed directly at her and continued to question her. "Apologize for what? Can't you see that President Xie is here? Why are you still standing in the way?" Gu Sidong calmly replied, "I didn't see him." The man was rendered speechless by her response. "Oh," yet inwardly, he sneered. "This woman must be doing it on purpose. Women these days will do anything to climb the social ladder." Just as the tension rose, Xie Zhou approached and greeted Gu Sidong. "President Gu, shall we go in together?" His words and actions left the man frozen, his fingers still pointing at her. Cold sweat broke out across his body as he thought, "President Gu? Could she be the President Gu who has recently become so famous in the entertainment industry?" While he was panicking, she looked away and answered indifferently, "We're not close, so there's no need to enter together." With that, Gu Sidong took the forgotten Su Jio by the hand and led him inside. As President Gu held his hand, Su Jio's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Seeing them about to leave, the man hurried after them. "President Gu, President Gu, I'm terribly sorry. I was too blind to recognize you. Please don't be angry." She ignored him and continued walking. The auction hall was bustling, with guests constantly streaming in from outside. After they sat down, a female auction attendant approached and handed Gu Sidong a catalog. "President Gu, here is your auction catalog." At the same time, a fat man pointed at Gu Sidong and said to the person beside him, "Hey, look at that woman. Isn't she the one who's been really popular in the entertainment industry lately? I think her name is Gu Sidong, right?" He immediately covered his mouth and lowered his voice. "I heard she's being kept by a wealthy backer." The man beside him immediately objected. "A sharp and capable female CEO like her being kept? That's ridiculous. How much money would it take to keep someone like her?" Their entire conversation reached Su Jio's ears. However, the woman beside him did not seem to care in the slightest. Holding her bidding paddle, she thought, "Yes, this is indeed my favorite number." Their conversation then shifted to Su Jio. "Isn't the man beside her Su Jio? Are he and Gu Sidong really dating, just like the trending topic says?" Hearing their whispers, Su Jio broke out in a cold sweat. "Attending topic, Gu Sidong and I are dating." With that thought, he hurriedly took out his phone to check. A photo of him and Gu Sidong from earlier had already been posted on social media. An account called Entertainment Gossip Live had posted a trending article titled, "Gu Sidong and Su Jio Suspected of Dating." The headline was accompanied by a photo of President Gu holding Su Jio in her arms as evidence. After reading the post, he thought, "I can't believe President Gu and I were secretly photographed." He then turned toward Gu Sidong, raised his phone, and said, "President Gu, this is bad. Reporters photographed us earlier, and now the trending searches are full of rumors about us. Should I issue a clarification?" She glanced over and calmly replied, "Why clarify it? Let them gossip. They'll forget about it in a few days." Seeing her expression and hearing her answer, Su Jio blushed and stammered inwardly. "President Gu doesn't want to deny the rumors. Could she have feelings for me too?" Seeing the person beside her staring blankly, she handed him the bidding paddle. "The auction is about to begin. If you see anything you like, bid on it yourself." 2 hours later, the auction finally reached its midpoint. The host promptly introduced the next item. "Ladies and gentlemen, our main attraction of the day is coming up next. An image of a blue gemstone appeared on the screen. The host continued, the blue gemstone known as the heart of the ocean. The opening bid is 20 million. As soon as the introduction ended, Gu Sitong calmly raised her paddle. 30 million. Upon hearing her bid, Lu Minmin, seated nearby, looked surprised. She then smugly twirled the bidding paddle in her hand and thought, isn't Gu Sitong supposed to be very rich? Isn't she supposed to be some brilliant female CEO? What's so impressive about that? This time, I'll make sure she humiliates herself. With that thought, she immediately raised her paddle and shouted, 32 million. Gu Sitong remained completely unfazed and raised hers again. 40 million. Her actions and bid made Su Jio, who was sitting beside her, break out in a cold sweat. He placed his hand over hers and called softly, President Gu. He quickly warned her, Lu Minmin is deliberately bidding against you. Before he could finish, Gu Sitong interrupted him. I know. Hearing this, Su Jio asked curiously, if you know, then why are you still? Before he could finish, he covered his eyes with one hand. Why did it suddenly become so dazzling? It looks like mountains of gold and silver are sparkling behind you. Gu Sitong declared confidently, because I'm rich. Still covering his face, Su Jio exclaimed, good heavens, that mountain of money is enormous. Lu Minmin immediately raised her paddle and shouted, 45 million. After bidding, she thought smugly, keep going. I'll keep bidding until you can't afford it, even after selling every last bottle of your precious wine. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly then. While she was basking in her satisfaction, Gu Sitong's voice rang out again. She calmly raised her paddle. 50 million. The host immediately gestured toward her. This young lady has bid 50 million. Will anyone raise it by another 5 or 10 million? 50 million going once. The two men at a nearby table began talking excitedly. Are they insane? 50 million for a single gemstone. The man beside him eagerly joined in. Raise it, raise it. Why isn't Lu Minmin bidding anymore? Don't tell me she can't afford to keep playing. The host continued, 50 million going twice. The people behind them also shouted excitedly. Lu Minmin, raise the bid. Hurry. However, the atmosphere at Lu Minmin and Xie Zhou's table was far less cheerful. He frowned and glanced at the woman beside him. Cold sweat broke out across her face as she gripped her bidding paddle tightly. Neither of them said a word. Seeing Lu Minmin about to act, Xie Zhou quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, but it was already too late. Driven mad by the crowd's taunts, she abruptly shot to her feet, raised her paddle, and shouted, 60 million. Upon receiving the new bid, the host beamed and pointed towards Xie Zhou's table. 60 million. Any higher bids? 60 million going once. Gu Sitong merely smiled. Lu Minmin stared at her in confusion and thought, why isn't she bidding anymore? While she was still wondering, the host's voice rang out again. 60 million going twice. Lu Minmin's face turned deathly pale. What's going on? Is the sale really going through? Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford 60 million. But just as she feared, the host brought the gavel down. 60 million going 3 times. Sold. Lu Minmin's entire world collapsed. At that moment, a hand slammed down on the table. Xie Zhou immediately stood, straightened his clothes, turned around, and left. Lu Minmin hurriedly rose and called after him. President Xie, wait. Let me explain. Outside the auction hall, Xie Zhou immediately slapped Lu Minmin hard across the face and angrily demanded, didn't I warn you before the auction began? I told you to drive up the price, not throw everything we had into it. Holding her stinging cheek, Lu Minmin said aggrievedly, President Xie, I didn't do it on purpose. While Xie Zhou and Lu Minmin were arguing, Su Jio and Gu Sitong walked out. Seeing the scene before her, Gu Sitong said, why are you so angry, President Xie? Lu Minmin looked at her in shock. She then angrily pointed at Gu Sitong and cried, it was you. Gu Sitong, you did that on purpose. She quickly stepped forward, tears filling her eyes, and demanded, Miss Gu, you deliberately bid against me. Why did you set me up like this? Hearing the woman's grating accusation, Gu Sitong merely replied indifferently, set you up over a 60 million gemstone? Do you really think I have that much time to waste? She then took out a purple gemstone and said slowly, I own plenty of gemstones like this. When the two men who had been gossiping saw Su Jio and Gu Sitong emerge together, they noticed the gemstone and exclaimed, isn't that the world-famous Bright Eyes? The fat man beside him hurriedly added, that gemstone is worth 200 million. Gu Sidong merely turned away without paying them any attention. Lu Minmin trembled with rage, while Gu Sidong casually tossed the gemstone to Su Jio behind her. "It's yours." As soon as he caught the gemstone, Su Jio broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "This is far too valuable. I can't accept it." Noticing his awkwardness, she casually waved her hand, then threw it away. After hearing her response, he thought, could this gemstone be fake? By then, night had fallen. The luxury car stopped in front of an upscale apartment complex. Sitting in the driver's seat, Gu Sidong said, "We're here." The man in the passenger seat remained silent. After a moment, Su Ju looked at the woman beside him and asked, "President Gu, why are you so good to me? What do you want from me?" Hearing this, she pursed her lips and was about to answer when the system suddenly appeared, crossing its arms in front of its chest. "Young miss, you can't tell him about yourself in the system. You'll be punished next time, young miss." Her expression immediately darkened with anger. However, Gu Sidong quickly regained her composure. Stroking her hair, she replied, "I want you to think I'm a good person." Su Jio fell silent, his expression clearly saying, "As if I believe you." Su Jio suddenly suppressed a laugh and thought, "But somehow, the less you look like a good person, the more attracted to you I become." After thinking for a moment, he unfastened his seatbelt, looked at her, and said, "President Gu." Hearing him call her, Gu Sidong turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Su Jio said nothing. He merely reached out and gently caressed her face. She stared at him blankly, unable to understand what he intended. Before Gu Sidong could say anything, Su Jio kissed her, making her eyes widen in surprise. Her surprise did not last long. Her expression quickly changed, and she frowned at the man kissing her. She then seized his hand and swiftly shoved him away. Caught off guard, Su Ju slammed into the car door. He looked at Gu Sidong aggrievedly, rubbing his shoulder as he leaned against the door. "President Gu, you hurt me." Covering her face, she said, "Sorry. It was a reflex. Are you all right?" He did not appear angry at all. Smiling, he said, "I'm fine. I'll be going now. Good night, President Gu." With that, Su Jio got out of the car and entered the apartment complex. As he walked, he touched his lips and thought, I actually kissed her. Meanwhile, Gu Sidong also touched her lips, her face bright red as she thought, he forced a kiss on me. By then, Su Jio had reached his apartment. He leaned against the door with a pensive expression and closed it behind him. But only a few seconds later, he repeatedly banged his head against the door and berated himself. Why couldn't I control myself? I must have frightened her. After punishing himself, he covered his face again, blushing as though intoxicated. But I'm so happy. After blaming himself for a while, he smiled. Su Jio then took out his phone. As soon as the call connected, he said, "Pei Yu, can I ask about President Gu's recent schedule?" No, on the other end of the line, Pei Yu asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to know?" Seeing that he was suspicious, Su Jio hurriedly explained, "President Gu has helped me a lot. I want to thank her." Hearing this, Pei Yu replied, "We're not responsible for President Gu's schedule. She doesn't have a personal assistant, but I can ask around for you." Su Jio was already sitting on the floor as he replied, "Thank you." After hanging up, he curled up there, happily thinking about the woman in his heart. Gu Sidong. Meanwhile, at Gu Sidong's luxurious villa, she was reclining by the swimming pool. The system appeared with a mission notification. Main mission announcement. Become an investor in flowers in a mirror. Moon on the water within 3 days. After announcing the mission, it did not forget to encourage her. "You can do it, young miss." Hearing the production's name, she leisurely lifted her glass and asked the system beside her, "Isn't this the production Lu Minmin invested in before stealing the original host's role?" The system immediately responded cheerfully, "Exactly." Realizing that she had guessed correctly, Gu Sidong tilted her head slightly and said, "She has already invested in it. If the production doesn't need any more money, how am I supposed to become an investor? Fight her for it." The system broke out in a cold sweat at her question. It then chuckled and rubbed its head ingratiatingly. "How could such a trivial matter possibly trouble you? You can definitely do it." Hearing this, she slowly lifted her sunglasses and said smugly, "Then work quickly. Kick her out of the production and take back what should have been mine." Meanwhile, at the Starlight Entertainment Building, the elevator reached the 18th floor, the highest floor in the building. Gu Sidong and a female assistant stepped out. Gu Sidong instructed the woman beside her, "Prepare an acquisition proposal for the meeting later." The assistant quickly noted it down. "Yes, President Gu." Suddenly, something caught her attention. Su Jio had apparently been standing there for some time. Seeing her approach, he immediately greeted her with a smile. President Gu. She walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" The assistant behind her tactfully slipped away. Sujio hurriedly answered, "You saved me before, President Gu, and I want to thank you. May I invite you to dinner?" However, the memory of Sujio forcibly kissing her immediately surfaced in her mind. Blushing, Gu Sitong refused. "I'm busy." Seeing her reject him, he stepped closer and struck directly at Gu Sitong's greatest weakness. "But don't you want me to think you're a good person, President Gu? If you won't even have dinner with me, how am I supposed to believe that?" Hearing this, she thought in surprise, this weakling seems a little different. Has his split personality returned? At that moment, the system appeared in the guise of an imposing boss. Pointing at her with a tense expression, it ordered, "Hurry up and agree, young miss. You have to seize this opportunity. The good person card is waving at you." The system's nagging made Gu Sidong's expression darken. After thinking for a moment, she could only go along with it. "Fine, but I have business to handle right now. We'll talk after my meeting." Receiving the answer he had hoped for, Sujio smiled brightly. "I'm free today. If I won't disturb you, may I accompany you, President Gu? I'll wait quietly outside until you finish your work." Gu Sidong merely turned and walked away, casually replying, "Do as you like." Inside the conference room, Gu Sidong was discussing business with her employees. "We'll proceed with the acquisition plan as agreed." Meeting adjourned. Everyone immediately replied, "Yes, President Gu." Meanwhile, Sujio grew bored while waiting for Gu Sidong, so he took out his phone and started playing a game. Several female employees suddenly passed by. Some took out their phones to photograph him, while others could not help exclaiming, "Isn't that Sujio? He's so handsome." Another woman blushed and whispered to the person beside her, "It looks like he's waiting for someone." Her companion also blushed and replied, "President Gu is in a meeting inside. He must be waiting for her." While everyone was gossiping, Gu Sitong emerged from the conference room and scolded them. "Why are you standing around instead of working?" Her voice startled them, and they hurriedly warned one another, "President Gu is here. Let's go." Hearing the commotion, Sujio quickly looked up. After all the female employees had left, he walked over to Gu Sitong, lightly tapped his own head, and smiled sheepishly. I caused you trouble again, but you still hadn't given me an answer. I was afraid I might miss my chance if I went somewhere else, so I had no choice but to wait here." Hearing his explanation, she could not help laughing. She thought, why is this brat becoming better and better at flattering people? He acts cute and tries to please me at every opportunity. After a moment's thought, she turned to leave but glanced back at the man behind her. "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me to dinner? Where are we eating?" Hearing this, Sujio immediately looked like a delighted puppy wagging its tail. "Okay." The employees nearby blushed and exclaimed excitedly, "They're being so sweet. They're definitely dating." At a Japanese barbecue restaurant, all the customers and waitresses were stunned by Sujio's good looks. Blushing, the waitress clutched her notepad and stared at him. "Welcome. Please let me know when you're ready to order." People nearby whispered to their friends, "Isn't that Sujio? I can hardly believe my eyes. I can't believe we ran into a celebrity here." Meanwhile, the man at the center of attention politely replied, "All right, thank you." The waitress was so excited she felt as though she could fly. She thought, it's Goddess Gu and Sujio. "I can't believe I'm seeing the two of them on a date from this close. My favorite couple is so sweet." Gu Sidong was no less captivating than Sujio. The male customers gazed longingly at her and whispered with flushed faces, "Gu Sidong really is gorgeous." So even a goddess likes barbecue. After looking through the menu for a while, she ordered 1 serving of premium pork belly. The other female customers kept staring at Sujio, and some even took out their phones to photograph him. "Wow, he's so handsome." Their behavior made him break out in a cold sweat. Looking slightly uncomfortable, he silently held the menu. Someone in the restaurant secretly took a picture of them and posted it on social media with the caption, "Gu Sidong and Sujio are on a date." The post was titled, "I ran into the nation's heart-throbbing goddess at a Japanese barbecue restaurant." It quickly shot to the top of the trending searches, making reporters' eyes light up. A man wearing a hat hurriedly said, "Gu Sidong and Sujio are on a date nearby." The person beside him adjusted his glasses and asked, "Which restaurant? Let's go." This is breaking news. Gu Sidong's phone rang as well. When she answered, Peiyu hurriedly reported from the other end, "President Gu, reporters have surrounded the restaurant where you two are eating." She froze upon hearing that. Peiyu continued gravely, President Gu. The main entrance is completely blocked. If you leave through the front, it will definitely cause chaos. The entrance is already packed. For your safety, it would be best to use the back door. I'll arrange for a car to wait there. A restaurant employee rushed outside and shouted, "We're full. Take a number and line up. No one without a number may enter." The crowd kept shouting, "I want to see the goddess. Let me in." After Gu Sidong ended the call, Sujio immediately asked from across the table, "What's going on?" After hanging up, she stared at her phone for a moment before standing. "Stop eating. We have to go." Her sudden words and actions left Sujio confused. Before he could react, Gu Sitong grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Surprised, he asked, "President Gu, where are we going?" She did not answer him directly. "No more questions. Hurry." The two of them soon reached the restaurant's back door. As soon as they stepped outside, Gu Sidong looked around and said, "Fans and reporters have blocked the main entrance. For our safety, we need to get out of here quickly." After hearing her explanation, Sujio thought, "So she's doing this to protect me." Just then, a luxury car pulled up. When Gu Sidong saw it, she immediately called out, "The car's here. Let's go." Suddenly, someone spotted them and shouted, "The goddess is over here." Just as they were about to enter the car, the shout startled them, and they realized they had been discovered. Gu Sidong glanced at Sujio. "They found a back door, too. Get in." He quickly replied, "Okay." They immediately climbed into the car. The driver sped away at once, ignoring the people chasing, shoving, and shouting behind them. Once they were safely away, Gu Sidong rubbed her head and said helplessly, "I can't believe we were recognized just for going out to eat." Sujio sat beside her with a flushed face because she was still holding his hand tightly. He could only stare at his feet and reply, "That's right, we're famous now, so we can't casually appear in public anymore." She finally noticed something was amiss. Looking down, she realized she was still tightly holding his hand. Realizing she had overstepped, Gu Sidong hurriedly pulled her hand away. She turned aside and said with a blush, "I'll take you home first." He sat as still as a statue, his face bright red and completely speechless. After thinking for a moment, Sujio said seriously, "President Gu, if I go home today, I'm afraid the reporters will discover where I live." He continued softly, "Could you let me stay at your place for one night?" Gu Sitong looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "What? You want to stay at my house tonight?" Seeing her overreaction, he immediately put on a pitiful puppy-like expression and said in a trembling, tearful voice, "President Gu, don't you want to be a good person? Can't you even grant this tiny request?" Gu Sidong froze at his puppy-eyed expression and thought, when did this brat become so cunning? She turned her face away, glanced at him, and warned fine. "You have a point. It really wouldn't be safe for you to go home tonight. But if you come to my house, you must behave yourself." Having gotten what he wanted, he obediently replied like a child, "Yes, President Gu." After a while on the road, they arrived at Gu Sitong's house. Sujio stared at the house in stunned amazement, his face turning red. He asked in surprise, "President Gu, do you live alone in such a large house?" She leisurely walked inside and replied, "Yes." Hearing that, he looked in the direction she was heading and asked, "Don't you find it lonely?" She turned back to look at him. "Not really." Then she pointed upstairs. "The bedrooms are on the second floor. Choose whichever room you like and get some rest." Night had fallen. There was no moon or starlight, only thick black clouds covering the entire sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead. Somehow, Sujio had entered Gu Sitong's bedroom, tightly clutching a pillow against his chest. Thunder rumbled again outside, and the sleeping Gu Sitong suddenly rolled over to face where he stood. Sensing someone standing there, she grew uneasy. A moment later, she frowned and opened her eyes. In the darkness, she vaguely saw him clutching a pillow and looking miserably at her. A few seconds later, she fully woke up and hurriedly switched on the light. Sitting up, she looked at him and asked, "What are you doing? Why did you come into my room in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Still hugging the pillow, Sujio looked frightened. "President Gu, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you?" Gu Sidong immediately blushed, unsure how to answer. Seeing her still frozen, Sujio hurriedly explained, "When I was little, my father was an alcoholic. Every time he got drunk, he beat my mother and me." Dark memories of his past surfaced in his mind. His mother held her son tightly in her arms as tears streamed down his injured face. She pleaded fearfully, "Please stop hitting the boy. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." A family photograph in an ornate frame fell and shattered. Holding a bottle of alcohol, the drunken man roared at the mother and son, "I'm the only one earning money to support you, and you still dare make demands? I can do whatever I want. I'll beat you both to death." Suju slowly continued. My mother couldn't take it anymore, so she took me and fled from home. In his memory, his mother carried him through the pouring rain. His voice suddenly grew somber. But then she took me to a small alley. I couldn't tell whether her face was wet with tears or rain. She hurriedly told me, "Son, wait here for me. I have something to do, but I'll be back soon." She quickly pressed several bills into his hand and told him to buy food if he got hungry. He stared blankly, unable to understand her words or actions. Before he could say anything, she turned and left. He choked out, "My mother abandoned me too." Memories of the past flooded back. As a young boy, Sujio had huddled in the alley, tightly clutching the money his mother had given him. From that day onward, I always lived alone, he said slowly. The memories of his childhood threatened to overwhelm him. His voice trembled. "I'm terrified of being abandoned again." Sujio trembled as a hand rested on his shoulder, and someone repeatedly called his name. Startled and frightened, he hurriedly grabbed the person's hand and squeezed his eyes shut. "Please don't abandon me." Gu Sidong silently watched him huddling in the corner. After a moment of thought, she sat down and pulled Sujio into her arms. Stroking his hair, she comforted him. "I won't abandon you." She suddenly found herself distracted by his soft hair. She had not expected it to feel so soft and pleasant. Just then, thunder boomed outside. Terrified, Sujio threw himself at Gu Sitong and held her tightly, causing both of them to fall over. He clung tightly to her and refused to let go, while Gu Sitong was too stunned to react. When she regained her senses, she glanced at the man holding her and thought, "Is this brat doing this on purpose?" After a while, Gu Sidong finally composed herself. "If you're truly afraid, you can sleep on the floor. You're not allowed on the bed." Sujio hurriedly replied, "All right." Hearing that, she inwardly cursed, "Were you trying to crush me to death?" They then settled into their respective sleeping places. Lying on the floor, Sujio looked up at the bed. "President Gu, can we leave the light on?" Gu Sitong's expression darkened. Although annoyed, she restrained herself and agreed. But then Sujio spoke again. "President Gu, I'm still a little scared. Can I hold your hand?" Unable to tolerate another request, Gu Sitong immediately lost her temper. She quickly sat up and glared at him on the floor. "That's enough. Don't push your luck." After being scolded, Sujio immediately fell silent and looked at her with wounded eyes. He quickly hugged his blanket and looked at her like a pitiful puppy. But, seeing that expression, Gu Sidong thought that look again. She sighed helplessly. "Fine, you can hold it." With that, she extended her hand toward him. Now that he had permission, he sat up and slowly took her hand. Their fingers soon intertwined. Having gotten what he wanted, he smiled smugly and thought, "Gu Sidong, you offer me your hand first, so I'm not letting go." By the next morning, the previous night's rain had left the trees surrounding Gu Sidong's house lush and green. The morning sunlight shone directly into the room, causing the sleeping Gu Sidong to frown and raise a hand to shield her eyes. She sat up and looked down at the floor. Seeing that the mattress had already been neatly folded, she wondered where Sujio had gone. When she went downstairs, Sujio appeared and smiled at her. "President Gu, you're awake. I've finished making breakfast. Please have a seat." The dining table was already covered with delicious dishes he had prepared. Looking at the table in surprise, Gu Sidong asked as he pulled out a chair, "Did you make all this?" He hurriedly replied, "Yes." Once she was seated, he approached her with all the attentiveness of a newlywed. "I don't know whether the food suits your tastes. If you don't like it, just tell me what you enjoy eating, and I'll learn how to make it." Gu Sidong put a spoonful of food in her mouth and replied, "There isn't really anything I dislike." Halfway through speaking, she paused. Sujio, who was standing beside her and pouring tea, also fell silent. After tasting the food he had made, a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. "It tastes pretty good." Sujio stood beside her with an apologetic expression. Looking away, he said, "President Gu, I'm sorry for troubling you last night." Hearing his apology, Gu Sitong looked at him and replied, "It's good that you realize it." Before she could feel pleased for more than a few seconds, she looked at him again. "So you think I'm a good person, don't you?" He froze before answering, "President Gu, a good person wouldn't ask someone that." He slowly removed his apron and said, "Pei will be here to pick me up soon. I'll be going now, so take your time eating." Gu Sidong immediately gestured for Sujio to hurry up and leave, but he did not seem rushed. Instead, he leaned close to her ear, leaving her confused. He then whispered, "I'm going to miss you very much." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Sitong remained seated, silently staring after him in a daze. Peiyu's car was already waiting outside, and Sujio leisurely climbed in. After he settled into his seat, Peiyu glanced at him and asked, "Sujio, you and President Gu, Before he could finish, Sujio interrupted him. I know where to draw the line. Having received the answer he wanted, Peiyu turned back and focused on driving. That's good. But if President Gu likes you, there would be nothing wrong with the two of you actually getting together. Sujio merely gazed calmly out the window. She doesn't like me. At least, not yet. Hearing that, Peiyu merely glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said nothing. 1 month later, at the Xie Group headquarters, Lu Minmin hurried down the corridor with an enraged expression. She could not understand what Xie Zhou was thinking. He had clearly promised her the supporting female role in Moon in the Water, Flower in the Mirror, yet everything had suddenly changed. She frowned and thought everything had already been settled, but he changed his mind. Men really can't be trusted. Just as she finished that thought, she reached Xie Zhou's office and quickly knocked on the door. She had looked displeased outside, but the moment she entered, Lu Minmin smiled brightly and called out, President Xie. She walked over to his desk, sat down, and spoke coyly. You wouldn't answer my calls, so I had to come here in person. Seeing her, Xie Zhou rested his chin on his hand and asked with interest, Oh, what happened? Since he had gone straight to the point, she moved behind him. She placed one hand on his shoulder and caressed his chest with the other, speaking in an aggrieved tone. Didn't you say the supporting female role in Moon in the Water, Flower in the Mirror would be mine? Lu Minmin wrapped her arms around his shoulders and stared pitifully into his eyes. I've been preparing for this role for a long time. I've read the script countless times, but today my manager suddenly told me that the production had replaced me. After hearing her explanation, Xie Zhou asked, How could that happen? Lu Minmin looked away and replied resentfully, I don't know. They not only want to replace me, but they've even agreed to pay the contractual penalty. I've prepared for so long, yet they replaced me without hesitation. They clearly have no respect for you. Hearing that, Xie Zhou removed her hand from his body. Here's what we'll do. I'll call them later and find out exactly what happened. Go home and wait for my answer. Having achieved her goal, she immediately dropped the sorrowful maiden act. She happily kissed him on the cheek and said, All right, I'll go home and wait for your answer. After Lu Minmin left, Xie Zhou immediately summoned Xie Dan and questioned him. What happened? Didn't I already give the production my instructions? Why was Lu Minmin replaced? Isn't this a public slap in my face? Xie Dan immediately replied, It was the largest investor's request, and they increased their investment as well. The investor is Gu Sitong. The moment Xie Zhou heard that name, his expression darkened. He repeatedly tapped the desk and said, Her? I remember that film belonged to Chungrui Entertainment. What does it have to do with her? Xie Dan answered, She acquired Chungrui Entertainment and is now the company's largest shareholder. Hearing that, Xie Zhou stopped tapping the desk. After a moment of silence, he looked at the man before him, pointed toward the door, and ordered, Arrange a meeting with her. Gu Sitong scrutinized the man sitting across from her and asked, Why did you want to see me? Seated in a chair and holding a cigarette, Xie Zhou said leisurely, Miss Gu certainly is busy. It took me so many attempts just to get a meeting with you. She sat in the chair opposite him and replied coldly, Yes. So if you have something to say, keep it brief. Xie Zhou became serious. Since you're being so direct, Miss Gu, I'll get straight to the point. Was replacing Lu Minmin your decision? Gu Sitong did not avoid the question and answered directly, If you can break the rules to get her into the production, then naturally, I can replace her. Is there a problem? Surprised by her words, Xie Zhou raised the cigarette to his lips and took a drag. He thought, this woman actually dares admit it so bluntly. He looked at her searchingly. May I ask why you're targeting Lu Minmin, Miss Gu? Gu Sitong replied calmly. That's an interesting question, President Xie. She insulted and bullied me in the past and constantly tried to ostracize me. Why should I treat her well? Am I supposed to be some self-sacrificing saint? Seeing that she had already taken Lu Minmin's role away, Xie Zhou changed the subject. Then let me ask you something else. He looked at her seriously and asked, President Gu, which family do you belong to? Hearing this question, Gu Sitong slowly stood and replied, I can't tell you. If there's nothing else, President Xie, I'll take my leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. She turned back and said to the man behind her, Oh, right. Before I go, I'd like to give you a small gift. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag. Gu Sitong then placed a flash drive on the table. Staring at the gift she had left behind, he froze and wondered, a flash drive? A week passed. At a luxurious hotel, Lu Minmin paced back and forth, thinking anxiously. Xie Zhou hasn't answered my calls all week, and I can't find him at the company. It seems like he's deliberately avoiding me. She stared at the hotel entrance and thought impatiently. It took me so much effort to find out that he's having dinner here tonight. I have to ask him exactly what happened. A while later, Siezhou emerged, straightening his clothes, with his assistant following behind him. Upon seeing the man she had been waiting for, she immediately approached him and asked ingratiatingly, "President Xie, why haven't you been answering my calls? What happened with the role change?" However, he merely looked at her coldly and said, "Miss Liu, it's over between us." Stunned by his words, Lu Minmin asked, "It's over?" She grabbed Siezhou's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. "President Xie, why? Did I do something wrong?" Even the hand gripping his sleeve began to tremble. Seeing her clinging to him, his eyes filled with disgust. He shoved Lu Minmin away and shouted, "Get lost!" The shove sent her falling backward, and she screamed, "Ah!" Amid the tense atmosphere, a young woman ran out of the hotel and called to him, "Siezhou." The beautiful young woman looked coquettishly at Siezhou. "Wait for me." After catching up with him, she linked her arm through his and said, "Let's go." Lu Minmin staggered to her feet, clutching her injured elbow with one hand. So that heartless man has already found someone new. When she saw Siezhou leaving with the woman, she tried to run after them, but his assistant blocked her. She could only shout, "President Xie, why are you breaking up with me? Why? I didn't do anything. Why are you treating me like this?" The assistant looked at her and said, "Miss Liu, President Xie has made his position perfectly clear. Stop clinging to him. Besides, President Xie never loved you." Those words jolted Lu Minmin awake, and tears streamed down her face. "That's right. He never once admitted that I was his girlfriend." Before she could respond, Siet Dan handed her a flash drive and said, "He asked me to give this to you. Once you've seen what's on it, you'll understand." After a brief pause, Siet Dan warned her, "Also, never approach President Xie again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Lu Minmin stared silently at the flash drive in Siet Dan's hand. Later, at Lu Minmin's home, she sat at her computer, typing on the keyboard. A presenter's voice came from the television behind her. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to our latest entertainment news program. Today, we are honored to welcome Yi Fong, director of the upcoming film, The Infernal Realm." Meanwhile, she inserted the flash drive Siet Dan had given her into the computer. After clicking a few times, Lu Minmin's face filled with horror. She repeatedly muttered, "No, that's impossible." The drive contained photographs of her behaving intimately with another man. Realizing her actions had been exposed, she screamed, "Who gave these pictures to Siezhou? Who's trying to ruin me?" As Lu Minmin trembled with rage, the presenter's voice continued from the television. "The film is scheduled to air next summer, and the highly anticipated female lead in the Infernal Realm will be played by popular newcomer Gu Sidong." The presenter turned excitedly to the guest and asked, "Director, Yifong rarely casts newcomers. What made you choose a newcomer named Gu Sidong? Let's hear what the director has to say." Lu Minmin stared at the television, too shocked to speak. Then a vicious thought emerged in her mind. "They're mine. Those roles were supposed to belong to me. They should all be mine." Her face twisted with fury as she frowned. "Gu Sidong ruined me. I'll make her pay. I'll make her wish she were dead." Meanwhile, at the film studio, Sujio entered from outside and approached a man. "Hello, is Gu Sidong here?" The crew member quickly recognized him and replied, "Oh, it's you, Sujio. President, Gu might be in the lounge. Go take a look." After receiving his answer, Sujio turned to leave and waved. "Thank you." The other man waved back. "You're welcome." After making his way through the studio, Sujio arrived outside Gu Sidong's dressing room. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. He withdrew his hand and wondered, "Is she not here?" After hesitating briefly, he opened the door and went inside. As soon as he entered, Sujio repeatedly called, "President Gu? Gu Sidong." When no one answered, he looked around and thought, "She really isn't here. I'll wait for her then." Suddenly, a hand reached for the dressing room's main power switch outside and pulled it down. The room instantly went dark. Sujio wondered in confusion. Did the power go out? The next second, a shadowy figure approached and pressed a drug cloth over Sujio's face. He struggled desperately and tried to pull the attacker's hand away, but it was useless. His mouth was covered too tightly for him to scream, so he could only make a few muffled sounds. A moment later, Sujio's vision gradually blurred. After another few seconds, he lost consciousness. The system immediately appeared before Gu Sidong and cried in panic, "Young miss, this is bad. Sujio has been kidnapped. Hearing the news, she looked at the system in confusion. What? My good person card has been kidnapped. When the system saw that she still seemed doubtful, it waved even more frantically. It's true, young miss. If anything happens to Sujio, we'll have to start all over again. Realizing the system was serious, she said sternly, who's bold enough to kidnap one of my people? Tell me Sujio's current location. At the same time, inside warehouse 230 on Mountain Sea Road, one man stared at the bound Sujio and asked his companion in confusion, Boss, that woman told us to kidnap a girl. Why'd you bring back a man? After a moment of silence, the leader hurriedly defended himself. That's not right. She clearly told us to kidnap whoever was in the lounge. She never said whether it was a man or a woman. Hearing his boss's explanation, the subordinate could only reply helplessly, as if whatever the boss said had to be right. I see. Just then, 5 luxurious black cars pulled up outside the warehouse. A high-heeled shoe stepped out of one of the cars. A bodyguard quickly approached Gu Sidong and reported, President Gu, we've arrived. After hearing him, she calmly ordered, kick down the door. Another bodyguard swiftly kicked the warehouse door off its hinges. The 2 kidnappers jumped in fright and angrily shouted. The subordinate yelled, Who's there? The leader immediately added, You would dare kick down our door? Do you have a death wish? The subordinate looked toward the entrance and saw 6 tall, imposing figures and 1 slender figure. Gu Sidong stood there watching before coldly ordering her bodyguards to attack. When the 2 kidnappers saw the bodyguards' powerful builds, they immediately dropped to their knees, raised both hands, and said, We surrender. Their reaction left 3 of her bodyguards speechless. Gu Sidong walked over to Sujio, untied him, and comforted him. You're safe now. As soon as he was freed, Sujio threw himself into her arms and held her tightly. You finally came. Gu Sidong did not push him away. She gently patted his back to comfort him. After securing her good person card, she approached the 2 kneeling kidnappers and interrogated them. Who ordered you to kidnap me? The leader immediately replied, We don't know who it was. We only communicated by phone. Hearing this, she took out a phone. She handed it to the kidnapper and said, Call that person now and tell her you've captured her target. The leader hurriedly accepted the phone with both hands. Yes, of course. The phone rang for a while before the person on the other end answered. He immediately said, It's me. We've captured the target. You can pay us now. However, the mastermind was no fool and demanded that he send her a photograph. Standing beside him, Gu Sidong frowned when she heard the voice over the phone. That voice sounds familiar. A realization flashed through Gu Sidong's mind. That's Lu Minmin's voice. After ending the call, the leader returned the phone with both hands and said shakily, We've made the call. That woman was the one who hired us. We were only doing it for the money. Please be merciful and spare us. Seeing them beg, she frowned and said, I can spare you. But after a brief pause, Gu Sidong's expression darkened. You must compensate him twice over. Make that woman suffer everything Sujio suffered. After dealing with the situation at the warehouse, Gu Sidong went to a hotel. Sitting beside Sujio in the room, she asked, Were you frightened? He immediately shook his head vigorously, but then reached out and clutched her sleeve. Seeing this, Gu Sidong sighed. And you claim you weren't scared. A few seconds later, she asked seriously, Sujio, do you like me? Realizing that she had discovered his feelings, he immediately let go, his eyes filling with anxiety. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't do it again. Gu Sidong looked at him and said, If people aren't scheming against you, they're bullying you. What would you do if you left my side? Gu Sidong took Sujio's hand and continued, Let me think. With your gentle personality. Before he could say anything, she kissed him. After the kiss, Gu Sidong looked at him and continued, From now on, you're mine. Suhiu blushed. How could I let a girl say it first? He then embraced her solemnly and confessed, Gu Sidong, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? She embraced him in return. Yes. Night had fallen. On a mountain road, 2 cars were engaged in a high-speed chase. Driving the car in front, Lu Minmin trembled and gritted her teeth. What's happening? Gu Sidong actually sent those kidnappers after me for revenge. In the car behind her, the 2 kidnappers from that morning pursued her relentlessly. The leader kept urging the subordinate behind the wheel. Catch her. That woman is worth a fortune. Faster. Go faster. Inside Lu Minmin's car, she tried to slow down but screamed in horror, The brakes are broken! She repeatedly stomped on the brake pedal, but no matter how hard she pressed, it did nothing. Lu Minmin's face turned deathly pale as tears poured down her cheeks. Her car then smashed through the guardrail and plunged into the ravine. The next morning dawned bright and clear. At the film studio, Soo-jio sat in the waiting room, reading the news on his phone. A live report suddenly appeared. Holding a microphone, the reporter announced, an actress surnamed Liu died at 4 o'clock this morning in what is believed to have been a traffic accident while fleeing from assassins. The connection between the two incidents remains under investigation. Upon hearing this, Soo-jio thought in alarm, she's dead. He hurriedly ran out. Soon, Soo-jio reached Gu Sitong's lounge. The moment he entered, he called, "Darling." Gu Sitong was reading a script. Hearing someone call her, she looked over and asked, "What do you want?" Now that he had his lover's attention, Soo-jio moved closer and called again, "Darling." He quickly raised his phone, which was playing the news report, and continued, "Have you seen the latest news? Lu Minmin is dead. How did she die, darling?" Gu Sitong rested her chin on her hand and calmly looked at her boyfriend sitting before her. "Why are you asking me?" Seeing that she remained calm, he asked anxiously, "Will the police suspect you?" Gu Sitong closed her eyes and replied, "I only told them to teach her a small lesson. How she died has nothing to do with me." She then looked at him and shook her head. "Also, stop calling me darling." However, he took her hand, brought it to his lips, and said, "All right, darling." Then he kissed her. A female crew member entered behind them and witnessed everything. Tears immediately welled to her eyes as she thought, "This sweet and sour display of affection is absolutely delicious." Time flew, and soon it was New Year. The city was blanketed in white snow, while the cheerful sound of firecrackers echoed everywhere. At Gu Sitong's home, she and Soo-jio were asleep in bed. Soo-jio slowly woke and gazed at the woman in his arms. "You look so adorable when you're asleep." He gently rubbed his nose against her and whispered, "If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you." Seeing that she was still asleep, he smiled mischievously. "Darling, it's time to get up." When she remained silent, Soo-jio kissed her. Gu Sitong woke up and said, "Who gave you permission to kiss me while I was asleep? Move aside." Her living room was already filled with New Year decorations. Soo-jio was putting a decoration on the wall when he looked at her and asked, "My darling Sitong, aren't you going to help me?" She answered bluntly, "No, it's too boring." Seeing how heartless his girlfriend was, he walked over and sat on the floor, resting both hands on her thighs as he whined, "But it'll take me forever if I do it alone." When she remained focused on her phone and ignored him, Soo-jio used his ultimate move. "My darling is the kindest person in the world." Gu Sitong seemed to become surrounded by the radiant aura of a good person and could only fall silent. A while later, he finally persuaded her. The two decorated the house together. Once they finished, the entire home was filled with a festive New Year atmosphere. Gu Sitong stood by the window, her gaze still fixed on her phone. Soo-jio approached from behind, embraced her, and said, "Happy New Year." Seeing him, Gu Sitong raised her phone and asked, "Did you post this?" His social media page was displayed on the screen. The post was titled Official Announcement and included a photograph of him and Gu Sitong together. "Suhuri plaid ko singli, Jis. You have to give me an official status." She merely answered indifferently, "Do whatever you want." He hugged her tightly and confessed, "Gu Sitong, I love you." Time flew, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. At an award ceremony, the host announced excitedly, "I hereby declare that the winner of Best Actor at the 20th Golden Dragon Awards is Soo-jio." After accepting the award, he stood on stage and delivered his speech. "My greatest dream has always been to act, but life does not always go as we wish. Not everyone is born with the best opportunities. I once worked extremely hard to pursue acting, but in the end, I gained nothing. Still, I have no regrets because I fought for my dream." Then I met her. The stage lights shone toward Gu Sitong, who was sitting in the audience. Soo-jio gazed at the woman he loved and continued, "She is my benefactor, the most important person in my life, and the dream I will pursue for the rest of my days. I will devote everything I have to her." His expression turned solemn and expectant. "Today, I have finally earned the right to stand here. There's something I want to ask you. Gu Sitong, will you marry me?" Faced with the unexpected proposal, she answered without hesitation, "Yes, I will." The two registered their marriage and later held a romantic wedding. Although Gu Sitong had already obtained her good person card, she ultimately chose to remain in this world and spend the rest of her life with Soo-jio. Indeed, the most beautiful love is as gentle and warm as rice wine when first encountered, yet leaves a sweetness that lingers forever. Gu Sitong's mission in the celebrity world had come to an end. Her mission in another world was about to begin. The post-apocalyptic tycoon, Just as its name implied, the world outside was chaotic and devastated. The crimson sky seemed ready to burn everything on Earth. Gunshots rang out continuously from an unknown location, startling her awake. She rubbed her eyes and wondered, where are those gunshots coming from? She sat up, looked around, and murmured, "Where am I?" The gunfire outside grew increasingly intense, forcing her to cover her ears and clutch her head. "It's so loud I could die." After fully regaining consciousness, Gu Sidong immediately thought, "It looks like what that lousy system said was true. I'm dead." She silently hugged herself and continued thinking, "I have to complete the mission before I can return." Gu Sidong slowly rose to her feet and said, "Then this place is..." She walked over to the window and cautiously looked outside. Her eyes immediately widened at the sight of the zombies outside. Her head began to spin, and she said grimly, "What did I just see? Zombies." As soon as she spoke, the one she had just mentioned appeared. Waving cheerleading batons, the system smiled and said, "Welcome to the apocalypse, young miss." It quickly added, "Your memories of your previous life have been sealed, right? Oh, by the way, I'm an anthropomorphic system. Feel free to ask me anything." Hearing the system ramble, she shot a sharp sideways glance and folded her arms. "No need. I already know how this generally works." Hearing this, the system explained, "This world requires a great many crystal cores, and they aren't easy to carry." It then took out a bag and continued, "This is a spatial bag that can store food." After examining it, she reached out and took it. "Is this mine?" The system hurriedly waved its hands. "No, I'm only lending it to you." It then waved its hand and conjured 10 good person cards, smiling as it said, "If you want to own it, you only need to pay 10 good person cards." Upon hearing the price of the spatial bag, her expression darkened. Trembling, she gripped the bag tightly. 10 cards. Hearing her ominous tone, the system immediately surrendered, frantically waving its fingers as it quietly bargained. 5 cards. "I can't go any lower." Spotting an opening, she gave it a sidelong glance. "You dropped 3 cards." A moment later, the spatial bag chimed softly, indicating that it had successfully bound itself to its owner. The words "property of Gu Sitong" appeared on the bag. The system instantly flew into a rage. Hands on its hips, it glared indignantly at her. "Automatic binding? That's completely unscientific. It must be a data error." Seeing its fury, Gu Sidong clutched the spatial bag tightly. "It's mine now. Hurry up and tell me what mission I need to complete." The system had no choice but to open the system interface with both hands and upload the plot. "Please accept it." Once the upload was complete, the plot of this world appeared in midair. The original host was a university student who had grown up in an orphanage and aspired to become a worthy successor to socialism. An image of the original host appeared, showing her diligently taking notes. But disaster struck when the apocalypse arrived. The image showed the original host desperately fleeing from a horde of zombies. A new scene then appeared. The original host met Ningyu, a beautiful and kind-hearted woman who had awakened a superpower. The two quickly became close friends. An image of Ningyu appeared as she reached out toward the original host. But at that moment, a zombie suddenly grabbed her arm. The original host never expected Ningyu, who had treated her so well, to react not by struggling free and escaping, but by swiftly snatching the necklace from around her neck. It was all because of the jade pendant the original host had always carried with her. After obtaining what she wanted, Ningyu gave a sinister smile and quickly put on the jade pendant. The jade pendant proved that she was the base leader's long-lost daughter, so Ningyu gained the protection of the base's elite fighters. She stood on top of the vehicle. She shoved the original host toward the horde of zombies and screamed excitedly, "Die!" The original host cried out in terror, "No." She was bitten. Although she miraculously survived, Ningyu claimed that she had been infected and imprisoned her in a laboratory as a test subject until she died. The image showed the original host lying on a bed, her body covered in wires and breathing tubes. After hearing the entire plot, Gu Sitong clicked her tongue and said grimly, "How tragic." The system immediately consoled her. "If she weren't so miserable, there would be no need for you, young miss." Her fighting spirit instantly ignited. Gu Sitong cracked her wrist and said, "If she wants to provoke me, I'll just eliminate her." Seeing her murderous determination, the system immediately stopped her. "Young miss, you can't. If you eliminate her, you'll be sent back too." Gu Sitong was instantly bewildered. The system conjured a board and drew out a solution. For now, the best plan is to reclaim the jade pendant and expose Ningyu's true nature so that she'll be forced to live in misery. Gu Sidong turned around and headed back to bed. The system stared at her blankly. What are you doing? Gu Sidong turned away and replied, sleeping. What else would I be doing? The system said, but this place is already surrounded by zombies. Shouldn't we be escaping? Without opening her eyes, she buried her head beneath the blanket and replied, maintaining one's health is the most important thing. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Terrified, the system threw itself into her arms, flailing wildly. Ah, help! The zombies are here. She quickly shoved it away and snapped. Get lost. Stop disturbing my rest. A new mission suddenly appeared. Spend 50 crystal cores within 2 hours. The crystal cores have been placed in the spatial bag. Please check and accept them. Gu Sitong held out both hands to accept the mission while the system stared in bewilderment. She helped the trembling system to its feet and said, in a situation like this, where am I supposed to spend 50 crystal cores? Are the zombies outside planning to dig out our brains? Just then, a group of armed people kicked down the door and interrupted their conversation. A tall man holding a gun shouted, don't move. The people behind him slowly entered as well. Upon seeing them, an idea flashed through Gu Sidong's mind. I've got it. 3 men stormed into Gu Sidong's room, and one of them pointed his weapon directly at her as she sat on the bed. The bespectacled man beside him, who served as the brains of the group, hurriedly warned Brother Bao to be careful because she might have a weapon. Gu Sidong sat up and began feeling around beneath her pillow for something. After receiving the warning, Brother Bao, the group's muscle, watched her closely. Still gripping his gun tightly, he warned, pretty lady, I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? The remaining man, Xia Cheng, whose only talent seemed to be panicking, urged him, Brother Bao, shoot. She's looking for a gun. After finding what she needed, Gu Sidong slipped on her shoes. She then casually swept her hand across the table, and a pile of crystal cores fell onto it. Before the men could say anything, Gu Sidong sat down in a chair and opened negotiations. Want to trade? Dichio approached and pointed at the pile on the table. Brother Bao, these look like crystal cores. Beside him, Xia Cheng shoved his hands into his pockets and said, there must be dozens of them. We're rich. But Brother Bao remained suspicious. He stared at her as though she were a ghost and discussed it with the others. She's just a helpless young woman. How could she have so many crystal cores? Dichio hurriedly added, how many zombies would someone have to kill to get this many? This is strange. Xia Cheng chimed in. With this many, Brother Bao should be able to advance, right? What does she want from us in exchange? Brother Bao nodded. Should we ask her? Seeing the 3 men whispering among themselves, Gu Sidong picked up a crystal core and asked impatiently, are you trading or not? Brother Bao cautiously asked, what do you want from us? Instead of answering immediately, she asked, what do you have? Dichio took off his backpack and said, everything is in here. The backpack contained a few cans of water and some daily necessities. Seeing the meager supplies, Gu Sidong looked openly disdainful. You're really poor. Give me all this food, and you can have every crystal core. Brother Bao immediately beamed and swept all the crystal cores into the backpack. He quickly closed it and said, thank you, boss. The next day, the world outside lay in ruins. As the 3 men walked down the street together, Dichio asked Brother Bao whether there were any zombies nearby. Brother Bao confidently replied, don't worry. I absorbed all the crystal cores yesterday, and I've grown much stronger. The moment they mentioned zombies, a horde appeared, growling incessantly. Dichio broke out in a cold sweat and stared at them. Boss, what do we do now? There are zombies. The man they called Boss also looked grim. He shouted to the other 2, run, go left. The other 2 hurried after him. At the intersection, vehicles lay scattered everywhere, some stained with blood. A horde of zombies surrounded 2 vehicles. Suddenly, a red off-road vehicle came charging out of nowhere and executed a perfect turn before the zombies' stunned eyes. It quickly stopped in front of the 3 men. Gu Sidong called for them to get in. They hurried into the vehicle, and the moment they closed the doors, the surrounding zombies rapidly closed in. Gu Sidong's vehicle knocked them all to the ground. The vehicle sped down the road. From the back seat, Brother Bao looked at Gu Sidong behind the wheel and said, it's you? Thank you. While driving, she tossed a bag of crystal cores into the back seat. Here are 100 crystal cores. I'm hiring you to guide me to Jiang'an Base. Brother Bao stared at her blankly. You're hiring us? He immediately added, little sister, We can barely protect ourselves. There's no way we can guide you that far. Gu Sidong coldly replied, I'm just spending money to avert disaster and finding someone to drive for me along the way. You three are the only survivors left here, so I have no other choice. The three men huddled together to discuss it. Brother Bao folded his arms and looked at her. Is this girl an idiot? Di Chio, sitting in the middle, pondered before adding, anyway, there are three grown men here. Why should we be afraid of one woman? Xia Cheng, who seemed the most abnormal of the three, said, maybe she's fallen for our good looks. After thinking for a moment, Di Chio pointed at Brother Bao and introduced him. This is Brother Bao, our boss. He's the only one on our team with a superpower. He then put an arm around the man beside him and continued. This is Xia Cheng. He has an excellent memory and can remember maps of every city in the country. He then looked at Gu Sidong and introduced himself. My name is Di Chio. What's yours? She replied indifferently. Sitong. The system suddenly appeared and announced, good person card detected. The target is less than 1 kilometer away. A mission immediately appeared. Please complete the hidden mission to receive 1 good person card. Save Lu Ran from turning dark. The moment it finished speaking, Gu Sidong grabbed it and held it like a small doll. She asked sternly, are you kidding me? Elsewhere, inside a warehouse, a crowd surrounded a young man and condemned him. A woman shouted, why didn't you tell us you were bitten? Were you trying to get us all killed? Another person echoed, if no one had noticed, we would all have been finished. Another person cried out in fear, my God, I was standing so close to him just now. I nearly died of fright. Another voice shouted, kill him. Anyone who gets bitten will definitely become a zombie. There are so many people on our team. If he turns into a zombie and bites us, we're finished. Amid the crowd's vicious accusations, the young man who had been bitten by a zombie sat silently on the floor. His expression gradually darkened, and his face was covered in wounds of various sizes. Someone else called out, make him leave on his own. A long-haired man leaned against the wall with his arms folded and cautiously said to the young man, it would be best if you left on your own. Don't make things difficult for everyone. The girl beside him tugged on his clothes. Boss, we don't have to do that. We could tie him up. What if he doesn't turn into a zombie and awakens a superpower instead? The man replied uneasily. The chances of awakening a superpower are extremely low. Besides, this isn't up to me. Look at everyone around us. If we keep him here, we'll be the ones driven out. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she thought guiltily. I'm sorry, Lu Ran. You were bitten while saving me, but I can't afford to be driven out either. I can't help you. Someone hurled a bottle of water, striking Lu Ran directly in the head. The two people who had thrown it cursed, hurry up and get lost, you zombie. The surrounding crowd joined in, urging him to go as far away as possible. After being treated this way, Lu Ran merely curled his lips in contempt. He rose to his feet and said, you people are unbelievably stupid. Lu Ran no longer kept his head lowered. He stared directly at the crowd surrounding him, one hand on his hip, all traces of his previous gloom gone. The two people who had thrown the bottle grew frightened and hurriedly retreated. One of them pointed at him while backing away. What are you trying to do? Lu Ran ignored them, turned around, and left. He did not forget to glance at those who had cursed him and say, good luck, goodbye. Lu Ran left the warehouse and wandered aimlessly through the streets beneath the setting sun. As he walked without any destination in mind, Gu Sitong's bright red off-road vehicle approached and began driving alongside him. Inside the vehicle, the system sat in the driver's seat and pointed at Lu Ran. Young miss, the good person card has appeared. Hurry up and make your move. The vehicle immediately stopped. Gu Sidong lowered the window and called out to the man walking outside. Lu Ran, surprised to hear his name, he looked at her suspiciously. Do you know me? I don't have anything, so if you're trying to rob someone, you've picked the wrong person. Gu Sidong slowly got out of the vehicle and looked at him. Do you want to get in? Lu Ran froze, then quickly pulled up his sleeve to reveal the zombie bite. Are you sure you want me in your vehicle? I've already been bitten. Looking at Gu Sidong, he continued, could it be that you think I'll awaken a superpower? Seeing that Lu Ran still seemed wary, she merely said, Brother Bao, knock him out, before getting back into the vehicle. Receiving the order, Brother Bao cracked his knuckles and walked toward him. He looked at Lu Ran and advised, friend, you should just obediently come with us. Seeing that the man before him was nearly twice his size, Lu Ran became slightly frightened. When he still showed no intention of getting into the vehicle, Brother Bao swung his fist. Lu Ran blurted out, "Isn't this a kidnapping van?" Before he could finish, Brother Bao knocked him unconscious. Brother Bao then hoisted him over his shoulder like a sack and threw him into the vehicle. Gu Sitong's off-road vehicle sped down the road. Gu Sitong, Lu Ran, and Dichio were seated in the back. Sitting beside Lu Ran, Dichio fearfully pressed himself against the door. Lu Ran's body suddenly slumped toward Dichio. Terrified, Dichio hurriedly pushed him away and muttered repeatedly, "Go away. I don't taste good. Don't bite me." Dichio pushed so hard that Lu Ran fell onto Gu Sitong's shoulder. Her expression darkened. She shot Dichio a sidelong glare and frowned. "Do you have a death wish?" Just as she was about to push Lu Ran away, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Young miss, you cannot push him away. You must be gentle with the good person card." Gu Sitong ignored the warning and merely gave the system a sharp glare. Still, she withdrew her hand and said, "Shut up. Have you found his information yet?" The system immediately provided Gu Sitong with Lu Ran's information. Lu Ran was universally recognized as the most handsome man at his university. After the apocalypse began, he did not possess a superpower. Later, while saving a female teammate, he was bitten by a zombie and subsequently rejected and driven away by his other teammates. He developed a high fever and collapsed on the street. A girl rescued him, and he then awakened a superpower. Because she had saved his life, Lu Ran treated the girl extremely well. But that girl wasn't a good person either. She toyed with several men at once and merely used Lu Ran. Lu Ran probably felt that life was too difficult, so he turned dark. After hearing the system's information, Gu Sitong looked at the man beside her and murmured, "It's a little tragic, but that's still a rather flimsy reason to turn dark. Now that I've picked him up, he won't meet that girl, so he shouldn't turn dark anymore, right?" Someone in the vehicle suddenly said, "Sitong, I think he's awake." Still leaning against Gu Sitong's shoulder, Lu Ran slowly opened his eyes. After receiving the notification, she leaned toward the person beside her with a gloomy expression and crossed her arms. "If you're awake, hurry up and get up. My shoulder is completely numb." Hearing this, his face instantly flushed red. He quickly sat up, rubbing his head with one hand as he said awkwardly, "Sorry." Xia Cheng, sitting in the front passenger seat, eagerly asked, "How do you feel?" Dichio sat trembling beside him, clutching the door tightly as he stammered, "Do you feel like biting anyone?" Hearing the question, Lu Ran curled his lips into a mischievous smile. "A little." His answer frightened the young man even more. Dichio hurriedly rolled down the window and repeatedly shouted, "Help! Let me out!" Seeing his expression, Lu Ran could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Realizing he had been teased, Dichio's face darkened as he glared at Lu Ran. "That wasn't funny at all." Lu Ran continued laughing. "Sorry, I couldn't resist teasing you all. After all, everyone looked so brave." Gu Sitong then asked, "How long ago were you bitten?" Hearing her question, Lu Ran turned around, thought for a moment, and replied, "Probably about 28 hours ago." Dichio said, "If we're optimistic, perhaps you've already awakened a superpower." Gu Sitong added, "Or his incubation period could simply be longer." Dichio could not help wondering why Gu Sitong had brought him into the vehicle in the first place. As for Lu Ran, the subject of their discussion, all he could do was smile awkwardly. Not wanting to seem rude, Lu Ran eventually looked at Gu Sitong and asked curiously, "Why did you let me into the vehicle?" Gu Sitong clenched her hands and put on a kindly expression. "Because I want to be a good person." After saying that, she turned to Lu Ran and asked, "You think I'm a good person, don't you?" The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly became strange. Everyone stared blankly at the self-proclaimed good person. The other three then burst into endless laughter. Lu Ran scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, while Gu Sitong's expression darkened. Dichio said between fits of laughter, "Being a good person during the apocalypse? I can't believe you actually said that." Xia Cheng also looked at her and said, "There are no good people in the apocalypse." Lu Ran gave her a doubtful look as well. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dared to let me in. You're certainly bold." Gu Sitong crossed her arms. "Weren't you thrown out onto the street, penniless and half dead?" Lu Ran blushed. "That hurts a little, but thank you anyway." The system suddenly appeared wearing stylish sunglasses and announced, "Main mission, spend 500 crystal cores within 3 hours. It then sat on her shoulder and continued, "Young miss, this is your punishment for disrespecting the good person card and even getting angry at it. Hearing this, Gu Sidong became so furious that the surrounding air seemed to grow cold. She glared at Xia Cheng like a wrathful demon. Xia Cheng, where's the nearest place with plenty of supplies? Xia Cheng lowered his head and replied, Jiang base. Even at our fastest, it will take 2 days. Her expression grew even darker. Resting her chin on one hand, she said irritably, then find somewhere smaller nearby where we can buy supplies. Hurry. Ing Bao looked back and said, all right, everyone, hold on tight. After traveling for 2 hours, they stopped in front of a general store sign. Gu Sitong entered and knocked on a glass counter. Shopkeeper, I want to buy something. A shirtless man was cleaning a gun. He was a mercenary and the shopkeeper, Ing Yong. He replied, you need crystal cores to buy things here. How many do you have, miss? A blond man stepped out and looked at her. This girl doesn't look ordinary. Ing Yong sternly asked, what's more important now, your life or women? Gu Sidong took out a bag and tossed it onto the counter. The crystal cores inside spilled out with a clatter. She looked at the 2 men before her and asked, is this enough? The man who had teased her turned deathly pale and exclaimed in horror, each zombie only has 1 crystal core. How many zombies did you have to kill to get this many? Annoyed by his rambling, she frowned. Are you trading or not? Hurry up. Ing Yong picked up a crystal core, sweating slightly. What do you want in exchange? Gu Sidong pointed at the gun he had been cleaning on the counter. That gun of yours isn't bad. I like it. I'll buy it. Surprised by her choice, Ing Yong picked up the gun. What? This is my gun. It isn't worth that many crystal cores. Seeing him continue to ramble, she frowned. Enough nonsense. Are you trading or not? Realizing that she was losing patience, he immediately softened his tone and handed her the gun. Yes, of course. I'll even throw in some ammunition. It's rare to meet such a generous young woman. Gu Sidong took the gun, slung it across her back, and turned to leave. Dichio followed her and asked worriedly, after showing them so many crystal cores, won't they attack us? Gu Sidong continued walking and calmly replied, no. Xiaoqing asked in confusion, why not? She explained unhurriedly, a cautious team won't act recklessly before determining its opponent's strength. Ing Bao suddenly stuck his head out of the vehicle and shouted, get in, hurry up and get in. The zombies are coming. At the same time, the horde of zombies staggered toward them. Everyone outside quickly climbed into the vehicle. Xia Cheng screamed in fear, oh my God, go! Gu Sidong also ran toward the front passenger seat and urged, hurry, get in. Once everyone was safely inside, the off-road vehicle swiftly started moving. Inside the vehicle, she expertly loaded the gun. Under Ing Bao's stunned gaze, she leaned out of the window and repeatedly fired at the zombies behind them. Shell casings scattered across the road as bullets tore through the pursuing zombies. After firing for a while, she looked at the smoking barrel and calmly said, moving targets. The vehicle continued down the road. Someone inside asked, is everyone all right? Dichio, deathly pale and covered in cold sweat, replied, I'm fine. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he panicked and pointed out the window with a trembling hand. Zed zombie. His reaction made the person beside him look outside as well, and their expression instantly darkened. A red-eyed zombie was clinging outside the window, roaring incessantly. Ing Bao immediately panicked at the sight. Suddenly, another car began pursuing them from behind. In that critical moment, Ing Bao slammed on the brakes and sharply turned the wheel, flinging the zombie away in an impressive maneuver. After dealing with the zombie clinging to the vehicle, Dichio stuck his head out of the window and looked at the car behind them. Those shopkeepers are following us. They aren't planning anything bad, are they? As Gu Sidong reloaded her gun, she calmly replied, no, they're probably fleeing from the zombies too. Everyone looked behind them. Seeing the zombies moving at an abnormal speed, they exclaimed in alarm. Have these zombies become monsters? They're much faster than before. Someone else quickly added, that's right. It's so strange. Seeing everyone's confusion, Gu Sitong merely said, the zombies are evolving. What's so strange about that? Hearing her words, Dichio and Xia Cheng, sitting in the back row, cried out in shock, what? After traveling farther, the off-road vehicle stopped by a river. Sitting on a rock and grilling fish, she explained, the zombies began evolving as soon as crystal cores appeared in their brains. Dichio asked, then will zombies eventually become like humans? She calmly replied, not to that extent. At most, they'll possess the intelligence of a young child. As Ing Bao opened a bottle of water, he reassured himself, then they definitely won't be as intelligent as normal people like us. Gu Sidong hesitated before saying, that may not be true of a zombie king. Ing Bao choked on his water and stammered. Z-Zombie King? What's that? She slowly picked up a skewer of fish and replied, the leader of the zombies. Xia Cheng emerged from the tent and called out, Sitong. Sitong, hurry over here. Something seems wrong with Lu Ran. She immediately asked, what's wrong with him? Then she quickly entered the tent. Everyone had already gathered inside, including Ing Yong, the man who had sold her the weapon. Lu Ran lay on the bed, his face flushed red, clutching the pillow tightly while his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Dichio looked at Ing Yong and asked, can you tell what's wrong with it? After observing Lu Ran for a moment, Ing Yong asked, was he bitten? Xia Cheng stepped forward and said, yes, but he hasn't turned into a zombie. His fever won't stop, and we don't know whether he's awakening a superpower. Gu Sidong approached and suddenly placed a hand on Lu Ran's forehead. Ing Yong looked at Gu Sitong and said, given his condition, we must lower his temperature immediately. Otherwise, his brain will be damaged by the fever before his superpower can awaken. Ing Yong slowly explained that this was also why so few people bitten by zombies managed to awaken superpowers. Countless people could not endure such a high temperature. Before their superpowers awakened, the fever damaged their brains, and they ultimately turned into zombies. After listening, Gu Sidong pondered, but how can we lower his temperature in weather like this? Even if we have water, it will only be hot. Ing Yong suggested, then we need to find someone with an ice superpower. He paused before continuing, no one in our superpowered squad has that ability. However, I can introduce you to someone with a water superpower. Gu Sidong took out a bag of crystal cores. Take these and find someone with an ice superpower. Faced with her generosity, Ing Yong could only sweat in silence. After a moment, Ing Yong lowered his head and stammered, giving me crystal cores won't help. But immediately afterward, he turned and left. Wait, one of the larger teams might have someone. I'll go ask. Elsewhere, Ningyu sat leisurely in a chair, holding the original host's jade pendant. Someone suddenly entered and looked at her. It was Deputy Captain Hua. He said, Miss Ningyu, a team is asking whether we have anyone with an ice superpower. She thought for a moment, then said, but we don't have an ice superpower, only a water superpower. He looked gently at Ningyu and replied, yes, I've already told them. But if they're searching for someone with an ice superpower now, someone must have been bitten and be awakening a superpower. She suddenly raised her head and asked, do you know the name of their captain? Deputy Captain Ho froze briefly before replying, she's a young woman. I think her name is Sidong. At the sound of that name, Ningyu cried out in alarm. Who did you say? She then quickly rose to her feet. Seeing her reaction, he frowned slightly and repeated, a young woman named Sidong. Memories of the past instantly surfaced in Ningyu's mind. I never expected that the only reason I treated her so well back then was because she possessed this. In her memory, she embraced the original host and reached for the cord around the other woman's neck. After taking what she wanted, she shoved the original host away and said, the jade pendant you were wearing. The woman she pushed down stared at her blankly, still unable to understand what had happened. Then came the image of the original host falling from the roof of a vehicle into a horde of zombies below. Ningyu thought, I was certain she would die or become a zombie, so I didn't bother hiding anything. She touched her face, her expression changing. But I never expected her to survive and even awaken a superpower. Noticing that she looked unwell, Deputy Captain Hua hurried forward. What's wrong? You don't look well. Ningyu replied dismissively, I'm fine. I'm probably just a little tired. She placed one hand over his and asked, Huaji, how much longer until we reach Jiangnan base? He pulled her into his arms and replied, Yu, even at our fastest, it will take 6 days. Hearing his answer, she smiled mysteriously in his arms and thought provocatively, Gu Sitong, just you wait. Meanwhile, back at Gu Sitong's camp, Lu Ran finally regained consciousness. He realized that his head was resting in someone's lap. The person asked, you're awake? Finding himself in such an awkward situation, his face immediately turned red. He quickly sat up and regained his composure. Lu Ran suddenly looked at her and thought awkwardly, why was I lying in her lap? Gu Sidong reached out and touched his forehead to check his temperature. Realizing that something was wrong, she withdrew her hand and said, your fever came down earlier. Why are you so hot again? As the atmosphere grew awkward, someone entered. Seeing Lu Ran awake, Dichio said, Lu Ran, you're finally awake. Xia Cheng exclaimed, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Ing Yong asked, what superpower did you awaken? standing beside Gu Sidong. Lu Ran looked at the three people before him. Ing Bao, standing opposite him, also asked, "Do you feel any unusual power inside your body?" Ing Bao demonstrated his own superpower by conjuring a flame. He then said, "You just have to focus your mind, and you'll be able to use your superpower like this." Lu Ran concentrated, but nothing appeared in his hand. He looked at everyone dejectedly. "It seems I don't have one." Di Chio pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Then you must have awakened the power of nothingness." Xiaoqing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It could be some rare superpower that hasn't been discovered yet." Hearing their analysis, Lu Ran lowered his head. "Maybe." Seeing him like this, Di Chio said, "There's more good news. Although this is a little disappointing, at least you didn't turn into a zombie. I no longer have to worry every day that you might bite me." Xiaoqing agreed. "That makes sense." Lu Ran looked at the silent woman and asked, "Miss Gu, when you saved me, did you expect me to awaken a superpower?" She merely lowered her head. Seeing her remain silent, he bent down and continued, "I'm sorry. I failed to awaken a superpower and disappointed you." Seeing him like this, she hurriedly explained, "No, I already told you. I simply wanted you to think I was a good person." Seeing Gu Sidong talking to Lu Ran, Ing Bao pulled his two teammates outside. "Miss Gu, we still have something to do, so we'll leave you two alone." Di Chio's voice came from outside. Could Miss Gu have fallen for Lu Ran? Cheerful laughter immediately erupted outside. "Ha ha ha," Ing Bao added. "If you like Lu Ran, just say it. Why pretend to be a good person?" Refusing to be outdone, Xia Cheng joined the other two. "Exactly, and she's even acting shy." Lu Ran and Gu Sidong clearly heard every word they said outside. Gu Sidong remained seated and motionless, but her body trembled slightly. Lu Ran stood frozen in place. A warning repeatedly echoed in her mind. "You must maintain your noble and aloof image. Calm down." She looked at Lu Ran and said, "Don't listen to their nonsense. It isn't what they think." Lu Ran blushed and turned away. "Although I'm very grateful to you, I still hope to travel on my own. I don't want to experience what happened with my previous group again." Gu Sitong stared at him blankly. "Where are you going?" Her expression immediately darkened, and she hurriedly objected, "No." Lu Ran turned around. "We're not heading in the same direction. I'll always remember what you've done for me." But she did not hear a word he said. She rose and walked toward him, her voice dropping slightly. "You must come with me." Hearing this, he frowned and questioned her. "Miss Gu, are you trying to imprison me?" Gu Sitong leaned against the chair. "I saved you, so you have to obey me." Deep down, she angrily clenched her fists. "I've already used up the good person card. Where am I supposed to find another one?" Lu Ran calmly analyzed the situation. "Besides, we barely know each other, don't we? Or did you know me before?" Unable to refute his airtight reasoning, Gu Sidong could only point at him and say, "I'm protecting you." She moved closer and looked Lu Ran straight in the eyes. "Only by staying beside me can you be safe from zombie attacks and other people's schemes." Gu Sidong slowly turned her face away and continued, "Besides, you'll have food and drink if you stay here. What more could you want?" Hearing that, he stammered, "You're keeping me prisoner." As the two argued heatedly, a notification suddenly chimed. The system appeared. Main quest: spend 1,000 crystal cores within 1 hour. The system then kindly reminded Gu Sitong, "Young miss, if you keep this up, your good person card will turn dark." Hearing that, she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Seeing her like this, the system leaned closer, poked her cheek, and said, "Don't be like that. Give us a smile." After calming down, she looked at Lu Ran and abruptly changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat." Hearing that, he angrily sat down, clenched his fists, and snapped, "No, let me go." But she ignored him and merely handed him a clean set of clothes. "You were sweating a lot earlier. Go take a shower first." Hearing Gu Sitong's words, Lu Ran covered his face in alarm and shouted, "What shower? It's the apocalypse. There isn't even enough drinking water, and you want to bathe? Are you kidding me?" In the room, Lu Ran stood before a barrel of water and stared at his wet reflection, deep in thought. What exactly is she after? As he washed himself with soap, he wondered, "She's treating me so well. Could she be planning to keep me as her boy toy?" By then, the tap had run completely dry. He thought, it really can't squeeze out another drop. Outside, the water ability user was exhausted after producing several barrels of water. A bag of crystal cores was handed to him. "Quickly absorb the crystal cores Gu Sitong gave you. From now on, you'll have to provide her with bath water every day." Brother Young leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and continued, "With these crystal cores, you'll level up quickly. Seeing the crystal cores before him, the water ability user looked like a child receiving candy and exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Brother Yong." Suddenly, a faint voice cried out as if its owner were about to collapse. "Brother Yong, this is bad. We're out of water for cooking." Meanwhile, at Brother Yong's camp, he glared at the two girls carrying buckets and shouted, "You took our water without asking. Who gave you the right?" One girl immediately pointed at Lu Ran, who had just finished bathing, and protested while holding two buckets. "He used two huge barrels all by himself. We barely used any. So why are you blaming everything on us?" Lu Ran, suddenly dragged into someone else's dispute, felt uncomfortable and hurried away. Unexpectedly, a huge black cooking pot came flying from nowhere and struck his freshly washed body, knocking him to the ground. Hearing her words, Brother Yong roared, "How can you compare yourselves to him?" The girl puffed out her cheeks in grievance, glanced at Lu Ran's mud-covered body, and muttered, "Then what makes him so special?" Another young man stepped forward to mediate. "That's enough, Brother Yong. It's only a little water. Once the ability user recovers, we'll have more. They're girls, so it's understandable that they want to bathe." He was Brother Yong's partner for the convenience store. Before Brother Yong could answer, he pretended to plead, "Yeah, that other guy already bathed. Can't you make an exception?" Seeing someone speak up for her, the girl immediately demanded, "Exactly, Brother Yong. If a man can bathe, why can't we?" Brother Yong could no longer hold back and said sarcastically, "He paid with crystal cores. Can you compare with that?" He then turned toward the partner who had defended her. "And you, all you know how to do is defend girls. Why don't you trade your own damn crystal cores? 2 barrels cost 1,000 crystal cores. Do you have that many? If you want her to bathe, hand them over." Hearing that 2 barrels cost 1,000 crystal cores, the man scratched his head and played dumb. "Brother Yong, I didn't mean." Everyone gathered around to watch the commotion, making Brother Yong even angrier. He turned toward the empty barrels nearby and kicked them to vent his frustration, muttering, "Bathing, bathing, bathing. Why are you still thinking about bathing? Do all of you have crystal cores?" Hearing everyone, Lu Ran lowered his head in silence. Carrying 2 buckets, he murmured, "She told me to bathe, and it cost her 1,000 crystal cores." Meanwhile, Gu Sitong's off-road vehicle was heading toward Jiang'an Base. 7 days later, everyone finally arrived. A group of people in protective gear aimed laser-sighted guns directly at the crowd and warned, "The base is already closed for the day. Leave immediately." Everyone got out of their vehicles as the laser sights targeted their vital areas. Brother Bao told Gu Sidong, "We'll have to find somewhere to stay tonight. We can only enter tomorrow." Hearing that, she turned, took the hand of the person beside her, and pulled Lu Ran along. "All right, let's go." Her taking his hand made him blush, leaving him speechless. At the same time, she looked toward the 3 members of Brother Bao's team and said, "Our transaction is complete. You're free to go." Hearing that, Lu Ran looked around in confusion and asked, "I thought all of you were part of the same group." Realizing that Lu Ran had misunderstood, Brother Bao hurriedly explained, "No. To be precise, Gu Sidong hired us." Di Chio theatrically put an arm around Xia Cheng's shoulders and said, "Is Gu Sidong planning to abandon us?" Xia Cheng played along with a smile. "I'm suddenly feeling a little reluctant to part." Seeing them act like this, Brother Bao hurried over, put his arms around their shoulders, and dragged them away. "What are you two doing? You don't understand Gu Sidong at all. We still have work to do, so stop blocking the way." Hearing their leader, they answered in unison, "Oh, understood." Walking behind them, Lu Ran heard the conversation between the 3 men. His expression darkened, but he remained silent. Just then, the system appeared and issued a quest. Main quest: spend 200 crystal cores within 1 hour. Upon hearing the quest, Gu Sidong cursed and kicked an obstacle out of her way with a deafening crash. Lu Ran stared at her in surprise and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The 3 men ahead were terrified, thinking she was angry about their jokes. They hurriedly urged one another, "Run, hurry. Gu Sidong is about to lose her temper." The next day, Gu Sidong entered the housing office at Jiang'an Base wearing a simple pair of black shoes. The receptionist was playing on her phone with her head lowered, paying no attention to her surroundings. Hearing someone enter, she did not even look up and asked haughtily, "Do you have any requirements for your accommodation?" Gu Sidong approached and asked, "Do you have any villas?" The receptionist finally looked up, put down her phone, and stared at her in disbelief. "Do you think you're on vacation? It's the apocalypse, and you still want a villa? Why not ask to live in a palace on the moon?" Seeing her beat around the bush, Gu Sidong asked bluntly, "Can you arrange it or not?" The receptionist frowned and resumed playing her game. "There are no villas. Hurry up and stop wasting my time." Seeing the receptionist's dismissive attitude, Gu Sidong took out a handful of crystal cores and dropped them onto the desk. The clatter immediately caught the receptionist's attention. She sprang to her feet, covered her mouth, and stammered, "Why do you have so many crystal cores?" Gu Sidong asked again, "Do you have one now?" The receptionist's attitude instantly changed, and she enthusiastically replied, "Of course. As it happens, there's exactly one left." Lu Ran had watched the entire exchange from the side and wondered, where did she get all those crystal cores? I didn't see her kill a single zombie on the way here. Gu Sidong turned to leave and said, "I'll take it." Just then, a man walked in and said, "Zhou Ting, are you on duty today?" Without waiting for her answer, he asked, "I remember we still have one villa left, right?" Seeing him, Zhou Ting pointed at Gu Sitong and said, "Well, it's gone. This young lady just reserved it." The man shamelessly said, "Arrange somewhere else for them and give me the villa's key." Zhou Ting stammered, "But she already paid 200 crystal cores. That's equivalent to a full year's rent." Unable to persuade Zhou Ting, he assessed Gu Sidong and Lu Ran. These two look so young. How could they have that many crystal cores? After thinking for a moment, he approached Gu Sidong and offered, "I'll arrange another place for you too. The conditions will be just as good, and no one will disturb you." Seeing that the newcomer wanted to take what belonged to her, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Ting hurriedly answered, "This is Deputy Captain Hua, the deputy captain of our base's housing management team." Hearing that, Gu Sidong frowned and challenged him. "Are you going back on the agreement?" Seeing that she was unwilling to negotiate, Deputy Captain Hua raised his voice. "Miss, all housing here is under my authority. Take my advice, and I'll arrange somewhere else for you. If you refuse, you'll have to leave." As the atmosphere grew tense, a woman entered and asked, "Deputy Captain Hua, are you finished yet?" Ningyu looked over and thought, "That person looks familiar." A few seconds later, her face turned pale as recognition struck her. "Gu Sidong, it really is her. Why did I have to run into her here?" Deputy Captain Hua leaned closer to her and said, "Miss Ningyu, I'm almost finished. Please wait a moment." However, Gu Sidong immediately rejected his proposal. Deputy Captain Hua looked at Ningyu and said, "Someone else has already reserved the last villa." But Ningyu is thinking, she doesn't seem to recognize me. Is she pretending, or does she truly not remember me? After confirming that it was true, Ningyu confidently said, "Then whoever offers the highest price gets it." As soon as she finished speaking, a notification sounded. "Main quest, secure the villa with the highest bid." The system appeared, sitting atop a pile of money and holding a bidding sign. Seeing this, Gu Sidong helplessly closed her eyes and said, "What a nuisance. I only wanted to find somewhere to live." But the system had competitiveness engraved into its very bones. Wearing expensive jewelry and hugging a suitcase full of money, it pointed ahead and declared, "Young Miss, charge. We have more money than anyone." Zhou Ting looked at Gu Sidong and said, "Miss Ningyu is certainly generous. What do you think?" Gu Sidong casually pointed at the pile of crystal cores. 200 crystal cores per month. Ningyu stared at Gu Sidong in disbelief. "You're willing to spend 200 crystal cores to rent a place for just 1 month?" Gu Sidong did not care and merely looked at her. "Your turn." Provoked by her challenge, Ningyu quickly bid, "I'll offer 300. Hearing the bid, Gu Sidong calmly said, 600. Hearing Gu Sitong's bid, Ningyu stared at her in shock and wondered, how is that possible? Is she bluffing? After regaining her composure, she looked at Gu Sitong contemptuously. "You doubled the price without hesitation. I doubt you even have that many crystal cores." Seeing Ningyu question her, Gu Sitong's expression darkened. She immediately took out a bag filled with crystal cores and placed it on the desk. Looking at Ningyu, she said, "There are 600 here. Count them. If even one is missing, I'll compensate you twice over." Ningyu stared at the crystal cores on the desk in astonishment and thought, what has she been through? She has even more crystal cores than I do. Deputy Captain Hua watched from the side and looked at Gu Sitong suspiciously. "Do you have a spatial ability?" Gu Sitong coldly replied, "What does that have to do with you?" She gently closed her eyes and continued, "Do you still want to raise the bid? If not, we're going to rest." Hearing herself addressed, Ningyu gave an angry snort, turned around, and left. Seeing her opponent retreat in the face of difficulty, Gu Sitong showed no mercy. "How poor? Gu Sidong looked at Zhou Ting. Can you take me there now? Having never witnessed such an imposing display, Zhou Ting stammered in fright. Why, yes, I can. Having received the answer she wanted, Gu Sidong pulled along the man who had remained silent the entire time and left. Lu Ran could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, "Where did you get so many crystal cores?" Hearing his question, she glanced back and casually replied, "Wholesale." Her answer made cold sweat break out across his forehead, and he fell silent. Behind them, Deputy Captain Huo watched everyone leave and thought, that girl has a spatial ability and so many crystal cores. Who exactly is she? By then, night had fallen. In the apocalyptic night sky, even the moon had lost its former brilliance. Lu Ran stood on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. The wind tousled his hair, making him look even more handsome. Hearing movement behind him, he turned and asked, "What is it?" The female attendant behind him was captivated by his appearance. "He's so handsome. No wonder that woman spent so many crystal cores to rent a villa. She must be keeping him as her boy toy." Regaining her composure, she blushed and stammered while carrying a tray of food. "Mr. Lu, Miss Sitong asked me to bring you dinner." He looked at the tray and slowly replied, "All right, put it over there." Hearing that, she placed the tray on the table but did not leave. Seeing her remain there, Lu Ran asked in confusion, "Is there something else?" The attendant gave him a professional smile. "Miss Sitong wants me to watch until you finish eating, then prepare bathwater for you." Hearing this, Lu Ran's expression abruptly darkened. He gritted his teeth, slapped the railing, and thought, "It's bad enough that she's keeping me prisoner. Does she also want me washed and ready to serve her?" After a moment, he reassured himself, "Calm down. I must stay calm." He then looked at the attendant and said, "Please tell her that I'm a little tired and want to rest." The attendant broke out in a nervous sweat and replied, "But Miss Sidong told me that I must obey her instructions." Hearing that, Lu Ran could no longer contain his anger. He turned and shouted at the attendant, "Where is she?" Frightened by him, the attendant trembled and stammered, "I in the bedroom downstairs." After receiving his answer, he loosened his tie while grinding his teeth. Before long, Lu Ran kicked open the door and stormed inside. He shouted, "Gu Sidong, what exactly are you trying to do?" But the room was empty, instantly silencing his fury. After searching for a while, Lu Ran finally found Gu Sidong. She had just finished bathing and was adjusting her clothes when he pushed open the door behind her. With a dark expression, he said, "Finished bathing? You've been waiting for me to offer myself to you, haven't you?" Seeing him act so rudely, her expression also darkened. The moment he looked at her, he continued, "You want to sleep with me, don't you?" Before she could answer, he blushed and asked, "If I let you sleep with me, you'll release me, right?" Gu Sidong was astonished by his question. Clutching her clothes with one hand, she stared at him in confusion. "I don't want to sleep with you." She pointed at herself and put a hand on her hip, thinking, "Seriously? Why would he think that? Do I look like that kind of person?" But Lu Ran had already moved closer. He pinned Gu Sidong against the dressing table, his shirt completely unbuttoned and exposing his chest. "Your words say one thing, but your heart says another. Fine, you'll get what you want." With that, he kissed her before she could react. His actions made her eyes widen. Suddenly, a strange sensation spread throughout her body. A rushing sound rang out, leaving her bewildered about what had happened. Both of their bodies floated in midair. Suddenly, a door slammed shut. Before Gu Sidong knew it, she was sitting on the bed. She stared blankly toward the bathroom, where she had just been standing. "Wasn't I over there a moment ago? What kind of ability was that?" Teleportation. After regaining her composure, she looked toward the door and said, "That coward. He dared to run away after lying to me that he didn't have an ability." She then frowned, rubbed her lips with one hand, and continued, "Besides, wasn't I the one taking advantage of this time?" As she grew angry, the system appeared again, leisurely fanning itself. Main quest: spend all 200 crystal cores within 2 hours. Hearing that, Gu Sitong frowned even more and cursed, "You bastard, can't you let me catch my breath?" Instead of getting angry, the system seemed delighted. Waving its fan with the word bankruptcy written on it, it said, "Young miss, we're the Spendthrift King system. We must keep squandering money without rest. Only then can we live according to our values." She pointed directly at the system and continued cursing without restraint. "You bastard! You damn dog! A while later, Gu Sidong sat in the restaurant at Jiang'an Base. A waiter stood before her holding a menu. "What would you like, ma'am?" "Here is the menu." When asked to order, she said indifferently, "What a bother. I don't want to look." "How many crystal cores does your most expensive dish cost?" The waiter immediately answered, "Our most expensive dish costs 100 crystal cores." She seemed satisfied. "That'll do. Give me 2 servings." The waiter quickly replied, "Certainly. Please wait a moment." Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside, belonging to both men and women. It was Ning Yu's group. They hurried inside. Seeing them, Gu Sitong wondered, aren't they the group looking for the original host? Meanwhile, Ning Yu accidentally bumped into a waitress, nearly knocking both the girl and the cup of coffee in her hand to the floor. The waitress cried out in alarm. Ning Yu hurriedly turned around to steady her. "I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. Are you all right?" The waitress quickly replied, "I'm fine." After hearing her answer, Ning Yu and those behind her hurried away. The waitress suddenly noticed that Ning Yu's jade pendant had fallen to the floor. She quickly picked it up and called out, "Miss, you dropped something." As soon as she finished speaking, a hand took the pendant from her. It belonged to the manager of Jiang'an Base. After accepting it, he merely said, "Thank you." The system appeared and sat on Gu Sitong's shoulder. Pointing toward Ning Yu, it said, "Hurry over there. Don't let Ning Yu get what she wants." However, Gu Sitong merely folded her arms, closed her eyes, and leisurely replied, "I'm not going. If I went over now and told them that I'm the true owner of that jade pendant, they'd only think they had found the wrong person." Like a smug villainess, she continued, "Where would the fun be in that? If we're going to play, we might as well make it interesting." The system shuddered and covered its eyes. "You're terrifying." Meanwhile, at Jiang'an subway station, 2 men were chasing a schoolgirl. The girl ran while sobbing. A perverse voice came from behind her. "You can't get away from us." As she ran, the girl tripped and fell, crying out in fear. When the schoolgirl regained her senses and looked back, the shadows of the 2 men loomed over her. One of them gave her a sinister, triumphant laugh. He then reached toward the schoolgirl. Trembling in fear, she stammered, "No, stay away." When she resisted, he covered her mouth with his hand. Tears welled in the terrified girl's eyes as she let out muffled cries. When she continued struggling, he pinned both her hands to the floor. Staring into her despairing eyes, he said lewdly, "Don't scream, sweetheart. I'll let you scream as much as you want later." The other man stood nearby and watched. The vile man opened his mouth and prepared to go further, ignoring the schoolgirl as she struggled like a stranded fish. Before the pervert could touch her lips, however, a stone flew over and struck him in the face, knocking out one of his teeth. The other man looked up and snarled, "Who's standing on those stairs?" It was Gu Sidong. She looked down at the 2 men contemptuously and replied, "You're blocking my way." After looking her up and down, the man who had lost a tooth remained arrogant. "My luck is incredible today. Another girl has delivered herself right to us." When the schoolgirl saw Gu Sitong, she tried to call for help, but the other man quickly covered her mouth before she could finish. He then grinned sinisterly at Gu Sitong. Gu Sitong slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing her approach, the pervert teased her excitedly. "Has no one ever told you girls not to come to places like this alone? It's very dangerous." He approached her with a lecherous expression. "Then allow me to teach you." Just as he reached out to touch her, she swiftly grabbed his hand. With tremendous force, she twisted his arm behind his back. His face contorted in pain, and he screamed. Before he could say anything, she continued, "Allow me to teach you instead." Gu Sitong looked at him contemptuously. The pervert's expression darkened with rage. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he swung it at her and cursed, "Damn you, D." She easily dodged his punch. Before he could pull his hand back, thin, spiderweb-like threads appeared in her palm. Gu Sitong studied the man before her and remarked, "You're far too confident." As soon as she finished speaking, the threads lashed out at the pervert. She moved so quickly that he had no time to react. When it was over, the threads vanished from her hand as though they had never existed. She slowly said, "You left me no choice but to act." Behind her, the pervert lay motionless on the floor, his entire body covered in blood. His lackey cried out in horror, "Be boss." The schoolgirl also covered her mouth in fear. Hearing the commotion beside her, Gu Sitong shot them a sharp warning glare. "Shut up, you're too noisy." The remaining man hurriedly covered his mouth and ran away as fast as he could. The system appeared and scratched its head in confusion as it looked at her. "You." Gu Sitong interrupted it. "They attacked first. Realizing that she had misunderstood, the system asked, "That isn't what I meant. I wanted to ask what technique you just used." She frowned slightly. "What does that have to do with you?" Her cold reply made the system point at her angrily. "You're my host. Of course it has something to do with me." The system then scratched its nose and muttered, "Why are you so terrifyingly powerful? Did I overlook something?" Just as Gu Sidong was about to leave, the schoolgirl called out from behind her, "W8." The girl stammered, "Could you take me home? I'll pay you." Gu Sitong refused, so the girl quickly introduced herself. Her name was Fong Yu, and she was the daughter of the minister in charge of this district. She had run away after arguing with her father, only to become lost and then followed by those men. The system displayed a warning. "Attention, children. Under no circumstances should you run away from home. Danger will not stop because of your impulsiveness, and criminals will not pity you merely because you are weak and vulnerable." Fong Yu timidly looked at Gu Sitong and asked, "Thank you for saving me. What is your name? How can I repay you?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. It was the man who had fled earlier. He had returned with a large group and pointed at the two girls. "Boss, these are the two girls who killed Wang Er." Terrified, Fong Yu grabbed Gu Sitong's hand and cried, "Ma'am." Gu Sidong suddenly said, "I'm starting to regret dealing with only one of them earlier. That was my mistake." The newly arrived leader clenched his fists smugly. "It's good that you recognize your mistake, but you killed one of my brothers. As their leader, I would have no honor if I failed to avenge him." Contrary to his expectations, Gu Sidong merely frowned at the group. "I should have dealt with both of them." The leader froze and stammered, "What? Have you no shame?" His lackeys anxiously urged him, "Boss, deal with her quickly. She has awakened a supernatural ability too." At the same time, a voice sounded beside Gu Sidong. "Main mission, spend all 100 crystal cores within 1 hour." After receiving the mission, she fell silent and closed her eyes to think. A moment later, she opened them and said excitedly, "I've got it." She took out a handful of crystal cores. "Capture any one of them, and you can claim 10 crystal cores from me." She tossed the crystal cores in her hand, stirring the greed of the men opposite her. The group wavered and began murmuring among themselves. "Crystal cores. 10 whole crystal cores. Are crystal cores really that easy to earn?" Another man stepped forward and looked at the person beside him. "Sorry, boss." The man who had brought them there also grinned sinisterly, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the crystal cores. The entire group quickly began fighting, punching and kicking one another as their belongings flew everywhere. Amid the chaos, they shouted, "He's mine. You already caught one, so get lost." A while later, Gu Sidong and Fong Yu walked outside. Gu Sidong suddenly looked back at the group and asked, "Your father is powerful, isn't he?" Fong Yu quickly replied, "Yes." After confirming that, Gu Sidong told Fong Yu, "Then contact your father and ask him to send someone to clean up this pile of garbage." Fong Yu promptly replied, "Yes, ma'am." One of the men in the brawl called out to Gu Sidong, "Miss, is there anyone else you want captured? We can help you." The green-haired man quickly added, "That's right. Earning crystal cores this way is much safer than going outside to kill zombies." The leader's face was swollen, and several of his teeth were missing. He cursed furiously. "Despicable woman." Gu Sidong was no saint herself, so she immediately retorted, "Thug." Enraged by her insult, he continued cursing. "Shameless, filthy, treacherous, you beast." Seeing that he would not stop, Gu Sidong turned around and said, "What are you doing? Are we competing to see who knows more insults?" A car horn sounded, and a luxury vehicle stopped nearby. A middle-aged man stepped out and immediately called to his daughter, Your father is here." Upon seeing him, Fong Yu immediately ran over with tears streaming down her face and threw herself into his arms. "Dad, I'm sorry." Minister Fong quickly embraced and comforted her. "Everything is fine now. Don't ever do this again." Fong Yu nodded repeatedly. "Understand. I was wrong." After crying for a while, Fong Yu looked behind her and began introducing her savior to her father. "She was the one who saved me." Halfway through, however, the girl became embarrassed and scratched her cheek. Seeing Fong Yu's embarrassment because she did not know her name, Gu Sidong helped her out. "Gu Sidong." Minister Fong gave Gu Sidong a broad smile and offered, "If you don't mind, Miss Gu, allow us to give you a ride home." Gu Sidong did not refuse. At least she would not have to endure the long walk back. Once everything was settled, the luxury vehicle departed. A figure who had been hiding at the station had watched the entire incident from beginning to end. Deputy Captain Hua thought, I never expected that girl to know Minister Fong. I absolutely must not offend her. Inside the vehicle, Gu Sidong received another mission. Main mission, gather 10 billions worth of supplies for the base within 10 days. After hearing it, she looked ahead and said, Minister Fong, please take me to the base entrance. Minister Fong smiled and reminded her, there are many zombies outside. Please be careful when you leave the base, Miss Gu. After speaking to him, she began conversing with the system. Gather supplies for the base. In other words, I'm not allowed to buy them with crystal cores, correct? The system immediately appeared and folded its arms as it explained, that's right, young miss. The system will no longer provide you with crystal cores. You must find the supplies yourself. Once you complete the mission, the system will reward you with the corresponding number of crystal cores. Gu Sidong then got out of the vehicle. She quickly walked inside. At the same time, Ningyu came out, followed by a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing Gu Sidong, Ningyu placed one hand on her hip and snorted smugly. Now it's your turn to be jealous of me. She then strutted past with her chest held high. However, her ridiculous performance continued to go unnoticed. Gu Sidong walked right past without paying her any attention. Ningyu was first astonished, then angrily thought, I posed for so long, yet she completely ignored me. Has she really lost her memory? I must find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. The base manager suddenly opened the vehicle door and said, Miss, we should leave. Ningyu slowly got into the vehicle and told the man beside her, I'm coming with you. The man quickly tried to dissuade her. Miss, communications here have been cut off. We're going to City A to contact the capital base, and we'll return as soon as possible. It would be safer for you to remain here and wait for us. However, Ningyu rejected the manager's suggestion. It's fine. I have a supernatural ability. Unable to argue further, he closed the door and replied, Yes, miss. The next day dawned bright and clear. At the mercenary recruitment center, Ing Bao and his two companions saw a large crowd gathered nearby. Di Chio could not help asking, what are they doing over there? A man quickly explained, someone named Gu Sidong is recruiting a team to go to City A and search for supplies. Anyone who joins will receive crystal cores. Hearing this, the man said in a daze, rich people really are generous. He suddenly froze. Did you say Gu Sidong? Xia Cheng, who stood beside him, added, her generosity is unmatched. After hearing that, Ing Bao changed direction and told his two teammates behind him, hurry, let's sign up too. A while later, Gu Sidong's off-road vehicle sped along the road once more. A voice inside the vehicle said, those people behind us belong to Brother Yong. His group has become much smaller. Two black vehicles drove side by side behind the red vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Ing Bao reported what had happened earlier. After entering the base, Brother Yong's people caused trouble and then scattered. Some of them took fire and left. Gu Sidong listened with her eyes closed as she rested. Di Chio leaned forward and asked, what about Lu Ran? Without opening her eyes, Gu Sidong calmly replied, he ran away. Ing Bao, who was driving, exclaimed in alarm. He ran away. Noticing his strange reaction, she asked, what's wrong? He said nothing and merely coughed awkwardly a few times. Suddenly, Xia Cheng, who was watching from the back seat, pointed ahead and warned, Ing Bao, turn around. There's a mutated zombie ahead. We need to take another route. As soon as he finished speaking, the system appeared and raised its hands in alarm. Young miss, 500 meters ahead, your good person card is in danger. They could now see the mutated zombie's towering figure from inside the vehicle. It was a 2-meter-tall, mutated zombie with ice abilities, and Lu Ran was trapped beneath its foot. It was crushing his back, sending waves of ice through him and causing him to cough up blood. Gu Sidong reached over, grabbed the steering wheel, and changed direction. Quickly, rammed straight into it. Her words and actions startled Ing Bao, who was driving, and he cried out in alarm. Gu Sidong sat there frowning and cursing continuously. Damn it, you must have a death wish to dare hurt him. The vehicle sped toward the zombie, but reacted extremely quickly and dodged the direct collision. It seemed enraged and released a low growl. When the off-road vehicle stopped, Gu Sidong stepped out. Looking at the zombie before her, she could not help remarking, it truly is agile. The zombie glared at Gu Sidong as though its eyes were about to spew fire, then gave her a contemptuous smile. It activated its ice ability, launching sharp ice spikes toward her. However, she uttered a single word, stop. A barrier instantly formed before her and blocked every ice spike. She then formed hand seals, causing countless threads to appear. My turn. D. The crystal cores had begun to evolve, and the threads had become razor-sharp. Gu Sidong immediately launched them at the zombie. The threads moved as swiftly as the wind, lashing the zombie without pause. She coldly uttered a single word: kill. An explosion erupted instantly, reducing the zombie to ashes. All that remained was a blood-red, mutated crystal core. She approached and examined the crystal core. With a grim expression, she picked it up and said, "Crystal cores have begun evolving too." After dealing with it, she returned to the vehicle and discovered the other three staring at her. She could not help asking, "Why are you staring at me?" Ing Bao cautiously approached and asked, "What kind of supernatural ability do you have? You just waved your hands a few times, and it was over." That was incredible. Gu Sidong did not conceal the truth. "I don't have a supernatural ability." Receiving an unexpected answer, he frowned slightly and said, "I believe you're the real devil." Just then, the system suddenly appeared. Pointing anxiously at Lu Ran lying on the ground, it reminded Gu Sidong, "Young miss, aren't you going to stop his bleeding? Your good person card has lost too much blood. What should we do now?" Hearing that, she looked over and silently observed the man lying face down on the ground. Then, as though nothing had happened, she scratched her head and said two words, "I forgot." The system seemed to lose its composure. It snapped angrily. "How could you forget something like that? He's your good person card. If you don't protect him properly, you'll be sent back, understand?" Gu Sidong frowned rudely at the system. "Send her grandpa back." The system was so furious that smoke rose from its head. Pointing at her, it continued, "That's why you need to work hard at being a good person. A genuinely good person wouldn't act like this. You're honestly worse than a beast. Humph. No wonder your good person card might turn dark." A while later, Lu Ran murmured because he was unbearably hot. "It's so hot." He silently looked at his sweat-soaked body and the down comforter covering him. So that was why. It took him several seconds to understand what was happening. He sat up and groaned, "Good grief." Then he gritted his teeth and cursed, "What idiot covered me with a comforter in this heat?" He looked around. Gu Sidong was leaning against a nearby tree with a blade of grass between her lips. "This young lady is the idiot who covered you." Upon seeing her, Lu Ran's face instantly turned bright red. He thought, "Why does she always see me at my most pathetic? Could she be doing it on purpose?" But as he continued thinking, a splitting headache struck him. Clutching his forehead and breaking out in a cold sweat, he said, "It hurts." Just then, the watch on his wrist caught his attention, and he let out a puzzled sound. Hearing the movement, Gu Sidong asked without opening her eyes, "You're awake?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Ran quickly asked, "Where did this watch come from?" Only then did she slowly open her eyes and answer, "It's a gift from me." Hearing that, his thoughts began to wander again. She said it was a gift, not that she merely gave it to me. Why would she suddenly give me this watch? His attention then shifted from the watch to his clothes. "These don't seem to be the clothes I was wearing before. Did she change me?" Lu Ran's face turned as red as a tomato as he asked, "Who changed my clothes?" Gu Sidong calmly replied, "I think it was Di Chio." Hearing that vague answer, he thought, what does she mean she thinks it was Di Chio? Does she not even know who changed my clothes? Taking the opportunity, he continued asking, "What about the down comforter?" The woman opposite him slowly answered, "Me." After hearing her reply, he stared at her thoughtfully. "So she didn't help change my clothes. She just wanted to roast me to death." At that thought, Lu Ran immediately frowned and questioned her. "Why did you cover me with this down comforter?" She looked back at him in confusion. "To keep you warm. What else would a down comforter be used for?" Hearing that, he became even angrier and shouted, "It's boiling hot, yet you covered me with a down comforter to keep me warm. Are you trying to kill me faster?" Gu Sitong merely replied indifferently, "You were cold earlier." Hearing that, he rubbed his chin and pondered. No matter how he considered it, her explanation sounded like complete nonsense. A while later, the two of them reached Ing Bao and the others. Upon seeing her, Ing Bao immediately reported to Gu Sidong, "We found a large truck along with plenty of weapons and supplies. Once everything is loaded, we can set off. Do we still need to go to City A to search for supplies? We might encounter more mutated zombies." She simply replied, "No, we're returning to the base." Standing behind her, Lu Ran asked, "What happened to that mutated zombie?" While moving supplies, Di Chio replied, "Miss Gu already took care of it. Hearing that, he immediately looked suspiciously at the woman beside him. "You're that powerful?" In response, Gu Sidong merely gave an affirmative hum. The system appeared again, this time holding a scroll with the word humility written on it. It said, "Humility is a human virtue." But she looked at it coldly and questioned, "I really am that powerful, so why should I be humble? I don't possess humility, but I can pretend to when necessary." Hearing that, the system scratched its head and asked, "And when would that be necessary?" Just then, Xia Cheng looked at the two of them in confusion and asked, "Are there more evolved zombies like that?" Gu Sidong slowly explained, "That certainly isn't the only mutated zombie." Then, like a villainess deliberately frightening him, she added, "Don't worry, there will definitely be more." Her words drained the color from his face, leaving him speechless. Lu Ran watched from the side with his arms folded and chimed in, "Zombies can evolve to even higher levels, allowing them to command other zombies. We were nearly surrounded by them earlier." This frightened Xia Cheng so badly that he dropped the box of supplies. Before fainting, he cried, "Mommy, how are we supposed to survive from now on?" Seeing Xia Cheng being teased like this, Gu Sidong reminded him, "Lu Ran, behave yourself." Hearing that, he replied with a flushed face and sweat pouring from him, "I didn't do anything." He then slowly walked up to her and stood there, stammering, "Hey, I am behaving myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed against her shoulder. Seeing him act this way, Gu Sidong could not help thinking, is he acting spoiled? But immediately afterward, she frowned and said, "Get off me." Noticing something unusual, Dichio said, "Miss Gu, something seems wrong with Lu Ran." Hearing that, she immediately asked what was wrong with him. From behind them, Ing Bao answered, "It looks like he fainted again." After hearing that, she fell silent. Night had already fallen. At Gu Sidong's villa, she staggered inside while supporting him. Upon reaching the bed, she quickly put him down, but he suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her over, and hugged her like a stuffed toy. Seeing this, Gu Sidong called Lu Ran, but he merely frowned, then vigorously rubbed his face against the hollow of her shoulder, leaving her speechless. A moment later, he groaned, "It feels awful. It hurts." Hearing him complain of pain, Gu Sidong wondered in confusion. "Pain? Why does it hurt?" She then sat up, took his hand, and said coldly, "Even if it hurts, I can't help you. You're on your own." With that, she tossed his hand aside. But at that moment, the cup on the cabinet suddenly fell to the floor and shattered. The coincidence startled her as she sat on the bed. She exclaimed in alarm, "That's his ability, psychic power." But she quickly rejected the idea. "No, that isn't right. Psychic power can't control physical objects. This is more like telekinesis." She looked at the unconscious man before her and continued thinking. But whether it's psychic power or telekinesis, both are top-tier abilities and extremely rare. As soon as the system appeared, Gu Sidong questioned it. "According to the information you gave me, Lu Ran was supposed to awaken a mutated lightning ability with extremely destructive power. Why has it changed?" Faced with her questioning, it hastily explained, "Young miss, you can't rely entirely on the information. Even minor changes can have an impact. The data is only meant to help you understand the situation better. It's merely for reference." After hearing that, she was almost unable to contain her fury, yet she still offered the system a few affectionate words. What a load of crap. The damn system sat to one side, enjoying the show, treating her anger as entertainment. Suddenly, Lu Ran tightly clutched her clothes and let out a weak, agonized groan. The pain was unbearable, but Gu Sidong immediately pried his hand away. Just then, everything in the room suddenly floated into the air. Seeing this, the system exclaimed in shock. Has his ability gone out of control? Or is it advancing? Gu Sidong held Lu Ran's hand as his ability activated and replied, "I don't have an ability, so I wouldn't know." The system then cried out in alarm, "Young miss, your good person card is about to die." Gu Sidong hurriedly examined the man in front of her. Then she took out the red crystal core from the mutated zombie. Will this work? But how is an ability user supposed to absorb it? Chew it up and swallow it. After hesitating for several seconds, she stuffed the crystal core into Lu Ran's mouth and said, "Whatever, just swallow it." It was already midnight when he groggily woke up. Discovering that he was sleeping in Gu Sidong's arms, he was startled. After regaining his senses, Lu Ran closed his eyes again, hugged her, and enjoyed the moment. Suddenly, Gu Sidong's voice sounded, "You're awake?" Realizing that he had been caught hugging her, he thought, so she wasn't asleep. He then raised his head to look at her, his face crimson with embarrassment. But she did not scold him. She merely stroked his head gently and said, "Don't hold me so tightly. It's uncomfortable." Gu Xidong's actions left the young man in her arms stunned for several seconds. A moment later, she continued talking about his ability. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran involuntarily trembled. He quickly sat up, covered her mouth with his hand, and pleaded, "Could you please not tell anyone else about my ability?" Finding this strange, she asked why. But the man before her resorted to his ultimate move. Blinking at her, he said, "Aren't you a good person? Could you help me keep this secret?" As soon as Lu Ran finished speaking, the system appeared and said, "You must fulfill every request made by your good person card and take excellent care of him." Hearing that, Gu Sidong fell silent. A while later, she agreed. "All right." Lu Ran smiled happily because she had granted his request, but then he unexpectedly received a kiss as a bonus, causing the young man's eyes to widen in bewilderment. Seeing this from outside, the system hurriedly covered its eyes, though it might as well not have bothered. After the kiss, Lu Ran touched his lips like a bashful maiden and stammered, Why did you kiss me?" Gu Sidong, meanwhile, acted like a brazen rogue and declared, "Because it felt good." Hearing that, he became even more flustered. "What do you mean it felt good? How can a girl like you behave this way?" But after lowering his head and thinking for a moment, he found himself conflicted. Damn it, why did it feel good to me too? Seeing him lost in thought again, she hugged him like a stuffed toy and said, "Go to sleep." Lu Ran quietly replied, "I should sleep for a while too." But inwardly, he thought, this girl really is trying to kill me. After lying there for a while, he began struggling again. "Let go of me." Seeing this, Gu Sidong asked, "Why? Didn't you like it? Then kiss me back." The provocative words of the woman holding him left him speechless. Only after a while did he reply, "Forget it. Let's sleep." The next day, one large container truck after another entered the Qing'an base. The people present exclaimed endlessly, "Which team brought back so much stuff?" Another person added, "There are several more trucks behind them." Someone else nearby said, "I heard several trucks are filled with supplies. They're incredibly lucky. I also heard they suffered very few casualties." Suddenly, a group of armed men blocked the road and ordered Gu Xidong's convoy to stop. A balding, middle-aged man stepped forward and adjusted his tie. It was Minister Feng. Looking over the container trucks, he said, "The origin of these supplies is unclear, so they will be placed under the management of the base's military." Hearing this unreasonable demand, Ingbao got out of the vehicle and challenged him. "We worked hard to transport all of this back. Why should we hand it over to the base?" Beside him, Xia Cheng whispered, "But they have so many people. We definitely can't beat them. What should we do?" The onlookers could not help feeling sorry for them. They're finished. Now that Minister Feng is here, it's all over for them. DQ kursid widait restrint, shimlis skum. Minister Feng immediately pointed at Ingbao's group and ordered the men behind him, "Why waste your breath? Drag all of them away and lock them up." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice came from behind the vehicles. "Who dares touch my people?" Gu Sidong stepped forward from the rear. As she approached, she looked at the man whose bald head resembled an airstrip and said, "Aren't you impressive?" Seeing her appear, he asked, "Are you the person in charge of this team?" Gu Sidong calmly replied, "Yes. What do you want?" Hearing that, his expression darkened, and he shouted, "You people have lost your minds." Then he pointed at the group before him and continued fabricating slander. "You obtained these supplies by robbing other people." Hearing his claim, the surrounding crowd began murmuring among themselves. Faced with these baseless accusations, she immediately asked, "Who did we attack? Where are they?" Minister Feng slowly stroked his beard and ordered Gu Xitong's group, "Hand over all these supplies and leave the base. Then we won't pursue the matter any further." Hearing that, her fighting spirit surged. She immediately raised her hand, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Seeing this, the man became frightened. The balding braggart had courage no greater than a sesame seed and hurriedly hid behind one of his subordinates. He lowered his voice and addressed Gu Xitong's people. "Don't act rashly. This has nothing to do with any of you. This girl is vicious and cruel. If you leave her immediately, we guarantee not only better treatment, but also a share of the supplies." Suddenly, another voice came from behind him. "Who did you call vicious and cruel?" The balding man was still busy condemning the group in front of him and did not recognize the speaker's voice. Minister Fong approached and asked again, "Say that again. Who is vicious and cruel?" Upon seeing who had arrived, the already cowardly Minister Fong trembled even harder. He stammered, "And Minister Fong, why are you here?" He then pointed at Gu Sidong and continued slandering her. "Minister Fong, it was this girl. She attacked her teammates outside the base. Miss Ning, you told me herself. A vicious person like her must be expelled from the base." After hearing the balding man's nonsense, Minister Fong frowned and snorted coldly. "With so many supplies here, I'm sure plenty of people must be consumed by jealousy." Gu Sidong then spoke up. "Minister Fong, all these supplies are being donated to the base." After hearing her, he momentarily failed to react and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Minister Fong was so frightened that he broke into a sweat and sprayed saliva as he spoke. "Donated to the base? What kind of joke is this?" Minister Fong also looked at her for confirmation. "Gu Sidong, are all these supplies truly being donated to the base?" She merely replied indifferently, "Yes." But then she folded her arms and silently cursed the system. "What bastard issued this damned mission? If I don't do it, I'll be dragged back, and I have no intention of going back." After receiving her confirmation, Minister Fong immediately smiled at the people before him. "Then thank you, Miss Gu. The base will be able to hold out for a while longer." But Gu Sidong always repaid every grievance. So how could she possibly let the balding man off so easily? She pointed at Minister Fong, then looked at Minister Fong and asked, "Minister Fong, these people slandered me. May I deal with them myself?" He answered without hesitation. Glancing at Minister Fong and clenching his fists, he said, "Of course. Gu Sidong, rest assured that I will handle this matter seriously. I won't allow you to be wronged." At Ningyu's villa, the front door was suddenly pushed open and a group of men and women rushed inside. Seeing them enter, she asked arrogantly, "What do you want?" Gu Sidong stood opposite her, with Ing Yong and Ing Bao on either side, weapons in hand and ready to fight at her command. Gu Sidong stared coldly at Ningyu and snapped her fingers. Minister Fong was quickly escorted inside by two other people. Gu Sidong then questioned the woman before her. "Were you the one who ordered him to do it?" Hearing that, Ningyu felt guilty but quickly denied it. "Why would I order him to do anything? I don't know him. Don't make false accusations. What grudge do you and I have that would give you reason to slander me?" Gu Sidong did not argue with her. Instead, she looked at the balding man and asked, "Then tell me, was she the one who ordered you?" Caught between the two sides, he was so frightened that beads of sweat poured down his face. He stared silently at Ningyu without saying a word. Minister Feng's stubborn silence infuriated Ing Bao. He punched the man and shouted, "How long do you intend to keep pretending you're mute? Are you going to talk or not?" After being struck, the man immediately covered his head and obediently confessed, "Stop hitting me. I'll talk. She told me to find a way to arrest you. She was behind everything." Seeing that her actions had been exposed, Ningyu gritted her teeth and vehemently denied everything. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She then frantically pointed at Gu Sidong and the others. "They're framing me." Afraid of being beaten again, Captain Fong hurriedly added, "I'm not lying. She ordered me to do everything." Just then, a hand moved protectively in front of Ningyu as someone cried, "Miss!" It was the base administrator. Shielding Ningyu, he asked, "Are you all right?" With her savior's arrival, she regained her confidence and strength. Looking at the man before her, she said, "I'm fine. Thank goodness you're here." But at that moment, another voice rang out, exposing Ningyu's lie. Gu Sidong stepped forward and said, "She isn't your young lady." Then, staring directly at the base administrator, she declared, "I am." Hearing this, Ningyu's heart churned. She thought, not only does she remember, she even knows about this. While Ningyu was still lost in doubt, Gu Sidong stood before the administrator and continued, "The jade pendant she's wearing was stolen from me. You brought the hair sample, didn't you? Can we conduct a DNA test now?" Standing behind them, Ningyu went deathly pale and covered her mouth, unable to speak. The person beside them immediately replied, "Yes, of course." Ningyu lowered her head and thought anxiously, "What am I going to do now?" The three of them were now in the base's DNA laboratory. Looking at the test report, the administrator could not help blaming himself. He truly had made a mistake. He then studied Gu Sidong's appearance. Upon closer inspection, her eyebrows did indeed bear some resemblance to the master's. He looked back at the report, which showed that Ningyu had no blood relation to the family. Yet the test conducted when they first found her had identified Ningyu as the right person. He slammed the stack of documents onto the table. The papers fluttered lightly through the air, but to Ningyu, they felt unbearably heavy. Her face was frozen with terror, and tears poured continuously down her cheeks. She looked at the man before her and called softly, "Uncle Jie," but he fixed her with a piercing stare and demanded, "What is going on?" Ningyu immediately covered her mouth and feigned ignorance. I don't know." She then lowered her head and tried to shift the blame onto the administrator. "You were the ones who said I was the young lady. I didn't know anything." Enraged by her attempt to blame him, he shouted, "You never claimed that? You were the one who gave me the hair sample, and now you say you knew nothing." Knowing she had no valid defense, Ningyu desperately argued, "The test must be wrong. I never said anything. It was always you people making these claims. What does it have to do with me?" Unable to find a better excuse, she pouted and continued, "You made the mistake yourselves. Why are you blaming me?" Faced with her ridiculous excuses, Gu Sidong merely played leisurely with her hair and said, "Search her. She must still have some of my hair on her." Though she appeared calm, inwardly, she cursed Ningyu. "Damn it, she yanked out so much of my hair before." After searching Ningyu, they found 2 bags containing the original host's hair. With the evidence now indisputable, 2 guards immediately dragged Ningyu away. She struggled constantly and cried out to the administrator, "Uncle Jie." Meanwhile, he stood before Gu Sidong and bowed at a 45-degree angle. "I'm deeply sorry, Mississippi. Mu Jie, allowed you to suffer. I sincerely apologize for everything that happened. We failed to distinguish the real young lady from the imposter. Please punish me as you see fit." Gu Sitong replied indifferently, "It's fine. Can I leave now?" Inwardly, however, she thought angrily, "My good person card got away. It'll be hard to catch him again." Uncle Jie hurriedly said, "I'll take you somewhere to rest first. How would you like us to deal with Ningyu?" After thinking for a moment, she said, "Expel her from the base." Yet her expression darkened as she thought, "I can't simply kill her. What should I do?" Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She looked at the man beside her and added, "Oh, right. Shave her head while you're at it." Her request left Uncle Jie speechless. Meanwhile, small groups of people were gathered in the streets, chatting. "Have you heard? That battle over supplies turned into a wealthy family feud. A real heiress versus fake heiress drama." Behind them stood Ningyu, whose head had just been shaved. She concealed herself beneath a hat and mask. The young man wearing a cap continued, "That's right. I heard the real heiress is a good person who even donated supplies to the base." A woman beside him said indignantly, "And that imposter almost got her expelled from the base." Another person agreed, "Some people really are more terrifying than zombies." Hearing their gossip, Ningyu frowned. Her eyes reddened as she clenched her fists. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Suddenly, she screamed, "Ah!" Someone had bumped into her, knocking off her hat and exposing her freshly shaved head. Everyone turned to look and quickly recognized her. They began jeering, "Look, everyone, isn't she the fake heiress? She's even more disgusting than a zombie." A young man pointed toward the crowd and said to the person beside him, "Deputy Captain Hua, I think that's Ningyu." Deputy Captain Hua quickly stepped forward and called, "Ningyu." Ningyu smiled at the man before her, her eyes brimming with tears. "Deputy Captain Hua." But when she remembered her current appearance, she hurriedly covered her face and cried out. Her mind descended into chaos. "No, I can't let him see me like this." She then ran away in tears. Deputy Captain Hua called after her anxiously. Watching Ningyu's retreating figure, he wondered, how did Ningyu end up like this? He then thought with conviction, "No, this can't be right. She's clearly a kind and courageous person. How could she possibly have done something like that?" At Gu Sidong's villa, Lu Ran stood outside the door and secretly peered inside. Brother Yong was sitting in the room, smoking and playing cards. When he saw Lu Ran appear, Brother Yong said, "Lu Ran, don't even think about escaping. My men are all around the villa. Where could you possibly go?" Xia Cheng, who was sitting beside him, added, "Miss Gu treats you so well. If I were you, I'd obediently do as she says." Hearing that, Lu Ran angrily pointed at them. "If you like it here so much, then stay. Why won't you let me go?" Just then, the sound of high heels came from the stairs. As Gu Sidong entered, Brother Yong immediately greeted her. "Miss Gu, you're back." But she did not reply. Instead, she took out a bag of crystal cores. "This is your payment." After inspecting the crystal cores, Brother Yong looked at her and said, Miss Gu, remember to call us again if you have another job this good. She replied indifferently, all right. After everyone left, Lu Ran approached her as she sat in a chair and demanded, why are you keeping me prisoner? Why did you send people to watch me? Frowning, he continued, if I think you're a good person, will you let me go? At the mention of releasing him, Gu Sidong thought, my good person card wants to leave again? Not a chance. With that thought, she pulled him toward her and kissed him, leaving him stunned. After the kiss, she said softly, if you stop thinking about escaping, I won't keep you prisoner. Lu Ran quickly reached toward her. Gu Sidong thought a fight was about to break out, but instead, the young man wrapped his arms around the woman who had just kissed him without permission. He demanded, you keep kissing me like that, but have you ever asked for my consent? Being suddenly pulled into his embrace startled Gu Sidong, but she quickly regained her composure. Looking directly into his eyes, she asked, do I need to? Hearing that, Lu Ran became even angrier. I'm a person, not one of your possessions. If I don't agree, you can't just kiss me whenever you want. After hearing him out, Gu Sidong immediately applied what she had just learned. Then I'll ask you now, may I kiss you? Seeing her put the lesson into practice immediately, Lu Ran nodded without hesitation. Yes, Gu Sidong replied, I asked this time. Then she pulled his head down. Lu Ran gradually lost himself in the kiss. Just as the two of them were kissing passionately, footsteps approached, followed by a knock at the door. Someone called from outside. Miss, are you in there? Hearing someone arrive, they both jumped in surprise. Lu Ran fumbled around like a child who had misbehaved and was afraid of being caught by his parents. But Gu Sidong acted like a child, demanding a present. With her arms around his neck, she asked, can I kiss you again next time? Instead of answering, he said to the woman holding him tightly, let go of me first. But she refused and hugged him even more tightly. Agree to it, and I'll let go. Seeing that she was determined not to release him, Lu Ran's face turned crimson, but he remained silent. Suddenly, the person who had been forgotten outside began trying to open the door while calling, Miss. Caught in an impossible situation, Lu Ran was forced to compromise immediately. Yes, you can. You can. Having achieved her goal, Gu Sidong released him and called toward the door, I'm coming. Outside, Uncle Jia covered his mouth and chuckled happily. There's no hurry, Mississippi. Take your time. Meanwhile, inside, Gu Sidong stared at the sensitive area below Lu Ran's waist like a shameless rogue. Her heated gaze forced him to turn away. Embarrassed, he asked, what are you looking at? Gu Sidong merely turned to open the door and replied, nothing. Lu Ran could no longer restrain himself and slapped his own face. As soon as Uncle Jia entered, he explained why he had come. Miss, please return with us to the capital base. It isn't safe here. The master misses you very much as well. She replied bluntly, I'm not going. I don't want to move. Realizing that Gu Sidong would be difficult to persuade, Uncle Jia looked at the man sitting beside her. Mr. Lu, could you help me persuade the young lady? Lu Ran broke into a nervous sweat and replied, it's her decision. I can't interfere. Uncle Jia wanted to say more, but Mississippi. In the end, he lowered his head and replied, understood. Later, someone knocked on the door of Gu Sidong's house. She had been sleeping and sat up irritably, shouting, who has a death wish? When she opened the door, she saw Xia Cheng and Di Chio. Di Chio stood there warily, refusing to release his grip on his weapon, while Xia Cheng smiled in greeting. He then said seriously, Miss Gu, we discovered something, but we didn't know who else to ask, so we had no choice but to come to you. Gu Sidong crossed her arms and asked, what is it? Xia Cheng suggested, could we go inside and talk? The four of them entered the house. Gu Sidong hugged a cushion to her chest and said, go ahead. DQ spoke up. Miss Gu, when we were on a mission 2 days ago, we noticed something strange about the zombies. Gu Sidong replied, since when have zombies ever been normal? The person beside him hurriedly explained, that isn't what we mean, Miss Gu. Those zombies knew how to set traps. We almost didn't make it out alive. It was truly terrifying. Gu Sidong rested her head on her hand and closed her eyes in thought. The zombies had already become so formidable, and now they had even learned how to set traps. Brother Bao, who was sitting beside her, looked at her doubtfully and asked, Miss Gu, do you think the zombies will eventually become as intelligent as us? Gu Sidong glanced at the person who had asked the question, then casually replied, if they're only as smart as you, it won't be a problem. Xia Cheng and Di Chio fell silent, staring gloomily at Brother Bao. They no longer had the energy to speak. Brother Bao coughed awkwardly a few times before replying to Gu Sidong. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. Xiaocheng looked at Gu Sidong worriedly and asked, Gu Sidong, aren't these zombies evolving a little too quickly? If they bite a few more people, could their intelligence continue to increase? She pondered before replying. They're evolving rather quickly. But what else can zombies do all day besides eat? If they don't evolve, what else are they supposed to do? While she was thinking, the system appeared again with a familiar reward. Main mission, please leave this base, young miss, and build a base of your own. We'll provide the crystal cores. Gu Sitong's expression immediately darkened. She thought, I should never have let those three into my house. She hugged the cushion irritably, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered, How could you treat a poor child like this? 1 year and 5 months had passed since the apocalypse began. During that time, the zombies' rate of evolution had far exceeded humanity's imagination. They had learned to cooperate and even to disguise themselves. As a result, several small bases had fallen. Among a crowd evacuating to safer places, a voice called out, Have you heard? There's a base in the north called Tranquility Base. I heard the treatment there is excellent. The person beside him replied, Isn't the north where all the zombies came from? The first speaker quickly confirmed, That's right. But since all the zombies came here, doesn't that mean there are fewer of them left in the north? After considering his companion's reasoning, the other man replied, That makes sense. He then looked at the man wearing a cap and continued asking, Where is that base? Who leads it? The other man slowly answered, I don't know the exact location. I only know that the leader's name is Sitong. I heard she has countless crystal cores and many ability users under her command, all of whom are high-ranking ability users. After hearing the information he needed, the man said excitedly, Now that you've told me that, I want to go there immediately. The man in the cap replied, Aren't we already heading north? Perhaps we'll be able to find it. Elsewhere, Ningyu clenched her fists. Her face darkened with fury as she gritted her teeth and said, You stole what I fought so hard to obtain, only to throw it away without a second thought. Suddenly, another voice called out, Ningyu, the boss wants to see you. Hearing someone call her, she remained consumed by anger. After calming down, she asked what the boss wanted. The person who called her was a stylishly dressed young woman with an artistic tattoo. She stood there and looked at Ningyu with contempt. How would I know? Aren't you always hovering around a boss? How can you not know what he wants from you? Ningyu replied, Understood. The tattooed woman turned and walked away, but not before glancing back at Ningyu and sneering, Let's see how much longer you can keep acting so smug. A short while later, Ningyu arrived before the man, known as the boss. She asked timidly, Boss, why did you call me? Hearing her voice, he turned around. As he extinguished his cigarette, he asked, Ningyu, I've treated you well, haven't I? Cold sweat broke out over her body when she heard the question. Yes. Her answer only made him angrier. He shouted, Then why did you dare steal from me? Who gave you the nerve? Ningyu stared at the man before her in confusion. Boss, what are you talking about? A man standing behind the boss leaned close to his ear, then looked smugly at Ningyu and said, Ningyu, I saw you take some of the crystal cores the boss found last time. Just confess. The boss's expression darkened even further. Ningyu immediately pointed at herself and denied it. I didn't. She then frowned and said, You're framing me. The woman who had summoned her walked up behind the boss and placed both hands on his shoulders. Boss, search her. Hearing this, the boss fixed Ningyu with a murderous stare and ordered, Search her. They found a handful of crystal cores on Ningyu. The boss said, Ningyu, what do you have to say now? We have both a witness and physical evidence. Seeing this, Ningyu's face went pale. How is that possible? I didn't take them. With both a witness and evidence against her, the boss ordered, Take her away. Tears streamed down Ningyu's face. No. The tattooed woman approached with a syringe in her hand and a sinister expression on her face. She quickly injected Ningyu. Growing disoriented, Ningyu looked at the woman before her and murmured, It was you. The woman looked at Ningyu, who had slumped into a chair, and said, Why should you get to live so well while the rest of us suffer? After venting her resentment, she leaned close to Ningyu's ear and whispered, Now take your time and enjoy this, Ningyu. At Tranquility Base, Lu Ran stood outside, muttering to himself. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him. Hearing his name, he turned around. A young woman emerged from the stream of people entering the base and said to Lu Ran, Thank goodness you're safe. She was a former member of Lu Ran's team. As soon as she spoke, someone stepped between them. Gu Sidong stood in front of Lu Ran and glanced at the woman. Do you know her? Lu Ran looked away and replied indifferently. She's an old classmate, but we aren't close. Every word he said left the young woman and everyone standing there stunned. After receiving his answer, Gu Sidong took his hand and said, "Then let's go." Before leaving, however, he did not forget to turn around and tell the people behind him, "Thank you for driving me away back then." The group continued staring after the departing couple. The short-haired man said, "That's Gu Sidong, the founder of Tranquility Base." The other women immediately sighed enviously. Lu Ran is so lucky. The man who had adamantly driven Lu ran away earlier curled his lip. What's so impressive about being kept by a woman? He's thrown away every shred of a man's dignity and only knows how to rely on his looks. Hearing this, the person beside him sneered contemptuously. "You're just jealous, aren't you?" The man was furious but could not find anything to say. Meanwhile, Gu Sidong held Lu Ran's hand and led him forward. Lu Ran looked at her and said, "Actually, when they drove me away, I hated them very much." Hearing this, she angrily folded her arms and turned away. She declared that she would go deal with them, but Lu Ran quickly stopped her. He looked at her with a smile. There's no need anymore. By then, it was already late at night. Lu Ran lay beside her, watching her sleep soundly. Suddenly, Gu Sitong murmured in her sleep, "Lu Ran, if you dare run away again, I'll break your legs." Hearing that, he could not help laughing. He leaned closer, lifted her chin with one hand, and promised, "To preserve my legs, I won't run away again." The next morning, sunlight and a gentle breeze poured into Gu Sidong and Lu Ran's bedroom. She woke groggily to find the young man forcefully kissing her. He then buried his face against her neck, making her ask in confusion, "What are you doing? It's so early, yet you won't even let me sleep peacefully." He complained coquettishly, "They all say you're keeping me, that I rely on my looks, and that I'm a seductive fox. If I don't seduce you, wouldn't I be letting that title go to waste?" Hearing this, she merely remained silent. Encouraged by her lack of resistance, he became even bolder and repeatedly kissed her sensitive spots. Gu Sidong finally pulled him in her arms and said, "All right, stop fooling around. Just behave and stay like this." After being coaxed, he immediately made a request. "I want." She lifted the man in her arms and said, "Doing this too often isn't good. It'll harm your health." Hearing this, he immediately insisted, "I'm in excellent health. Or are you the one who can't handle it?" After Lu Ran said that, she fell silent and thought, "Who can't handle it? Who says I can't?" Her competitive spirit was instantly aroused. She flipped him over, pinned him beneath her, and demanded, "Who did you say can't handle it?" What followed was a scene of clothes flying everywhere, unsuitable for children. The scene then changed again. Gu Sitong sat bored on a bed, while the system obediently watched her from beside it. By this point, she had moved on to another world. She frowned at the system and asked, "Little bastard, how much longer until I can return to my own world?" Delighted by the question, it jumped up and replied, "Young miss, you only need to collect 99 good person cards, and then you can return immediately." She furrowed her brow slightly and asked how many she currently had. The system raised a paw and replied, "You have 8. Keep working hard." Hearing the number, Gu Sidong could not help thinking, that isn't even enough to make up the final digit. When will I ever collect all 99? She then voiced another question. "If I only need to collect good person cards, why do I have to bankrupt myself?" The system immediately put on an adorable expression. "But, young miss, if you fail the main mission, you'll also be dragged back." Hearing this, Gu Sidong seemed to gain a sudden burst of strength. She picked up a chair and smashed it against the door. Dragged back again? Her actions and words frightened the system into a cold sweat. It hurried forward, placed a hand on her forehead, and changed the subject. "Young miss, please receive this world's memories first." She quickly absorbed the original host's memories. In this world, the original host's father was a founding hero from the Chung family. He had shared a brotherly bond with the late emperor and was the only prince of a different surname, holding the title Prince Chung. Before his death, the late emperor entrusted the current emperor to Prince Chung. However, after returning from an incognito journey, the emperor became irritable and suspicious. He grew increasingly obsessed with the arts of immortality and was deceived by treacherous officials. Upright and honorable, Prince Chung repeatedly remonstrated with him, but to no avail. In the end, the emperor drove Prince Chung to his death through sheer rage and frustration. The original host's mother had died young, while the current princess consort had been elevated from the position of concubine. As a result, she intensely disliked the original host. After Prince Chung passed away, the original host's life in the princely estate became utterly miserable. She already had someone she loved, and their engagement was a well-matched union between families of equal status. However, the emperor suddenly ordered a selection of imperial consorts. The person who should have entered the palace was Gu Xiao, Prince Cheng's consort's biological daughter, but the princess consort replaced her name with the original host's. The original host went to find the man she loved, believing he merely needed to enter the palace and report that they were already engaged. Instead, she found him intimately embracing her younger sister. After entering the palace, she was summoned to serve the emperor every day. Everyone believed the original host was highly favored, never realizing that the emperor only wanted to humiliate her. Merely half a month later, she was stripped of her rank and status and expelled from the palace. Unable to endure the outsider's gossip and the humiliation she suffered within the estate, the original host decided to take her own life. She then suddenly discovered that she was pregnant. The emperor still had no heir. The original host could have relied on her unborn child to survive, but Prince Cheng's consort forced her to drink an abortive drug. Rumors spread throughout the estate that she had committed adultery and that the child was not the emperor's. Terrified that the truth might be exposed, she had no choice but to drink the abortive medicine herself. When the emperor heard about it, he flew into a rage and bestowed upon her a cup of poisoned wine. Even after her death, her corpse was subjected to flogging. Images of the original host's previous life appeared, every one of them filled with suffering. Gu Sitong looked at herself in the mirror and pondered, how tragic. How am I supposed to turn this around? Become the emperor? Can the imperial throne be bought with money? Suddenly, a panicked young woman rushed inside. Miss, something terrible has happened. I just heard the princess consort say that your name has replaced the original candidates on the list of women entering the palace. Gu Sitong propped up her chin. I see. So this is when I'm about to enter the palace. The maid anxiously said, Miss, what should we do? I heard the person in the palace is extremely cruel. Last time, 2 people misspoke, and they were executed on the spot. After saying this, she burst into tears. Gu Sitong watched helplessly and silently as the maid continuously wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Finally, Gu Sitong said impatiently, Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. The young woman immediately stopped crying, but only a few seconds later, she began sobbing again. Miss, people truly do kick us while we're down. I feel terrible. The young lady from the eastern courtyard was supposed to enter the palace. Why has it become you instead? Hearing the maid's lamentations, Gu Sitong clutched her head and replied, I feel terrible too. Your incessant noise is giving me a headache. While the two were speaking, someone kicked open the door and barged inside. The door slammed violently, attracting the attention of the 2 people inside. The newcomer threw down what she was carrying, pointed at it, and said arrogantly, The princess consort ordered me to deliver this. These are the clothes your mistress must wear when she enters the palace. Although Gu Sitong's maid was still crying, she immediately turned and argued with the newcomer. You, Qinghe, what sort of attitude is that? Qinghe folded her arms, stepped on the clothes, and said smugly, What sort of attitude? This sort of attitude. The maid forcefully shoved Qinghe. However, Qinghe quickly regained her balance by grabbing the doorframe with one hand. She cursed at Gu Sitong's maid. You wretched servant! How dare you push me? Qinghe then tried to strike the maid before her. I'll beat you to death. Terrified, the maid picked up the item that had just been thrown down to shield herself. But before Qinghe's hand could touch her, someone stopped it. Gu Sitong grabbed Qinghe's wrist, then slapped her across the face. Qinghe clutched her cheek and cried, Ah, that hurts! Seeing how fierce her mistress had become, the maid looked over anxiously. She stammered, Miss. Gu Sitong merely looked at her maid and instructed, Did you see that clearly? If anyone disrespects you in the future, deal with them like this. Qinghe stared at her in terror. Before she could say anything, Gu Sitong shoved her outside. Get out! Caught off guard, Qinghe fell backward, landing hard on her backside. The moment she hit the ground, Chingha cried out in pain, yet she still refused to hold her tongue and stammered at the woman before her. Why you dare treat me this way? Do you think you're still the young lady of Prince Cheng's estate? Gu Sidong calmly stepped toward her. As she walked, she replied, So what? I am still the young lady of Prince Cheng's estate. Chingha stared in horror at the foot pressing down on her chest. Gu Sidong bent down, looked Chingha straight in the eye, and warned, You are in no position to disrespect me. Seeing Gu Sidong's expression, Chingha turned deathly pale and trembled, unable to speak. Gu Sidong stood up and threw the pile of clothes back down. Stepping on them, she ordered, Wash these clothes clean for me. Gu Sidong's maid hurriedly supported her. Miss, let's return to your room. It's cold outside, so please don't catch a chill. After Gu Sidong left, Chingha remained deathly pale but stubbornly muttered, What's wrong with me? Why was I afraid of her? The next day, in Gu Sidong's courtyard, her personal maid was combing her hair, carefully applying her makeup and selecting a proper outfit. Once everything was finished, Gu Sidong looked like a dignified woman from ancient times. She gazed at herself in the mirror and said, Being an ancient woman is such a nuisance. Suddenly, a familiar chime sounded. The system abruptly appeared and issued a new main mission. Spend 50 taels of silver within 2 hours. Her expression instantly darkened, and she slammed her hand against the dressing table. Her sudden movement startled the maid beside her. The maid stammered, Miss, are you dissatisfied with the clothes Luju prepared? Realizing that she had overreacted, Gu Sidong hurriedly changed her expression and concealed her true feelings. No, the clothes you prepared are beautiful. It would be a shame not to go out in them. With that, she and Luju headed into town. Houses lined the streets, and red lanterns hung outside every shop. She stopped before an establishment called the Splendid Brocade Pavilion and observed it for a moment. Rubbing her chin, she thought, Not bad. This looks like a place where I can spend money. The maid beside her also looked around curiously. The two then entered. A woman quickly came forward to greet them with a smile. Miss, welcome. When she saw Gu Sidong looking around, however, she covered her mouth with her fan and smiled mockingly. Is this your first time visiting the Splendid Brocade Pavilion, young lady? We normally don't serve individual customers, but since business is slow today, feel free to look around. Gu Sidong paid her no attention, but Luju clearly looked displeased. She stared at the woman and thought, She may be smiling warmly, but her tone makes it sound as if my mistress can't afford anything here. After thinking for a moment, Gu Sidong touched one of the displayed outfits and asked, Is it very expensive? The woman proudly replied, Of course. The Splendid Brocade Pavilion's garments are not only made from rare materials, but also feature novel designs. For the capital's noble young ladies, wearing an outfit from the Splendid Brocade Pavilion is something to be proud of. Gu Sidong nodded thoughtfully. Excellent. She pointed at the most magnificent outfit and asked, Is this one expensive? How much does it cost? Seeing that her mistress wanted to buy the displayed garment, Luju hurriedly stopped her. Miss, this outfit is much too large. It won't fit you. Gu Sidong calmly replied, Then I'll buy it and use it as a cleaning rag. The system immediately announced, Congratulations, young miss. You have completed the mission. 50 taels of silver have been transferred to your account. The saleswoman smiled at Gu Sidong, but inwardly scoffed. She talks as though she were truly some noble young lady. She then handed the wrap garment to Gu Sidong and added, Hold on to it carefully, young lady. After receiving the money, the woman immediately changed her attitude and enthusiastically said, Since you have money, young lady, why not go upstairs and take a look? Gu Sidong did not respond. She merely turned to leave and said, Let's return to the estate. The system clung to her shoulder, blazing with anger. Tugging at her, it demanded, Miss, how can you let her look down on us like that? Now that we have money, we must buy everything. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised a paw and the familiar notification sounded. Main mission, please purchase the Splendid Brocade Pavilion. Hearing the mission announcement, Gu Sidong abruptly stopped walking. The mission panel appeared again. Main mission, please purchase the Splendid Brocade Pavilion. Gu Sidong trembled, unable to speak. She took several deep breaths to calm herself, but only a few seconds later, she clenched her fists and cursed murderously, Damn dog. Luju was so frightened that she hugged the package tightly. Gu Sidong then turned around and told the woman, "Where is the shopkeeper? I want to buy this establishment." Her words left the woman dumbfounded. Meanwhile, across from the splendid brocade pavilion, a red-robed youth stood with two guards, looking at the white-robed man before him. The handsome young man looked as beautiful as an immortal. He cupped his hands and said, "Sixth Imperial Brother, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I forgot you were still downstairs." He was Prince Song, 16 years old. The person he addressed as Sixth Imperial Brother merely stood up slowly and replied, "It's all right," seeing that the other man was not angry. Prince Song showed a disgusted expression and said nothing. He then added contemptuously, "In that case, Sixth Imperial Brother, you can return by yourself. I won't see you off." The other man calmly replied, "Very well," and turned to leave. However, Prince Song had no intention of allowing his Sixth Imperial Brother to depart unharmed. He stretched out his leg and tripped the other man. Caught by surprise, the man's eyes widened as he fell to the ground, his hair spilling loose around him. The people in the tavern gathered around and began whispering among themselves, "He's still the Sixth Prince. How could he be bullied so badly?" Another person said, "That one is His Majesty's biological younger brother. He is the 8th Prince, and his title is Prince Song." The Sixth Prince struggled to his feet. His hair was now completely disheveled, making him look even more miserable, but did not end there. Prince Song immediately stepped on the Sixth Prince's hand, which had been injured in the fall. Pretending to be concerned, he mocked, "Sixth Imperial Brother, you should watch where you're going. Why are you as frail as a woman? Why don't I report this to His Majesty and ask him to find someone to take care of you?" The Sixth Prince silently endured it. Only after a while did he say, "There's no need," seeing that the man did not resist despite being bullied. Prince Song sighed coldly, placed his hands on his hips, and said, "How boring." He then put on a smug expression, stroked his chin, and continued, "Fine. Sixth Imperial Brother cannot bear to part with me, and I cannot bear to part with Sixth Imperial Brother either." Finally satisfied, he turned to leave and said with loud laughter, "Let's go." After Prince Song departed, the Sixth Prince slowly rose to his feet, his expression as cold as ice. As he faced the whispers behind him, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a voice asked, "Are you all right?" It belonged to a man who was still chewing on a chicken leg. When the person before him did not answer, the man asked again, "Are you all right?" The prince quickly said he was fine and hurried away. The man, who looked like a wandering priest, immediately chased after him. "Hey, wait!" Hearing someone call out, the prince flinched and turned to look at him. The man then said, "Listen, the space between your brows has recently turned dark. I can tell that you're about to encounter misfortune." At that moment, Gu Sidong and Lu Zhu were drinking tea nearby. Hearing the commotion, they also looked over. They heard the man ask, "Has anything unusual happened to you lately?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Gu Sidong's system had appeared again. "Hidden mission. Please obtain a good person card from Yin Gue and prevent Yin Gue from turning dark." Hearing the name, she murmured, "Yin Gue, that's a lovely name." As soon as the notification appeared, the system updated Gu Sidong with Yin Gue's information. Yin Gue was the current dynasty's 6th prince. He had no princely title or estate and presently lived in an abandoned palace within the imperial compound. He was merely the son of a palace maid serving the late emperor's favorite consort, who is now the Empress Dowager. Yin Gue was conceived after the emperor became drunk, and as soon as he was born, his mother was strangled to death. Without a consort mother, Yin Gue was forgotten by the late emperor. However, neither that favored consort nor her children forgot about him. Yin Gue grew up under their constant abuse, and seeds of hatred took root and sprouted in his heart. Yin Gue colluded with ministers outside the imperial family to assassinate the emperor. Prince Rome was used and died in the incident. The assassination failed, and Prince Yi severed one of Yin Gue's arms, but Yin Gue escaped. From then on, he completely turned dark and embarked upon the path of rebellion, plunging the realm into endless war and leaving the common people in misery. After hearing about Yin Gue's past and future, she gently raised her teacup and said, "He is indeed rather pitiful." By then, stars had appeared in the sky. At Gu Sitong's southern courtyard, she and Lu Zhu had just returned from shopping. Suddenly, she looked somewhat surprised. 3 women stood before her, one of whom was Qinghe, whom she had recently beaten. The woman in red shouted as soon as she saw her, "So you still know the way home? Where have you been at this late hour?" Hearing the woman scold her, Gu Sidong wondered who she was. Before she could say anything, The woman's daughter beside her said spitefully. She must have gone somewhere filthy. Gu Sitong then looked at the second woman, thinking in confusion, and who is this? At the same time, the system appeared to answer her question. This was Gu Xiao, the murderer who had killed the original host, and the target Gu Sitong needed to defeat. Seeing that the person before her remained silent, Gu Xiao snapped, "You have been enjoying yourself these past 2 days, haven't you? How dare you lay a hand on my maid?" Just then, Gu Xiao's attention fell upon the parcel in Lu Zhu's hands. She thought, that is the newest design from the splendid embroidery workshop. How could she possibly be wearing it? Gu Xiao then pointed at Gu Sitong and stammered, "Where did you get those clothes?" She received only an indifferent reply. "What does it have to do with you?" After Gu Sitong answered that way, Gu Xiao immediately seized upon an excuse to make trouble. "How could it have nothing to do with me? What have you been doing outside? Why are you wearing clothes from the splendid embroidery workshop? Who bought them for you? Who have you been fooling around with to get those clothes?" Hearing those slanderous words, Gu Sitong became like a goddess of fire and thought angrily, "So you think you're good at insulting people? This is infuriating. Who does she think she is? I should deal with her right now." Seeing Gu Sitong remain silent, the other woman pressed her advantage and reached her claws toward Gu Sitong. "You even dared to hit Qinghe. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never learn who the true mistress of this princely residence is." Before her claws could touch Gu Sitong, however, Gu Sitong frowned and thought, "You dare try to slap my face? You must have a death wish." Immediately, Gu Sitong delivered a devastating kick that sent her crashing backward with a scream. Her mother, sitting nearby, was also startled. Her face turned deathly pale as she cried, "Xiao Xiao." Qinghe hurried over to help her. "Young lady." The woman who had taken the full force of the kick rolled on the ground and moaned incessantly. "Mother, it hurts. Mother, you must seek justice for me." Gu Sitong said nothing. She merely walked forward calmly and settled into a chair. Everyone stared at her in stunned silence. Xiao Xiao was helped to her feet by her maid, but her mother quickly pointed at Gu Sitong and cursed, "You wretched wench. Who gave you permission to sit there? You dared to strike Xiao Xiao and show such disrespect to your elder. How could the prince have a daughter like you?" After hearing this, Gu Sitong remained silent. She merely rose, turned around, and walked away, leaving the woman who had been berating her staring after her in confusion. Before any of them could recover, Gu Sitong returned carrying a wooden staff she had picked up nearby. "What are you planning to do? Are you going to hit someone again?" As Gu Sitong held the wooden staff, Xiao Xiao's mother fearfully embraced her daughter and ordered her under everyone's astonished gaze. "How dare you wield that staff? Put it down at once." However, the word obedience did not exist in Gu Sitong's vocabulary. Raising the staff with both hands, she repeatedly swung it at the 3 women before her. At that moment, Xiao Xiao and her mother finally became frightened and shouted for help. "Guards, hurry and stop her." They clung tightly to Xiao Xiao along with Qinghe. Yet from the guards and maids to the young lady of the princely residence, and even its current princess consort, Gu Sitong struck everyone indiscriminately. No one escaped. After beating them for a while, she finally tossed the staff aside. Lu Zhu stood nearby, covering her mouth in horror as she stared at the scene. Xiao Xiao and her mother had been beaten black and blue. They looked at Gu Sitong and slurred, "She has gone mad. She must have gone mad." Gu Sitong paid them no attention and merely ordered, "Lu Zhu, throw all of them out." Lu Zhu was slightly surprised, but quickly replied yes. The next morning, at the southern courtyard, the courtyard gate was covered in yellow talismans, while a voice repeatedly chanted, "Spirits of heaven and earth, heed my call." An elderly Taoist priest wielded a wooden sword, dancing as he declared, "May the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise protect this body." Behind him stood the 3 people Gu Sitong had beaten the day before, along with several guards. At that moment, the old man breathed out a burst of flame. The people behind him immediately applauded. "Wonderful! Excellent!" At some point, however, Gu Sitong had appeared, leaning against the doorway. She watched the scene and remarked, "You would be better suited to a traveling circus." Hearing a voice behind him, the elderly Taoist was startled. He clutched his chest, coughing as he turned around. At that moment, Princess Consort Chung and the people beside her looked anxiously at Gu Sitong. Master, why is she not reacting at all?" Realizing that his deception was about to be exposed, The old man panicked. He pointed at Gu Sidong, sweating profusely as he coughed several times, and began his performance. This demon is extremely cunning. It has already taken control of the young lady's body. Hearing this, Princess Consort Chung lowered her voice and asked, "Then what should we do now?" The elderly Taoist pondered for a moment before feigning difficulty. "Princess Consort, please withdraw for a while. Only then will this old Taoist dare to act." Although she was reluctant, Princess Consort Chung quickly led her daughter away. "Then we will leave first and refrain from disturbing you. Thank you for your hard work, master." Watching everyone depart, the elderly Taoist smiled and replied, "I am merely doing what must be done." After the princess consort and Xiao Xiao had left, a trace of helplessness crossed his face. He turned to Gu Sidong and said, "Young lady, earning a little money is already difficult enough for me. Possessing someone else's body is one thing, but why must you also interfere with my business?" Hearing that, she froze. She frowned at him and asked, "You know that you are not a genuine Taoist priest, yet you still put on this act?" Stroking his beard, the elderly Taoist replied, "I am a genuine Taoist priest. When Prince Chung was still alive, I once read his fortune." He then raised his hand approvingly and smiled at Gu Sidong. "But judging by what I see today, your destiny is truly extraordinary." By then, they had both entered the courtyard. Sitting in a chair and looking at the man standing beside her, she could not help asking, why would someone as capable as you resort to fraud? Would it not be better to work honestly as a Taoist priest? Hearing her question, the elderly Taoist sat down and answered helplessly, "If I revealed my abilities, I would be taken into the palace. Once inside, who knows what might happen to me? I have no choice but to live as a fraud. Life has forced me into it." Hearing this, she fell silent. A moment later, she made a proposal. "Then I will give you 500 taels if you help me with something." Upon hearing such a large sum, he immediately raised his hand in delight to confirm it. 500 taels? He then quickly stood and continued, as he said, "Miss Gu, this truly is a major transaction. It certainly pays better than jumping around here. Tell me what you need." Resting her chin on her hand, she looked at him and explained what she wanted him to do. After hearing her request, the elderly Taoist broke into a sweat. "I am afraid 500 taels will not be enough. This is a rather serious matter. If it goes wrong, I will also be in trouble." Hearing this, she seemed to understand everything and said, "Then name your price." At once, he indicated the amount he wanted and said with a pitiful expression, "Just this much." Looking at the number he had shown her, she asked, 1,000 taels? Upon hearing that figure, he hurriedly nodded and stroked his beard. For such an important matter, before he could finish, she agreed. Seeing Gu Sidong's consent, the elderly Taoist said happily, "Ha, I have discovered that you are truly wicked." Hearing this, she immediately became solemn and said, "Do not speak nonsense. I am a good person." He fell silent, but then, like a slave to money, he promptly nodded and flattered her. Yes, you're a good person. Anyone with money is a good person." Watching his behavior, she could only remain speechless. A moment later, she murmured thoughtfully, "Judging by the time, that dog should arrive soon." On a nearby street, a fortune-telling stall was calling out to customers. Passers-by stopped one after another. "Fortunes told here." Gu Sidong appeared holding a sheet of paper and said coldly, "Read this fortune." The elderly Taoist immediately began his performance. Taking the paper, he smiled brightly and rattled off, "A dragon among men, with boundless prospects and a destiny of unparalleled wealth and honor." She then looked at him and said, "Are you also going to say that he will rule all beneath heaven and ascend the throne as emperor?" Hearing this, he merely smiled and waved his hand. "Those are your words, young lady. How would I dare make such reckless claims?" Meanwhile, in the countryside, countless flowers were in full bloom. Luju hurriedly draped a warm cloak over Gu Sidong's shoulders and said, "Be careful, young lady. Why have we come all the way out here?" Gu Sidong suddenly gestured for silence. Although Luju did not understand, she obediently complied. Suddenly, the figures of an intimate man and woman appeared before them. Recognizing the man, Luju thought anxiously, "Is that not young Master Yi? Why is he with the other young lady?" The man caressed Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, you look beautiful today." The two of them then embraced and kissed. Watching the scene before her, Lu Zhu blushed and repeatedly thought, young lady, this must be a misunderstanding. Young Master Yi is not that kind of person. Seeing the maid beside her growing restless, Gu Sidong calmly said, there is nothing between Yi Yang and me. Neither of them is married. So what misunderstanding could there be? Seeing that her mistress seemed to understand everything, Lu Zhu asked anxiously, young lady, do you not like young Master Yi? Hearing this, Gu Sidong gently asked in return, did I ever say that? Faced with her question, Lu Zhu stammered, I do not think so. But before she could finish, Gu Sidong interrupted her. The marriage agreement never specified which daughter it concerned. It could be either Gu Shao or me. Whoever Yi Yang wants to be with has nothing to do with me. Understand? After hearing her explanation, the maid immediately replied, I understand. Suddenly, a crowd appeared and pointed at the couple. Well, come and look. Someone is having a secret rendezvous here. Upon being discovered, the girl's face turned crimson as she cried, Brother Yi, I am frightened. Yi Yang hurriedly pulled her into his arms. His own face was flushed as he said, do not be afraid, Xiao Xiao. I will protect you. The two of them then fled in a disheveled state. At that moment, Lu Zhu approached her mistress and whispered, young lady, you have finished watching the performance, have you not? Gu Sitong looked at the girl, took out a bank draft, and said, give him the money. Do not let anyone else see. Lu Zhu stared blankly at her mistress, and then at the bank draft, thinking, were those people sent here by the young lady? At the same time, at the gathering from a far restaurant, the moment Gu Sitong entered, people around her looked over and said, well, is that not the eldest young lady of Prince Cheng's residence? Hearing someone mention her, she glanced over indifferently. Another person nearby also looked at her and chimed in, Sister Huang, mind your words. She is so arrogant. Why would she ever speak to people like us? The first girl immediately mocked, exactly. How could we ever be worthy of her attention? They continued making sarcastic remarks, but Gu Sidong had no idea what they were talking about. She turned to Lu Zhu behind her and asked, do I have some grudge against them? Lu Zhu sighed, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, young lady, have you forgotten? When the prince was still alive, they constantly tried to ingratiate themselves with you, but you never paid them any attention. Understanding the reason, Gu Sitong looked disgusted and said, how boring. Her words left those mocking her speechless. Gu Sitong then led her people away. Seeing this, the women behind her could not help exclaiming in disbelief. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. The other woman stared at her and demanded, Gu Sidong, I am talking to you. Why are you not answering? However, Gu Sidong's attention was focused entirely on the hand holding her. She lifted that hand and said indifferently, such a beautiful hand. It would be a shame if it were broken. Her actions and words left the other woman bewildered. Before anyone nearby could say anything, Gu Sidong flung the girl aside like a piece of trash. The girl immediately screamed. The two women accompanying her now stood before Gu Sidong, their faces deathly pale and their bodies trembling with fear. Gu Sidong merely said calmly, you are blocking my way. The two of them hurriedly stepped aside. Afterward, she led her people away under the gaze of the three women. The girl who had fallen pointed at her and shouted, Gu Sidong, stop right there. Gu Sitong looked helpless and asked, are you still not finished? After saying that, she turned to leave. However, the other woman threatened her. Gu Sidong, now that your father is gone, what are you worth? You even dare to strike me. I'm telling you, I will not let you off today. Hearing that, Gu Sitong remained silent for a moment, as she looked back and asked, and what will happen if you do not let me off? At that moment, Gu Sitong sat in a chair and looked at the woman before her, surrounded by people eager to watch the commotion. Whispered discussions could also be heard outside. Is that the eldest young lady of Prince Cheng's residence? It seems so. Is the other one Grand Tutor Huang's granddaughter? Prince Cheng is dead. I fear his residence will face some difficulties now. A woman covered her mouth and said to the person beside her, only women remain in Prince Cheng's residence now. How pitiful. Her words left the people around her silent. At that moment, Gu Sitong looked at the woman before her and asked, well, do you want to hit me again? The question made the other woman even angrier. I'm not a violent brute like you. She then pointed directly at Gu Sidong and ordered, Gu Sidong, I am warning you. Whenever you see us in the future, You must take another route. Is that clear? Gu Sidong remained expressionless and asked, how exactly am I supposed to take another route? Hearing this, the woman aggressively pointed at the floor. For example, since we were at the gathering from a far restaurant today, you are not allowed to come here. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson. The moment she finished speaking, the familiar voice sounded beside Gu Sidong's ear. The system had appeared again, bringing what she hated most. Main mission, please purchase the gathering from a far restaurant. Upon hearing this, rage erupted in Gu Sidong's heart. Gu Sidong roared, you bastard, you rabid dog. She then slammed the table to vent her anger. All of you are idiots. Both the people being scolded and the witnesses stared at her in astonishment. After calming down, Gu Sidong summoned the manager. He was also bewildered in the middle of the crowd, his head filled with questions. He had been enjoying the spectacle, but now he became anxious. What had begun as entertainment had suddenly brought trouble upon him. The manager hurried forward and said, young lady, how may I help you? Inwardly, he kept reminding himself that these were all noble young ladies whom he could not afford to offend. Seeing him arrive, Gu Sidong spoke only 3 words. I am buying this restaurant. Upon hearing that, everyone froze. Cold sweat covered the manager's face as he looked at Gu Sidong and replied, eldest young lady, you must be joking. The gathering from a far restaurant is not for sale. Hearing this, the other woman clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Gu Sidong, have you gone mad? Before Gu Sidong could speak, she continued, this is the gathering from a far restaurant. It earns 10,000 taels of silver every day. How could they possibly sell it to you? Gu Sidong paid her no attention and merely placed a banknote on the table. Looking at it, the manager began sweating even more. Eldest young lady, I truly cannot sell it. Before he could finish speaking, several more banknotes were placed on the table. The manager helplessly tried to speak again, but before he could finish, another stack was placed in the same spot. The pile of banknotes was already enormous. As the pile grew higher and higher, both Miss Huang and the manager fell silent. The spectators stared with their mouths hanging open in astonishment. Outside, a woman leaned close to the person beside her and asked, Prince Chung is already dead. How can the eldest young lady still spend money like this? The woman beside her replied, is she trying to drive Prince Cheng's residence into complete ruin? One of Grand Tutor Huang's granddaughter's companions also leaned close and whispered, Sister Huang, has she gone mad? Grand Tutor Huang's granddaughter murmured in reply, how would I know? The man beside him broke into a sweat as well. So many banknotes. How could she possibly carry that much money? Seeing Gu Sidong continue laying down more banknotes, the manager thought that the money was enough to buy the gathering from a far restaurant 3 times over. Yet he still firmly refused. Young miss, the gathering from a far restaurant has been passed down by my ancestors. I cannot sell it. Hearing this, she calmly stated her terms. I'll pay double. You will continue managing the restaurant, and I'll merely be the owner behind the scenes. All the profits will still belong to you. His eyes widened. Could there really be such a wonderful deal? That would be practically the same as not selling it at all. She was spending so much money merely to become the owner. The manager hurriedly ordered a servant. Quickly, bring a box for the banknotes. Having completed the system's mission, Gu Sidong walked over to the 3 women from earlier. Now, please walk around me. Having her own words thrown mercilessly back in her face felt like a slap. The Grand Tutor Huang's granddaughter could only stand there furiously with the 2 women behind her, all 3 rendered speechless. She then pointed at Gu Sidong and stammered, why you bought the gathering from a far restaurant? Just because of what I said? Gu Sidong, you really are insane. But Gu Sidong merely said, I have money. Her voice was soft, yet it instantly silenced the other woman. Gu Sidong then looked at the manager, pointed at the women before her, and ordered, do not serve these people again. Hearing this, the Grand Tutor Huang's granddaughter snorted and turned to leave. Let's go. The other 2 hurried after her. The manager anxiously asked Gu Sidong, Miss Gu, the Huang family won't cause trouble for us because of this, will they? He then faltered. Prince Cheng's residence no longer has anyone backing it. Before he could finish, Gu Sidong interrupted him. At worst, they'll smash the place and I'll reopen it. Her words, actions, and immense wealth further cemented her reputation as Boss Gu. Hearing her say this, the manager stood there as though his soul had left his body. Bonus scene. The system excitedly appeared and announced, Young miss, we have become the wealthiest people in the imperial capital. She was the wealthiest one. But Gu Sidong crossed her arms, glared at the figure before her, and snapped, I don't want that. Meanwhile, at Prince Cheng's residence, Princess consort Qing anxiously gripped her daughter's hand. Xiao Xiao, what is going on? Why is everyone outside saying that you and Yi Yang already have a child? Under her mother's questioning, the young woman blushed and looked away. Mother, Yi Yang and I met that day, and someone saw us. I thought they hadn't seen us clearly. Her mother froze for a moment upon hearing this. Her expression then darkened as she scolded. Are you a fool? Someone saw you, and you did nothing about it? You could have paid them to keep quiet, and they would have said nothing. What have I taught you? Why do you never listen? Growing even angrier, she pointed a finger directly at Xiao Zhao's forehead and berated her. I told you not to meet Yi Yang for the time being. Why did you refuse to listen? Frightened by her mother's scolding, Xiao Xiao burst into tears. I was too scared at the time. Mother, what should I do now? Just then, Qinghe rushed in from outside. Pointing toward the entrance, she cried, Your Highness, Your Highness, 2 sedan chairs have arrived from the palace. Both mother and daughter were startled. Princess consort Chung hurriedly asked, What? Why are there 2 sedan chairs? They only need one to collect the selected maiden. Xiao Zhao's face turned deathly pale. Did they come to the wrong residence? Qinghe's expression was grim as well. No, they both came to our residence. The palace sedan chairs will arrive here shortly. Princess consort Chung hurried outside with Xiao Xiao and the servants. Seeing the eunuch in charge approaching, she anxiously asked, Sir, our residence has only one place. Why must Xiao Xiao go as well? The elderly eunuch, his face marked by the passage of time, slowly bowed and replied, This old servant does not know either. Your Highness, please hurry. This old servant must still visit other residences. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao burst into tears and clung tightly to her mother's arm. Mother, I won't go. I am terrified. Her daughter's reaction startled her, but she quickly took Xiao Zhao's hand. You have no choice. Defying an imperial decree is punishable by beheading. She then grasped her daughter's shoulders and comforted her. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. That wretch must enter the palace too. Adapt to the situation when the time comes, and you will be fine. Xiao Xiao looked at her and softly called, Mother, but Princess consort Qing quickly interrupted her. I will go to the Yi residence. Enter the palace first. I will not let anything happen to you. By this time, Xiao Xiao had already arrived at the imperial palace. Qinghe followed the eunuch who had come to escort them. He quickly pointed in one direction. Young lady, this way please. Following behind her mistress, Qinghe sighed inwardly. Why did the young miss have to enter the palace? Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Xiao from behind and thought of the clothes her mistress was wearing. Was that not the same outfit she had delivered to the south courtyard? Realizing this, Qinghe's expression grew even grimmer. This was bad. Inside the grand hall, everyone was conversing when a voice rang out. His Highness the 6th Prince has arrived. Prince Song immediately looked over with excitement. 6th Imperial Brother is here. Hearing this, Gu Sitong, who sat nearby, also looked over, wondering what the newcomer looked like. He was dressed entirely in white, his expression as cold and composed as ever. Prince Song drank his wine while looking at the 6th Prince and mocking him. 6th Imperial Brother, you are terribly late. Do you walk as slowly as a woman? The 6th Prince remained silent, his expression unchanged. Seeing this, Prince Song pressed his advantage and pointed at the young women sitting opposite him. Why don't you sit with them? After all, you're no different from them. Following the direction of his finger, the 6th Prince looked over. Delighted that his mockery had hit its mark, Prince Song burst into laughter. The 6th Prince then slowly walked to the table beside Gu Sidong. She observed him with her chin resting on her hand and thought, he is quite handsome. The 6th Prince sat beside her, still watching everything with an impassive expression. Noticing that the person beside him kept staring, the 6th Prince looked back and gave her a slight nod in greeting. When he looked at her, Gu Sitong averted her gaze and fell into thought. What good was a handsome man? The more deeply she considered it, the more irritated she became. He is so handsome, yet he has neither influence nor anyone supporting him. He might as well turn into a villain. Sensing Gu Sitong's thoughts, the system immediately appeared. Breaking into a cold sweat, it warned her, Young miss, please control your thoughts. It then moved closer, swaying back and forth as it complained. A good man was being bullied just now, yet not only did you refuse to help him, you now want him to turn into a villain. How can you be so heartless? Gu Sidong ignored its incessant swaying with a cold expression, but after hearing its complaints, she snorted and retorted while casually whistling, I see nothing wrong with my thoughts. Hearing this, the system fainted as though its soul had left its body. At that moment, the emperor surveyed the gathering and announced, "Today is a palace banquet. Everyone, make yourselves at ease." He then raised a hand and ordered, "Begin the music." Prince Song immediately pointed excitedly to one side and suggested, "Imperial brother, why not have 6th Imperial brother perform a dance for us?" The emperor looked at the person being indicated with interest. 6th brother knows how to dance. Hearing the two men ridicule him, the 6th prince merely looked away in silence. Seeing this, Prince Song eagerly added fuel to the fire. "Of course 6th Imperial brother knows how to dance. Isn't that right, 6th Imperial brother?" Forced into an impossible situation, Yin Gui lowered his head in silence, though his trembling hand had already clenched tightly into a fist. In the end, he stood and bowed to the man seated on the throne. "Your Majesty, this subject does not know how." Still holding his wine cup, Prince Song deliberately mocked him. "Do not lie. You clearly know how. Or is it that 6th Imperial brother refuses to dance for us?" Hearing this, Yin Gui finally frowned. "I will dance." With her chin resting on her hand, Gu Sitong watched everything unfold and could not resist asking the system, "Are these two, the Emperor and Prince Song, mentally twisted?" The system pondered her question for a moment, then shrugged. Yes, they were influenced by the Empress Dowager's beliefs. Ever since they were young, the Empress Dowager has insisted that Yin Gui's mother was low-born and seduced the Emperor while she herself was out of favor. Yin Gui, whose beauty resembled that of an immortal, struggled to perform a dance. The servants all lowered their heads, not daring to look, but Prince Song shouted at them, "Why are you lowering your heads? Raise them and watch." Being allowed to see 6th Imperial brother dance is a blessing for all of you. Sitting opposite him, Gu Sidong looked displeased. Her hand moved slightly as she murmured, "You deserve a little punishment." As she spoke, a beam of light flew from her hand. Across from her, Prince Song was watching the dancer contemptuously when a cord suddenly shot from Gu Sitong's hand and wrapped itself around his neck. The cord tightened, making him break into a frightened cold sweat as he cried for help. The guards and palace maids hurried over in alarm. "Your Highness! Your Highness! Prince Song!" Prince Song could only clutch the cord to keep it from tightening further while groaning in pain. Seeing his brother in such a state, the emperor hurried over as well. "Imperial brother, what is wrong?" But Prince Song could only cough and was unable to speak. As the cord was choking him too tightly, he pulled the sword from a guard's waist and quickly cut it from his neck. After severing the cord, Prince Song was still covered in cold sweat. However, the sword in his hand was now pointed directly at the emperor. His sudden action terrified the emperor. Seeing how the situation had developed, Gu Sidong remained perfectly calm and quickly retracted the cord. To everyone else, it appeared that Prince Song was charging at his imperial brother with a sword. The emperor cried out in terror, "Imperial brother, what are you doing?" At that moment, a guard quickly seized Prince Song's arm, then hooked an arm around his neck and dragged him backward while another guard restrained him. After being helped to his feet, the emperor hurriedly brushed the dust from his imperial robes. Once he had regained his composure, the sweating emperor looked at his brother and ordered, "Lock him up." Gu Sidong silently watched everything unfold for a moment, then slowly withdrew the cord. The palace maids who had witnessed everything were terrified. What just happened? Another palace maid leaned close to her companion's ear and whispered. Prince Song looked as though he was possessed. His eyes were terrifying. The woman beside her hesitantly repeated, "Possessed?" Hearing this, the emperor became thoughtful. Possessed. After pondering for a moment, he abruptly ordered, "The two young ladies of the Gu family will remain. Everyone else is dismissed." Hearing the emperor mention her, Xiao Xiao flinched. Her lips trembled with fear, leaving her unable to speak. She anxiously wondered why Yi Yang had still not arrived. With so many people present, why had the emperor chosen her? After thinking this, she abruptly stood, pushed aside the palace maid beside her, and sobbed at the emperor, "Your Majesty." She then quickly knelt under his astonished gaze. She faltered, "Your Majesty, this subject has been unwell recently and is not fit to remain in the palace." After saying this, Xiao Xiao quickly pointed at Gu Sitong, who had remained silent the entire time. "She is this subject's elder sister. My sister can remain in the palace in my place." The woman she had named calmly lifted her wine cup and took a sip. But the emperor was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately glared at Xiao Xiao and roared, "My word is an imperial decree. Do you dare defy it?" Xiao Xiao froze froze and stammered. This subject. She then lowered her trembling head. This subject acknowledges her crime. Only after hearing this did the emperor snort and turn to leave. Yingui, meanwhile, stared thoughtfully at the woman, calmly pouring herself more wine. He then looked at Gu Sidong and wondered, why is she so calm, as though none of this has anything to do with her? On a winter night, falling snow transformed the scenery into a picturesque landscape. Crimson lanterns hung from the gathering from a far restaurant. The moment the manager saw Gu Sitong arrive, he hurried out to greet her. "Young miss, you are here. A guest just came looking for you and said you would arrive. I did not expect you to actually come." Gu Sitong merely replied, "Lead the way." The manager respectfully bowed and obeyed. Inside sat a handsome man, the same old Taoist priest who had performed the ritual in the south courtyard the other day. Upon seeing Gu Sitong, he cheerfully helped himself to some food. "Young miss, you arrived a little earlier than I expected. It appears everything went smoothly." Gu Sitong did not answer. She merely took out a stack of banknotes. "Take these. This is your payment." His eyes immediately lit up at the sight of 10,000 taels, and he took the banknotes and counted them repeatedly. Still, he did not forget to ask, "She is your younger sister. After all, how could you bear to send her to her death?" Gu Sitong leisurely poured herself some wine and answered, "If she did not enter the palace, I would have had to." Hearing this, the man shrugged excitedly. Holding a wine cup in one hand, he gestured delightedly with the other. "I never imagined that I would one day deceive the emperor. Gu Zhao's life is worth a fortune. Blessed by heaven, she can ensure his majesty's longevity and bring prosperity to the nation." He then laughed loudly and continued, "Honestly, even I nearly believed it." After a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Leaning across the table, he looked at Gu Sitong and asked, "If the emperor discovers that she is useless, Prince Cheng's entire residence may be implicated. Are you not worried?" Gu Sitong slowly raised her wine cup and replied, "What is there to worry about?" Hearing such a meaningful answer, the man gave her a thumbs up and praised her. "Impressive. Remember to call me if another profitable opportunity arises." Night had fallen, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Meanwhile, inside the emperor's bedchamber at the imperial palace, he looked at the trembling Gu Xiao kneeling on the floor and spread his arms. "Come here and undress me." Her entire body shook, and her face grew several shades paler. Seeing that the woman before him remained silent and made no move, the emperor angrily shouted, "Must I personally invite you?" Hearing this, Gu Xiao slowly rose and cautiously approached him, step by step. Her trembling hands reached toward the emperor. Suddenly, he tightly seized Gu Zhao's hand and raised her arm above her head. Wrapping his other arm around her waist, he demanded, "Are you afraid of me?" Though frightened by sudden action, Gu Xiao stammered. To this subject would not dare. He bent down and leaned close to the trembling Gu Zhao's shoulder, scrutinizing her as he asked, "Then why are you trembling?" Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut and denied it. This subject is not trembling." Amid the tense atmosphere, a eunuch entered and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, General Yi requests an audience." Gu Xiao instantly brightened and turned around, looking completely different from before. Hearing the report and seeing her reaction, the emperor frowned slightly but remained silent. Then a sinister expression appeared on his face as he told the eunuch outside, "Summon him into the hall and have him wait outside the door. Make sure he listens carefully and hears everything clearly." Gu Xiao stood beside him. Hearing this, her face immediately darkened with fear. Before she could say anything, the emperor pushed her down onto the bed. Elsewhere, in the palace of 10,000 blessings, the young eunuch beside Yingui indignantly complained on his behalf, saying that Prince Song had gone too far. Yingui, however, sat leisurely on his bed reading a book. The young eunuch looked at him again and said resentfully, "You are a prince too. How could they force you to dance before all the court officials?" Yingui merely reminded the person beside him in a measured tone to watch his words, or he would be punished if anyone overheard him. After being admonished, the young eunuch muttered dejectedly, "Your Highness, this servant is merely angry on your behalf." Yingui frowned and stared directly at him. Is surviving not more important? An image of Gu Sitong appeared in his mind, causing him to frown and close his eyes. After composing himself, he murmured, "Princess Consort Chung is currently the mistress of Prince Cheng's residence. Gu Sitong was not born to her, so her life in the residence must be difficult." But then he remembered how leisurely Gu Sitong had been while drinking her wine, and quietly added, "It seems she is living rather well." The next morning, a continuous commotion erupted throughout Prince Cheng's residence, awakening the sleeping Gu Sitong. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she asked, "Lu Zhu, why is it so noisy outside?" Hearing her call, the maid poked her head inside and answered, "Young miss, the second young miss was nearly beaten to death. Princess Consort Chung is outside causing a scene and demanding to see you." After hearing this, Gu Sitong asked blankly why. Lu Zhu approached and whispered, "Miss, the second young lady wore the clothes they brought earlier. She had no court attire when she was about to enter the palace, so I do not know why she wore that outfit." Hearing this, Gu Sitong suddenly understood and murmured, "Fortunately, I did not wear it." The maid looked at her and continued, "Moreover, rumors are spreading that the second young lady and General Yi were having an affair. General Yi was demoted last night." Suddenly, Princess Consort Cheng's furious curses came from outside. "You wretched woman, get out here. How could you be so vicious?" Her shouting was so loud that both of them looked outside. Gu Sitong's expression darkened. After changing her clothes, she went outside with Lu Zhu. The woman immediately rushed over, pointed at Gu Sitong's face, and berated her incessantly. "You wretch, why weren't you the one who was detained?" Hearing her words, Gu Sitong merely asked calmly, "Why should it have been me?" Seeing her retort, Gu Zhao's mother angrily changed the subject. "It was you. You were behind Xiao being taken into the palace, weren't you?" Faced with the accusation, Gu Sitong remained composed and replied, "No." However, the woman did not believe her and continued cursing. "You coward! You dare to do it, but not admit it. Guards, tie her up." At her command, the senior maids behind her quickly charged toward Gu Sitong. Lu Zhu hurriedly stood in front of her. "Miss, run!" The maid hugged her mistress tightly to protect her, but Gu Sitong merely took out a banknote, instantly making the senior maids freeze in place. Holding up the money, she said, "If you want this banknote, throw all these noisy people out." After she spoke, the senior maids looked at the woman behind them, who stood there dumbfounded. One of the maids glanced at the woman beside her and said with a cold sweat, "The eldest young lady is truly ruthless now." She casually offered a banknote worth 200 taels. The woman who had been ordered thrown out finally came to her senses. Frowning, she pointed at Gu Sitong and continued cursing. "You wretch, do you have no respect for the rules? Do you think an ignorant brat like you can control Prince Cheng's residence?" She then patted her chest and proclaimed, "I am the one who manages this residence. Do you think they will obey you merely because you offered them a few banknotes?" Hearing this, Gu Sitong slowly sat down and produced a thick stack of banknotes. Looking at the people before her, she said, "From now on, if any of you want money, come directly to me. As long as you do not scheme behind my back, you may have whatever you want." The senior maids fell silent again. They exchanged wordless glances. Then two of them signaled to each other, reached an agreement, and shouted together, "1, 2, 3. They promptly tossed the current princess consort out of the southern courtyard. Their actions left her utterly astonished. Lu Zhu stood in the courtyard with her arms folded and declared sternly to the three matrons, "Remember this. From now on, you will obey only my young lady in Prince Cheng's residence." Holding their banknotes, the matrons looked at the young woman before them and immediately smiled. "Yes, we will obey the eldest young lady's every command." Suddenly, the system appeared in a panic. "Young miss, something terrible has happened. The good person card is in danger. Prince Song intends to drown him beside a pleasure boat." Startled by the system's sudden warning, Gu Sitong frowned and said angrily, "Prince Song must be out of his mind." With that, she slowly unfolded a sheet of paper and began writing a letter. When the system saw what she was writing, it covered its face in horror and was rendered speechless. Losing its composure, it rolled over to Gu Sitong with a gloomy expression. "Are you serious, young miss? Your good person card has already been strung up, yet you are still writing a letter." It then flew to her side and tugged forcefully at her clothes. "Hurry and save him. How can you let such a perfect opportunity slip away?" Gu Sitong, however, continued writing. She suddenly looked at the system and made a request. "I need a pleasure boat right now." Hearing that, it fell silent and stared at her. After finishing the letter, Gu Sitong handed it to Lu Zhu. "Deliver this to distant gathering tower." Meanwhile, beside a luxurious pleasure boat, Yin Gui's entire body was submerged. Deprived of air, his handsome, otherworldly face gradually lost all color. He struggled to surface, but Prince Song used in or to force him underwater. Laughing as he pressed down, he said, "Keep struggling. Hurry and beg me to save you." Yen Gui tightly closed his eyes, seemingly ready to give up. As he drifted in the water, he thought that dying this way might not be so bad. Just then, however, a hand grasped his. The instant his hand was seized, Yen Gui opened his eyes and looked at the person before him. Gu Sidong quickly took hold of both his hands and pulled him closer, then pressed her lips to his and breathed air into his lungs. Afterward, the two quickly climbed aboard the pleasure boat the system had prepared for her. Seeing this, Prince Song immediately ordered his men to pursue them. He frowned irritably at Gu Sitong's boat and said, "I want to see who is bold enough to rescue someone right in front of me." On the other pleasure boat, Gu Sitong supported Yen Gui as he coughed and gasped after swallowing water. Gently holding him up, she asked, "Are you all right?" Still panting, he stammered, "I am fine." Once he had calmed down, she took out a fur cloak and draped it over Yen Gui. He stared at her in astonishment. After recovering from his surprise, he looked at his savior and said shakily, "Thank you, Mississippi." Gu Sidong calmly tied the cloak for him and replied, "It was nothing." Just then, Prince Song caught up with him. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the pair before him, while two smiling guards followed behind. I wonder who it was. It turns out to be the eldest young lady of Prince Cheng's residence. Without waiting for her to speak, he mocked her. "Prince Cheng is already dead. Instead of mourning him at home, why have you come here to rescue someone? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to my 6th imperial brother?" Upon seeing who had arrived, Yen Gui looked at her worriedly, grasped her hand, and whispered, "Hand me over to him. You should leave quickly." Gu Sitong looked at the man beside her, but then reversed their grip and tightly held his hand in reassurance. She then calmly faced the man mocking her and warned indifferently, "So what if I have? If you dare bully him again, your imperial brother will be mourning you." Hearing this, Prince Song immediately pointed at her in fury. "Gu Sidong, how dare you disrespect my imperial brother? Guards, seize her." After he shouted the order, no one responded. The two guards beside him had vanished at some point, leaving Prince Song stunned. Coming back to his senses, he immediately looked around and shouted, "Guards!" A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a voice slowly enunciated, "I have already dealt with all your men." His face turned deathly pale with fear. He stammered as he looked over his shoulder, then stubbornly shouted, "What do you intend to do to me? Let me warn you, Prince Cheng's residence is nothing but an empty shell now. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will never spare you." The moment he finished speaking, Gu Sitong lifted him into the air. Suspended helplessly, Prince Song screamed in terror. Yen Gui stood nearby, staring speechlessly at the scene. Gu Sitong's expression was as grim as King Yama coming to claim a life. Before Prince Song could say anything more, she hurled him into the lake. Prince Song struggled to the surface and continued stubbornly threatening her. "I will have my imperial brother kill you. He will confiscate Prince Cheng's residence and exterminate your entire clan." Not only was Gu Sidong unafraid, but she also produced a pole from nowhere and struck Prince Song on the head. She then pushed him underwater, exactly as he had done to Yen Gui. As he was beaten and forced to swallow water, his expression changed repeatedly. After struggling for a while, the exhausted Prince Song finally crawled onto the pleasure boat and admitted defeat. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Immediately afterward, however, he frowned and challenged her. "Are you not afraid I will report this to my imperial brother?" Hearing his question, Gu Sidong slowly took out a golden token and replied indifferently, "It would not matter even if I killed you." After seeing what she held, Prince Song roared like a caged beast. "An immunity from death token. Prince Chung actually gave you his immunity from death token." Gu Sidong ignored him completely and turned away with Yen Gui, who had remained beside her. Supporting him, she said to Lu Zhu, "Lu Zhu, prepare a carriage and escort His Highness back to the palace." Lu Zhu stammered, "Yes, Mississippi." Gu Sidong and Yen Gui then left first. Lu Zhu was extremely flustered. Looking at Prince Song, who was still struggling in the water, she thought fearfully, "What should I do? If Prince Song tells His Majesty, my young lady will certainly be punished." After hesitating for a while, without finding an answer, Lu Zhu decided to turn and leave. "Forget it. I will leave him there. Prince Song still had not been pulled aboard and could only watch in silence as everyone departed one after another. The following day, sunlight filled the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, bathing it in a picturesque glow. Yen Gui lay on the bed, looking haggard. The young eunuch beside him called worriedly, "Your Highness." When Yen Gui slowly opened his eyes, the eunuch said anxiously, "You have finally awakened." Hearing his words and seeing his fearful expression, Yen Gui could not help feeling surprised. He hurriedly sat up and asked, "Why are you making that face? Did something happen?" The young eunuch quickly pointed at the pile of goods in the corner. "Chief Eunuch Lu usually withholds supplies from our palace of 10,000 blessings. But this morning, he ordered people to deliver all kinds of food, as well as blankets and bedding." After hearing this, Yen Gui raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did they say why?" The young eunuch shook his head vigorously. "They said nothing else, only that all 3 daily meals will be delivered properly from now on." Yen Gui said nothing more. He slowly approached the pile and gently touched the items that had been delivered. The young eunuch hurriedly added, "Chief Eunuch Lu seemed afraid I would question him." He left very quickly. After examining the goods for a while, Yen Gui covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "These are not palace supplies." Hearing that, the young eunuch immediately asked anxiously, "They came from outside the palace? Is there a problem with them?" At that moment, memories of what had happened on the pleasure boat the previous day surfaced in Yen Gui's mind. Gu Sidong had stood before him, holding his hand reassuringly while shielding him, and had openly challenged Prince Song. "If you dare bully him again, I will make you weep in misery." Recalling these things, he fell into thought. Could it have been her? He then looked at the young eunuch beside him and said, "Accept everything." The eunuch immediately replied, "Yes." Suddenly, another eunuch arrived at the door and announced, "The 6th Prince invites your highness to a banquet at the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion tonight during the hour of the dog." Hearing the announcement, Yen Gui stepped outside and asked suspiciously, "What is this about now?" Seeing him approach, the eunuch bowed his head and quickly withdrew. "I do not know. Please excuse me." After the eunuch left, the attendant beside Yen Gui looked at him in confusion and asked, "Your Highness, what kind of place is the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion?" Yen Gui's expression changed, and he frowned. "A brothel." Night soon fell, and the streets blazed with lantern light. Dark red lanterns hung high inside the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion, while flirtatious calls rang out endlessly. "Young master, come inside and have a look. Miss Lin is playing music and singing in the main hall." Outside, scantily dressed women continuously solicited customers, attracting passing men and making them stop. Inside a private room, Yen Gui and Prince Song sat opposite each other. Prince Song hurriedly said, "I wronged you in the past. I hope you will not hold it against me." Before Yen Gui could refuse, Prince Song pointed at the wine cup on the table and said enthusiastically, "6th brother, if you no longer resent me, empty this cup. Once tonight is over, I promise I will never bother you again." Yen Gui appeared to sense something unusual and remained seated in silence. Prince Song waited for a moment. Seeing that Yen Gui neither spoke nor moved, he said ingratiatingly, "6th brother, are you refusing to drink because you still hold that matter against me?" Yen Gui finally asked tentatively, "Do you mean what you say?" Prince Song immediately put on a sincere expression, placed a hand on his chest, and replied, "I truly know I was wrong. I was young and ignorant before." Hearing this, Yen Gui picked up the wine cup and looked sternly at him. "Once I empty this cup, we will stay out of each other's affairs from now on." Prince Song immediately raised his hand and answered cheerfully, "Of course, absolutely." Yen Gui slowly nodded, then drained the cup in one gulp. As he set it down, he looked at Prince Song and said, "I hope you keep your word." Seeing that Yen Gui had drunk the wine as planned, Prince Song clapped his hands as a signal and smiled. "Since I am apologizing, I must do it properly. Now, please accept the grand gift I have prepared for you, 6th brother." The door opened, and 3 women from the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion entered, saying brightly, "Greetings, young master." Yen Gui looked over in surprise as soon as they appeared. His body soon began burning up. Panting heavily, he put a hand on his chest and asked suspiciously, "That wine?" Prince Song did not deny it. Looking at Yen Gui's discomfort, he smiled broadly and replied, "That is right. I put an extremely powerful aphrodisiac in the wine. Meanwhile, Gu Sidong had already fallen asleep when the system hurriedly appeared. Young miss, wake up. The good person card is about to turn dark. Awakened by the system, Gu Sidong slowly opened her eyes and was rendered speechless. She then complained, why turn dark in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Yin Gue collapsed to the floor, weakened by the drug. Looking at Prince Song, he demanded, how could you break your word? Not only did Prince Song show no remorse, but he also wore a smug expression as he approached. Sixth brother, how did I break my word? I clearly said I would leave you alone after tonight. He looked contemptuously at Yin Gue and stroked his chin. So what if the eldest young lady of Prince Cheng's residence has taken a fancy to you? I refuse to believe she will still like you after tonight. Prince Song's scheme was finally revealed. Pointing excitedly at Yin Gue's chest, he continued smugly, once she no longer likes you, your good days will be over. After saying that, he stood up and ordered the three women, serve my sixth brother well. It will be his first time. Obeying Prince Song's order, the three women from the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion quickly approached Yin Gue. One of them gazed affectionately at him and said to Prince Song, rest assured, Your Highness, we guarantee that we will satisfy you. Standing nearby, with his arms folded, Prince Song watched the scene about to unfold and said smugly, if any of you become pregnant tonight, your lives will be transformed. Standing over Yin Gue and the three women, he grew even more excited. I cannot wait to see what kind of bastard prostitute we'll give birth to. He then pushed open the door and walked away, laughing loudly. Yin Gue was left alone with the three women, clutching his chest and panting under the drug's effects. They approached him, and one placed her hand on his shoulder and called seductively, Your Highness. Realizing the situation was dangerous, he immediately swung his arm and shoved her away, leaving his own clothes disheveled. He warned them fiercely, stay back, do not touch me. At that moment, Gu Sidong and Lu Zhu also arrived. Gu Sidong stood on the staircase of the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion, blocked by a group of people. Seeing that they had no intention of letting her pass, she said, move. I do not want to resort to violence. A voluptuous woman folded her arms and glared at Gu Sidong with such hostility that she seemed ready to devour her alive. Such arrogance from a young woman. You did not even bother asking what kind of place this is before barging in. Seeing that the woman had no intention of negotiating, Gu Sidong stopped being polite. Several cords instantly appeared in her hands, just as they had during the palace banquet. As she prepared to attack, the system appeared again and assigned her a new mission. Immediately purchase the Blossom Appreciation Pavilion. You have an unlimited budget. The young system looked at her excitedly and said, Young miss, there is no need to use force when money can solve the problem. Once you become the owner, they will naturally obey you. Gu Sidong, however, looked like a volcano on the verge of erupting. She clenched her fists, her expression grim. After a moment, she finally calmed down, silently put away the cords, and said, Pardon the disturbance. Hearing this, the woman grew even more smug and sneered contemptuously. At least you know your place. Before she could savor her triumph, Gu Sidong pulled out an enormous stack of banknotes. The sight of them left the woman trembling in shock. 100,000 taels. At that moment, her expression was as cold as ice. Holding out the banknotes, she enunciated every word. I'm buying this place. Is this enough? The woman's eyes lit up, and she nearly drooled as she reached for the money. Enough. More than enough. She immediately became respectful. Young lady, this way, please. The servants standing behind her hurriedly cleared a path. A short while later, the door to Yin Gue's private room was suddenly flung open. Three young women were clinging to him. One was undressing him while another caressed him, but he still gripped his clothes tightly to stop them from going too far. At the sound of the door opening, all four of them froze. Standing outside were Gu Sidong and the madam of the Blossom Pavilion. The madam now looked extremely embarrassed. Lu Zhu, standing nearby, blushed at the scene and hurriedly covered her mouth to keep herself from crying out. Gu Sidong, however, remained perfectly calm. Faced with such a scene, she neither blushed nor felt her heart race. Seeing more people arrive, one of the women assumed they had come to join the fun and sneered, Oh, the room is already lively enough, yet you've brought even more people. Before she could finish, the frightened madam cut her off. Pointing at the three women wrapped around Yin Gue like water snakes, she shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? This is the new owner of our Blossom Pavilion. Get out at once. Upon hearing this, The three women turned deathly pale. One of them said fearfully, "We'll leave right away." After everyone left, they did not forget to slam the door shut, leaving Gu Sidong staring after them helplessly. Yin Gue was panting beside her. Suddenly remembering the person she had come to save, she looked at him and asked, "Are you all right?" After taking a moment to compose himself, he blushed and said through his disheveled clothes, "Miss Gu, it's you." Seeing his condition, she broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly touched his face, thinking, "Good heavens, are you all right?" Yin Gui's clothes were in disarray, exposing one smooth, pale shoulder. When she touched his face, he could not suppress a moan. The more she thought about it, the less she understood. Without hesitation, Gu Sidong pulled aside his clothes to examine him, thinking, "He can't turn dark. I don't want to start all over again." Yin Gue had already been drugged, and her movements made his face flush scarlet. He could not stop an intimate moan from escaping his lips. Her actions were like pouring oil onto the fire raging inside him. He frowned and clenched both hands, struggling to remain lucid. Gu Sitong, meanwhile, seemed to deliberately bury her head against his chest as she examined him all over, leaving him too shocked to speak. As she continued unwittingly provoking him, Yin Gue seized her wandering hand and abruptly turned the tables, pinning her beneath him. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I'm sorry. I can't hold back any longer." Gu Sidong stared up at him in confusion, but he quickly kissed her. The sudden action made her eyes widen in astonishment. When the kiss ended, she blushed and stammered, "Your Highness." Before she could finish, Yin Gue removed her clothes, then swiftly caressed the sensitive skin around Gu Sitong's neck, leaving her too stunned to speak. 3 days later, at Prince Song's residence, Gu Sitong struck down the servants blocking her path. She advanced toward Prince Song, who was sitting fearfully on the ground. As she approached, she repeated the warning she had given him aboard the pleasure boat the previous night. "I already warned you, yet you still dared to bully him." She stared sternly at him and continued, "Keep this up, and the emperor will be mourning at your funeral." Hearing Gu Sidong repeat her threat, he covered his head and protested, "Eldest Miss Gu, I only wanted what was best for you. My imperial brother has shown you mercy. Wouldn't serving me from now on be better?" Faced with those offensive words, Gu Sidong stopped wasting time. She raised one hand, producing strands as thin as spider silk but as sharp as knives, while her other hand seized his collar. "You can explain yourself in the underworld." Seeing that she had no intention of relenting, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" His face turned deathly pale, and sweat poured from him as he stammered, "Have you considered the consequences of killing me in broad daylight?" Just as the tension peaked, the system appeared. It flew over to her with shining eyes and hurriedly reported, "Young miss, the good person card is gravely ill and about to die." Hearing this, Gu Sidong turned toward it in surprise. A moment later, she thought in confusion, "I gave him so many good things. Why hasn't he recovered yet?" With that, she released the man before her. Before leaving, she did not forget to warn Prince Song, "Take good care of your head. I can come and claim it at any time." She then walked away without sparing him another glance. Meanwhile, Yin Gue lay drenched in sweat upon his bed. The young eunuch standing beside him called out anxiously, "Your Highness." With tears in his eyes, he whispered, "You've had a high fever for 3 days. What should we do?" At that moment, Gu Sidong entered and asked, "What happened?" Hearing her voice, the young eunuch turned toward her in surprise. After looking around, she frowned and demanded, "Why aren't you using the quilt I sent? Did everything I gave him go to waste?" The young eunuch stammered, "Were all those things sent by you, young lady?" She merely gave a faint acknowledgement. Once he received confirmation, he hurriedly explained, "This servant was afraid there might be something wrong with them, so I didn't dare let his highness use them." Gu Sidong paid no attention to this. She walked over to Yin Gue, placed a hand on his forehead, and asked, "How is he now?" The young eunuch dared not delay and hurriedly reported, "His highness began running a fever as soon as he returned the night before last." The Imperial Medical Academy kept making excuses and refused to send anyone. Hearing this, she took out several banknotes. "Go hire a physician." The young eunuch was left speechless by her actions and words. However, he quickly left. After examining Yin Gue, the imperial physician stood and bowed. "His Highness is physically weak and has caught a chill, resulting in a high fever. Some fever-reducing medicine will be enough." After hearing the physician's diagnosis, she looked at the young eunuch. "Shao Gizi, go with the imperial physician and collect the medicine. He hurriedly agreed, while the imperial physician silently observed them. Once only Gu Sidong and Yin Gui remained in the room, she could not help staring at the unconscious man on the bed. She wondered why he had fallen ill. A memory suddenly surfaced in her mind, making her blush as she recalled that night. He had repeatedly buried his face against her neck, his scorching breath washing over her sensitive skin and making Gu Sitong stiffen. As the drug took greater effect, Yin Gui gradually lost his senses, and the clothes on her shoulders slipped lower and lower. He also boldly began caressing her thigh. The unexpected movement startled her, making her already flushed face turn even redder. Just as the scoundrel began making his move, the system suddenly appeared. Covering its eyes with a bashful expression, it warned her, "Young miss, come to your senses. If this continues, the good person card will become a bad person once he wakes up." But Gu Sidong was being held tightly as Yin Gui moved away from the sensitive skin of her neck and toward other places. Hearing the system's concerned warning, Gu Sitong immediately retorted, "Open your eyes and look. I'm the victim here." At her words, the system parted its fingers slightly to reveal its eyes. Looking at Yin Gui, it continued, "But the good person card is currently unconscious. He's being controlled by the drug. Once he awakens, he'll think you were a vine tightly wrapped around a tree." Hearing this, Gu Sidong fell into thoughtful silence. After considering the matter, she decided to seize the initiative and take the upper hand. Yin Gui was now beneath her, his entire body seemingly displaying the shyness of a maiden. Gu Sitong gripped her clothes with one hand and, without another word, struck the back of his neck. The blow came so quickly that he immediately lost consciousness. Recalling what had happened at the Blossom Pavilion, Gu Sidong blushed and stammered. "Nothing happened that night. You merely soaked in cold water all night." After making her excuse, Gu Sitong stood up. Before leaving, she did not forget to tell the unconscious man, "I've already visited you. Since you're fine, I'll be going now." But just as she was about to leave, the person behind her firmly grasped her hand. His sudden action made her freeze. Yin Gui lay on the bed with clear eyes, apparently free of his fever, staring directly at Gu Sitong. Looking at the patient on the bed, she could only remain silent. Outside, night had already fallen. Xiao Gizi entered and was startled by the sight before him. Both of them had fallen asleep. Gu Sidong leaned against the headboard, her hands still clasped in Yin Gui's. Xiao Gizi's face flushed as though he had witnessed something he should not have seen. He thought, "How dare she take advantage of our prince?" After hesitating for a moment, he approached her and called softly, "Eldest Miss Gu." Hearing his voice, Gu Sidong drowsily awakened. Seeing her stir, Xiao Gizi asked, "It's already dark. Have you still not left the palace?" Gu Sidong immediately pointed at the hand gripping hers and said, "Tell your prince to let go of me." After seeing the whole situation, Xiao Gizi hurriedly thought, "So it isn't eldest Miss Gu taking advantage of our prince after all?" Xiao Gizi stammered and looked away. "Your Highness, it's already dark. Eldest Miss Gu should return home, so please let go of her hand." But Yin Gui clutched Gu Sitong's hand even more tightly against his chest, his face scrunched up like a frightened child. Faced with this awkward situation, Xiao Gizi could only remain silent, his earlier confidence completely gone. Realizing that she could not leave, Gu Sitong looked at the sleeping man and said, "Then let him continue sleeping." Xiao Gizi stammered in astonishment. "Eldest Miss Gu, staying here would be bad for your reputation." Inwardly, however, he thought, more importantly, what about our prince's purity? Our prince is as beautiful as an immortal descended to earth. What if eldest Miss Gu can't restrain herself and does something to him? At this thought, Xiao Gizi nearly burst into tears. Hearing this, Gu Sidong calmly replied, "If you don't tell anyone, who will know?" Xiao Gizi broke into a cold sweat and was left speechless. The following morning, Xiao Gizi briskly carried in the medicine and called, "Your Highness, it's time to take your medicine." But just like the previous day, he was once again astonished by the scene before him. The prince was no longer merely holding Gu Sidong's hand. He was curled up in her arms, sleeping soundly. Gu Sidong slowly awakened. Seeing this, Xiao Gizi dared not say anything and obediently stood nearby, holding the tray of medicine. She seemed to understand the situation. She gently patted the face of the man clinging to her and said, "It's time to take your medicine." Her action left Xiao Gizi dumbfounded. His expression then darkened as he thought, how can she pat his highness's face like that? Xiao Gizi forced a smile and said to Yin Gui, Your Highness, please wake up. The medicine will turn cold soon. Hearing that he had to take medicine, Yin Gui immediately whined from Gu Sitong's embrace. It's bitter. I don't want it. Seeing him being so stubborn, Gu Sidong extended her hand towards Xiao Gizi. The medicine. With an alarmed expression, Xiao Gizi immediately handed her the still-warm bowl. But Gu Sitong's next action was even more astonishing. She lifted the bowl and took a mouthful of medicine. Under the shocked gaze of the man in her arms, she turned and kissed him before he could say anything. Caught completely off guard, Yin Gui could only stare wide-eyed at her. Before he could swallow, some of the medicine trickled down his neck. Yin Gui could not suppress a soft moan. Xiao Gizi stood nearby watching them, his face as red as an apple. Yin Gui finally swallowed the remaining medicine, coughed several times while clutching his chest, and abruptly sat up from Gu Sitong's embrace. Xiao Gizi awkwardly told her, His Highness hates bitter medicine more than anything. Please give him a piece of candy to suck on. With that, he offered her a bowl of sweets. After hearing his explanation, Gu Sidong took a piece of candy and brought it to Yin Gui's lips. Seeing her offer him the candy, Yin Gui opened his mouth. However, he did not only take the candy. He also closed his lips around Gu Sidong's finger, making her cry out in alarm. Why are you licking my finger? Hearing this, Yin Gui looked at her in surprise, his gaze now somewhat unusual. Looking at his handsome, immortal-like face, Gu Sidong could not help blushing. She thought, how could anyone possibly resist this? While she was still distracted, he grasped Gu Sitong's finger and slowly brought it back toward his mouth. He quickly closed his lips around it. Yin Gui's action first shocked Gu Sidong, then left her speechless. She glared at the man, sucking her finger like a child. She coughed a few times and pretended to remain calm, hiding her hand inside her sleeve as she faced his innocent, fawn-like gaze. She then fled in utter confusion, not forgetting to say, Your Highness, rest well. I'll be leaving now. He watched her retreating figure thoughtfully as she fled. Once Gu Sidong was gone, however, Yin Gui seemed to become a different person. He touched his lips and softly said, Gu Sidong. By then, night had fallen. A faint light still glowed inside the imperial study. A coquettish voice came from within. Your Majesty, I'm tired. She then put on an aggrieved expression and said, Didn't your Majesty promise to have dinner with me today? Why did you break your promise? Hearing the woman in his arms, the emperor laughed heartily. I was so busy with affairs of state that I forgot. I apologize, my beloved consort. Seeing him relent, she pressed her advantage and pouted. That won't do. I'm angry now. Understanding her intention, he replied, All right. Tell me what you want, my beloved consort. As long as it is within my power, I shall give it to you. This seemed to be exactly what she wanted to hear. She immediately wrapped herself around the emperor like a water snake and said, A few days ago, Sister Ru was rewarded with a pot of peonies. I heard peonies possess peerless beauty and fragrance, and are elegant, magnificent, and known as the king of flowers. Halfway through, Gu Shao ran her hand from his neck down to his chest and slowly continued. I would also like to see how magnificent peonies look in full bloom. May I? Hearing the request of the beauty in his arms, he lifted her chin and gazed directly into her eyes. What is so difficult about that? As long as my beloved consort likes them, every peony beneath heaven can be brought before you. Having obtained what she wanted, she immediately replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing her thanks, the emperor lowered his head toward Gu Zhao's neck and said suggestively, My beloved consort, you need not thank me with words. Understanding his meaning, she blushed and replied bashfully, Your Majesty, it is still early. Ignoring her protest, he pressed the woman his arms down and said, Wouldn't doing something interesting now make it even more exciting? Gu Shao turned away and covered her mouth with one hand, thinking, Since I can no longer leave, I must ensure that I live well within the imperial palace. The following day, at Prince Cheng's residence, Gu Sidong sat leisurely reading in the garden. While massaging her shoulders, Lu Zhu reported, Young lady, have you heard? The emperor has ordered every peony in the country to be sent to 2nd Mississippi. It appears 2nd Miss is greatly favored within the palace. Hearing this, Gu Sidong took out a death exemption medallion and said leisurely, "So what if she is favored?" The maid could only look at her helplessly. She then leaned closer, pointed at the medallion, and stammered, "Is that the death exemption medallion His Highness gave you?" Hearing the question, Gu Sidong merely closed her eyes and casually replied, "No, I found it in the study." Lu Zhu was so startled that she stopped massaging Gu Sidong and stared at her. After recovering, she resumed her work, looked up at Gu Sidong, and asked anxiously, "You found it?" Before Gu Sidong could answer, a crisp chime suddenly rang out. Hearing the sound, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. What comes will come. A system mission appeared before Gu Sidong, and the system excitedly announced the main quest. Within 1 month, purchase 100,000 crabapple trees. After hearing the mission, Gu Sidong's expression froze, and she fell silent. A moment later, she regained her composure, rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, and furiously cursed at the system. "Am I supposed to eat those crabapple trees? Where am I going to put 100,000 of them?" The system ran away while hurriedly trying to soothe her anger. "You can do it, young miss. You'll definitely succeed. Don't lose your momentum." Refusing to yield, Gu Sidong chased after it and demanded, "What do I get? I don't get anything." Meanwhile, Lu Zhu thought for a moment before looking worriedly at Gu Sidong. Second miss is favored, while Princess Consort Chung is confined to her courtyard. What will happen if she decides to take revenge? Hearing the question, Gu Sidong sighed wearily. Instead of answering, she said, "Summon the shopkeepers of Distant Gathering Tower and the Brocade Workshop, as well as the owner of the Fragrant Blossom Pavilion." After hearing her orders, Lu Zhu asked in confusion, "Miss, are you planning to start a fight?" Gu Sidong replied calmly, "Tell them to purchase 100,000 crabapple trees." Upon hearing why they were being summoned, Lu Zhu was rendered speechless with shock. 1 month later, crabapple trees lined every street, filling the air with their fragrance and brilliant blossoms. Passers-by could not help exclaiming, "A crabapple tree that large must be worth quite a lot of money." I heard the eldest young lady of Prince Cheng's residence arranged all this. Is that true? I heard the same thing. How much money must she have spent? While the people of the capital endlessly discussed Gu Sidong's extravagance and wealth inside the imperial palace, a cup was smashed to pieces in a fit of rage. Gu Shao was no longer acting coquettishly beside the emperor. Instead, she clenched her fists and loudly denounced Gu Sidong, terrifying the palace maids into kneeling and kowtowing. Gnashing her teeth, she exploded in fury. "You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you?" But she soon realized something was amiss. Wait, where did Gu Sidong get so much money? Isn't all the money in Prince Cheng's residence managed by my mother? Meanwhile, at Prince Cheng's residence, Gu Sidong lounged leisurely in a reclining chair. Suddenly, Lu Zhu arrived carrying a wooden box and announced cheerfully, "Miss, the palace has sent you some pastries." Hearing her voice, Gu Sidong was startled from her rest. She opened one eye and asked, Who sent them?" Lu Zhu immediately replied, "The Palace of 10,000 Blessings. They said the pastries came from there." Gu Sidong accepted the pastry box from Lu Zhu, privately wondering whether they thought she lacked pastries to eat. She sampled one of the palace pastries, and a novel sensation spread through her. The pastry melted in Gu Sidong's mouth. It was fragrant, sweet, soft, and chewy. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It's delicious!" She quickly opened her mouth wide and devoured the entire pastry. Alarmed, Lu Zhu reminded her, "Miss, take smaller bites. Don't open your mouth so wide. It will harm your image as a refined young lady." Gu Sidong ignored her and continued earnestly stuffing pastries into her mouth, exclaiming again, "It's delicious!" After she finished the pastries, she found a note at the bottom of the box. She picked it up in confusion and read Yin Gui's handwriting. "Thank you. Do you like what I made?" After reading the note, she was somewhat surprised. Had he made all these himself? After pondering for a moment, she returned the note to the box and called to the person beside her, "Lu Zhu." Lu Zhu hastily answered, "Yes, miss." Gu Sidong slowly instructed her, "Choose 2 young eunuchs to attend him, and don't allow the 6th prince to touch anything in the kitchen." She waved her hand and continued, "Then have Distant Gathering Tower prepare some food. Also, select several outfits from the Brocade Workshop and send them into the palace." After hearing her mistress rattle off such a long list of demands, Lu Zhu hesitantly asked, "Miss, do you like the sixth prince?" Gu Sidong calmly replied. No surprised by her answer, Lu Zhu pressed, "Then why are you treating the sixth prince so well?" Seeing that she kept pressing the matter, Gu Sidong merely replied, "I'm just trying to be a good person. Hurry and go." The following day, at the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, Xiao Gizi saw several other eunuchs being transferred there and complained to his master, "Your Highness, don't you think Miss Gu is far too bold? She even dares to reassign palace servants." Hearing his attendant's complaint, Yingge leisurely raised his teacup and replied, "She merely has money." Xiao Gizi could not help wondering, just how wealthy is Prince Cheng's residence? Yin Gue calmly explained, when the late emperor was alive, he bestowed many treasures upon Prince Cheng's residence. Xiao Gizi then asked anxiously, "But why has Miss Gu sent you so many things?" Faced with that question and his own doubts, Yin Gue looked over and replied, "I would like to know that too." The image of Gu Sidong feeding him medicine resurfaced in his mind. He lowered his eyes slightly and murmured, "I also want to know what she intends to do." He gazed thoughtfully at the items Gu Sidong had sent, privately wondering why she had given him so much without saying a word. Seeing his master like this, Xiao Gizi voiced his unease. This servant is only worried that Miss Gu's motives may not be innocent. Yin Gue calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. I have nothing anyway." Xiao Gizi remained uneasy and sighed inwardly. With His Highness's appearance, if he did not live inside the palace, those wishing to pursue him would form a line stretching from the imperial palace to beyond the city walls. After thinking this, he stepped forward and reached for the items. "This servant will put these away for you." Before he could touch them, however, Yin Gue stopped him. "Leave them here." Pursing his lips at his master's unusual behavior, Xiao Gizi thought, ever since he drank that medicine, His Highness has polished this bowl until its pattern is nearly gone. Is it truly that precious? Back at Prince Cheng's residence, Gu Sidong was still resting leisurely beside the lake when a eunuch suddenly arrived to report, "Miss, the emperor summons you." Her eyes revealed her surprise. She privately wondered, why does that damned emperor want to see me? Later, inside the imperial palace, she slowly followed the eunuch, when a young eunuch suddenly appeared and said, "Miss, you will face a calamity today." His actions and words startled Gu Sidong, but moments later, she frowned and exposed him. "Aren't you that Taoist priest who forgot to put on his fake beard?" He stopped pretending and quietly answered, "Yes." Upon hearing him admit it, she wondered, how did he manage to get in here? Meanwhile, inside a magnificent bedchamber, Gu Xiao reclined on her side with her chin resting on one hand. Looking at the person before her, she said, "Elder sister, it has been a long time." Gu Sidong did not bother with pleasantries and asked bluntly, "What do you want?" Gu Sidong's thoughts raced. "Since I'm already here, should I deal with this nuisance while I'm at it? I can't leave empty-handed." Hearing her question, Gu Xiao smiled mockingly. "Can I ask to see you without having a reason? Do you truly dislike seeing me that much?" Gu Sidong slowly sat down and replied, "I'm glad you understand." Her words left Gu Xiao speechless. Afterward, Gu Xiao forced out a smile, even uglier than before, and continued, "Come to think of it, I should thank you. Without you back then, how could I have become who I am today?" Gu Sidong remained indifferent to her sarcasm. Looking elsewhere, she replied, "No need to thank me." The more Gu Xiao listened, the deeper her frown became. After thinking for a moment, she sat upright. Gu Xiao walked toward the scissors on the table. Looking at Gu Sidong, she asked, "Elder sister, do you know why I hate you so much?" Though she asked, she gave Gu Sidong no opportunity to answer. Gripping the scissors tightly, she slowly approached Gu Sidong. "When we were children, you were intelligent and talented, the legitimate daughter of the princely residence. No matter what I did, I was always told to follow your example." Gu Xiao looked at Gu Sidong, who remained seated leisurely, and continued, "Even after my mother was made the princess consort, you were still father's favorite daughter." Gu Xiao twirled the scissors in her hand and asked, "Why do you think that was?" Gu Sidong remained perfectly calm and slowly replied, "Go ask Prince Cheng." Hearing this, Gu Xiao immediately covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. "Elder sister, mother said you were possessed by a demon. I didn't believe her at first, but it seems you truly are possessed. You no longer even call him father." She raised her hand, pointed the scissors toward herself, and said smugly, "Let us settle everything here today." With that, she stabbed herself in the arm. Her actions momentarily stunned Gu Sidong. holding the scissors in one hand as they pierced her other arm. Gu Shao raised an eyebrow and said, "Elder sister, if the emperor learns that you wounded me, do you think he will spare you?" Hearing her smug words, Gu Sidong frowned slightly and pursed her lips without speaking. She recalled the warning from the Taoist priest disguised as a eunuch. Is this the calamity that young Taoist mentioned? Seeing Gu Sitong remain as calm as though nothing had happened, Gu Shao frowned even more deeply and declared resentfully, "Gu Sitong, you were the one who ruined me first. You ruined both Yi Yang and me." After a brief hesitation, she bent down and whispered in Gu Sitong's ear, "Do you regret it now?" Gu Sitong's answer and expression were equally indifferent. "I don't regret it." The moment she finished speaking, Gu Sitong covered Gu Zhao's mouth. Startled by the sudden movement, Gu Shao stared at her in terror. Gu Sitong did not merely cover her mouth. She used her other hand to seize Gu Shao by the throat, causing her captive's eyes to widen in shock. Her grip tightened with every passing moment. Gu Sitong then shoved Gu Shao backward. Gu Shao whimpered in terror, while Gu Sitong stared at her thoughtfully. "You want to die?" Before she could finish, the system appeared and stopped her. Terrified, it repeatedly pulled Gu Sitong backward and said, "Young miss, she is an important character. She cannot die." After processing this information, Gu Sitong turned, seized the system, and cursed furiously. "Damn it, she nearly got me killed, yet I'm still not allowed to kill her." The system trembled beneath her scolding and promptly surrendered. It looked at Gu Sitong as she raised her hand, positioned it carefully, and silently thought, "Then I'll knock her unconscious." Gu Shao was already dizzy and on the verge of losing consciousness after being strangled by Gu Sitong. Within moments, she fainted and struck a pillar. Gu Sitong stood and looked at the unconscious woman on the floor. Suddenly, the eunuch who had escorted Gu Sitong into the palace entered. When he saw the scene before him, he trembled in fear and was unable to speak. Hearing the movement, Gu Sitong turned toward him and frowned slightly. They even arranged for a witness. She dusted off her hands and calmly told him, "You may report me if you wish, but falsely conveying an imperial decree is also a crime. Death means different things for you and me. I possess an imperial token granting immunity from execution." Having been caught by Gu Sitong, the eunuch turned deathly pale and stammered, "Why, you have no evidence." Hearing this, she produced several banknotes and said, "As long as I wish it, I can produce 100 witnesses." The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat and could only remain silent. Seeing that he still did not react, Gu Sitong added, "Or you can choose to let me kill you. Then no one will ever know." Hearing that he might be silenced permanently, the eunuch became even more frightened but still said nothing. A moment later, Gu Sitong turned and left. Behind her, the eunuch held several banknotes and stared at her retreating figure while trembling. About 15 minutes later, the frantic cries of a eunuch echoed through the palace. "There's an assassin! An assassin! Capture the assassin!" In a secluded corner, Gu Sitong happened to run into Yan Gue. He noticed a bloodstain on her sleeve and approached her. "Did you kill someone?" Gu Sitong calmly answered, "She isn't dead." Just then, the guard's shouts rang out nearby. "Capture the assassin! Hurry over there! Don't let the assassin escape!" Hearing the commotion, both of them became alert. Gu Sitong glanced behind her and quickly pulled Yan Gue into a concealed corner. The two stood pressed closely together, looking exceptionally intimate. Realizing how awkward their position was, Yan Gui's ethereally handsome face flushed crimson. He secretly glanced at the woman before him, but she was still focused on the activity outside and noticed nothing. Gu Sitong's full chest was directly before him. His entire body turned bright red, and he felt as though his temperature had risen to the boiling point. Only then did Gu Sitong notice the intensity of his gaze. She looked at Yan Gue, who was staring fixedly at her. He lowered his head close to hers and said, I won't tell anyone." The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but Gu Sitong broke it by replying, "Am I supposed to thank you then?" Hearing this, Yan Gue looked away and fell silent. Once everything outside had quieted down, Gu Sitong stepped out and walked away. However, she did not forget to warn the man behind her, "Don't wander around without good reason." Yan Gue looked at her retreating figure in surprise. He felt somewhat disappointed as he watched her leave, but did not dare say anything. Seeing this, the system appeared and questioned her. Young miss, can you really abandon your good person card and leave him here alone? Gu Sidong immediately planted her hands on her hips and replied overbearingly, why not? He was already here to begin with. She turned and continued walking, but the system refused to accept her answer. It followed closely behind her and nagged incessantly. But you need to work hard at being a good person. Hearing this, Gu Sidong suddenly stopped. She returned to Yin Gue, took his hand, and said, I'll escort you back. Her sudden action caught him by surprise, but he happily agreed. They had taken only a few steps when he tightened his hand around hers. Gu Sidong turned back in confusion. His delicate face was slightly flushed as he said, I know a route where no one goes. At the same time, on the main road outside, guards and palace maids were searching everywhere for the assassin. The two of them were now sitting in a tree, looking down at the chaos below. Gu Sidong could not help asking, Is this the deserted route you mentioned? Embarrassed, Yang Gui replied, I'm sorry. There was no one here when I came earlier. Upon hearing this, Gu Sidong's villainous side emerged again. She folded her arms and contemplated the scene before her. Forget it. I can't kill my good person card. There's no point arguing any further. While she was thinking, Yin Gui's voice sounded beside her. Clinging tightly to the tree trunk, he timidly looked at her and stammered, May I? Seeing him hesitate, Gu Sidong turned and asked, May you what? When Gu Sidong prompted him, he blushed and shyly voiced his wish. May I hold you? Gu Sidong froze briefly upon hearing this, but then pulled her good person card into her arms. Looking at the scene, it seemed as though the two of them had somehow received each other's roles. Held in Gu Sidong's arms, Yin Gue rested his head on her shoulder, his breath brushing against her neck. Feeling his warm breath directly against her skin, Gu Sidong unhesitatingly made an absurd request. Could you stop breathing? Yin Gue looked up at her and whispered, What? I didn't mean to, but I'll die if I stop breathing. Gu Sidong could only fall silent at his answer. A single enormous word appeared in her mind. Endure. Sitting cross-legged, Gu Sidong repeatedly reminded herself to endure. After all, he was her good person card. Seeing that she said nothing, Yin Gue secretly glanced at her and leaned closer. His movement drew her attention away from her wandering thoughts. In the next instant, he suddenly kissed her. When the kiss ended, Gu Sidong looked at the man who had kissed her without warning and asked like an aggrieved victim, Was that deliberate? Hearing her question, he immediately stammered, Aye. But before he could finish, Gu Sidong wrapped an arm around his waist and turned the tables with a kiss of her own. Dusk gradually descended. At the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, Xiao Gizi saw Yingge return and hurried out to question him. Your Highness, where did you go? Yin Gue replied indifferently, I went out for some fresh air. Xiao Gizi nodded repeatedly. There was an assassin in the palace. Did you encounter them? Yin Gue shook his head. No. Seeing that his master was safe, Xiao Gizi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Please don't want her outside anymore. The entire imperial palace is under lockdown now. Yin Gue merely acknowledged him and walked inside. Only then did he turn to look behind him, as though searching for someone. Seeing that person had already left, he smiled faintly and raised a hand to his lips, as if still savoring their lingering sweetness. The next day, inside the magnificent imperial palace, the emperor sat beside the bed in Gu Zhao's chambers. Gu Zhao lay there with her head bandaged. The emperor looked at Gu Sidong and asked, My beloved consort says you injured her. Is that true? Gu Sidong calmly replied, Nonsense. I have not seen her at all today. Hearing this, Gu Zhao frowned in confusion before making a false accusation. The person who injured me used scissors. If it was an assassin, why would they use scissors? Seeing Gu Zhao insist on framing her, Gu Sidong merely looked at her and said calmly, You should ask the assassin why they chose that weapon. I am not the assassin, so how would I know? Seeing that she could not pin the blame on Gu Sidong, Gu Zhao turned to the emperor and put on a pitiful expression. Your Majesty, I have a witness. A eunuch from my palace can testify. Hearing this, the emperor immediately ordered the witness to be brought in. The emperor asked, Look carefully, is Gu Sidong the assassin? The eunuch knelt on the floor, trembling, but quickly answered no. The masked assassin was a man. Gu Zhao furiously shouted, Nonsense! It was clearly her. Gu Zhao turned and questioned the eunuch. Why are you lying? Did she bribe you? Your Majesty, he is lying. Hearing this, the eunuch repeatedly knocked his head against the floor. Your Majesty, I would never dare. Everything I said is true. The situation descended into chaos, forcing the emperor to rub his temples. Suddenly, shouts rang out from outside. "Assassin!" An elderly eunuch hurried inside and reported, "Your Majesty, an assassin has also appeared at Prince Song's palace." The emperor sprang to his feet and swept his sleeve as he ordered, "Go after the assassin immediately. Bring them back, dead or alive." The elderly eunuch hurriedly acknowledged the order. The emperor then looked aside and commanded, "Escort Miss Gu back to her residence." Another eunuch obeyed. Gu Shao stared blankly at the emperor. He frowned and left, though he did not forget to tell her, "My beloved consort, focus on recovering from your injuries." Seeing her greatest supporter leave, Gu Shao called after him, "Your Majesty." Night had fallen. A man stood gazing at the night scenery when another figure suddenly appeared, knelt, and addressed him. "Master," the man asked, "you were not discovered, were you?" The guard hurriedly reported, "Rest assured, master. I did not engage them in combat." Satisfied with the answer, the man continued, "You may leave." The person behind him respectfully replied, "Yes," before flying away. Only then was the man's face revealed. It was Yin Gue. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the Imperial Garden, Yin Gue stood on a bridge, dressed entirely in dark clothing. Prince Song suddenly appeared from nowhere with a basin hidden behind his back and called out, "Sixth Imperial Brother." He then revealed the basin and said maliciously, "I prepared many wonderful things for you. Take a look." Upon seeing what Prince Song was holding, Yin Gui's expression darkened, and he fell silent. He closed his eyes, his tightly clenched hand trembling. Seeing Yin Gui's gloomy expression, Prince Song smugly draped an arm over his shoulder. Sixth Imperial Brother. At that moment, Gu Sidong spotted the two figures on the bridge. She thought, has Prince Song lost his mind? Why is he bothering Yin Gue again? On the bridge, Yin Gue was forced back to the edge before falling. A loud splash sounded as Prince Song pushed him into the lake. Witnessing this, Gu Sidong was badly startled. She frowned and thought, "Oh no, I did not see anything." She immediately turned around and muttered as she walked away, "I need to leave quickly." Unfortunately for Gu Sitong, the system appeared again. It stretched out its claws and said, "Young miss, the good person card cannot die. You cannot leave." Hearing its reminder, she irritably thought, what a nuisance. Gu Sidong swiftly appeared on the bridge and kicked Prince Song into the lake. Caught completely off guard, he fell into the water in astonishment. After dealing with the source of her troubles, she transformed into a champion swimmer and leaped into the lake. Yin Gue was motionless beneath the water. After finding him, Gu Sidong quickly dragged him up. Once she brought him ashore, she anxiously sat beside him. Seeing that Yin Gue still showed no sign of waking, Gu Sidong reached out to check whether the man lying on the ground was breathing. She then thought in alarm, "It seems he is not breathing." Gu Sidong looked helplessly at the system, then at Yin Gue, and stammered, "Oh no, the good person card is dead. What should I do? Should I bury him?" Hearing this, the system flew into a rage. "Young miss, what do you mean, bury him? He can still be saved." It then roared like a lion. "Do you not want to save him? Or do you not know how? Do I even need to teach you rescue breathing?" Seeing her still hesitate, the system unleashed a fiery attack and shouted, "Hurry up and save him, or you'll have to start all over again." Hearing this, Gu Sidong went weak all over and said nothing more. She quickly began performing chest compressions on Yin Gue. After the chest compressions, the next step was rescue breathing. She opened his mouth with one hand and slowly bent down. Gu Sidong took a breath and began administering rescue breaths to Yin Gue. After some time, he finally coughed up the water he had swallowed after falling into the lake. It took him a while to recover. His face flushed as he looked at her. His disheveled clothes exposed some skin and his firm chest as he stammered, "Thank you." Gu Sidong helped him sit up and continuously patted his back so he could cough up the water. She did not forget to say, "You should learn to swim in the future." After coughing for a while, he leaned weakly against Gu Sidong and asked, "Were you afraid I would die?" Upon hearing the good person card's question, Gu Sidong immediately answered, "Of course you cannot die." Hearing this, Yin Gue raised his flushed face and asked, "Why?" Hearing the man in her arms question her, Gu Sitong looked away evasively and replied, "You still have not acknowledged me as a good person." Hearing her response, he could not help murmuring, "A good person?" He then looked at Gu Sitong and voiced his doubts. Did you treat me so well before merely to make me think you were a good person? Hearing this, Gu Sidong finally looked at him and answered, that is right, seeing her firmly admit it. Yin Gui's expression dimmed slightly, and he whispered, so that is why. Gu Sidong, however, was extremely excited. She gazed at him with shining eyes and posed confidently with both hands, thinking, does that mean I'm a good person now? Dusk gradually spread across the sky. At the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, Yin Gui sat on the bed, covering his mouth as he coughed incessantly. Seeing this, Gu Sidong moved closer and placed a hand on his back. I will help ease your breathing. Her sudden action made him stop coughing and stare at her blankly. A few seconds later, he blushed, pushed her hand away, and said evasively, there is no need. Seeing Yin Gui's strange reaction, Gu Sidong looked at her hand and then at him, thinking, why are you avoiding me? My hand is not dirty. The next moment, she grabbed his hand, caught off guard as she pulled him back. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Before he could say anything, Gu Sidong embraced him and said, why are you running away? Let me hold you. His face immediately turned slightly red. At the same time, Yin Gui suddenly noticed a fragrance coming from the woman before him. Gu Sidong held him in her arms and continuously stroked his back. Realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, his face turned bright red. He cleared his throat and said, Miss Gu, please release me. Hearing this, Gu Sidong leaned down to look at him and asked, are you feeling better now? At that moment, Yin Gui quickly removed Gu Sidong's hands and turned away. Thank you, Miss Gu. I wish to rest now. I will visit you another day to express my gratitude. Seeing his behavior, Gu Sidong bluntly voiced the question in her heart. Are you throwing me out? With that, she turned and left. Yin Gui watched her retreating figure. As Gu Sidong walked away, she thought sadly, I saved his life. Why is he treating me like this? How heartless. The door closed. Once Gu Sidong was gone, he called out, Xiao Gizi. Hearing the summons, Xiao Gizi hurried inside and replied, Your Highness. Yin Gui immediately instructed him, hurry after her and give Miss Gu a cloak. Hearing this, Xiao Gizi looked surprised and thought, it seems Miss Gu's clothes are wet as well. He then quickly answered, yes. Late that night, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a cold light. At Prince Song's residence, Gu Sidong entered his room dressed entirely in black, her face carefully concealed and a basin in her hands. The basin was filled with leeches writhing in the water. The faint noise woke Prince Song, who was sleeping with his head bandaged. Seeing someone before him, he exclaimed in shock, Who are you? What do you want? Gu Sidong said nothing. She merely pulled away his quilt and poured the entire basin of water over Prince Song. Caught unprepared, he could only stare blankly. A moment later, he realized what had happened. His face turned deathly pale as he screamed, No, assassin, help! Seeing his miserable state, Gu Sidong stood there with her arms crossed and thought, How dare you bully my good person card? You deserve to die, you bastard. Prince Song lay trembling on the bed. A few seconds later, a miserable scream echoed throughout his residence. Help! The next day, at the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, a group of soldiers kicked open the door to Yin Gui's room and charged inside. The soldiers were fully armed and ready to draw their weapons at any moment. Seeing the men storm in so aggressively, a young eunuch demanded, What are you trying to do? The soldiers quickly made their way to Yin Gui, who sat on the bed looking at them. One soldier asked, Sixth Prince, where were you last night? Yin Gui honestly replied, in my room. Hearing this, the bearded soldier frowned and asked, Can anyone confirm that? Xiao Gizi, who stood nearby, hurriedly said, His Highness fell into the water and is in poor health. The imperial physician was summoned 7 times last night. Many people can testify. Hearing this, the bearded soldier immediately raised his hand and shouted, Withdraw. All the soldiers then filed out of the Palace of 10,000 Blessings. Watching them leave, Yin Gui looked at his attendant in confusion and asked, What happened? Xiao Gizi leaned close to his prince's ear and whispered, Your Highness, no one knows who did it last night. But someone poured an entire basin of leeches onto Prince Song's bed. He nearly lost his life. Yin Gui's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Gizi looked eagerly at the man on the bed and continued, Who do you think was bold enough to teach Prince Song a lesson? Yin Gui remained silent and looked away. At that moment, Xiao Gizi suddenly looked at Yin Gui and happily reported, Your Highness, Miss Gu is here again. unlike usual. However, Yingui merely closed his eyes and replied coldly, I am tired. He then slowly lay down. Xiao Gizi fell silent for a moment before saying with concern, Then please rest well, Your Highness. He then left, but he did not forget to glance back at the room, thinking suspiciously, why does His Highness seem so strange lately? Meanwhile, in the Emperor's imperial study, the Emperor stared at the person before him and exclaimed in astonishment, What did you say? Prince Song personally ordered someone to find those leeches? The soldier bowed deeply and quickly answered, Your Majesty, that is correct. Hearing this, the Emperor frowned and continued, With so many imperial guards and physicians present, how could a basin of leeches possibly get onto Prince Song's bed by itself? He then furiously pointed to the side and ordered everyone who had been on duty that night to be beheaded. Flowers bloomed throughout the palace grounds and along the roads. Gu Sidong strolled slowly, her thoughts in turmoil. She had not seen that man for half a month. She thought sadly, it seems Yingui does not want to see me. While lost in thought, Gu Sidong suddenly heard a familiar voice. Xiao Xiao, listen to me. In a secluded corner of the imperial garden, Gu Xiao and Yi Yang were entangled with each other. Gu Xiao appeared to resist, but from an outsider's perspective, she did not seem to be resisting at all. She blushed in his embrace, shyly looked away, and said, General Yi, please release me. Men and women should not touch so intimately. I already belong to His Majesty, so let me go. He stared intently at the bashful woman in his arms. Hiding nearby, Gu Sidong watched them and thought disdainfully, her acting does not match her lines at all. She should at least pretend to struggle. If she's going to put on an act, she should do it properly. Where is her professionalism? Hearing Gu Zhao's words, Yi Yang hurriedly grabbed her shoulders and explained, Xiao Xiao, I truly had no other choice back then. He then embraced her and said helplessly, His Majesty is the sovereign. For subject to defy an imperial decree is a capital crime. He then blamed Gu Sidong. It is all Gu Sidong's fault. If not for her, why would we have been separated? Hearing herself being unjustly blamed, Gu Sidong clenched her fists and irritably thought, what does your relationship have to do with me? Her eyes then widened, leaving her speechless with shock. She thought, what are these two doing? Why are they taking off their clothes? He caressed Gu Xiao while continuously complaining about his grievances. Xiao Xiao, that night, I stood outside the hall with my heart burning in anguish. As he spoke, his hands swiftly removed her clothes. Watching this illicit encounter from the corner, Gu Sidong crossed her arms and loudly declared, Your Majesty, hurry over here. Your beauty is making a cuckold of you. You can catch them in the act. The system suddenly appeared and tugged on her clothes with a tearful expression. Young miss, this part cannot be broadcast. Stop watching. She looked at it indifferently. As the sun gradually descended toward the west, Gu Sidong entered the gathering distant friends pavilion and saw the Taoist priest who had disguised himself as a eunuch in the palace a few days earlier. He was tossing food into the air and waiting to catch it in his mouth. Seeing him, Gu Sidong remained silent for a long moment. She then asked, Why did you ask me here? He chewed his food while looking at Gu Sidong. Instead of answering, he asked, Can I not come see you unless I need something? Hearing this, Gu Sidong looked like a vicious woman, her expression clearly conveying a warning. No one visits without a reason. If you have no business here, get lost. She then shouted, If you have something to say it quickly. Seeing that Gu Sidong appeared to be losing her patience, he leaned close to her ear and voiced the suspicion in his heart. Were you responsible for what happened to Prince Song? Gu Sidong answered indifferently. No, do not talk nonsense. Seeing her refuse to admit it, the Taoist shrugged and continued, It is just the two of us here. I am on your side, am I not? You do not need to be so guarded. Gu Sidong firmly replied, It was not me. Seeing that she adamantly refused to admit it, he waved his hand in disbelief and presented his reasoning. Other than you, I cannot think of anyone else who would do it. After hearing him out, Gu Sidong seriously asked, Do you have anything else to say? Her question and murderous expression made him break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his hands, trying to dispel Gu Sidong's mounting anger. Do not be so fierce. I came to warn you that something will happen in the palace over the next few days. Hearing this, Gu Sidong raised an eyebrow and looked at him. How do you know? Do you own the imperial palace? In response to her question, he confidently raised a hand and stroked his non-existent beard. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. At that moment, Members of the imperial family were lined up like a long serpent, traveling together to offer prayers. Gu Sidong sat silently inside her sedan chair, but inwardly, she could not help wondering, why is this happening all of a sudden? His Majesty unexpectedly summoned everyone to leave the palace and pray amid all this turmoil. It makes no sense. Lu Zhu looked worriedly at the rugged mountain path and said to Gu Sidong inside the sedan chair, "Miss, the mountain road is difficult to traverse. Please bear with it for a while." Gu Sidong merely murmured her acknowledgement. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. Lu Zhu noticed it as well, and her gaze sharpened. Amid the rustling leaves, an arrow suddenly shot through the air and embedded itself in the sedan chair. Lu Zhu screamed in fear and cowered. A eunuch in front also pointed toward the arrow in alarm. "Assassins! Protect His Highness!" The frightened sedan bearers huddled together. Hearing the shouts, the soldiers quickly appeared. The arrows came even faster. Lu Zhu grew more terrified, pressed herself against the sedan chair, covered her face, and cried, "Miss!" An arrow flew straight at Lu Zhu, only to be stopped by a hand. Gu Sidong had already stepped out of the sedan chair and swiftly caught the arrow. Lu Zhu's face, pale with fear moments before, immediately flushed with excitement. Lu Zhu gazed at Gu Sidong in admiration. "My lady, you caught an arrow with your bare hands." At that moment, Xiao Gizi rushed over in a panic. An arrow was lodged in one arm, while his other hand pointed in another direction. "My lady, something terrible has happened." His Highness's horse was startled and bolted. Gu Sidong immediately looked in the direction Xiao Gizi was pointing. She steadied herself and thought, "It's fine. This is nothing serious. I've only lost my good person card. I just have to bring him back." With that thought, Gu Sidong mounted the nearest horse. Seeing this, Lu Zhu cried out in alarm, "My lady!" Xiao Gizi beside her was equally terrified. Gu Sidong quickly reassured them. "Wait here for me." With that, she urged the horse forward and galloped away. Night had fallen, and a crackling campfire warmed the darkness. Gu Sidong had fallen asleep against a tree. Yin Gui was also asleep, his head resting in her lap. Yin Gui awoke in a daze. He looked around in confusion, wondering why he was there. He recalled what had happened earlier that day. His carriage horses had been startled and plunged over a cliff, throwing him out. As he fell, his eyes suddenly widened. Another hand had grabbed his arm. Gu Sidong had arrived just in time to save him, only for them both to fall over the cliff. Remembering everything, Yingui looked at the sleeping young woman and murmured, "Did she save me again?" Still fast asleep, Gu Sidong placed a hand on his shoulder, drew him into her arms, and gently patted him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Her actions left him frozen for several seconds before his face turned bright red. Gu Sidong opened her eyes and looked at the man in her arms. "You're awake, Your Highness?" Yin Gui replied shyly, "Yes." After he sat up, Gu Sidong immediately asked, "Why have you been avoiding me lately?" Yin Gui lowered his head and stammered, I haven't." Seeing that he was still evading her, Gu Sidong lifted his chin. "Look me in the eye. Have you truly not been avoiding me? I went to the Palace of 10,000 Blessings to find you, but you were never there. Why?" Her questions left him with nowhere to hide, so he could only remain silent. When he still offered no explanation, Gu Sidong continued, "I'm asking you." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Sidong kissed him again. His eyes widened in surprise. When the kiss ended, he hurriedly turned his face away and stammered, I haven't been avoiding you. Don't kiss me again." Hearing that, Gu Sidong stopped kissing him but held him even tighter. "Fine, if you say you haven't, then you haven't." But at that moment, Yin Gui's attention was drawn to her chest. Her clothes had fallen into disarray. His face flushed, but he could not stop looking. Holding him in her arms, Gu Sidong thought, "Once we return, I'll lock him up and see where else he can run." Little did she know that Yin Gui no longer had the strength to resist. He simply let her embrace him without saying a word. After regaining some composure, Yin Gui swallowed softly. His gaze gradually became unfocused, but he still reached out to straighten her clothes. Feeling the man in her arms moving around, Gu Sidong looked down and saw him tugging her clothes back into place. Blushing, he repeatedly reminded her, "It's cold. Be careful not to catch a chill." He then looked away shyly and asked, "Where are we now?" Gu Gu Sidong merely held Yin Gui gently and answered, I don't know. The moment he heard that answer, Yin Gui's heart surged with emotion. He wondered whether all her intimate gestures were truly only because she wanted to prove that she was a good person. Yin Gui closed his eyes and thought anxiously, if I tell her, will she leave me? As the fire continued to blaze, Yin Gui lay in Gu Sitong's arms and thought fearfully. I don't want her to leave. 3 days had passed since the assassin's attack. Gu Sidong handed Yin Gui some fruit and reassured him, eat something to keep up your strength. We still have to find a way out. Yin Gui accepted the fruit from her and asked doubtfully, it's already been 3 days. What if we still can't find a way out? Gu Sidong chewed her fruit and replied firmly, that won't happen. Hearing this, Yin Gui had nothing more to say. After eating, the two slowly continued searching for a way out. Gu Sidong gently supported Yin Gui. When she saw him panting, she suggested, careful, why don't I carry you on my back? How could a man allow a woman to carry him? Yin Gui blushed, straightened his clothes, and firmly refused. There's no need. I can walk on my own. I've already troubled you enough. Hearing this, Gu Sidong fell silent for a moment. Yin Gui noticed her expression and cautiously asked, are you angry? Gu Sidong turned and walked away. Why would I be angry? Watching her sulking figure from behind, Yin Gui wondered, is she upset because I wouldn't let her support me? Does she actually? As the thought crossed his mind, Yin Gui grabbed her hand. Summoning all his courage, he asked, do you like me? Upon hearing the question, Gu Sidong turned around, her face bright red as she looked at him. Kissing my good person card feels wonderful. Maybe I really do like him. After thinking it over, she nodded. I like you a little. Gu Sidong's admission stunned Yin Gui. He then asked nervously, do you really mean that? Before she could answer, he stepped forward, embraced her, and asked, you're not lying to me, are you? Seeing how anxious and doubtful he was, Gu Sidong asked in return, why would I lie to you? After receiving her answer, Yin Gui cast aside all restraint and kissed her. Gu Sidong looked at him in surprise, but soon the two of them lost themselves in a passionate kiss. After a while, Gu Sidong pushed him away, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, you kiss me first this time. Yin Gui did not conceal his feelings. Yes, I like you too. Hearing that, Gu Sidong asked another question. Does that mean I can kiss you whenever I want from now on? Her boldness made Yin Gui blush in surprise. He looked away and stammered, yes, but you can't kiss me in front of other people. After hearing his condition, Gu Sidong calmly replied, all right, I'll listen to you. With that, the two became entangled in another kiss. A thought suddenly arose in Yin Gui's heart. If only we could live like this forever. Gu Sidong was equally delighted. She felt as though she could soar into the sky as she thought joyfully, if kissing means I can get a good person card, that's wonderful. After their passionate kiss ended and they parted, Yin Gui became as shy as a young maiden. No more kissing. We still have to keep looking for a way out. Hearing this, an idea suddenly flashed through Gu Sidong's mind. I really don't want to leave. Once we get out, that wretched system will start tormenting me again. Gu Sidong returned to the main issue. Looking directly into Yin Gui's eyes, she asked, do you think I'm a good person? The unexpected question left Yin Gui staring at her in a daze. Then he shook his head vigorously under Gu Sidong's puzzled gaze. After they had walked for a while, Yin Gui pointed in a direction. There seems to be someone in that house ahead. Gu Sidong said, let's hurry over and take a look. At that moment, an elderly, hunchbacked man with a long scar emerged, leaning on a cane. What are you doing here? Gu Sidong and Yin Gui silently stared at him. Gu Sidong took the hand of the man behind her, then looked directly at the old man. We're lost. The old man regarded them suspiciously and fired off a series of questions. Lost? This is a desolate mountain wilderness. How could you possibly become lost all the way out here? Gu Sidong slowly answered. We fell from Mount Shi and walked here. The old man closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. You were fortunate to make it this far. Hearing this, Gu Sidong merely gave an indifferent acknowledgement. After silently observing them for a while, the old man raised his head and asked, you want to leave this place? Since he had gotten straight to the point, Gu Sidong again gave a brief acknowledgement. After questioning them for a while, the old man broke into a sweat and wondered, why do I keep feeling as though I'm the one asking them for help? The system appeared beside Gu Sidong and whispered, young miss, he said you were lucky. Shouldn't you show a little humility? If you're asking someone for help, you ought to act like it. Gu Sidong remained silent after hearing its gentle reminder. The old man pointed toward a room. It's already dark. You two may rest here for the night and leave after daybreak. Gu Sidong merely acknowledged his offer. Gu Sitong's attitude made the old man's blood boil. Night fell, and countless stars glittered across the sky. Inside the room, Gu Sidong was sound asleep with Yin Gue in her arms. Suddenly, a familiar notification awakened her. The system appeared excitedly and announced a mission. Main mission, please spend 100,000 silver taels within 2 hours. Upon receiving the mission, Gu Sidong was stunned. She felt completely helpless and hopeless. After calming down, she turned and confronted the system. "Excuse me, you wretched bastard, but we're currently stranded in the middle of nowhere. How am I supposed to spend 100,000 silver taels?" The system continued, wearing an adorable expression. But before it could speak, Gu Sitong lunged forward and grabbed the bow around its neck. With a gaze that was 30% judgment and 70% threat, she said, "If I burn all 100,000 taels, you still won't count the mission as complete, will you?" Sweating with fear, the system said, "Young miss, please carefully observe your surroundings." Hearing this only made Gu Sitong angrier. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted at the system, "Observe what? There's nothing here but trees. What could possibly be here? What?" After speaking, Gu Sitong folded her arms and paced around restlessly, determined to deal with the wretched system. Once her anger subsided, she began thinking carefully. 100,000 taels. That bastard wouldn't issue a mission involving so much money for no reason. She seemed to have identified the key. That old man. Gu Sitong headed toward the old man's room. The old man was awakened from his sleep. Once he understood why she had disturbed him, he spoke bluntly. "Young lady, why are you acting insane in the middle of the night? Are you ill? What could I possibly have to sell you?" Gu Sitong ignored him completely and asked, "Do you have anything valuable?" Her question made the old man break into a cold sweat. "No, I don't." Upon hearing his answer, Gu Sitong refused to accept it and began rummaging through his room. She kept muttering, "There must be something. There must be." The owner of the room could only stand by with his cane and watch helplessly. Soon, the entire room had been turned upside down. The old man finally lost patience. He kicked Gu Sitong out of the room and snapped, "I don't have anything." After being kicked outside, Gu Sitong remained silent. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to 2 chests in the corner of the room. Gu Sitong asked, "What are those?" The old man followed her gaze and hesitantly said, "Those are." Realizing what she intended, he asked directly, "Do you want to buy them?" Gu Sitong looked at him in surprise. "You're selling them?" As soon as she finished speaking, he replied, "Yes." That was all Gu Sitong had been waiting to hear. She immediately produced a thick stack of banknotes. 100,000 taels. It's a deal. After hearing this, the old man fell even more deeply silent, utterly speechless. At Prince Cheng's estate, white funeral cloth hung everywhere, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Lu Zhu knelt before the memorial tablet and wept. "My lady, how could you be so heartless as to leave Lu Zhu all alone?" Suddenly, Princess Consort Chung entered with 2 matrons. Frowning, she pointed at Lu Zhu and ordered, "Sell this ungrateful wretch to a brothel." Before the 2 matrons behind her could act, a familiar voice rang out. "I'd like to see who dares." Hearing the voice, everyone in the room looked outside. Gu Sitong walked in without a single injury on her body. When Lu Zhu clearly saw who it was, she cried out joyfully, "My lady, I knew it was you. You're all right." Seeing Gu Sitong return, Princess Consort Chung stammered in fear, "You." She carefully studied the woman before her and thought, "Wasn't this wretch said to have died out there? How did she come back?" Without saying anything, Gu Sitong walked over to the altar bearing her memorial tablet and knocked it to the floor. "I'm not dead yet. It was only a minor incident." She pointed at Princess Consort Chung and her followers. "You want me dead, so I'll stubbornly stay alive just to infuriate you." Standing in the ancestral hall, Gu Sitong looked at everyone and ordered them to confine Princess Consort Chung to her quarters and dismantle the mourning hall. Princess Consort Chung went mad with rage. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Gu Sitong, she shouted, "Gu Sitong, how dare you? I am the princess consort of Prince Cheng's estate. Imprisoning me is an offense against your superior." The matrons behind her hurriedly seized her arms. Finding herself restrained, Princess Consort Chung turned toward the servants and screamed, "How dare you lackeys touch me? Let me go. I order you to release me." Unable to break free, Princess Consort Chung invoked her beloved daughter as a threat. "My daughter is now Imperial Consort Chun. How dare you treat me this way? I'll have every one of you executed." Hearing this, the servants behind her hesitated and exchanged silent glances. Gu Sidong looked at Lu Zhu and asked, "What happened recently?" Lu Zhu hurriedly replied, "While praying for blessings, the second young lady saved the emperor. She has now been granted the title of Imperial Consort Chun." Gu Sidong could not help feeling puzzled. She cuckolded the emperor and still got promoted to Imperial Consort? Wasn't that promotion far too quick? Gu Sidong produced a wooden club from nowhere and struck Princess Consort Chung on the head, knocking her unconscious. "Take Princess Consort Chung back to her quarters." A nearby matron broke into a cold sweat and asked her companion, "Whom should we obey from now on?" The other matron, also sweating nervously, replied, "The eldest young lady became this fierce the moment she returned." The two looked at Gu Sitong, their faces pale as they thought, "She's terrifying. We had better obey the eldest young lady." At that moment, the system appeared again. It cheerfully looked at Gu Sidong and announced, "Main mission, please spend 5,000 silver taels within 4 hours." She had only just finished dealing with Princess Consort Chung when another mission arrived. Gu Sitong's expression darkened, and she said nothing. After regaining her composure, Gu Sidong snapped the wooden club in half and shouted furiously, "Damn it, I knew it. The moment I get back, I have to spend money. I only just returned." Meanwhile, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Inside an agarwood shop, Gu Sidong pointed randomly around the store as soon as she entered. "I'll buy that, that, and that." The shopkeeper beamed with delight. After Gu Sidong had spent all the money and left, he waved vigorously from behind and shouted, "Please come again." Ahead of him, Gu Sidong and Lu Zhu trudged away, each burdened with heavy purchases. Seeing how much she had bought, a group of onlookers began gossiping. She must have suffered quite a shock to buy so much. Prince Cheng's estate was holding her funeral. Anyone would be traumatized after returning to find their own funeral underway. Another person sighed. Think about it. She and the sixth prince were alone outside for more than half a month. An unmarried man and an unmarried woman. Anything could have happened. The sixth prince may be rather useless, but he is extremely handsome. As she walked, Gu Sidong suddenly stopped. She silently stared ahead. Yin Gui and a palace eunuch were standing outside the gates of Prince Cheng's estate. The palace eunuch suddenly spotted Gu Sidong and called out, "Eldest Miss Gu, you've finally returned." He then gestured toward the person beside him and continued, "Miss Gu, the emperor has bestowed the sixth prince upon you to console you after the ordeal you have suffered these past few days." The man beside him had kept his head lowered in silence the entire time. Only then did he raise his head, his eyes tinged with sadness. After hearing him out, Gu Sidong merely replied indifferently, "There is no need to escort me back." Yin Gui could not conceal his surprise. He recalled how he had sought out the emperor immediately after returning and knelt before him. "I beg your majesty for mercy. I wish to marry the eldest daughter of the Gu family." He then slowly continued, "She and I lived together for a long time while we were away. This will inevitably affect her reputation." The eunuch beside him spoke up. "His Majesty is benevolent and has decided to fulfill the sixth prince's wish. As the Prince of Achievement's household has no suitable male heir, His Majesty grants the eldest Miss Gu in marriage to the sixth prince." Hearing this, Yin Gui considered it for a moment. Then he closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. He could either accept or allow her to be branded impure and become the subject of public gossip. A moment later, he raised his head and said to the man before him, "I thank your majesty." He watched the woman he loved walk straight into the residence without even glancing at him. Feeling dejected, he assumed she did not want to accept him. The eunuch beside him said, "Sixth prince, she does not want you. You should return with this servant." Yin Gui's expression darkened, and he followed the eunuch back to the imperial palace. Night had fallen by the time he returned to the palace of 10,000 blessings. He immediately swept everything on the table onto the floor. Alarmed by his behavior, Xiao Gizi hurried over and called out to him, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Seeing his grim expression, Xiao Gizi stammered, "Your Highness." Before he could finish, Yin Gui spun around and shouted, "Get out!" Realizing that the prince was in a foul mood, Xiao Gizi immediately withdrew. Yin Gui was left alone in the room, where the faint fragrance of incense lingered. He sank to the floor, staring blankly as one thought repeated endlessly in his mind. Didn't she say she liked me? Why? Several days later, on a fine morning at the Palace of 10,000 Blessings, Xiao Gizi anxiously glanced into the room from time to time. Yin Gui had locked himself inside for 3 days. What was he supposed to do? Suddenly, another voice rang out. An imperial edict has arrived. Xiao Gizi turned deathly pale. After the prince had been rejected, this edict could not possibly bring good news. An eunuch entered holding an imperial edict. Sixth prince, receive the imperial decree. Hearing the summons, Yin Gui opened the door. Dressed in dark robes, he stepped outside and knelt beside Xiao Gizi. The eunuch unfurled the edict and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor hereby proclaims, the sixth prince is today elevated to the rank of prince and granted the title of advancement, together with a princely residence and 10,000 taels of gold. Respect this decree. After hearing it, Yin Gui stared blankly at the eunuch. Xiao Gizi, behind him, exclaimed joyfully, Your Highness finally has an official title and a residence of your own. The eunuch smiled and reminded him, Prince of Advancement, offer your thanks. Prompted by him, Yin Gui hastily bowed and accepted the edict with both hands. I humbly thank His Majesty for his grace. He thought it was over, but the eunuch produced another imperial edict and addressed the newly invested prince. Do not be so hasty, Prince of Advancement. There's another decree. Yin Gui's expression darkened slightly. He had known that the emperor's sudden decision to grant him a title could not be so simple. The eunuch continued reading. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor hereby proclaims, the Prince of Achievement rendered meritorious service in defending the realm and was a pillar of the nation. His passing grieves me deeply. His eldest daughter is virtuous, intelligent, quick-witted, and exceptionally beautiful. She is hereby granted in marriage to the Prince of Advancement as his princess consort. An auspicious date shall be selected for the wedding. Respect this decree. After hearing the second edict, Yin Gui looked even more astonished than he had after the first. After accepting it, he watched the eunuch depart but remained kneeling. Lowering his eyes to the decree in his hands, he thought, that day, I knelt for so long, yet His Majesty still refused. Xiao Gizi suddenly stepped forward and helped him up, asking anxiously, Your Highness, what is wrong? Seeing Yin Gui's troubled expression, he continued, Your Highness should be happy. The first decree grants you the princely title you should have received long ago, and the second bestows a well-matched marriage upon you. The Ministry of Rights will handle everything. These are both wonderful things. Yin Gui remained silent. Only after a while did he voice his doubts. But why would His Majesty suddenly do this? Meanwhile, at the distant gathering pavilion, the Taoist held up 2 fingers to Gu Sitong. More money. You absolutely must pay me more. I have to be careful with everything I do inside the palace. This has been extremely difficult for me. Gu Sitong produced a stack of banknotes. The people in the palace value you so highly that they give you anything you want. Are you still not satisfied? Inwardly, however, she was waving banners and cheering herself on. Keep spending money. Gu Sitong thought happily. A young Taoist who knows how to demand money is a good Taoist. The Taoist took the banknotes and grumbled. Then why don't you enter the palace and try it yourself? I am destined to roam the martial world. How could I enter the palace and deceive people? Gu Sitong then recalled entering his room, sitting beside the sleeping man, and saying, Wake up. It is time to enter the palace and enjoy a life of luxury. Startled awake by her voice, the sleeping Taoist shot upright and asked in alarm, What luxury? After Gu Sitong explained, he grew even more terrified and turned deathly pale. You want me to deceive the emperor? He is a tyrant. How did you even come up with this? Gu Sitong merely produced a thick stack of banknotes. At the sight of the money, his eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he said, However, for the sake of those banknotes, I will return. Gu Sitong stared at him accusingly. Deception. Hearing the fury in her voice, he broke into a cold sweat. Clutching the banknotes, he thought, This is bad. My financial backer is angry. He hurriedly stuffed the money into his pocket, afraid that Gu Sitong would take it back, and then said helplessly, Didn't I already tell you? If I enter the palace and they expose me, I am finished. With that, he turned to leave. After taking only a few steps, however, he turned back and asked Gu Sitong, Where did you obtain these prescriptions? They look somewhat familiar. Gu Sitong leisurely lifted her teacup and replied, An old man sold them to me. Those 2 chests were filled with immortality arts and all sorts of miscellaneous prescriptions. He immediately hurried over and asked in alarm, "Do not tell me that old man was blind." Gu Sitong answered him. After hearing her reply, the Taoist rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder the handwriting on those prescriptions looked so familiar. "Where did you meet him?" he asked. Gu Sitong calmly set down her teacup. "How should I know where it was? Jump from the cliff, then head west." Faced with that answer, the young Taoist fell silent. Gu Sitong suddenly looked curious. "Do you know the evil elder?" He immediately frowned. "Of course I know him. All my abilities came from him, so how could I not?" Gu Sitong exclaimed. "Oh, is he your master?" Hearing this, he could not help shouting, "Nonsense! He killed my wife. He and I are sworn enemies." He angrily kicked open the door and stormed out. Gu Sitong silently watched him leave. Then she mused, "That old man really is formidable." A short bonus story. The young Taoist worked diligently, sometimes shielding a plant with an umbrella and sometimes watering and fertilizing it. Then he sat beside the little plant and repeatedly called out, "My wife, my dear wife, please grow quickly." Suddenly, the old man appeared, lifted the young Taoist's beloved plant, and exclaimed, "Excellent." The young Taoist turned around and saw him holding the flower pot. He immediately burst into tears. "My wife." Meanwhile, the residence of the Prince of Advancement was lavishly decorated in brilliant red. Yin Gui stood before a mirror in his room, dressed in vivid red wedding robes. He could not help wondering, is this day real? At that moment, Xiao Gizi entered. As he adjusted Yin Gui's robes, he reassured him, "Your Highness, do not be nervous." Yin Gui looked at him and replied, "Come here and check everything once more." Xiao Gizi smiled. "You already look wonderful, Your Highness. You have made this servant check more than a dozen times." Once the inspection was complete, Yin Gui adjusted the flower pin to his chest. "Let us go." Xiao Gizi cheerfully replied, "Yes." The moment Yin Gui stepped out of the princely residence, the sight before him astonished him. Begonias bloomed everywhere, swaying in the wind. Falling petals filled the air and lent the scenery a romantic beauty. The people's admiring voices rang out. "How beautiful!" A man said, "I heard Miss Gu planted all of these." Today, every begonia in the capital is blooming. 100,000 begonias welcome the bride. The princess consort is so fortunate. The woman beside him corrected him. "You are wrong. The princess consort herself planted them." Yin Gui rode a white horse through the streets toward the residence of the Prince of Achievement. His face was filled with happiness. The residence of the Prince of Achievement was equally bustling. Yin Gui has arrived. Drums and ceremonial music sounded continuously, announcing the bridegroom's arrival. A matron hurried out upon seeing him. "Oh, Your Highness, why have you arrived so early?" Yin Gui stammered, "Have I?" The matron continued, "The auspicious hour has not arrived yet." His face instantly turned bright red. "Then we shall stand here and wait." The surrounding onlookers marveled that this was the grandest and most extravagant wedding they had ever witnessed in the capital. Every item in the bridal procession was precious, luxurious, and exquisitely crafted. A young woman in the crowd told the person beside her, "Even the horse His Highness is riding is a legendary blood-sweating steed that no amount of gold could buy." Yin Gui dismounted and gazed at the residence of the Prince of Achievement, his heart filled with nervous anticipation. A sudden shout of "The auspicious hour has arrived" made him raise his head in surprise. Supported by Lu Zhu, Gu Sitong slowly emerged in red wedding robes, holding a fan before her face. Seeing the man opposite her still standing there in a daze, she smiled and said, "Why is the bridegroom still standing there?" The surrounding people saw Gu Sitong's wedding attire and exclaimed, "Good heavens! Those are the wedding robes that the proprietor of the brocade embroidery workshop spent 5 years making. I heard even a princess would not receive anything so magnificent for her wedding." His Highness's wedding robes also seem to have been made by the brocade embroidery workshop from golden, celestial silkworm brocade. The household of the Prince of Achievement truly is wealthy. Yin Gui accepted the bride from Lu Zhu. Without hesitation, he swept Gu Sitong into his arms. They gazed silently at each other, happiness shining in both their eyes. Yin Gui slowly walked through the shower of begonia petals toward the bridal sedan waiting at the end of the road. The falling begonias seemed to veil an entire age of splendor. After traveling for some time, They finally arrived at the residence of the Prince of Advancement. Gu Sidong was escorted to the bridal chamber. Sitting on the bed with the fan still covering her face, she thought repeatedly, if I had known it would be this troublesome, I would never have done it. She lowered the fan and thought, there cannot be a next time. With that, Gu Sidong reached for her bridal headdress. Alarmed by her actions, Lu Zhu cried, My lady, what are you doing? Gu Sidong slowly replied, I almost suffocated. This headdress is too heavy, and these robes are heavy too. Lu Zhu hurriedly stopped her. You cannot remove them. It would be improper. You must wait for His Highness to arrive. Gu Sidong calmly said, Then go and tell him to come here. Faced with her mistress's command, Lu Zhu helplessly closed her eyes and explained, My lady, you cannot say that. If someone overheard you, they would think you were eager to consummate the marriage. A short while later, Yin Gui entered the bridal chamber. At the sight of Gu Sidong, his face flushed and his heart pounded. Seeing him standing motionless, Gu Sidong said, Why are you still standing there? Hurry over and take this fan from me. Yin Gui quickly answered, All right. He walked over and slowly took the fan from her hand. Standing extremely close to him, Gu Sidong suddenly raised her head, looked straight into his eyes, and asked, Have you been drinking? Yin Gui's face was as red as ripe fruit as he quietly replied, Yes. Yin Gui brought 2 cups of wine to the bed, sat beside Gu Sidong, and handed one to her. We still have to drink the nuptial wine. Gu Sidong immediately lifted the cup toward her mouth. Hurry up, my neck is so sore it is about to break. Seeing what she was doing, Yin Gui hastily stopped her and said with a flushed face, That is not how we are supposed to drink it. Gu Sidong's expression stiffened as she screamed inwardly, Getting married is such a nuisance. I'm absolutely never getting married again. Never. Yin Gui sat beside her and linked his arm with hers. We have to drink it like this. After his demonstration, Gu Sidong tilted her head back and drained the cup in one gulp, leaving Yin Gui astonished. Once they had finished the nuptial wine, she grabbed his lapel and asked, Are you satisfied now? He immediately replied, Yes. With all the rituals finally completed, Gu Sidong held out her arms and said to him, Hurry up and take these clothes off me. Her request startled Yin Gui. After a moment, he slowly removed the layers of her clothing, his face burning red. Once freed from the heavy wedding robes, Gu Sidong sighed in relief. They nearly squeezed me to death. This feels so much better. After savoring her comfort, she looked at the dazed man beside her and asked, Aren't you going back outside? Her innocent question left him speechless. He then stammered, Those people outside did not truly come to congratulate us. Whether I am there makes no difference. Turning his face away, he quietly asked, You were the one who asked His Majesty to grant me my title and residence, weren't you? Gu Sidong slowly nodded. That is right. I treat you well because I'm a good person. Yin Gui fell silent and thoughtful. A moment later, he sat down and honestly told Gu Sidong, When you told me to return that day, I thought you regretted it. Gu Sidong looked puzzled. What would I regret? Inwardly, however, she was seething. Clenching her fists, she thought angrily, I originally planned to bring my good person card back directly. It is all that damned emperor's fault. He dared to bully my good person card and force me to endure all this trouble. Yin Gui moved closer, took her hand, and quietly said, The way you looked then made me think you regretted being with me. After hearing his explanation, Gu Sidong immediately said, I do not. Inwardly, she stroked his hair and thought, How could I possibly regret it? If I regretted it, would you still be alive now? Having received the answer he wanted most, Yin Gui smiled contentedly. Yes, I understand. He then removed Gu Sidong's hairpin, and they fell onto the bed together. Gu Sidong was slightly surprised by his actions as the two gradually surrendered to the intimate atmosphere of their wedding night. Yin Gui slowly leaned closer to her face. Just as he was about to kiss her, Gu Sidong interrupted him. There is something underneath us. Yin Gui was instantly rendered speechless. They quickly sat up, and he hurriedly lifted the quilt, revealing various grains scattered across the bed. Gu Sidong asked in confusion, Who scattered these? Yin Gui looked equally bewildered. Probably the matchmaker. Gu Sidong frowned slightly. Why would she scatter these here? Yin Gui hurriedly explained. They symbolize the hope that we will soon have a noble son. Do not be angry. I will clear them away. Understanding their meaning, Gu Sidong sighed. Oh. Inwardly, however, she grumbled, What a nuisance. The two shared a passionate wedding night. Gazing at Gu Sidong's back, Yin Gui smiled contentedly to himself. She does not regret it. That means she has agreed to stay with me. The following morning at the residence of the Prince of Advancement, a maid approached Yin Gui and Gu Sitong's room and asked Lu Zhu, have His Highness and the Princess Consort awakened yet? Lu Zhu quickly replied, not yet. Prepare everything first. They can use it after they wake. The maid immediately answered, yes. Inside the room, Yin Gui gazed at the sleeping Gu Sitong and could not resist kissing her forehead. He then buried his face in her shoulder with a soft murmur. Awakened by the person beside her, Gu Sitong slowly opened her eyes. Seeing him squirming around, she embraced Yin Gui and said, all right, stop fooling around. Upon hearing that, he immediately sat up and stared directly at the woman beneath him. Seeing what he was doing, Gu Sitong promptly covered her chest with both hands. Yin Gui's face flushed as he whispered, I'm not fooling around. Last night, after composing herself, Gu Sitong cupped his face and said, you were already exhausted last night, yet you want more first thing in the morning? You need to take care of yourself. Hearing this, Yin Gui buried his face in Gu Sitong's shoulder again and said petulantly, I want it. Before he could finish, Gu Sitong interrupted him by turning over to face him. What? What do you want? After hearing that, he merely fell silent. A while later, at the Prince of Jin's residence, Yin Gui cautiously opened the door and looked outside. Upon seeing little Gizi and Lu Zhu, he said, the princess consort is still asleep. Do not disturb her. I'm going to check on the meal. With that, he cheerfully strode away as though he were flying, humming a tune and leaving the two behind with puzzled expressions. After he left, little Gizi could not help saying, His Highness seems somewhat different. The person beside him snorted. Of course he is. The princess consort treats His Highness so well. If he were still the same as before, would he even deserve her? Lu Zhu's interrogation frightened him so badly that he began to sweat, and he did not dare utter another word. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Gu Shao sat in a chair inside her chambers. She furiously smashed a vase and shouted at the person before her, Get out! The person kneeling on the floor hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Still seething with rage, Gu Shao repeatedly muttered the words spoken by those who had witnessed Gu Sitong's wedding, a 10-mile procession of bridal splendor admired by all beneath heaven. Why, I should have been able to marry Yi Yang with a 10-mile bridal procession too. Instead, I have to remain here flattering that foolish tyrant and enduring his unpredictable moods. After calming herself, Gu Shao told herself, No, I am Consort Chen now, the most favored consort in the imperial harem. Gu Sitong is nothing compared to me. She then rose and called out, Someone, bring me a brush and ink. At the Prince of Jin's residence, Gu Sitong sat at a dining table in the garden with her chin propped in both hands. Upon seeing someone approaching, she said, You're back? Hurry over and eat. Yin Gui walked over and sat beside her before asking curiously, Everyone outside says you planted those crabapple trees for me. Is that true? Gu Sitong blushed, propped her chin on one hand, and looked away. Yes. Her answer only made him more excited. Did you already like me back then? The second question made Gu Sitong blush as she thought, I've been watching over this good person card for a long time. After all this time, I suppose it could be considered affection. As long as the good person card is happy, that is enough. She then nodded. That's right. Yin Gui smiled at her in satisfaction, but inwardly thought, Actually, I know those crabapple trees were definitely not planted for me. Still, I'm happy that she is willing to humor me. Time flew by, and half a year passed. Crabapple blossoms once again filled the streets. The people gazed at the sight and sighed in admiration. Crabapple, crepe myrtle, osmanthus, and plum blossoms. The capital's flowers have passed through all 4 seasons. The princess consort of Jin planted them all to please the Prince of Jin. Every tree is engraved with the words, Prince of Jin. That's strange. Isn't it usually the man who tries to please the woman? Our princess consort of Jin is wealthy. Does she really dote on the Prince of Jin that much? Of course. The Prince of Jin is now the most envied man in the entire capital. Lively discussions could be heard everywhere. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace, Yin Gui instructed Gu Sitong, Go ahead to the banquet. I need to use the privy and will join you shortly. Gu Sitong replied, Oh, I'll go with you. Hearing his wife's offer, he blushed with embarrassment. There's no need. After he left, Gu Sitong watched his retreating figure and thought, The imperial palace is a place that devours people without leaving even their bones. What if my good person card gets bullied? After pondering for a moment, she turned around, only to discover that he had already disappeared. She thought in confusion, How did he vanish so quickly? Where did he run off to? Her gaze suddenly froze as something caught her attention. There was a corpse lying in the bushes. After clearly seeing the corpse, Gu Sitong thought in astonishment, "It's the Prince of Song." She then wondered uncertainly, "Don't tell me he's dead. My good person card couldn't have done this, could he?" Just as Gu Sitong was deep in thought, she noticed something. A green jade ring suddenly appeared in the dead man's palm. Gu Sitong approached the corpse, picked up the object, and contemplated the situation. She then clenched the jade ring in her hand and looked away without saying anything else. Heavy snow fell over the imperial palace as a banquet was held inside the hall. As soon as Gu Sitong arrived, Yen Gui hurried over and asked anxiously, "Where did you go?" Instead of answering, Gu Sitong took his hand and placed the jade ring on his finger. As he stared at her in surprise, he recognized it and asked in confusion, "Huh? When did you take this?" Gu Sitong replied to something else entirely. "You must take good care of your belongings. If you no longer need something, destroy it." Seeing her suddenly turn serious, he asked in astonishment, "What happened?" Gu Sitong merely straightened Yen Gui's clothes and replied, "Nothing." Seeing her like this, he took her hand, pressed it to his cheek, and declared firmly, "I will cherish you." Gu Sitong looked at the man before her and slowly replied, "I am not an object." Her answer silenced Yen Gui for a moment. He looked at his wife's angry expression, turned his face away, and wondered in confusion, "Why do I feel as though she is scolding me?" He quickly held Gu Sitong's face in his hands, looked directly into her eyes, and said, "Of course not. You are my princess consort, my wife, and the most important person in my life." Hearing his sentimental words, Gu Sitong promptly said, "Let's go inside. It's cold out here." The banquet had already begun, and the emperor and his ministers were seated in their respective places. A eunuch approached and whispered into the emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Song is not in the palace." After hearing the report, the emperor frowned slightly. "Where did he go?" The eunuch immediately panicked. "Your Majesty, there are signs of a struggle in the Prince of Song's bedchamber. I fear something may have happened to him." Hearing this, the emperor gritted his teeth and ordered, "Find him immediately." The servants hurriedly obeyed. Gu Shao, who was seated beside the emperor, observed him for a moment. Sensing that something was wrong, she asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, what happened?" The emperor's expression remained tense as he replied with a frown, "Nothing." After speaking to the emperor, Gu Shao noticed Gu Sitong seated nearby and curled her lips into a smug smile. When she saw the strange expression on Gu Sitong's face, she began to ponder it, but soon dismissed the thought. In the middle of the banquet, the eunuch from earlier rushed inside, drenched in sweat. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." He fell to his knees and pointed toward the door with a trembling hand. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the Prince of Song. The Prince of Song is dead." Upon hearing his report, the emperor abruptly rose and roared, "What did you say?" The eunuch hurriedly repeated, "The Prince of Song. The Prince of Song is dead." Soldiers then entered, knelt, and presented a jade pendant. The moment Gu Shao saw it, her expression changed. The emperor turned toward her and roared, "Noble consort Chun." Terrified, noble consort Chun hurriedly rose and stammered, "Why, Your Majesty?" Holding the jade pendant, the emperor demanded, "Is this not the warm jade pendant I bestowed upon you?" Noble consort Chen hurriedly knelt and stammered in panic, I do not know why it is here, Your Majesty." "I did nothing," the emperor shouted. "You claim you did nothing, so why was the Prince of Song holding something that belongs to you when he died?" Gu Shao looked toward Gu Sitong and Yen Gui, who were standing together, and frowned without speaking. She then turned back to the emperor and extended a hand. "Your Majesty, I do not know. I did not bring it with me when I left my chambers today. Someone must be framing me. I bore no grudge against the Prince of Song, so why would I harm him? Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly and clear my name." The emperor ignored her and immediately ordered, "Guards, confine noble consort Chun to the cold palace and investigate this case thoroughly." His words shocked noble consort Chun and everyone behind her. The Prince of Jin tightened his grip on the hand beside him, but said nothing after hearing the order. Gu Sitong suddenly looked at the Prince of Jin and placed her hand over his clenched fist. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Upon hearing this, the Prince of Jin gave her a gentle smile but did not reply. Later, a carriage traveled through the falling winter snow. Inside the carriage, Yin Gui held Gu Sitong in his arms, kissed her forehead, and said, "If not for you, I fear I might not have been able to leave." Gu Sitong replied indifferently, "It was nothing." Inwardly, however, she thought, "Protecting a good person is what I should do." Yin Gui immediately embraced her more tightly and softly asked, "How did you know Consort Chen did it?" Gu Sitong merely replied, "I guessed." Inwardly, however, she scoffed. Who else but Gu Xiao would use such a crude scheme? Yin Gui broke into a cold sweat and asked anxiously, "What if you guessed wrong?" Gu Sitong pushed him away, looked directly into his eyes, and stroked his hair. "Then I was wrong," he asked doubtfully. "Wouldn't that mean you framed her?" Tired of his worrying, Gu Sitong leaned closer, caressed the chest visible beneath his robe, and replied, "She framed me before. I merely returned the favor." Seeing Gu Sitong continue to tease him, Yin Gui pulled her tightly into his arms and whispered, "Don't do that. There are people outside." Later, while Gu Sitong sat in her room, deep in thought, the young Taoist suddenly appeared at the window and called, "Princess Consort of Jin." His voice startled Gu Sitong. She then shouted in exasperation and annoyance, "You little brat! Who are you trying to scare to death by appearing so suddenly?" The system appeared and stopped Gu Sitong from lecturing him any further. "Young miss, he is here to deliver information." Only then did Gu Sitong calm down. Looking at the person outside the window, she asked, "What are you doing here?" He immediately replied with a question of his own. "I hear news of Gu Zhao's pregnancy has spread everywhere." Gu Sitong answered honestly, yes. He immediately put on a mysterious expression, rubbed his hands together, and continued, "Then do you know?" As the young Taoist hesitated, Gu Sitong remained silent. Gu Sitong interrupted him by producing a stack of banknotes. "Is this enough?" His eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and he looked satisfied. As he accepted and counted the banknotes, he said, "That child does not belong to the emperor." Gu Sitong could not help asking curiously, "If it isn't the emperor's, then whose is it?" She then raised an eyebrow and thought, "So Yiyong cuckolded the emperor. My dear younger sister certainly has nerve, making the emperor raise another man's child." After thinking this, Gu Sitong clasped her hands toward the person outside the window. "An impressive feat you have, my admiration." She then looked at him doubtfully and asked, "But how did you find out?" The young Taoist raised his chin smugly. "There is nothing in this palace that I do not know." Gu Sitong's expression turned stern. "Watch what you say." Seeing this, he hurriedly explained, "Haha, I calculated it. The emperor is fated to be childless, so he will never have any children. Therefore, that child definitely cannot be his." Someone suddenly pushed open the door. Hearing the commotion, the young Taoist hurriedly fled, not forgetting to call back, "I'll leave first. I'll come find you again when I have more information." Gu Sitong was slightly surprised by his behavior. She folded her arms and thought suspiciously, "Is he planning to squeeze more money out of me?" After pondering for a moment, she thought, "I'll be waiting." While she was distracted, Yin Gui suddenly embraced her. Looking at her, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Gu Sitong replied indifferently, "The snow." He kissed her and said, "I made some nourishing soup for you. It will warm you up." Gu Sitong looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't I tell you not to do such things?" Yin Gui pressed his forehead against hers. "Yes, but I wanted to make it for you myself. Don't you like it?" Gu Sitong replied, "You shouldn't be doing such things." Yin Gui embraced her tightly and said confidently, "For you, there is nothing I cannot do." A while later, Gu Sitong lay on the bed with a flushed face, panting as she thought, "What kind of soup was that? Why do I feel so hot?" She then slowly sat up. She gazed at the sleeping man beside her and thought softly, "He is so seductive." Gu Sitong immediately pounced on him and kissed him. Awakened by her kiss, Yin Gui murmured, "What's wrong?" She did not answer. She silently began removing their clothes. Gazing at the man beneath her as she kissed him, she let out a soft moan. Sounds that no outsider should hear continued to echo through the room. It was a long, snowy night. The following morning, Gu Sitong suddenly noticed something in the corridor leading to the servants' courtyard. Yin Gui was standing in a secluded corner with a man dressed in dark clothing before him. When the man saw someone approaching, he hurriedly prepared to leave, but Yin Gui stopped him and said, "It's all right." Gu Sitong walked over to Yin Gui. Seeing her, the man immediately knelt. "Princess consort." Gu Sitong slowly replied, "Yes, I have some business with your prince." Hearing this, Yin Gui looked at the kneeling man and said, "You may withdraw." The man immediately obeyed. "Yes, your highness." After the man left, Gu Sidong asked, "Is he one of your men?" Yin Gue obediently nodded. "Yes. If there is anything you wish to ask, you may ask me." Before he could continue, Gu Sidong interrupted him with her actions. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying hurriedly as they walked, "Come on, I want to go spend money." Yin Gue was surprised, but he silently followed her. By nightfall, a voice could be heard inside a room in the cold palace. "What are we supposed to do about the Prince's song? If I were not pregnant, I fear I would have already been beheaded." Inside, Gu Xiao and Yi Yang were embracing after making love. He held her and comforted her. Xiao, don't worry." Gu Xiao looked at him. "How can I not worry if he discovers this child is not his?" At the thought, Gu Xiao gripped the blanket tightly and gritted her teeth in fury. "That wretch Gu Sidong, how did she find out and then pin the blame on me?" Seeing the woman in his arms lose control, Yi Yang said anxiously, Xiao, I already told you not to get agitated." Instead of listening to his warning, Gu Xiao frowned and glared at Yi Yang resentfully. "But I truly cannot stand that woman. Look at how everyone is talking about her now. What right does she have to live so well while I must suffer in this palace?" Gu Xiao stared at him, her expression filled with hatred. "Yi Yang, she was the one who tore us apart." Her face suddenly turned pale with terror. A figure had appeared in the doorway. The emperor stood there, staring at the two people inside, with a squad of soldiers behind him. He roared, "Come outside." He then turned around and left. The two inside looked at each other in terror. Drenched in sweat, Yi Yang said, "It's over." Equally anxious, Gu Xiao looked away and said, "Didn't they say the emperor selected Consort Shu's tablet tonight? Why did he suddenly appear here?" A few seconds later, Gu Xiao fearfully bit her finger and muttered, "No, something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong." Outside, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He recalled what had happened one incense stick earlier, when he had been utterly horrified. An assassin had grabbed his robe and dragged him out of Consort Shu's chambers while saying, "Come with me." The assassin then carried him across the rooftops. A short while later, they arrived at their destination. The assassin put the emperor down and said, "Listen carefully to what they are saying inside. You are in for a surprise." But at that moment, a thought flashed through the emperor's mind. He had better pray that we never catch that man in black. Back in the present, the enraged emperor kicked Yi Yang and roared, "We will end your bloodline and exterminate your entire clan." Meanwhile, the assassin from earlier stood to one side, watching everything unfold. That assassin was none other than Gu Sidong. Rubbing her chest as she watched the chaos, Gu Sidong said, "I'm trying very hard to be a good person today." The system appeared in astonishment and protested. "Young miss, what exactly do you think a good person is? Nothing you've done here makes you one." Gu Sidong looked over and innocently replied, "I helped the emperor catch them in the act, so he wouldn't be deceived. Doesn't that make me a good person?" Seemingly catching the implication in her answer, the system stared at her darkly, at a loss for words. Gu Sidong immediately turned and ran, calling out as she fled, "Then I'm going home to kiss my good person card." The system blushed furiously behind her and shouted, "Shameless woman." 5 days later, on a bustling street, Gu Xiao was being escorted by 2 soldiers. Someone in the crowd looked at her and said, "I heard His Majesty caught her in bed with another man. His Majesty even beat the child out of her." She was covered in blood and nearly went to meet the king of hell. The person beside him hurriedly warned, "Keep your voice down. Discussing the imperial family is a serious crime. Stop talking." As Gu Xiao was being escorted away, she suddenly spotted Gu Sidong standing ahead and watching her. The moment she saw Gu Sidong, she became like a wild beast, struggling and screaming, "Gu Sidong, you wretched bitch! I'll kill you." Seeing her behave this way, one of the soldiers slapped her and warned, "Behave yourself. Do you still think you're imperial consort, Shin?" As the 2 soldiers dragged her away, they said, "His Majesty showed mercy by exiling you to the military camp. You'll have plenty of fun there." Time flew, and 3 years passed. At the gathering tower, the young Taoist priest sat on a chair with a sack beside him, folded his arms, and said, "I made a decent amount of money in the palace, but unfortunately, the emperor is like a powder keg now. I don't dare gamble with my life." After he finished, Gu Sidong glanced suspiciously at the large sack on the table and asked, "You plan to take the money and flee? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Hearing her question, he confidently replied, "I always wore a disguise inside the palace, and I changed my appearance again after leaving. Who could possibly catch me?" After speaking with Gu Sidong, he left. At that moment, Yin Gue also came looking for her. The two men met on the stairs and immediately noticed each other. The Taoist priest spoke first. Prince of Jin, what do you think? Wasn't everything I told you before correct? Hearing this, Yin Gui recalled the first time they had met. He cupped his hands toward the man before him and said, "Your prediction was absolutely right, Taoist master. I am impressed." The priest immediately held out his hand with a smile. "Pay up." Yin Gui took out a banknote and said, "This is all I have." The priest looked dissatisfied with the banknote, but he still tucked it into his robe and said, "The princess consort is much more generous than you." He then turned and left. "Farewell." Yin Gui watched the young Taoist priest leave and fell into deep thought. He recalled what the priest had told him. Back then, the priest had gripped his shoulder while holding a divination slip in his other hand. "Although your fate is unfortunate, you will meet a benefactor. That person will protect you and ensure that you live the rest of your life free of worries." Yin Gui had looked at him doubtfully and asked, "What?" Seeing that he was still confused, the priest suggested, "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The loser pays." At that moment, someone suddenly called his name. Yin Gui. Gu Sidong was sitting upstairs, looking down at him. He looked toward the source of the voice. Remembering that moment, Yin Gui smiled happily to himself and thought, "Now I believe you." Gu Sidong suddenly woke up in an unfamiliar space. Still dazed, she asked, "What the hell is this place?" A voice rang out, "Young miss." A beam of light caught her attention. The system immediately appeared and explained why she was there. "Young miss, there was a minor incident, so you must go back now." Gu Sidong folded her arms and asked for confirmation. "You mean you want to send me back?" She then thought suspiciously, "Why is this bastard suddenly being so kind?" Seeing that she still doubted him, the system replied, "Young miss, please don't doubt me." His words only made her even more suspicious. Gu Sidong demanded, "If I go back, what will I have to rely on?" "Your mercy." The system stroked his hair and confidently replied, "Young miss, you must trust me. You won't be able to escape me, so don't worry." Gu Sidong fell silent for a moment after hearing the system's reassurance, but inwardly she cursed, "Don't worry, my foot." A dazzling light then appeared. The system reminded her, "Please close your eyes, young miss. I will send you back now." Gu Sidong gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a prosperous city, Gu Sidong, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, landed on the ground. After regaining her composure, she stood and looked around at the familiar surroundings and furnishings. Covering her face with one hand, she whispered, "I've really come back." At that moment, a ball rolled up to her feet. Gu Sidong quickly picked it up. The moment it landed in her hand, the strange object transformed into a miniature robot and said, "Master, you have been asleep for 9 days and 8 hours. Your sleep duration has exceeded the critical limit, and the orders have piled up like a mountain." After reporting this, it raised its robotic arm and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Disappointed, Gu Sidong threw it down and demanded, "It's been 9 days and 8 hours, and you still haven't finished counting? What use are you?" The robot cried out when it hit the ground. "Ouch!" It clutched its little head and defended itself. "But I just finished counting 12 orders." Hearing this, only one thought remained in Gu Sidong's mind. "I traveled through 17 worlds in 9 days. That means I spent roughly half a day in each world." While she was thinking, the system appeared beside her again and whispered in her ear, "Young miss, you must quickly resolve the trouble here. When the time comes, I will immediately take you away again." After hearing him, Gu Sidong seemed to erupt in flames. She clenched her fist and shouted, "You bastard!" Hearing her curse, the little robot said aggrievedly, "Master, why are you insulting me? You shouldn't insult robots either. I'm protected by law." Only then did Gu Sidong notice it. After hearing the little robot, Gu Sidong asked, "You're an illegal product. What law protects you?" The system beside her scratched his head in confusion and said, This robot is a little strange." After its master said that, the little robot broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent. Gu Sidong touched the cord around her neck, from which hung an exquisitely carved wooden pendant, and asked, "System, why do you think I'll follow you into those strange worlds again?" She then turned confidently toward the system and said, "This is my territory now. I have the home field advantage." The system merely encouraged her. "Do your best, young miss." Hearing no trace of panic or concern in his voice, she frowned. Judging by that tone, he has another way to drag me into those worlds. What the hell is that bastard trying to do? And what exactly is he? After thinking for a while, Gu Sidong sat down at the table and asked the little robot, "Has anyone come by?" It immediately answered yes. Someone has knocked on the door every day for the past several days. It then looked embarrassed and continued, "I was scared, so I didn't dare open it." It quickly projected an image of the person who had been knocking. "This is the man who comes every day." As soon as it finished speaking, repeated knocks sounded from downstairs. Hearing them, the little robot trembled and said, "He's here again. It's him. That's the man." Gu Sidong stared blankly at its panicked, incoherent reaction. Voices could be heard outside. How strange. That girl hasn't opened the door for several days. Could something have happened to her? A crowd had gathered outside the door. Another person replied, "Probably not." Someone else said, doubtfully, "But she's never disappeared for this long before." A man suggested, "That's right, she's still young. What if something unexpected happened to her? Why don't we go inside and check?" Someone else objected worriedly, "That wouldn't be appropriate. That girl has a terrible temper." Another person snapped, "If it weren't for her last time, you'd still be lying in the hospital. Don't you have a conscience?" While everyone was arguing, a sound came from inside and the door opened. As soon as it did, Gu Sidong looked at the crowd and asked, "What are all of you doing here?" Gu Sidong remained calm. An elderly woman asked worriedly, "Young lady, are you all right? We haven't seen you for nearly half a month, and your shop hasn't opened either." Another man added, "We also saw someone acting suspiciously and hanging around outside your door. That's why we came to check on you." The man they were referring to could only stand silently behind them. Gu Sidong answered politely, "I'm fine." The people opposite her broke out in cold sweats and forced smiles. "That's good. It's good that you're all right." Setting that minor matter aside, Gu Sidong wondered, "That bastard brought me back to deal with an unexpected incident. Was this it? If they had broken in while I was still unconscious?" Gu Sidong imagined everyone rushing inside and declaring, "The child Gu Sidong has stopped breathing." Then they would take her body to the crematorium. After finishing her imagined scenario, Gu Sidong thought, "That really is a little frightening." By then, nearly everyone had left. Gu Sidong looked at the man standing in the corner by her doorway and asked, "Do you need something?" Faced with her imposing presence, the man wondered, "This young woman looks so young. Can she really do it?" He then stammered, "Excuse me, are you Miss Sidong?" Gu Sidong answered bluntly, "No." Confused by her answer, the man continued, "Then do you know Miss Sidong?" She replied, "No." She then slammed the door shut. Seeing how unapproachable she was, the bewildered man looked at the house number, which read 44 Yellow Spring Street, then compared it with the address on his paper and muttered, "This is definitely 44 Yellow Spring Street." He then looked at the street sign, which read Immortal Seeking Street, and thought, "But this road is clearly Immortal Seeking Street." When he looked at the house opposite, marked 43 Immortal Seeking Street, he became even more confused. The building next door is clearly number 43 on Immortal Seeking Street. Holding the paper with the address clearly written on it, the man continued reasoning, "This is the only shop on Yellow Spring Street. I've searched for so long, so I can't be wrong. This must be the place." After reaching a conclusion, he stood downstairs and shouted, "Miss Sidong, Professor Su Yue referred me to you." After hearing his introduction, Gu Sidong emerged holding a knife, frightening him out of his wits. He quickly bowed, offered her his business card, and continued, "I'm Hu Shaw, the general manager of the Starry Skies Group. I would like to hire you to protect someone." After learning why he had come, she drove the knife into the door and replied, "I'm very expensive." This terrified him even more. After calming himself, he said, "Money isn't a problem. Just name your price." Gu Sidong looked at Hushua suspiciously and asked, "Didn't Su Tiyue tell you?" Caught off guard by the question, he stammered, "Tell me what?" Gu Sidong turned, went inside, and slammed the door, but not before warning him, "Come back after you found out." It took him a while to fully calm down. Hushua took out a handkerchief, wiped away his sweat, and muttered, "What an eccentric. How can a bodyguard be so arrogant? Su Tiyue isn't playing some joke on me, is he?" At the same time, at Nanjing University, a medium-sized robot stood by the entrance. After scanning the face of the person before it, it said, "Visitors, please register." He replied, "Hushua is here to see Professor Su Tiyue." The robot said, "Information recorded." It immediately turned aside and continued, "Professor Su Tiyue, a visitor wishes to see you. Please proceed to reception room 108." In room 108, Hu Shuo coughed a few times as soon as he entered. He quickly shook hands with the man before him and said, "I apologize for troubling you, Professor Su." Su Diyue looked at him sympathetically. "Mr. Hu, did you encounter some difficulty?" Hu Shuo did not stand on ceremony and asked directly. "Then I'll get straight to the point. Didn't you previously tell me to seek out Miss Sitong? I met her today, but she seemed dissatisfied with the payment. I just want to know what she wants." After hearing the question, Su Diyue pondered for a moment. He then took out a small vial containing two unidentified objects. He placed it on the table and said, "Take this with you." Su Diyue smiled amiably and warned, "Mr. Hu, you must remember not to let curiosity tempt you into examining what's inside. And do not anger Miss Sitong." Hearing the warning, Hu Shuo swallowed and asked while sweating profusely, "What happens if I anger her?" Su Diyue slowly stood and walked toward the window. "If you anger her, the mildest consequence is that she'll ignore you. At worst, she may breach the contract." Hu Shuo became even more alarmed. "Breach the contract?" Su Diyue turned to look at the man behind him and explained, "She doesn't take contractual obligations very seriously. You must remember that, Mr. Hu." After hearing this, Hu Shuo fell silent. Meanwhile, on a mortal-seeking street, an elderly woman was cheerfully showing a jade bracelet to a customer. Over on Yellow Spring Street, a female jade doll with terrifying makeup was displayed outside a shop. Hu Shuo entered and paled with fear when he saw it. What kind of shop put something like this outside? It nearly scared me to death. Something suddenly caught his attention. Several pretty young women were taking pictures with the jade doll, making him wonder, these people are remarkably brave. After thinking this, he slowly walked inside and knocked. Looking around the shop, Hu Shuo began to sweat. It turned out to be a store selling paper funeral offerings. A small robot stepped out and asked, "What would you like to buy?" Hearing the voice, Hu Shuo looked down and stared at it in astonishment. The Starry Skies Group's main business is robotics, but I've never seen a robot like this. After examining the small robot for a moment, Hu Shuo walked cautiously and thought, "A robot made of crystal? I've never heard of such a thing." Gu Sidong suddenly emerged holding an account book and said, "We're closed." Seeing the person he had come to meet, Hu Shuo immediately hurried forward, extended his hand, and introduced himself. "Miss Sitong, I'm Hu Shuo." Gu Sidong replied indifferently, "I don't care whether you're Hu Shuo or Hu Fool. We're closed today." Hu Shuo fell silent, unsure what to say. He then tried to correct her. "It's Hu Shuo, not Hu Fool." Gu Sidong did not reply and turned to walk farther inside. Hu Shuo hurried after her. "Miss Sidong, I brought something for you. Please take a look." Seeing him persistently following her, Gu Sidong frowned, turned around, and snapped, "Can you be quiet for a moment?" But then she noticed the small vial in Hu Shuo's hand. She silently examined it for a while. She then slowly asked, "What connection does the person you want me to protect have with Su Diyue?" Surprised by the question, Hu Shuo stammered, "Miss Sitong well." Seeing him hesitate without finishing, she sternly ordered, "Answer my question." Hu Shuo paused before saying, "Professor Su and our chairman were classmates." After receiving the answer she wanted, Gu Sidong walked to the table and sat down. She placed a stack of papers on the table, looked at the man before her, and said, "Oh, sit down." Her abrupt change in attitude left him speechless. After sitting down, Hu Shuo watched her intently examine the small vial and wondered, "I'm the one paying to hire her. Shouldn't I be the one in charge here?" Gu Sidong raised the vial and carefully examined it for a long time. She then pushed the stack of papers toward Hu Shuo and said, "Since this is business, naturally you should review the contract." But the contents made him shudder. This contract is made with the mistress of the underworld. If the contract is breached, the signatory's soul will be offered as a sacrifice. As soon as the contract was completed, she snatched the paper from his hand and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Caught off guard, Hu Shuo stammered, Protect my employer." Gu Sidong picked up her pen and asked, "Name?" The man opposite her broke out in a cold sweat. "Who?" "Hu Shuo." Upon hearing his answer, she frowned and stared at him in silence. The man sitting opposite her cried inwardly, "I'm not lying. It really is Hu Shuo." A moment later, she said helplessly, "I'm asking for your employer's name." Realizing that he had misunderstood, Hu Shuo stammered, Xing Ju. Xing as in stars, and Ju as in absolute. After writing it down, Gu Sidong turned the paper toward him. "Check it. Is this written correctly?" He took the paper and thought in astonishment. This handwriting is identical to Sir's. Then he looked at her awkwardly. And the payment? Gu Sidong slowly replied, it's already been paid. She then stood and continued, 8 working hours a day. You may decide the schedule, but there will be no overtime. Meals and transportation must be provided. I refuse to perform any duties outside my responsibilities. These terms remain in effect until the assignment ends. Any objections? Faced with her list of demands, Hu Shua awkwardly replied, no, none at all, Miss Gu. When can you start? Hearing the question, she pointed at the open door. It's late. I won't see you out. Realizing how late it was, he left as well. Before departing, however, he bowed at a 90-degree angle and called inside. Hu Shua will come to pick up Miss Gu tomorrow morning. The next day, a luxury car stopped at Myriad Stars Manor. The car door opened, and Hu Shua hurried forward to welcome her. Miss Gu, you've arrived. At that moment, something caught her attention. Another young woman was standing right outside the entrance with her arms crossed, watching her. The woman scrutinized Gu Sidong before asking the man beside her, Mr. Hu, who is this? Hu Shua quickly bowed and replied, second young miss, this is Miss Gu. I invited her to serve as Sir's bodyguard. Have you not left yet, second young miss? His question immediately displeased the second young Mississippi. She snapped, Mr. Hu, what do you mean by that? This belongs to the Xing family. Before she could finish, Hu Shua interrupted, second young miss, this is Sir's private manor. It has nothing to do with the Xing family. Unable to argue further, the Xing family's second young miss turned toward the silent Gu Sitong and mocked. You hired a bodyguard for my eldest brother? Who could this little girl possibly protect? Gu Sitong's expression darkened, but she said nothing. As the woman walked past her, she continued provocatively. Little girl, this isn't a place for you to play around. If you don't have any real ability, I suggest you hurry home. Gu Sidong was somewhat surprised by the woman's ridicule. Hu Shua hurriedly reminded her, second young miss, you cannot judge someone by their appearance. Meanwhile, he prayed inwardly, please don't get angry, Miss Gu. Gu Sidong merely walked inside calmly. Not forgetting to warn the woman behind her, I suggest you avoid going out at night. The woman was slightly taken aback by her words. She then frowned in confusion and instructed Hu Shua, Mr. Hu, take good care of my eldest brother. I heard several strange things have happened around here recently. With that, she left. Gu Sidong and Hu Shua both turned to watch the Xing family's second young miss depart. Once he was sure she was gone, Hu Shua immediately approached Gu Sidong and hastily explained, Miss Gu, the second young miss only came to visit Sir. She doesn't live here. Please don't take her words to heart. Gu Sidong replied indifferently, I don't have that much time to waste. Tell me what's been happening lately. Astonished that she did not care about the woman's words, Hu Shua exclaimed, huh? As the two of them walked inside, he explained all sorts of problems have occurred over the past 2 weeks. He then looked at her and continued fearfully, it's as if someone we can't see is here. In a secluded room, a man lay in a deep coma. Gu Sidong walked over and looked at him while Hu Shua continued speaking. 6 months ago, Sir fell into a coma for certain reasons. Hu Shua approached the machinery and explained it to Gu Sidong. Recently, Sir's equipment has also begun malfunctioning. After operating the machines, he turned toward her and slowly continued. When Professor Su came to visit Sir, I told him about these strange incidents. Professor Su suggested that I seek you out. After hearing his full explanation, Gu Sidong pondered for a moment and then questioned him. You never mentioned that the person I was supposed to protect was unconscious. She stood there and surveyed the room. If this involves the supernatural, I'll take the job. Otherwise, it isn't my responsibility. She then turned toward Hu Shua and said bluntly, no refunds. Her words left Hu Shua speechless. Trembling, he thought that aloof, superior air she had before must have been an illusion. Now she seems more like a profiteer. After they spoke for a while, Gu Sitong's attention returned to the glass pod. Noticing a strange image on it, she asked curiously, what game is this? At the same time, suspicion rose within her. This image looks familiar. The glass pod displayed the game's promotional slogan, Journey across past and present to the pinnacle of the world. An exclusive design that opens the path to your dreams. Hu Shua wiped away his sweat with a handkerchief and answered, this game is called Myriad Stars. It hasn't been released due to technical problems. His answer only deepened her suspicions. No, none of this is right. Gu Sidong pointed at the unconscious man and continued questioning him. Why did he fall into a coma? Her abrupt change in expression and attitude startled Hu Shua. He thought, why did this little menace suddenly change the subject? Weren't we talking about the game? Looking at the glass pod, he wondered, how did the conversation suddenly shift back to Sir? After thinking for a while, Hu Shua looked at her cautiously and asked, Miss Sidong, are these things important? She answered directly, of course. Only by fully understanding the head of this household can I determine the cause. After hearing her firm response, Hu Shua finally explained the cause. Sir's coma was caused by Myriad Stars. Myriad Stars is an immersive role-playing game. After logging in, players can select a scenario and character before entering the game and experiencing that character's life. Whatever kind of character you wish to experience, you can do so here. Multiple players can enter the same scenario. In an ancient era scenario, for example, one player might choose to be the emperor, while another chooses to be a general, and someone else might choose to be an imperial consort. They must experience all the joys, sorrows, love, and hatred within that storyline. To win the scenario, they must become the most formidable person in it. The identities of players and non-player characters are hidden. In other words, players don't know who is another player and who is a non-player character. If a player dies, their game ends. The purpose of this game is to let players experience different identities from different eras. But the game suffered a critical error. After Sir entered it, he could no longer log out and fell into a coma. After listening to Hu Shua's explanation, Gu Sidong raised her robot and said, "Scan this game pod." Upon receiving the command, it curled up in her palm, crossed its arms, and sulked. "Why? This game pod is huge. It'll take me ages to scan it." She looked at it coldly and asked, "Then what exactly do I keep you around for?" The little robot immediately retorted, "Master doesn't support me. I make my own living." After arguing with her for a while, the little robot reluctantly went to scan the game pod. Gu Sidong suddenly thought of something and looked at the unconscious young man named Xing Ju inside the glass pod. She thought, if those worlds were virtual reality games, then everything makes sense. That bastard could rewind time because a game allows you to revive on the spot and return to your starting point. After figuring it out, she frowned and cursed, "You despicable bastard," thinking she was insulting it. The system immediately warned her, "Young miss, don't curse at me for no reason." Gu Sitong stroked her chin, looked at the system, and questioned it coldly. "You deceived me, yet I can't curse you? You even told me those were other worlds. How could you do that to me?" Gu Sidong stared at the system and demanded, "Who is the good person card?" The system stammered, "The good person card is just the good person card." Seeing that it had no intention of answering her real question, she immediately asked in a stern voice, "I'm asking who he is." As she became more forceful, it panicked and stammered, "Young miss, what are you talking about? The good person card isn't a person." Gu Sidong refused to back down. She grabbed the system tightly and continued interrogating it. "If he isn't a person, is he a pig?" The system struggled fearfully. "Didn't you lose your memory, young miss?" Gu Sidong calmly replied, "I merely don't remember the details clearly." "I haven't lost my memory, thank you." Realizing that it had gone too far, the system laughed awkwardly and waved its hands. "I am Fine. Let's say you didn't lose your memory. But why do you think the good person card is a person?" Gu Sidong angrily restrained herself and replied, "He must be a person." Hearing her certainty, the system became nervous and immediately decided that retreat was the best strategy. As it fled, it called back, "Why are you being so unreasonable, young miss? I'm not talking to you anymore." Gu Sidong watched the system flee and could not suppress her anger. She turned and retorted, "If I say he's a person, then he's a person." After arguing with the system, Gu Sidong looked back at the glass pod. She thought, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt that the good person card in every world treated me so well. So well that I could even accept intimate contact with him." She then looked away and continued analyzing Hu Shua's words. If the Myriad Stars project was shelved, there shouldn't be any other players left in the game. She bent down and whispered, "So, are you the good person card?" She stared intently at the unconscious Xing Ju. Night had fallen when Hu Shua and Gu Sidong walked outside. Seeing her expression, he asked worriedly, "Miss Sidong, how did it go? Is there something here?" She calmly replied, "I haven't found anything unusual yet." After answering, she turned and left. Hu Shua panicked and called after her, "Miss Sidong, where are you going?" She replied casually, "My workday is over." Clenching her fist inwardly, she declared, "No one is making me work overtime." Cold sweat covered Hu Shua's face as he stammered and repeated her words, "Your workday is over." Seeing that he still seemed uneasy, she reassured him he'll be fine for now. The next day, on Cloud Immortal Street, Gu Sidong stood in a daze, holding her bracelet and thinking, I only put you on because I thought you looked rather handsome. After pondering for a while, realization dawned on her. I never expected you to have the exact same pattern as the game pod. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at the object she held. Who gave me this bracelet? How did they know I would definitely wear it? The more she thought about it, the more inconsistencies she discovered. Gu Sitong frowned in confusion. If the places I visited really were scenarios in myriad stars, what was that bastard's goal? In a strange world, bizarre streams of energy continuously descended upon a raised platform and swirled through the air. Covered in blood and holding a sword, Gu Sidong shouted, "Withdraw." Voices echoed around her. But the High God is still inside. Forget about her. Gu Sidong raised her sword, but a sudden burst of force sent her flying. Gu Sidong seemed to regain her senses and asked, what kind of godforsaken place is this? The system immediately pointed in one direction and answered with shining eyes. This is where an ancient ferocious beast is sealed. As a high god, the original host volunteered to come here and reinforce the seal. As soon as it finished speaking, a stream of purple light enveloped her body. The system took out a signboard and began explaining. The important point is that the current moment in the timeline is when the original host dies. Unfortunately, she failed to complete her mission and died here. Cold sweat covered Gu Sitong's face as she covered her mouth. Could you have sent me any later? Couldn't you choose another time? I'm definitely going to die. She looked around and rubbed her head. Suddenly, a pillar carved with the image of a fox caught her attention. She approached it and asked suspiciously, is the creature sealed here a dog? At that moment, black energy appeared and enveloped the pillar. Gu Sidong cast a spell and flew into the air, surrounded by a stream of blue energy. She then frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the original host sealing technique is completely useless. The black energy quickly transformed into a fox atop the pillar. It extended its claws and stared at her with purple eyes. It revealed its entire face and softly growled. Gu Sidong stood frozen as if her pressure points had been sealed, staring wide-eyed at it. Once she regained her composure, she immediately launched an attack at the fox, then quickly retreated, clutched her chest, and whispered, that scared me to death. With that, she lay down on a bed of reeds. Seeing this, the system immediately appeared and asked, young miss, aren't you planning to leave? She leisurely propped her chin up with one hand, placed the other on her stomach, and replied, I'll sleep first and figure out afterward. The system looked at her excitedly and said with a smile, then I'll tell you a bedtime story, young miss. The scenery of the world then unfolded before them. With shining eyes, the system excitedly explained, that's right. This is a world of immortal cultivation. The original host was born a high god, but unfortunately, she lacked abilities befitting her status. Therefore, her life in the divine realm was not easy. Almost no one wanted to associate with her. That was until a man named Qing Xiao appeared. While instructing the original host, he told her, as long as you practice diligently, I believe your abilities will surely improve. The original host shyly replied, I'll work hard. No one had ever treated her that way, so she immediately fell in love with Qing Xiao. Therefore, when Qing Xiao begged her to use the soul-gathering lock to save someone, she agreed without hesitation. Only then did she learn that the person she had to risk her life to save was named Shilon. Shilon was Qing Xiao's cultivation partner, and the two were already married. After Shilon awakened, Qing Xiao immediately distanced himself from the original host. Clearly, he had only approached her to use her. The system then leaned toward Gu Sitong's ear and whispered, to save Shilon, the soul-gathering lock that the original host had worn since childhood shattered. Strangely, after it broke, her cultivation suddenly increased dramatically. Gu Sidong sat up and slowly rubbed her eyes. With her other hand, she stroked the system's head, startling it so much that it began to stammer. Afterward, the original host came here to reinforce the seal. Young miss, that concludes my bedtime story. Gu Sidong lamented, you won't even let me sleep peacefully. Boo-hoo, are you a demon? She stood, looked in a certain direction, and asked, "Tell me, how do I leave this place?" The system immediately replied, "Leave that to me." As soon as it spoke, the familiar chime of a mission notification sounded beside Gu Sitong. Consume 10 immortal spirit leaves within 2 hours. She clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "I asked how to leave this place. I didn't tell you to issue a mission." Later, Gu Sitong entered a tavern packed with people eating, drinking, and socializing. She looked around and silently assessed the scene. "I feel like I've wandered into a zoo." Suddenly, a group of beast folk gathered to one side. One of them held a dart and pointed at someone tied to a pillar. "Today, we're playing darts." Gu Sitong, who was sitting nearby drinking tea, noticed the commotion. A woman seated close by immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Going this far to bully a child is outrageous." Hearing her say that, the man sneered contemptuously. "You're quite an unfamiliar beauty. Are you trying to play the chivalrous heroine and uphold justice?" As he spoke, he approached her. "There are so many demons here. I'm afraid you're not capable of that, but I could consider letting you suffer in his place." The woman cried out in alarm. "You!" Before she could finish, the man was struck in the back of the neck with a staff. The blow knocked him unconscious. Standing behind him, Gu Sitong sighed. "What a chatterbox." She then looked at the remaining two. "Let me finish. I've decided to try being a good person today." A short while later, all of them had been tied up in a corner. The young man they had bound earlier was also released, while Gu Sitong leisurely sat down to drink tea. The young man looked at her and thought, "She's incredible. I want to become her disciple, but someone as powerful as her probably wouldn't spare me a glance." Holding her teacup, Gu Sitong said, "Bring out every treasure you have." As soon as Gu Sitong finished speaking, the table was covered with everything the group considered valuable. After examining the items, she tossed out all the immortal spirit leaves she had and said, "I'll trade these for your things." Even after receiving the immortal spirit leaves, the beast folk remained stunned. They exchanged glances. "We're not dreaming, are we?" The one beside him replied. "There must be something wrong with her head. She used something so valuable to buy our worthless junk." The young man who had previously been tied up secretly watched Gu Sitong from behind and thought, "I may not be worthy of becoming her disciple, but I can secretly follow her and move into her territory to gain her protection." Just as she was about to leave, a voice called out, "Sitong, Sitong." A hand quickly grabbed her robe. It turned out that the woman who had acted so aggressively before the beast folk was Shilon. Clutching Gu Sitong's robe, she asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Why didn't you come back? We were terribly worried about you." Hearing those insincere words, Gu Sitong firmly pulled her sleeve free and replied, "What was there to worry about? I'm not dead." At those words, Shilon shyly shed tears like falling snow, yet still clung tightly to her robe. "How can you say that? I was truly worried about you." As the other woman continued rambling, a thought occurred to Gu Sitong. "She's so beautiful, but doesn't she know how to keep quiet? Maybe I should just finish her off." Seeing Gu Sitong merely stare at her, without listening or responding, Shilon continued, "What are you saying? What exactly is going on?" As Shilon kept talking like a wound-up toy, Gu Sitong sharply yanked her robe free, turned around, and looked directly at her. "I said you have no manners when meeting a high god. Don't you know how to pay your respects?" Hearing that, the woman obediently clasped her hands and declared, "Shilon greets the high god." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice called from behind, "Shilon." Qing Shao appeared and immediately pulled Shilon into his arms. He then questioned Gu Sitong. "Shilon has yet to fully recover from her previous injuries. She has been worried about you all day, so why did you still force her to bow?" Hearing that, Gu Sitong became even more smug. Crossing her arms, she looked at the pair and retorted, "Have you forgotten your own status? Aren't you afraid to speak to a high god that way?" Reminded by Gu Sitong, he frowned and looked at the woman beside him, stammering, "Why are you?" "You." Before he could finish, Shilon wrapped her arms tightly around him. Burying her face against his chest, she said softly, "Husband, I'm fine. Perhaps the high god is in a bad mood. Please don't argue with her because of me." After speaking, Shilon cast Gu Sitong a smug glance. At her words, Qing Zhao's expression darkened. He immediately picked her up and said, "We still have business to attend to. Farewell." Gu Sidong stood with her arms crossed, watching the couple leave in each other's embrace. She could not help scoffing. Beautiful women truly are different. That aggrieved expression and pitiful tone make me want to kill her immediately. The system appeared beside her and wiped the sweat from its face. "Calm down, young miss. Hurry and complete the hidden mission." As soon as it finished speaking, a mission panel appeared. Obtain a good person car for Shui Yuan. After hearing the mission, she pondered for a moment and muttered, "That dog." She then glared fiercely at the system, clenched her fist, and continued, "Why didn't you warn me earlier that Qing Xiao was messing with me? I'm definitely going to kill someone today." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Sidong grabbed a weapon, lifted her skirt with one hand, and chased after the system. Seeing how ferocious she was, the system immediately flew away while trying to persuade her. "Don't say things like that. It wasn't me." The black energy around the arena had yet to disperse, and a crowd stood nearby. Suddenly, footsteps rang out. Upon seeing who had arrived, someone turned around and shouted, "High God Sidong." Hearing that she had arrived, another person hurriedly said, "The seal is about to break. High God Sidong, please come and help us." As soon as he finished, a pleading voice came from the corner. "High God Sidong, the situation was critical earlier, so we had no choice but to retreat. Thank goodness you're safe." As soon as he finished, another person chimed in, "That's right. Hurry and help us." However, Gu Sidong calmly replied to those who had betrayed the original host, "But I want to break the seal." As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked the fox ceiling pillar. The pillar split in two in an instant. A surge of black energy erupted, sending everyone fleeing in panic. One man was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground and stared at the black energy, stammering, "The nine-tailed black fox has escaped." Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly fled while shouting, "Run! The nine-tailed black fox is free. Everyone run!" The black fox looked at her curiously and asked, "You're not running?" Gu Sidong merely stared at the enormous creature and exclaimed, "What a huge dog!" Seeing that she apparently could not even distinguish between species, the system immediately corrected her. "It's a fox." Gu Sidong ignored the system's explanation and instead focused on the black fox's enormous, fluffy tails. Gu Sidong stared at them in fascination. Holding her face in both hands, she said adoringly, "Those tails are so big and fluffy. They look incredibly soft. I really want to touch them." Seeing her expression constantly change, the fox frowned and warned her, "What are you thinking? If you don't run, I'll eat you." Hearing that, she rubbed her chin and said, "Oh, you can't eat me, but I can find food for you." Not only was she unafraid, but she had even made it an offer. The black fox's expression darkened further. "You're a human." As soon as it finished speaking, it lunged at Gu Sidong. She had already assumed a fighting stance and immediately attacked the enormous, furry beast. Unexpectedly, her blow merely grazed its shoulder. She then looked at the devastated surroundings and cried out, "I barely used any strength. Why did it become so small?" Unable to see the black fox anywhere, she searched the area while asking the damned system, "Do you know why?" Perched on her shoulder, the pale-faced system replied, "I see it. Young miss, look down at your feet." Hearing that, she lowered her head and discovered that it had turned into a tiny fox that was whimpering softly. She picked it up and examined it. "I beat you into a puppy." Hearing her call a dog, the fox weakly threatened, "I warn you, release me." Gu Sidong completely ignored it. Instead, she hugged the little fox tightly, stroked it, and said, "From today onward, you belong to me." Hearing that, it scoffed. "In your dreams." Before it could finish, its ears turned bright red, and it began shouting, "Human, stop! How dare you? Take your hands off me." Meanwhile, she was stroking its tiny, fluffy tails. After playing with the furry little creature in her arms for some time, dusk gradually descended. Gu Sidong looked around and decided, this place isn't bad. After speaking, she used magic to build herself a small courtyard residence. A short while later, she sat leisurely in a chair, stroking the little black fox's back as she asked, "Your name is Shui Yuan? You're completely black, yet your name means snow abyss." Hearing her question, it gave several angry huffs. Oomph, oomph. Seeing that Shui Yuan apparently had no intention of answering, she introduced herself. My name is Gu Sidong. After they had talked for a while, Shui Yuan asked, what year is it now? She slowly replied, it is the 89,000th year of the divine realm. Hearing that answer, it seemed somewhat dejected and continued. It has been so long. The only thing that hasn't changed is the sun in the sky. Gu Sidong paid no attention and remained preoccupied with rubbing its ears. You're so soft. Shui Yuan's furious cries echoed through her courtyard, shattering the serenity of the brilliant sunset outside. Stop touching my tails and ears, you lecherous demoness. Pervert. Shui Yuan's original story went like this. It was born during the primordial era and was an ancient vicious beast. Later, Shui Yuan committed the crime of slaughtering innocent humans and was sealed away by high god Wanzhu for 70,000 years. However, breaking the seal exhausted all of Shui Yuan's power, leaving it extremely weak upon its release. Silan set li zets so eat. Of course, Shilan had prepared everything in advance. She placed a blood curse on Shui Yuan to control it, forcing it to do things against its will. Dressed like a wandering hero with a hat on its head and a dim lantern in hand, the system continued narrating. From that day onward, Shui Yuan vanished without a trace. It then walked behind Gu Sidong and quietly explained Shui Yuan's fate. Being controlled in this way caused Shui Yuan to continue turning dark. It eventually plunged all the realms into chaos. That was Shui Yuan's ending in the original story. After hearing everything it had suffered in the original story, Gu Sidong's expression darkened. She frowned and thought, how dare that woman covet my good person card? Before long, however, she sprawled across the bed and decided to settle the score with that woman after waking up the next day. Shui Yuan, lying beside her, also shifted around until it found a comfortable position and fell asleep. Gu Sidong turned over and pulled it into her arms. The next morning, sunlight filled the room. Gu Sidong drowsily opened her eyes and looked beside her, only to see a pitch-black fox gnawing on her hand. Shui Yuan, which had been biting down with all its might, also widened its eyes in surprise as it stared at her. Gu Sidong said nothing and reached out to rub its head. A short while later, it was chewing leaves like a cow grazing on grass. Glancing at the person beside it, Shui Yuan asked, where did you get these immortal spirit leaves? Hearing its question, she sat up in surprise and asked, you know what these are? Shui Yuan glanced at Gu Sidong and replied, immortal spirit leaves grow in places with the greatest concentration of spiritual energy. Every leaf contains spiritual energy, but they went extinct long ago, so how do you have them? Hearing that, she casually replied, I simply do. Her unexpected answer made Shui Yuan ponder for a moment. It then timidly extended a paw toward her. Do you have any more? Hearing its question, she calmly stood and replied, yes, but if you want to eat them, you must agree to one condition. From now on, you have to obey me. After speaking, Gu Sidong tossed a ball to Shui Yuan and continued, play with this for now. I'm going to find some food. After she left, it looked at the ball with disdain and muttered, what does she take me for, giving me a toy like this? Before long, however, the ball began sparkling, capturing its attention. Shui Yuan soon hugged the ball tightly against itself. Elsewhere, a male beast man was fleeing in panic. A hand suddenly reached out and seized him by the throat. Shilan looked at him contemptuously and said, do you think you can escape? She then interrogated him sternly. Tell me where the woman you followed yesterday is now. Choked until he could barely breathe, he stammered, I don't know. Dissatisfied with his answer, Shilan immediately drew her sword, stabbed him, and cursed, useless trash. After being stabbed, he reverted to his true form, becoming a frail little mountain goat lying on the grass and bleeding weakly. As he lay there, he thought, I'm probably going to die. Just as he was gradually losing consciousness, Gu Sidong suddenly appeared. She gently handed him a fistful of leaves and said, eat these. After eating the leaves, his body gradually recovered. Only then did she approach and quietly ask, who did this to you? He weakly replied, it was the woman I met at the Myriad Things Inn. Lowering his head to hide his battered face, he continued, she asked me about your whereabouts and about a black fox. My lady, I didn't tell her anything. Gu Sidong immediately understood. Her expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and said, Shilan, That wretched woman must die. At that moment, Shui Yuan also emerged. Licking its paw, it looked at the scene and slowly said, "Are you finished? If so, it is time for me to enjoy my meal." Upon seeing Shui Yuan, the beastman retreated in terror and screamed, "My lady, save me!" Seeing the fox's malicious intentions, Gu Sitong immediately restrained it and warned, "You're not allowed to eat him." Hearing that, Shui Yuan frowned at her and demanded, "Are you trying to starve me to death? You treacherous human! I knew you were up to no good." While she argued with it, the beastman looked at her pleadingly and said, "My lady, I wish to become your disciple. My name is Yin Sheng. I'm a mountain goat demon who has always been bullied. I want to learn your skills so I can protect myself and my family." Hearing that, Gu Sitong immediately interrupted him. "I'm not strong. I'm extremely weak, and I don't accept disciples." Yin Sheng dejectedly said, "My lady." At that moment, the system panel suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. "Young miss, you have a new mission. Please check it carefully. Use up 20 spirit leaves within 4 hours." Upon seeing the mission, she immediately approached the dejected man and asked, "Do you know of any demons nearby? Take me to them." Curled up in her arms, Shui Yuan kept stretching its paws forward and drooling as it muttered, "Meat! The meat is right there." Seeing her suddenly approach, Yin Sheng flushed and hurriedly agreed. After traveling for some time, they arrived at a demon stronghold on 10 Mile Mountain. There were 3 figures inside the stronghold. The leader sat beside the Beast King, massaging him while reporting, "Your Majesty, people from the Divine Realm have recently been appearing throughout our territory." Hearing that, the Beast King looked helpless. They were merely drawn here by that object. "Be careful and don't provoke anyone from the Divine Realm." The subordinate beside him looked dissatisfied. "But Your Majesty, judging by the Divine Realm's usual conduct, even if we don't provoke them, they still won't spare us." Finding his words reasonable, the Beast King clenched his fist and said solemnly, "It seems we'll have to think of a solution." Before he could finish, a subordinate rushed inside in a panic, raised his hand, and shouted, "Why, Your Majesty?" His shout drew the attention of the other 2. The subordinate continued, "Someone has broken in." At the same time, Gu Sidong entered with Shui Yuan. Looking at the figures before her, she slowly asked, "Is there anything for sale here?" Hearing her question, the beastman gave her a lecherous look. "Little girl, all I have here are demons, and they're demons that eat humans." Hearing that, she merely looked at them calmly. "What a coincidence. I happen to have someone who specializes in eating demons." Shui Yuan excitedly raised a paw from within her arms and chimed in, "I'll devour every last one of them." The beastman's expression abruptly tensed. Frowning, he muttered, "That pitch-black creature is giving off an aura that terrifies me." Gu Sidong took out several spirit leaves. "Then I'll buy a few of your demons." Upon seeing the spirit leaves, the beastman cried out in astonishment, "I never imagined I would see such treasures in my lifetime. Heavens, I'm rich! I'm rich!" A familiar voice rang out as the system appeared. "Your mission is to subdue the demons of 10 Mile Mountain." The system instructed her and specifically reminded her, "Young miss, you must not use violence. You have to subdue them peacefully. There are enough spirit leaves for everyone." After hearing that, Gu Sitong stepped forward and placed a hand on the beastman's shoulder. "Wait." Seeing her approach, he hugged the spirit leaves tightly against his chest in alarm, as if afraid she would take them back. "Are you going back on your word?" Gu Sidong frowned slightly at the accusation and proposed, "I want to become the ruler of 10 Mile Mountain. Follow me, and you may use as many spirit leaves as you like. Do you agree?" Thinking about the spirit leaves, the beastman began drooling. "As many as we like." After a round of negotiations, Gu Sitong leisurely took the ruler's seat. Holding Shui Yuan, she calmly said, "Everyone will receive a reward." One subordinate hugged the spirit leaves, his eyes shining as he distributed them among the others. Meanwhile, Shui Yuan kept reaching out from Gu Sidong's arms and grumbling, "Are you an idiot? Once you use up all the spirit leaves, there won't be any left. You wasteful spendthrift." Gu Sidong reached out to rub Shui Yuan's belly, but he swatted her hand away and demanded, "What are you doing?" Then he folded his arms and continued angrily, "You actually want to keep other spirits? This venerable one will not allow it." Hearing the jealousy in his voice, she merely stroked his head and asked, "Oh, why not?" He glared at her even more angrily, pointed at the spirits behind them, and said, How can someone belonging to this venerable one associate with other spirits, especially weaklings like these? There would not even be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Holding his hand, she lowered her head and coaxed him softly. Be good and stop making trouble. Shui Yuan fell silent and stopped protesting. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, knelt, and reported, Chief, the Wolf King has brought his forces to the foot of the mountain. They have come with hostile intent. Surprised, she asked, what is he doing here? At the same time, another person stepped before her, bowed, and said, do not worry, Chief. I will lead our brothers into battle against him. Shui Yuan sat on her lap, slowly chewing an immortal spirit leaf while scrutinizing the person before them. Then he turned and glanced behind them. Hey, someone is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, someone slowly walked in. Everyone watched the newcomer warily. The moment Xilan entered, she froze and exclaimed, Gu Sitong. Gu Sitong looked at her and thought silently. It seems the scheme on Fox Mountain was her doing. She's trying to distract me. Xilan rushed forward, her eyes lighting up as she repeatedly pleaded, give him to me. Gu Sitong, will you give me this fox? Before she could finish, Shui Yuan looked at her disdainfully. Who do you think you are to make demands of this sovereign? Xilan immediately replied smugly, I can help you recover. As long as you come with me, you will truly regain your power. Shui Yuan wavered slightly upon hearing this. Blushing, he thought, once my strength is restored, I can trample those shameless humans who fondle my tail every day beneath my feet. But I do not like this Xilan at all. Instead, I feel like staying beside Gu Sitong every day. Gu Sitong's expression darkened as she shouted, Are you pretending I am not even here? She pinched his cheek mercilessly and threatened, If you dare follow her, I will break your legs. Hearing her threat, he opened one eye and replied bluntly, Did I ever say I was leaving? Besides, you want to break this sovereign's legs? Do you truly think I am incapable of dealing with you? Having received the answer she wanted, she smiled in satisfaction and stroked Shui Yuan's ears. Good. Behave yourself, and you can have anything you want. Watching her expression change so quickly, he broke out in a cold sweat and cursed inwardly, Crazy woman. Xilan, who had been completely ignored, clenched her fists and said in a trembling voice, Gu Sitong, I do not want to be your enemy. Her expression then darkened. Do not force me. Gu Sitong slowly stood up, looked at her, and asked loudly, What if I do? Seeing that Gu Sitong had no intention of yielding, Xilan snapped her fingers. Two dazed figures appeared and approached, constantly making eerie, cackling noises. Xilan's expression remained grim as she slowly warned, They're called corpse thralls. You cannot defeat them. I advise you to hand Shui Yuan over to me. Then I may consider sparing your life. As soon as she finished, the creatures known as corpse thralls charged forward, growling and cackling incessantly. Gu Sitong calmly replied, Do I need you to spare my life? As soon as she finished speaking, she moved to block the corpse thrall's attack. A rope then wrapped around its neck, forcing it to clutch its throat. She dodged aside, looked directly at Xilan, and mocked, You are so delusional that even your dreams must be beautiful. Xilan was momentarily speechless. She frowned but could not think of a reply. Meanwhile, Gu Sitong continued effortlessly toying with Xilan's two corpse thralls. Xilan herself was also sent flying with a miserable scream. At that moment, Qing Shao appeared and quickly caught his wife, calling out anxiously, Xilan. Upon seeing him, she immediately pretended to be weak. She turned to him and asked, Husband, why are you here? Before she could finish, he interrupted, I saw a demonic energy soaring into the sky here and thought something unusual had happened. So I came with several fellow immortals to investigate. Are you all right? She immediately seized the opportunity. I also noticed the strange phenomenon here, but for some reason, High Goddess Gu Sitong ordered her people to attack me. Hearing this, Qing Shao pointed at Gu Sitong and shouted furiously, Why did you order your people to harm Xilan? She has treated you so well. Are you still not satisfied? Is your heart made of snakes and scorpions? Faced with these baseless accusations, Gu Sitong merely stroked Shui Yuan in her arms and replied, They are not mine. They belong to her. Someone else stepped forward and questioned her, High Goddess Gu Sitong, were you an immortal maiden, Xilan not very close? Seeing that her words were falling on deaf ears, she frowned and said sternly, I told you, they are not mine. Her expression darkened as she raised her hand. Power quickly gathered in her palm before shooting directly toward the corpse thralls. The two creatures rose and slowly walked toward Shilan and her husband. Their actions made Shilan visibly afraid. The two corpse thralls approached them and obediently knelt, causing Shilan's expression to darken further, while her husband looked bewildered. A few seconds later, she leaned into Qing Zhao's arms and feigned weakness. "Husband, I do not know why they are kneeling to me. High Goddess Gu Sitong brought them here." Hearing his wife, he held her tightly and choked out, "It is all right. I believe you." Then he turned toward the others and demanded loudly, "When I arrived, I clearly saw you commanding these two to attack Shilan. Are you saying my eyes deceived me?" However, two people from the divine realm stared in astonishment at the ghost corpses kneeling nearby. "My lord, look, are those not ghost corpses? Why would such demonic creatures appear here?" Shui Yuan, lying in Gu Sidong's arms, casually explained, "It is the soul commanding art. You cannot even recognize that? You truly grow more ignorant with every passing day." Hearing Shui Yuan's voice, Qing Xiao looked over and exclaimed, "Black Fox, you released a ferocious beast and made it your companion, and now you associate with demonic creatures. What exactly are you plotting?" Neither Gu Sidong nor Shui Yuan paid any attention to him. Shui Yuan tugged Gu Sitong's sleeve and continued, "The user of the soul commanding art and the puppet under their control will bear identical markings. Just compare the mark on her neck with the one on the puppet's wrist." Gu Sitong stroked Shui Yuan's head and praised him generously. "It was worth raising you." Hearing this, several people walked over to Qing Xiao, cupped their hands, and said, "Immortal Maiden Shilan, let them examine you. We believe you." Qing Xiao also spoke up, "Shilan, let them look." Her expression darkened, but she quickly pretended to be shy. "Husband, there are so many people here." From the side, Gu Sidong taunted, "They only want to see your arm, not your chest. What are you afraid of, right? If you refuse, that proves these two belong to you." Shilan could only shout angrily, "How can you be so shameless?" Seeing her hesitate, Gu Sidong seized her hand and revealed a birthmark on it that was identical to the markings on the two ghost corpses. Someone stammered upon seeing it, "Immortal Maiden Shilan, why do you bear the mark of ghost corpse?" Gu Sidong flung her hand aside like garbage. Realizing that she had been exposed, Shilan immediately looked at Qing Xiao with tears in her eyes. "I truly do not know why this mark appeared. Husband, you must believe me. It only appeared after she suddenly rushed over and grabbed me." Seeing her continue to deny everything, Shui Yuan lay on Gu Sitong's shoulder and casually licked his paw. "Since you insist on being so shameless, this sovereign will offer another solution. Ghost corpses love their master's blood more than anything." Gu Sidong played along by drawing a dagger and cutting her palm. Blood continuously dripped down as she gestured toward the two kneeling ghost corpses. The ghost corpses are not reacting at all. A cunning look appeared on Shui Yuan's face. As he spoke, he extended a claw and lightly scratched Shilan's arm. Blood immediately flowed from the mark identical to those on the ghost corpses, making her eyes widen. The moment the ghost corpses smelled Shilan's blood, they charged at her ferociously. Someone from the divine realm exclaimed in panic. The ghost corpses reacted. "Immortal Maiden Shilan, what connection do you have to the demon race?" Another person also demanded, "Immortal Maiden Shilan, why can you control ghost corpses?" Faced with their questions, she frowned furiously. A few seconds later, however, she pretended to be terrified and nestled against Qing Xiao. "Husband, you believe me, do you not?" His expression also darkened as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Enough!" After shouting, he turned and pointed at Gu Sitong, his face livid. "How can you believe the words of a ferocious beast? If we seal him now, everyone will receive credit." Gu Sitong rubbed Shui Yuan's belly and sighed. "The truth is right before your eyes, yet you can still defend her. So this is love." Blushing, Shui Yuan scolded her, "Shameless woman, stop rubbing my belly." As if brainwashed, the people from the divine realm immediately drew their swords and blocked Gu Sitong's path. Fellow immortal Qing Xiao is right. We should first seal this ferocious beast, then thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Immortal Maiden Shilan. Seeing them act like a pack of rabid dogs, she released her imposing aura and looked at them approvingly. "You want to fight? Perfect. I was just planning to make a grand spectacle of it." The system suddenly appeared beside her and whispered in her ear, "Young miss, consume all 30 immortal spirit leaves within the next 2 hours. Good luck." Her expression instantly darkened. She clenched her fists and cursed, "You bastard." After a moment, Gu Sidong calmed down and slowly issued a summons. As soon as she did, the beast folk and her subordinates arrived and saluted her. "What are your orders, chief?" She took out a handful of immortal spirit leaves and ordered, "They want to attack me. Help me fight back, and these leaves are yours." Shui Yuan gazed eagerly at the leaves in her hand. The beast folk behind her frowned, sized up the people before them, and demanded, "Where did you people come from? How dare you sneak up here and bully our chief while I was away? We will teach you a lesson today." Shilon frowned and looked disdainfully at the group before her. "Lowly fox spirits dare to act arrogantly before the divine race? You truly overestimate yourselves. Gu Sidong, you now dare to openly collude with the spirit race." Seemingly recognizing the people before them, one of the beast folk hesitantly looked at Gu Sidong. "Chief, they seem to belong to the divine race." Gu Sidong's expression remained grim. "So what? I belong to the divine race too." He could only fall silent and think, "Our chief belongs to the divine race?" Qing Xiao then noticed the leaves in her hand and exclaimed in alarm, "Gu Sidong, those are immortal spirit leaves. You stole them from the divine realm." Faced with his accusation, she toyed with the leaves and asked with interest, "Do you have any proof that I stole them?" Silan smuli stipet forward. Only one immortal spirit tree remains in the world, and it is in the divine realm. What further proof could anyone need? Qing Xiao seized the opportunity to demand loudly, "You are incredibly brazen. A single immortal spirit tree produces fewer than 9 leaves, yet you still dared to steal them." Gu Sidong held a large handful of immortal spirit leaves in each hand, while Shui Yuan sat on her shoulder, munching on several more. Gu Sidong replied directly, "Only 9 leaves? Then open your eyes and look carefully. There is no possible way the leaves I possess were stolen." Gritting her teeth, she ordered, "Beat them up." Upon receiving the order, the beast folk shouted excitedly, "Brothers, charge!" They immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, the people from the divine realm gritted their teeth, drew their swords, and encouraged one another. "Fellow immortals, we must teach these spirits a lesson today." And they charged as well. After an hour of fighting, Qing Xiao and Shilon were bound and restrained. Shilon glared unwillingly at Gu Sidong and shouted, "Gu Sidong, do you intend to betray the divine race? Do you know the consequences of harming us?" Gu Sidong did not answer. She silently drew her sword and approached them. Her actions frightened Shilon so badly that her face turned deathly pale. Behind her, Qing Xiao continued shouting, "Gu Sidong, you have gone mad. If you have a grievance, take it out on me. I will not allow you to touch Shilon." His words did not reach her. She immediately drove her sword into Shilan's chest. Shilan's eyes widened, unable to believe that Gu Sidong had truly done it. At the same time, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, young miss. You have completed the first cycle of reincarnation in this world." Qing Zhao's voice rang out again. "Silan es inoseng. I was the one who deceived you about the soul-locking curse. You do not need to harm Shilon." Gu Sidong still did not answer. She merely stared silently at the hand gripping her sword. After a moment, Gu Sidong dropped the sword. Suddenly remembering something, she lowered her head and looked directly into Shilan's eyes. Stroking her hair, she said cheerfully, "That is right. You also deserve credit for undoing the previous seal. I thank you on Shui Yuan's behalf." Her actions and words made Shilan's face turn ashen and her entire body tremble. Gu Sidong grabbed her face. "Silan hudiden denit a verding." "What do you mean?" Seeing her continue to feign ignorance, Gu Sidong straightened up, folded her arms, and continued, "I mean that Shui Yuan was able to escape. Not because you helped break the seal. If you want to explain yourself, save it for the people of the divine race." Without waiting for Shilan to respond, Gu Sidong tilted her head, waved a hand, and ordered, "Throw them out." A moment later, she turned toward her people. "I want to expand our recruitment. Go subdue the nearby spirits. That will not be a problem, will it?" She held out a handful of immortal spirit leaves. The former chief looked at the leaves in surprise, but quickly replied, "No, that will not be a problem." Meanwhile, everyone from the divine realm was covered in wounds. One person asked doubtfully, "Immortal Maiden Shilon, was what High Goddess Gu Sidong said true?" No one answered. Only then did they realize that Shilon had disappeared. They turned to Qing Xiao in alarm. "Immortal Lord Qing Xiao, where did Immortal Maiden Shilon go?" Immortal Maiden Shilan's connection to the demon race remains unclear, and now she has vanished. Could it be that? Hearing this, the others hurried over. Qing Zhao's expression darkened as he glanced at the people behind him and shouted, "Enough! He clutched one arm with the other and said firmly, I believe her. I'm going to find her now. Time flew by. Inside a room, someone sat recording information while Gu Sitong sat opposite him, stroking Shui Yuan. Little Tiger stood there and reported, Last month, we recruited 409 lesser spirits and 203 greater spirits. Another 117 spirits surrendered voluntarily. 10 Mile Mountain has now become the largest spirit organization. Shui Yuan lay obediently in Gu Sitong's arms, sleeping soundly. Gu Sitong, however, looked somewhat displeased. All right, you may leave. The two hurriedly replied, Yes, Chief. Once outside, Little Tiger rubbed his chin and asked the person beside him, We have become so powerful, so why does the chief still look unhappy? He placed an arm around the other person's shoulders and sighed. Being the subordinate of a chief from the divine realm is incredibly stressful. The person beside him replied, That is because our chief has great ambitions and is not satisfied with such minor achievements. We must work even harder. Contrary to what the two outside believed, Gu Sitong was glaring darkly at Shui Yuan. You have become quite capable lately. You have even learned how to hide your tail. After saying that, she angrily grabbed his tail. The sudden action startled Shui Yuan. His ears turned bright red with embarrassment, and he could only bite her hand to hide his awkwardness. Gu Sitong refused to indulge him and sternly ordered, Let go. Only then did Shui Yuan slowly respond. Once her hand was released, Gu Sitong looked at the fluffy fox before her and threatened, Let me touch your tail. If you refuse, you won't get any food. Hearing that, he became even more embarrassed and protested, You're a mighty high god. Why are you obsessed with my tail all day long? But she did not answer. She merely bent down, held out her hand, and asked, Are you going to let me touch it or not? Shui Yuan's face flushed bright red. He turned around and placed his tail in her hand. Faced with the choice between losing his dignity and going hungry, Shui Yuan decided that food was essential for survival. Then he muttered in a tiny voice, I can assume human form. We'll see whether you still have no shame then. She merely replied indifferently, Oh. After she had stroked him to her heart's content, Gu Sitong went outside. At that moment, a stream of black energy rising continuously into the sky caught her attention. Her expression suddenly became pained. Clutching her chest with one hand, she asked, What is that? Shui Yuan, who was licking his paw while sitting in her arms, quickly answered, That is primordial demonic energy. It is an extremely powerful, yet extremely dangerous force. It seems to share the same origin as the power inside your body. The moment he finished speaking, he was punched in the face and sent flying. After recovering his senses, he clutched his face and looked back, demanding, You human, you treacherous scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me at a time like this? Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he cried out anxiously, Gu Sitong, watch out. In the forest, streams of black energy continuously swirled around Gu Sitong. She glared at the thing before her as a voice suddenly rang out, Found you. Shui Yuan reached out and said, You cannot go to it. Seeing him approach, Gu Sitong asked in alarm, Why did you come here? Shui Yuan frowned, tugged at her clothes, and said, The power inside your body came from the same source as that thing. If you keep approaching it, you'll be in grave danger. Hurry and come back with me. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded nearby. Shilan, her entire body shrouded in black energy, approached and said smugly, Gu Sitong, I hadn't even had time to look for you, yet you came here on your own. She looked at Gu Sitong and continued, Are you feeling unwell? Of course you are. The power inside your body belongs to my lord. Before Gu Sitong could speak, Shilan stepped closer with the smile of a victor and slowly began explaining. Your parents used the soul-hooking lock to seal my lord's power, but you gave the soul-hooking lock to me, giving my lord a chance to return. After hearing this, Gu Sitong merely said calmly, Then you should be thanking me. Her response made Shilan's expression turn ugly. Before Shilan could speak, Gu Sitong asked again, By the way, who is this lord of yours? At the same time, Shui Yuan looked at Shilan and asked, How do you plan to bring that thing back? Enraged that her patron had been addressed in such a way, Shilan immediately shouted, Shut up! How dare you speak my lord's name so casually? At that moment, a stream of black energy steadily closed in on them. Seeing this, Shilan became even more excited. My lord is about to emerge. The sinister aura enveloped one corner of the forest, and a figure appeared from within it. His completely bald head gradually came into view. The moment he appeared, Shui Yuan covered his nose without the slightest restraint and said, "Can't he see us? How interesting. If I went over and hit him now, do you think he would notice me?" He then turned and burrowed into Gu Sidong's arms, whispering, "You aren't deliberately trying to get me hurt, are you?" She stroked his little head. In response to Shui Yuan's question, Gu Sidong assured him, "Don't worry. Even if someone wanted to hurt me, I would never hurt you." She murmured softly, "You're my good person card. How could I casually harm my good person card?" Hearing her words, Shui Yuan's face flushed bright red. He stared blankly at her and muttered, "What is wrong with this woman?" He then touched his chest and said, "My heart is beating out of rhythm." Meanwhile, Shilan excitedly knelt before the bald man and said, "My lord, I am your subordinate." As soon as she finished speaking, he slowly replied, "If you are my subordinate, then offer your body to me." Hearing this, her body began trembling uncontrollably. She raised her head and stammered, "And my lord." Seeing her reaction, he frowned, bent down, and brought his face close to hers. With a sinister smile, he said, "What's wrong? You don't want to? Unfortunately, that is not your decision to make." Suddenly, a thunderous noise rang out and caught his attention. The bald man immediately turned and shouted, "Who's there?" Shui Yuan had returned to his original size, his aura swirling continuously around him. He answered directly, "Your grandfather." Seeing Shui Yuan, the bald man exclaimed in astonishment, "Shui Yuan, you're still alive?" He then looked warily at the fox behind him. Shui Yuan merely mocked him leisurely. "If a defeated wretch like you is still alive, then of course I am too." Gu Sidong watched everything unfold and thought, "My good person card seems to be recovering his strength very quickly. He never showed it before. Was he trying to deceive me while waiting for a chance to escape?" While she was lost in thought, the system timidly appeared and said, "Young miss, could it be that the good person card wants to stay by your side?" While she remained conflicted, Shui Yuan was growing tense. After Shui Yuan's provocation, the bald man immediately turned an angry gaze toward Shilan. "I need a body to leave this place. Lend me yours." Shilan became even more terrified and stammered, "No, my lord, I can find you a better body. I could do many things for you. Please spare me." But he did not listen to a word she said. He released a stream of murderous energy that swiftly rushed toward her. The energy poured from his mouth into Shilan's body, causing her eyes to widen in horror. After he had taken complete control of Shilan's body, Shui Yuan mocked him from behind. "You're even willing to use a woman's body? Have you truly become that desperate?" The man merely turned around leisurely, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "You cannot even assume human form right now. What right do you have to criticize me?" Hearing that, Shui Yuan immediately frowned and gritted his teeth. "Open your eyes and look carefully, you weakling." The man was instantly surrounded by a turbulent aura. He glared at Shui Yuan and demanded, "Shui Yuan, you filthy fox, what right do you have to criticize me?" As the two faced off, ready to attack at any moment, Gu Sitong, who had been standing nearby with her arms folded, finally spoke. "Are you two done arguing?" She pushed aside a branch and stepped forward, continuing, "Are you going to fight or not?" Upon seeing her, the man frowned and asked, "You possess my power. What is Yi Jiang to you?" Gu Sidong merely scratched her head and answered, "I don't know." The system timidly appeared at the same time and said, "He is your father." The system put on a pair of glasses and assumed the air of a teacher. "It is time for an emergency remedial lesson." It then slowly recounted the story of the original host's parents. In primordial times, there were two gods named Yi Jiang and Yun Xiong. Yi Jiang was a renowned high god who married high god Yin Xiong, the greatest beauty of the primordial era. Yi Jiang led the god clan in battle against demons and devils, protecting the weaker races. But one day, Yi Jiang suddenly disappeared, and Yin Xiong vanished as well. When Yi Jiang reappeared, he seemed to have changed. He began relentlessly hunting demons and exterminating devils. Because Yun Xiong had been injured while pregnant, her child would not live long even if it survived birth. Yi Jiang devised a method of nurturing one thing with another. To save the child, he needed to gather the demonic energy of powerful demons and devils. The two strongest members of the demon clan and devil clan were Shui Yuan and Tu Hui. But Shui Yuan escaped quickly enough to avoid disaster, so Yi Jiang went after Tu Hui instead. After the child was born, Yi Jiang used the soul-gathering lock to seal the power within her, preventing anyone from detecting anything wrong with the child. That lasted until the original host used the soul-gathering lock to save Shilan. After the system finished speaking, Tu Hui approached Gu Sitong, frowned, and said, "You are Yi Zhang's descendant." After saying this, he turned around and released a powerful aura before continuing, "Yi Zhang stole my power so that you could be born. In the end, he even sealed me in this godforsaken place." He then sneered contemptuously at the God Clan. "You members of the God Clan claim to be noble and supremely righteous. Is this what you call justice?" Hearing Tu Hui's words, Shui Yuan frowned and answered, "They were human once, and gods are no different. Human emotions have always been complicated." Seeing that Shui Yuan was not taking his side, Tu Hui frowned and mocked him. "We haven't met for a long time, and you have changed greatly. You become just like those outsiders. How repulsive." Tu Hui then ignored him and charged at Gu Sitong, shouting, "Now I will take back my power." But as he rushed toward Gu Sitong, his hand collided with Shui Yuan. Tu Hui frowned upon seeing who stood before him and called out, "Shui Yuan." Shui Yuan shielded Gu Sitong and declared bluntly, "This person belongs to me." He then frowned, bared his teeth, and warned, "You are not allowed to touch her." Seeing this, Tu Hui's entire body surged with a mocking aura. "Shui Yuan, she is Yi Zhang's descendant. Have you forgotten how Yi Zhang hunted the Demon Clan and Devil Clan in the past?" In response to his questioning, Shui Yuan slowly answered, "Of course I remember, but that has nothing to do with her. No matter what, I will not allow anyone to touch her." As the two spoke, a group from the divine realm suddenly appeared and shouted, "Shilan, where's Qing Shao?" Tu Hui pretended to think for a moment before answering. "Let me think. That foolish god. I remember now. He isn't dead yet." Hearing the unusual tone of his voice, one person asked in alarm, "Why you aren't Shilan? Who are you?" Tu Hui did not bother being polite and answered directly, "I am Tu Hui." Hearing that, a member of the God Clan quickly stepped forward and said, "He is a primordial devil. What should we do?" The person in front quickly replied, "He is that infamous member of the Devil Clan, said to be equal to Shui Yuan the Black Fox." Enraged at being compared to Shui Yuan, Tu Hui shouted, "Nonsense! I am far stronger than he is." Shui Yuan refused to back down and retorted, "Bullshit, I'm stronger than he is." Suddenly, a hand stroked his head. Gu Sitong, who had remained silent, slowly spoke. "Are you finished exchanging greetings? If you are, then it's my turn." Hearing this, Shui Yuan immediately replied, "Who's exchanging greetings? I'm protecting you." Gu Sitong's gaze turned stern as she stared straight ahead. She then swiftly struck in that direction with her palm. Caught off guard, Tu Hui was sent flying. Tu Hui covered his face in astonishment and cried, "What was that?" After regaining his composure, he waved his hand and charged at Gu Sitong with energy surging around his body. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Die!" But in the next second, his face twisted as he shouted, "I'm over here." Gu Sitong remained calm and struck forward with another palm. Gu Sitong's attack knocked Tu Hui out of Shilan's body. Tu Hui still tried to rush back into her, repeatedly demanding, "Aren't you my follower? Come back here. Come back to me." But Shilan avoided him and stammered, "No, I don't want this anymore." Tu Hui immediately turned to Shui Yuan instead. "These gods have no good intentions. They will certainly deal with you next. Helping me now is the same as helping yourself." Unmoved by this persuasion, Shui Yuan contemptuously licked his hand and replied, "I am not a 3-year-old child. Don't even think about deceiving me." Gu Sitong frowned, closed her eyes, and shouted, "You're too noisy." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of psychic power shot directly at Tu Hui, instantly reducing him to a bubbling pool of blood. Only then did Gu Sitong say indifferently, "That was much simpler." The members of the God Clan stared at her in fear and said, "High God Gu Sitong, thank you." Hearing this, she quietly gazed up at the blue sky for a moment. She then looked at everyone, holding Shui Yuan with one arm, while pointing at Shilan, who was sitting on the ground, with the other. "All right, don't let her escape." Everyone hurriedly answered, "Yes." After being imprisoned by the God Clan, Shilan wiped her dirty face with her shackled hands and trembled resentfully. "My lord was always the one I admired most. Yet from beginning to end, I was nothing more than a supporting character who could be sacrificed at any moment." She covered her face and wailed, "How did it come to this? What?" She then began smashing the walls of her prison and screaming, "I will never let this end like this. I refuse to accept it. I refuse." Meanwhile, Gu Sidong was searching everywhere. She asked the people in the room, "Has anyone seen my puppy?" Hearing the question, Little Tiger asked in confusion, "When did the boss get a dog? Isn't it a fox?" The person beside him hurriedly interrupted and signaled, "Forget it. If the boss says it's a dog, then it's a dog." Gu Sidong glanced at the two people behind her and ordered, "Go look for him. Bring him to me when you find him." Terrified out of their wits, they hurriedly answered, "Yes." After searching for a while, Gu Sidong slowly entered a cave and whispered, "Found you." Inside sat a beast man dressed in red, holding a blade of grass between his lips as he stared blankly into space. Gu Sidong suddenly asked, "Where did your tail go?" Hearing her voice, he turned around with the grass still between his lips and demanded aggrievedly, "Why did you come looking for me? Aren't there plenty of other demons outside? You humans truly love the new and tire of the old. Not a single one of you is good." Hearing the intense jealousy in his voice, she merely walked over slowly, stroked his head, and said, "That isn't true." When she stroked his head, Shui Yuan immediately protested, "Don't touch my head." Gu Sidong crouched down and slowly put shoes on his feet. Seeing this strange action, he blushed and asked, "What are you doing?" She merely replied, "Putting shoes on you. You assume human form so often, yet you don't know how to wear shoes." Hearing this, he became even more embarrassed. He folded his arms, turned his face away, and answered, "I have never assumed human form before. How would I know?" He then narrowed one eye and challenged her, "I don't like wearing shoes. What's so interesting about them? None of the demons outside wear shoes." Suddenly, her face filled Shui Yuan's vision as she calmly asked, "Didn't you want to lick them?" Hearing this, he froze, unable to speak. He then quickly stood, turned away, and answered, "Who wants to lick anything? Why even lick? Are you insane?" Sitting behind him, she pondered for a moment, rested her chin on her hand, and said, "You used to love licking my feet." He ignored her words, turned around, and slammed his palm onto the table. Staring suspiciously at Gu Sidong, he asked, "You saw me transform, yet you weren't surprised at all?" She merely replied indifferently, "No." After a moment, Shui Yuan blushed, looked away shyly, and stammered, "Am I handsome?" She answered with complete honesty, "Very handsome." Hearing her answer, Shui Yuan became a little excited and tried to continue, but before he could finish, she placed a hand on his face and interrupted him. "Enough. Don't say anything else." Her soft, warm hand continuously caressed his handsome face. Unable to restrain himself, Shui Yuan let out a soft, satisfied purr. Later, outside the cave, he ran away with a bright red face and thought, "Humans are truly cunning. She tricked me again." As he walked, he gave an angry snort. Thud! Shui Yuan kicked something, making him jump in surprise. "What the hell was that?" Little Tiger turned around and shouted, "Which blind fool dared kick my backside?" Shui Yuan's expression darkened as he replied, "You look tastier than before, Little Tiger. Would you like me to eat you?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Little Tiger realized that the other man was Shui Yuan the Black Fox. He thought, "It's him. I thought he would transform into a mighty, imposing man. I never expected him to." Little Tiger then hurriedly said, "I still need to help the boss find her dog, so I'll be going." Hearing this, Shui Yuan froze. "A dog? Has she secretly been raising a dog behind my back?" That evening, Gu Sidong lay on the bed and called Shui Yuan over, but he remained seated in a chair and answered angrily, "No." His face then turned red as he said, "I have assumed human form, so it is no longer appropriate for me to share a bed with you." Gu Sidong immediately asked why. Shui Yuan stood and prepared to leave. "There's no point explaining it to you." Just as Shui Yuan was about to leave, Gu Sidong grabbed his hand. With a grim expression, she said, "Nonsense." Then she carried him toward the bed. Shui Yuan panicked. "You lunatic, release me." But Gu Sidong had already thrown him onto the bed and pinned him beneath her. Blushing with embarrassment, he asked, "What are you trying to do?" Gu Sidong chuckled, "Indulge myself with you." She bent down and kissed him. Shui Yuan froze briefly, but soon returned her kiss, and they surrendered themselves to passion. The next morning, Gu Sidong and Shui Yuan sat listening to a report. Little Tiger and Yin Si said anxiously, "Several young spirits on patrol disappeared again last night. We thought the first two incidents were accidents, but this is already the third disappearance. We fear." Gu Sidong propped up her chin and thought irritably, "What a nuisance." Then she asked, "Was there anything else unusual?" Shui Yuan immediately said, "I know what was unusual. Demonic energy appeared around here last night." Gu Sidong looked at him in surprise. "You still had the energy to notice demonic energy last night?" At the question, Shui Yuan immediately stiffened and stared at the person beside him in shock. Then he coughed awkwardly. Ahem. You are forbidden from mentioning last night. Little Tiger asked Gu Sitong. Your Majesty, what should we do now? But Gu Sitong pulled Shui Yuan away and said, go back for now. We will deal with it tonight. The two left behind were puzzled by Gu Sitong's behavior. Since Her Majesty said so, she must already have a flawless plan. Why do I feel like Her Majesty is simply in a hurry to get intimate with Shui Yuan? A figure hid behind the bushes. Surveying the scene before him, Shui Yuan slowly said, there is not a single person here. He looked behind him and could not help asking curiously, how do you know the culprit will definitely come? Hearing his question, Gu Sitong leaned against a tree and lightly propped up her chin. He will definitely come because 10 Mile Mountain is home to many spirits. Shui Yuan slowly sat down, still full of doubts. You truly are cold-blooded and heartless. Aren't you a member of the divine clan? Shouldn't your kind uphold justice and care about all living beings? Hearing Shui Yuan question her, she pinched his cheek without hesitation and cheerfully replied, I only care about you. Although his face was distorted from being pinched, Shui Yuan still wanted a sincere answer from her. Do you truly care about me? Gu Sitong continued kneading his face as she pondered briefly, then firmly declared, yes. Do you have a problem with that? Even if you do, it will not matter. Shui Yuan immediately said, I certainly. Before he could finish, she forcefully kissed him. Just as the two were lost in affection, Little Tiger's urgent voice came from behind them. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The moment he saw what was happening, he froze on the spot. Elsewhere in the forest, Gu Sitong and the other three stared at a man lying on the ground, bound like a silkworm cocoon with only his head exposed so he could breathe. After staring for only a few seconds, Gu Sitong turned excitedly to the person beside her and ordered, call the divine clan over. They must not miss this spectacle. A short while later, members of the divine clan arrived. One of them immediately demanded, why did you summon us? Gu Sitong sat leisurely in a chair, holding a teacup as she amiably addressed them. Haven't you been searching for the Azure Firmament Immortal Lord? I found him for you. After she spoke, they finally noticed the man lying on the ground. Upon recognizing his face, one of them cried out in alarm. What happened? Why is the Azure Firmament Immortal Lord here? And why has he been tied up like this? As soon as the man finished speaking, Little Tiger gripped his axe, his face livid with rage. Your precious Azure Firmament Immortal Lord abducted a group of young spirits from our 10 Mile Mountain. Even after hearing the whole story, the Divine Clan's leader refused to believe it and stubbornly insisted, that is impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing how obstinate they were, Gu Sitong lightly waved her hand. If you think there's been a misunderstanding, ask him yourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, the Azure Firmament Immortal Lord awakened. The cocoon-like bindings around him also came undone. With a dark expression, he slowly sat up. The members of the Divine Clan hurried over. Azure Firmament Immortal Lord, what exactly happened? But without saying a word, he seized one of them by the throat. A terrifying cloud of black energy enveloped him and his hostage. By now, he was no longer the Divine Clan's Azure Firmament Immortal Lord. He coldly enunciated every word. Listen carefully. Do as I say, or I will kill him. Like a madman, he issued his demand. Bring Shilan here. I want to see Shilan. After hearing his demand, one person hurriedly tried to placate him. Azure Firmament, Immortal Lord, please calm down first. Do not harm an innocent person. But before the man could finish, Shui Yuan, who was lounging in a tree and playing with a spirit leaf, coldly interrupted him. What's the point of telling him to calm down? Can't you see? Shilan has taken control of him and corrupted him with demonic energy. Hearing the voice behind him, the man turned around blankly. Shui Yuan leisurely placed a spirit leaf into his mouth and explained, simply put, he is beyond saving. If you do not want his actions to damage relations between the Divine Clan and the Spirit Clan, hurry up and imprison him. At those words, the Azure Firmament Immortal Lord grew even more panicked, and his grip tightened further. He glared at those before him and shouted, shut up, do you want to see him die? His words and behavior terrified the hostage even more. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the person behind him. Gu Sitong. Before he could finish, Gu Sitong knocked him unconscious with a single punch. There, isn't the problem solved? Only then did Gu Sitong address the members of the Divine Clan. Take him back and deal with him. After they left, the system appeared. The little creature lay sprawled across her shoulder and timidly said, "Young miss, you used violence to solve a problem again. That does not align with our values." But the moment it finished speaking, a familiar mission panel appeared before her. Main mission: young miss must expend 100 spirit leaves within 1 hour. Meanwhile, the blindfolded and tightly bound Azure Firmament Immortal Lord was being escorted back to the Divine Clan. Before they had gone far, Gu Sitong's voice called them back. Wait! The moment her voice rang out, the group panicked. They immediately turned around, and one of them hurriedly asked, "High Goddess Sidong, is there something else you require?" She looked them up and down before asking, "Do you have any treasures on you?" Another person looked confused and replied, "We came in a hurry and brought nothing with us." Hearing that, she slowly took out a pile of spirit leaves and made her demand. "Clothes, shoes, anything will do." Half an hour later, Little Tiger stared blankly at the pile of clothing before him. He could not help asking doubtfully, "Your Majesty, what do you want with these tattered clothes from the Divine Clan?" Gu Sidong merely turned and slowly walked away, answering without looking back, "They're useful, of course. How you use them depends on your imagination." Even after hearing his queen's answer, Little Tiger still did not understand. Scratching his head, he turned to the person beside him. "Do you know what they are for?" The other person stroked his chin in equal confusion. "Her Majesty must have some profound purpose. Let me think." A short while later, the two completed the task Gu Sidong had assigned them. Little Tiger still questioned everything he knew. Will this really work? The person beside him immediately thumped his chest and guaranteed, "There will absolutely be no problem. Her Majesty's name will surely be remembered for eternity." Before them stood a tightly enclosed circular display containing the Divine Clan's clothing, accompanied by a small sign that read, "Divine Clan Artifacts, Scenic Attraction." Outside 10 Mile Mountain, the sky was clear and cloudless. Inside, however, Gu Sidong was frantically searching every corner of her room. She looked around in confusion and muttered, "Strange. Where exactly is the good person card hiding?" At that moment, hundreds of flowers were in bloom, each displaying its unique beauty. Sitting on the roof and admiring the flowers, Shui Yuan murmured, "Spring has arrived, and with it comes the most difficult time of the year for me." After speaking, he frowned in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Why is this time of year so difficult?" Hearing the question, Shui Yuan instinctively raised a hand to rub his head and answered, "Naturally, it is the time when I..." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and cold sweat broke out across his body. Standing behind him with a dark expression, Sidong continued asking, "When you do what?" At that, Shui Yuan slowly stood up and replied, "Nothing." Hearing his answer, she stood there staring at his back and merely sighed. Night gradually swallowed the sky. Shui Yuan stood outside her room, hesitating as he thought, she should be asleep by now. Then he slowly pushed open the door and entered, reminding himself, it would be best to stay away from her during this time. If I get close to her, I will lose control. But the moment Shui Yuan entered the room, its owner pinned him against the wall. Her unexpected action made his handsome face flush bright red. Sidong looked directly into Shui Yuan's eyes and softly said, "I already know. This is not something you cannot tell me. You do not need to hide it." Realizing that his secret had been exposed, Shui Yuan grew anxious and averted his gaze. Gu Sidong, meanwhile, behaved like a rogue, teasing a beauty beneath the moon. She lifted Shui Yuan's chin and continued, "I can't help you." After pondering for a moment, Shui Yuan gathered his courage, looked directly into Gu Sitong's eyes, and voiced the question in his heart. "Sidong, why do you value me so much?" Gu Sidong did not avoid the question and answered directly, "Because I am a good person." After speaking, she caressed Shui Yuan's cheek and ordered without hesitation, "Hold me." The moment she finished, Shui Yuan replied, "All right." The two then passionately embraced and exchanged a fervent kiss. A long while later, Shui Yuan blushed and retorted, "If you are a good person, then there are no good people in this world." Hearing that, she folded her arms and challenged him. "Why am I not a good person? I even helped relieve your urges just now." Before she could finish, Shui Yuan interrupted her. "You are forbidden from mentioning that." In contrast to the romantic yet awkward atmosphere surrounding Sidong and Shui Yuan, Little Tiger's side presented an entirely different scene. Holding a bottle of wine atop the mountain, he gazed at the scenery below and could not help asking, all races now fear our existence. I wonder whether Her Majesty is satisfied. The man beside him, whose face was already flushed from drunkenness, slowly answered, Her Majesty has tremendous ambitions. 10-Mile Mountain will therefore continue to prosper. The moon was full and bright that night, stirring their passions even further. After hearing this, Little Tiger loudly declared, Tonight, we drink until we drop. The other man shouted in agreement, Cheers! In that world, Sidong and Shui Yuan lived happily together on 10-Mile Mountain for a very, very long time. Just as the scene overflowed with happiness, a voice suddenly rang beside Sitong's ear and startled her awake. Master! Master! Now fully awake, she turned toward the source of the voice and asked, You little bastard, why did you wake me? As soon as she finished, the small robot broke into a nervous sweat but quickly reported, Hu Shua just sent a message saying something has happened at the manor again. He requests that you go and investigate. She could not help sighing. What a nuisance. Sidong's cold words made the little robot tremble. It forced a laugh and asked, Did being awakened make you angry, master? Outside, night had covered every corner, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. A fierce wind blew through the trees, making their leaves rustle incessantly. At that moment, a luxurious car slowly entered the manor. The moment he saw who had arrived, Hu Shua hurried out and said, Miss Sitong, you are finally here. Behind him stood a young man. It was Su Tiue, the man who had previously given Hu Shua a vial of strange medicine and invited Sitong to serve as a protector. He looked at her, adjusted his glasses, and greeted her. Miss Sitong, it has been a long time. Instead of returning his greeting, she walked straight past him and did not forget to sneer, What a hypocrite. The three quickly arrived at the absolute silence chamber. Hu Shua hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Sir's gaming pod suffered a connection failure. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Looking at the handsome man who remained motionless, Hu Shua continued, We checked the surveillance equipment, but found nothing unusual. He then approached the sleeping pod and frowned in confusion. What is strange is that the security robot mysteriously disappeared at the time. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Sidong tossed out a stone. The stone continuously emitted a strange energy. The small robot was then sent to scan the images within it. Upon receiving the command, it immediately went to work without hesitation. It waved its tiny arms and begged its master for help because they were too short to reach the stone. Gu Sitong's expression darkened, and she shouted, Make any more noise, and I will scrap you. Hearing her shout, it hurriedly raised its tiny hands to cover its face. The stone continuously transmitted signals, uploaded data, and processed the recording. A short while later, the small robot looked alarmed and said, Level assessment failed. Is a manual assessment required? Gu Sitong immediately replied, Conduct a manual assessment. As soon as she finished, it quickly began working. The earlier scene inside the pristine room was replayed. The door opened, and a dark figure appeared. It slowly approached the glass pod. Upon seeing the strange creature, Hu Shua fearfully hid behind Su Tiue and stammered, what is that? Su Tiue merely gave a sinister smile. Mr. Hu, humans are not the only beings in this world. Gu Sidong studied it thoughtfully for a while before slowly saying, Unidentified creature, number 346. Create an assessment file. Level 5. Hearing both of them speak this way, Hu Shua grew even more frightened. Wiping away his sweat, he stared at the man before him and asked in horror, Professor Su, I am becoming increasingly confused. What else exists in this world besides humans? Su Tiue merely adjusted his glasses and replied, Unidentified creatures. Some resemble humans, some resemble animals, some resemble plants, and some even resemble ordinary objects. He then looked at Hu Shua with a peculiar smile and pointed toward Gu Sitong. If you wish to know more, you can ask Miss Sitong. Hearing this, Hu Shua looked at her curiously and cautiously asked, Then what exactly does Miss Sitong do for a living? At the question, Su Tiue looked excited and stroked his chin. She communicates with these creatures. He then narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, Have you discovered something? Recently, an increasing number of unidentified creatures have been hiding among humans. He then walked over to Gu Sitong. She adjusted her glasses and slowly said, That is highly unusual. Suddenly, she stopped moving and looked behind her. Oh, I just realized something. My shift is over. The sky outside was already dark, and the moon was gradually rising. By then, Gu Sidong had returned home. The moment she opened the door and entered, she found two dolls, one male and one female, already seated at the table. Upon seeing her return, both dolls began laughing. The female doll stared at her while giggling gleefully. Gu Sidong frowned and gave a cold snort. She decisively grabbed both dolls and dragged them away, then forcefully threw the male doll into a cabinet. Wearing an irritated expression, she slammed the cabinet door shut. After dealing with it, she slowly headed upstairs. At that moment, however, the female doll was leisurely lying atop the chandelier, staring intently at her. As Gu Sidong walked, she muttered, "Much cleaner now." A short while later, a can of beer was swiftly opened. She sat on the sofa while the small robot hovered nearby. Gu Sidong thoughtfully said, "There is something strange about unidentified creature number 346. It is level 5, yet its spiritual energy fluctuations are extremely weak. They do not match its assigned level." Hearing this, the robot rubbed its tiny face and pointed out the inconsistency. "Something does seem wrong, but I cannot determine what the problem is." But as soon as it finished speaking, she hurled the beer can in her hand straight at its head. Clutching its head, the little robot cried, "Boo-hoo! Master is so violent. Aren't you going to review the data anymore?" Already lying comfortably in bed, she slowly replied, "No, I'm going to sleep. I have work tomorrow." Hearing that, it could only silently pick up the beer can Gu Sidong had thrown away and put in the trash. The next morning, the sky was clear and birds flew everywhere. Gu Sidong looked at Xingju, who was still unconscious inside the glass chamber, and thought, if this man is connected to the Phoenix Spirit game, then wouldn't the company president lying here, Mr. Xingju, be the good person card? Seeing her silently observing without saying anything, Hu Shua cautiously approached and asked, "Miss Gu, have you discovered anything new?" As soon as he finished speaking, a continuous beeping alarm echoed throughout the room. Hu Shua looked at her in alarm and asked, "Did you touch something?" Hearing the suspicion in his voice, she frowned, crossed her arms, and replied, "You've been beside me this entire time. I didn't touch anything." Her answer frightened Hu Shua even more. "This is bad," he shouted before rushing to the control panel. As he typed on the keyboard, he said, "Someone used water to sabotage the servers." After a series of operations, Hu Shua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those two servers weren't important. Gu Sidong leaned against the doorway with her arms crossed and slowly said, "The spiritual concentration here is extremely high. That thing must have brought it in. First, you need to establish one thing. What is the other party's objective?" Enlightened by her analysis, Hu Shua repeated, "Their objective." Seeing that he still did not fully understand, she continued, "If they wanted to kill your employer, they wouldn't have chosen two useless servers." She then crouched down and touched the water remaining on the floor. An anomalous creature isn't physical matter, but water is. Whoever went to so much trouble to bring water inside must have had a purpose. Hu Shua suddenly understood. He quickly turned and stared at Gu Sidong in astonishment. "You mean anomalous creatures can be controlled, and the person behind this has another objective?" Just then, Gu Sidong received an urgent message from her uncle. Something happened. "Come back immediately." After reading it, she glanced at Hu Shua, pointed in a certain direction, and replied, "Yes, but this isn't part of my job. If it appears, I'll help you deal with it." Suddenly noticing the watch on her wrist, she checked the time and exclaimed, "Oh, it's time to get off work." She quickly turned and left, but did not forget to remind the man behind her, "We'll catch it tomorrow." Hu Shua hesitated and stammered, but elsewhere, for people were seated around a long dining table. Gu Sidong entered, followed by an older man. The moment she saw the people inside, she solemnly asked, "What happened?" Lu Zhong, standing beside her, quickly answered, "Someone died on a mortal inquiry street after being parasitized by an anomalous creature." As soon as he finished, a young man wearing a jester's hat continued, "The victim worked on a mortal inquiry street and showed no abnormalities. I never expected the parasitic period to last so long." A stylish young man named Jiang Sanshin leisurely rested his chin on his hand and added, "That's right. By the time the victim was discovered, the anomalous creature had already devoured everything." Gu Sidong sat down and listened to everyone's reports. She slowly asked, "Have you investigated everyone who recently entered a mortal inquiry street from outside?" Before she could finish, an alluring woman with fiery red hair, named Su Nyo crossed her arms and answered, "We checked them all and caught several more. About 2 months ago, someone sent them to gather intelligence on Immortal Inquiry Street." Hearing that, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. Picking up her teacup, she questioned, "That doesn't make sense. There's no way a group of anomalous creatures could enter Immortal Inquiry Street without me sensing anything." A refined-looking young man named Yi Ule covered his mouth with a handkerchief while holding a necklace in his other hand. They were all wearing necklaces like this. I suspect they were used to conceal their spiritual signatures. After hearing that, Gu Sidong picked up the necklace and carefully examined it. Conceal spiritual signatures? Anomalous creature 346 at the manor used one of these too. She squeezed the pyramid-shaped pendant, and it quickly emitted a strange energy. She placed it on the table and continued, "This is Shadow, designation KE6. The records state that it was destroyed." Resting her chin on her hand, she casually added, "Shadow must be capable of concealing the spiritual signatures of other anomalous creatures." Suddenly, a voice said, "I have a question. Why would someone send them to monitor Immortal Inquiry Street?" A cute girl named Minju, who was hugging a stuffed rabbit, raised it as she asked. Silence enveloped the room, finding the atmosphere frightening. Minju anxiously clutched the rabbit and stammered, "Do none of you really want to know?" Before she could finish, Gu Sitong's authoritative voice interrupted her. "After this meeting, everyone must remain vigilant. Don't let any more anomalous creatures infiltrate Immortal Inquiry Street." With that, she left. The frightened little robot trembled and clung tightly to her shoulder. "Master, let's go home." She calmly continued walking without offering it any comfort. The anomalous creatures that had infiltrated Immortal Inquiry Street were all carrying pieces of shadow to conceal their spiritual energy fluctuations. It seemed they had all been sent by the same person. Upon reaching her room, she stopped and stared at the large door. The anomalous creatures sent to investigate Immortal Inquiry Street were probably just cannon fodder. But we may be able to find some clues in here. She looked down at the little robot clinging to her shoulder and ordered it to open the door. Seeing that she kept ignoring it, the robot pouted. "I told you I was scared, but you didn't comfort me at all. You're so mean to me." As it continued rambling, Gu Sitong's expression turned terrifying. She glared at it, "Stop making trouble, and open the door. If you keep talking, I'll destroy you." Hearing her threat, the little robot sniffled in grievance, but still quickly flew toward the door. Gu Sitong's expression became vigilant. The instant the door opened, a stream of black energy rushed out and shot directly at her. But Gu Sitong was no easy target. There was no way she would simply stand there and let strike her. She swiftly dodged to the side and swept her hand outward, releasing threads that tightly bound the strange object. Once she had caught it, she planted her feet and pulled the threads toward herself. Her strength sent the object flying into the wall, creating a massive hole. At that moment, alarms began blaring everywhere. As soon as the alarm stopped, hurried footsteps approached. Wearing pajamas, Hu Shuo rushed downstairs and shouted, "Who's there?" Gu Sitong turned around while tightly gripping the strange object and happily answered, "I caught the culprit." The strange object in her hand continued struggling, but Hu Shuo was drenched in sweat as he stared in confusion at her seemingly empty hand. "Miss Gu, what are you holding?" Only then did she remember that he could not see it. She awkwardly replied, "I forgot. You can't see it. Call Su Diyue over." She then sealed the strange object inside a large glass jar. Su Diyue arrived a short while later. Rotating the glass jar in his hand, he said, "This thing resembles ink mist. Ink refers to its black color, while mist indicates an object of unknown origin. It's essentially a mass of black fog." Hearing him give the creature a new name, Gu Sidong crossed her arms, looked away, and sarcastically remarked, "Your bureau really loves naming anomalous creatures." Su Diyue ignored her remark and instead asked, "A spiritual energy fluctuation between 100 and 200 would be normal. It should never fall below 10. Miss Gu, do you know why?" She smugly rested her chin on her hand and replied, "I do, but I'm not telling you. Now that we've caught this thing, can we terminate the contract?" He calmly replied, "We both know that it's only an errand runner. The mastermind still hasn't been caught, so I won't terminate the contract." Gu Sitong's face darkened. Angrily opening the jar containing ink mist, she poked it with her finger. then extracted a small, triangular fragment and held it up for him to see. This contains a fragment of Shadow's soul. By carrying it, an anomalous creature can conceal its spiritual energy fluctuations. She looked away, closed her eyes, and continued. Simply put, Shadow has been split apart. We currently have no way to determine how many anomalous creatures are carrying fragments of its soul. After hearing her explanation, Su Diyue frowned slightly. If that's true, this will be extremely troublesome. While the two were discussing it, the confused Hu Shua hurriedly waved to attract their attention. What I care about most right now is who sent it here. Once he sensed that they were paying attention to him, Hu Shua calmly continued. All we know is that whoever sent it carried a human aura as well as the aura of an anomalous creature. We don't know whether that person was being parasitized. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Shua voiced his concern. I'm afraid we'll have to continue troubling you with this matter, Miss Gu. Sometime later, Gu Sitong returned to her shop in exhaustion. As soon as she removed her shoes, she collapsed onto the soft bed. The little robot appeared and immediately reported, Master, the shop received a negative review. A customer named Lon Lu wants to file a complaint. Before it could say anything else, the woman with her face buried in the pillow raised a hand in warning. Say one more word, and I'll dismantle you. The little robot buried its head in the pillow and cried aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Master wants to dismantle me every day. I'm not going to care about you anymore. The room gradually fell silent, but then Min Zhu's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Sitong, open the door. Something happened, she shouted while pounding loudly on the door. Disturbed yet again, Gu Sitong raised her head and angrily clenched her fists. But before she could shout, she sprang up and immediately opened the door, her expression as dark as hell. Min Zhu was still pounding on the door as she exclaimed, Director Wan Fei is dead, and someone took. But when she saw Gu Sitong's expression, she began to stammer. A moment later, Gu Sitong turned and said coldly, This was the other party's warning. She slowly opened a wooden box and instructed Min Zhu, Tell everyone that acting alone is strictly forbidden. Once she finished, she picked up a scroll and stated her current priority. I'm going to collect Wan Fei's successor. As soon as she finished speaking, the scroll flew into the air. Smoke poured out of it, forming two large words, Xing Qiao. Seeing the successor's name, she pondered for a moment and murmured, Xing Qiao. What a small world. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa complex, a sign at the entrance read, Young Master Xing Qiao's 8th birthday celebration. The guests inside were all elegantly dressed in silk gowns and formal attire when, suddenly, a pair of slippers stepped inside. Wearing pajamas and holding the scroll, Gu Sitong walked into the hall and read aloud, Young Master Xing Qiao's 8th birthday celebration. Upon seeing her, Hu Shua hurried over and bowed. Miss Gu, what brings you here today? She coldly replied, I'm here to see Xing Qiao. Hearing that, he immediately said, Oh, then I'll take you to him. The guest of honor, Xing Qiao, the person she had come to find, was dressed in a neat suit and was staring thoughtfully at something. As she followed Hu Shua, Gu Sitong could not restrain her curiosity. Is the boy your young master's son? Isn't your young master Xing Yao? Flustered by her question, Hu Shua stammered, It isn't really a secret. Young master Xing Qiao's father was named Xing Chun. He was an unacknowledged, illegitimate son. As a result, he was always ostracized and looked down upon within the company. His circumstances only changed after young Master Xing Ju succeeded to his position and entrusted the Phoenix Star Corporation to him. After pondering briefly, Hu Shua looked into the distance and continued. 1 year ago, the eldest young master and his wife suddenly passed away, leaving behind young Master Xing Qiao. Hearing that, Gu Sitong voiced her thoughts. 6 months after Xing Chen died, something happened to Xing Ju. Hu Shua slowly replied, Yes. Looking at the timeline, that is indeed what happened. Please make yourself comfortable, Miss Gu. I apologize, but I can't accompany you any longer. After Hu Shua left, Gu Sitong slowly approached Xing Qiao and said, You often see strange things, don't you? Astonished that she knew, the boy raised his head and asked blankly, How did you know? Gu Sitong smiled, took out the scroll, and coaxed him, Sign this contract, and you'll learn what those things are. Holding the scroll, the boy thought for a moment before asking, How do I sign it? Hearing that, she immediately raised both hands, and her clothes transformed in an instant. She said, Hold out your hand. The boy obediently complied. A beam of light suddenly appeared and struck Xing Qiao's hand, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the scroll below. Gu Sitong returned to normal and looked at the boy. All done. Having completed her task, she picked up the scroll again, turned decisively, and left. Xing Xiao's voice suddenly came from behind her. Wait, the bracelet on your wrist is exactly like my father's. Hearing that, Gu Sidong looked down at her bracelet and replied, this was an additional reward given to me by the previous master. As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned pale and sweat poured down her terrified expression. That isn't right. My master wasn't a spiritual entity. Why did he give me this bracelet in the previous master's name? Later, on a mortal inquiry street, Gu Sidong opened the door and entered. Surprised to see everyone there, she asked, what's going on? Why are you all still awake? Jiang Sanshun, who was standing in a room with the others, replied, Lu Zhong went out to investigate, but he still hasn't returned. Suddenly, a blood-covered hand pressed against the wall, and a weak voice called, Miss Gu. Gu Sitong immediately turned and saw Lu Zhong gravely wounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest. She hurriedly asked, what happened? Looking exhausted, he frowned and replied, I went to investigate the funeral home and happened to discover. Lu Zhong recalled what had happened. The place he had intended to investigate was emitting black energy, so he had gone to examine the funeral home. Unexpectedly, he discovered many anomalous creatures there, all possessing tremendous offensive power. More strangely, he suspected that someone was using the funeral home to provide a large number of corpses for anomalous creatures to parasitize. Clutching his wounded body, he slowly recounted everything to Gu Sidong. After hearing him out, she said in astonishment, if that's true, we're in serious trouble. Everyone quickly sat around the table to devise a solution. Every circled location had to be searched again. Gu Sidong stood up, placed one hand on the table, and reminded them, pay particular attention to hospitals and funeral homes. They need corpses, making hospitals and funeral homes their best options. A map then appeared, displaying the funeral home's location. Gu Sidong searched the screen for a moment before exclaiming, found it. A strange, indistinct-faced creature quickly appeared on the screen, accompanied by its information. Creature designation, unknown. Creature name, B5 ginseng fruit. Rank, 9th spirit. Fluctuation value, 940. Survivability, strong. Note 1. This ginseng root cannot be eaten, but it can be used to make soup. It can bewitch and interrogate anomalous creatures, making it indispensable to travelers. Note 2. Gentle, obedient, and timid. Note 3. Gentle and obedient, my foot. It nearly bit someone's head off. Note 4. Ginseng fruit is truly adorable. The tiny ginseng fruit suddenly stood bashfully beside her feet, fidgeting with its tiny hands as it asked, were you looking for me? Turning toward it, she said, come with me. Ginseng fruit obediently replied, yes. The next morning, Gu Sidong, ginseng fruit, and the little robot stood inside an elevator in a high-rise building. The robot suddenly warned, Master, anomalous creature, A78 detected. It is 10 meters away from you. As soon as it finished speaking, a strange object slammed into the elevator with a loud crash, making it shake violently. The little robot panicked and cried, Master, it's coming. It's coming. 1 meter away. As soon as it finished speaking, it was sent flying to the floor. When the little robot staggered to its feet and looked up, the elevator doors slowly opened. Outside, a massive black figure blocked the doorway. It was a 3-meter-tall ape bearing its fangs and claws at them. Before it could do anything, Gu Sidong struck it with a lightning-fast kick. The ape was sent crashing into the wall, leaving a huge crater. It growled furiously, but before it could act, there was a sharp whistle through the air, and the rope in her hand swiftly bound it tight. She turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said, Your turn, ginseng fruit. Seemingly understanding her, the leaves on its head spun like Doraemon's bamboo copter, lifting it to her eye level. It turned to the person beside it and asked, What would you like to ask? Hurry, you only have 5 minutes. Upon hearing how long she had for the interrogation, Gu Sidong glanced at her watch with satisfaction. That's enough. She glared coldly at the ape on the floor and demanded, Who is behind this? Who is in charge here? What are you trying to accomplish? When it refused to speak, she planted her foot on its chest. The ape finally stammered, Ballet. It was thanks to him that we obtained living bodies. Gu Sidong immediately frowned and pressed. So you were the ones who killed Wan Fei? It growled several times before answering yes. Suddenly, the little robot behind her panicked and rushed over to report. This is bad. Master, spiritual readings are fluctuating. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 12,000. Before it could finish, the building exploded. The deafening blast echoed into the distance and shook the entire area. Elsewhere, Minju looked at the older man beside her and calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Leave the rest to us." Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention. Minju quickly asked what had happened. Gu Sidong walked in, her face deathly pale, and slowly said, "I had just uncovered a few clues when the explosion occurred. I searched through the entire pile of corpses, but I couldn't find the morgue manager, Bao Lei." Hearing this, Lu Zhong became agitated and struggled to speak clearly. "Bao Lei is extremely important. Cough, cough. We must find him." Still clutching the stuffed rabbit in her arms, Minju added, "During our investigation, we detected abnormal spiritual fluctuations at both the hospital and the morgue. They both belong to the Shangtian group." After the trail at the morgue went cold, and they received further information from Minju, the little robot quickly projected an image of a young man for everyone to see. "This is the chief executive of the Shangtian group, Jiang Guibei, 26 years old." Gu Sitong looked at it impassively and asked whether he had any siblings. The little robot fell silent for a moment before answering. He had an older brother named Jiang Yun, but he is already dead. The little robot suddenly became excited and exclaimed, "Wow, Jiang Guibei has lots of girlfriends. Would you like to see them, Master?" But Gu Sidong had already turned and walked away without paying it any attention. It hurried after her. Looking out the window, she slowly replied, "I don't want to see them. Go on ahead." Her gaze remained fixed on something outside as she rubbed her hands together and continued, "I'm planning to find you a new master." A young man had appeared outside. It was Xing Xiao, Wan Fei's successor, holding a stack of documents and carefully reviewing them. The little robot immediately pulled out a handkerchief and began wiping away its tears. Sobbing, it cried, "Master, do you not want me anymore?" Its attempt to act cute was answered with a smack on the head. Without even looking at it, Gu Sidong said indifferently, "You were warned beforehand. He will be the next master of the Hall of Seeking Immortality." Suddenly, a figure stood before the boy and spoke in a voice that was aloof yet faintly gentle. "From this day forward, I am your master." Hearing this, the boy slowly raised his head and looked at her. Gu Sidong folded her arms and continued, "I will teach you everything I know. You will take over the Hall of Seeking Immortality from me and become its new master. Now, call me master." Moved by her words, Xing Qiao called out, "Master." Having gotten what she wanted, she freely ruffled his hair and praised him. "Good boy, Xing Qiao. I'll take you to see your uncle." The boy blushed at the praise and stared directly at her. After walking for a while, Gu Sidong brought him to their destination. As soon as they entered the room, they saw 3 or 4 people busily working. Upon seeing her, Hu Shua immediately hurried over and reported, "Miss Gu, the technical team has cracked the access code. We now want to log into the virtual game. Perhaps we can wake Mr. Xing." He pointed to a burly young man with striking features, whose body was currently covered in tubes, and continued, "Ruan Liang will be entering the gaming pod. He understands the game better than anyone, so he is our best choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the man lay down inside the glass pod, and its lid slowly closed. At the same time, a line of red text appeared on the main screen, reading data. Suddenly, bold black letters appeared. "Stand by." Someone cried out in alarm. "Data retrieval failed. The data retrieval has failed." The scene immediately descended into chaos. One person quickly opened the pod, while another shouted orders. "Quick, press the emergency button." A panicked young man added, "Get Ruan Liang out first." Amid the chaos, Xing Qiao had somehow made his way over to Xing Ju's glass pod. The boy placed a hand on the lid, sorrow in his eyes, and whispered, "Uncle, please wake up." Suddenly, another hand swiftly pulled him away. Gu Sitong looked at the child and warned him, "It's dangerous here. Stay back. If anything happens to you, it will cause me a lot of trouble." At that moment, green text appeared on the large screen. "Please enter password." A technician exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, someone is entering the password. Who is doing it?" Another technician became even more alarmed and ran toward the control panel. How was that possible? There's no one at the console. Immediately afterward, a huge triangular warning symbol appeared, making all the technicians uneasy. The automatic password entry was interrupted. What's happening? Xing Xiao looked at Gu Sidong and told her what he had noticed. Master, look at your bracelet. When you stood beside the gaming pod just now, it lit up. After hearing him, she raised her wrist and examined the bracelet, seemingly confused. And the technicians noticed it as well. Isn't that an extremely old type of bracelet? Another immediately replied, no, that's not right. I've never seen anything like it. After a moment, Gu Sidong turned around and placed the hand wearing the bracelet against the pod's door. The bracelet began spinning continuously. A mechanical voice then sounded, password accepted. Welcome back aboard the stellar warship. The people behind her exclaimed in amazement, my God, it actually worked. The person beside them sounded more confident now. Let's continue the procedure. This way, we can enter the virtual game and wake Mr. Xing. After witnessing all this, Hu Shuo cautiously approached Gu Sidong and proposed, Miss Gu, well, we would like to ask you to enter the virtual game. What do you think? She glanced at him and folded her arms. I'll charge extra today. He immediately nodded repeatedly. Of course. Certainly. Absolutely. Gu Sidong then took Ruan Liang's place inside the gaming pod. Time passed slowly, and 48 hours went by. Gu Sidong slowly opened her eyes and found 3 men anxiously questioning her. Seeing that she was awake, Hu Shuo spoke first. Miss Gu, are you all right? Before she could answer, the green-haired man asked, Miss Gu, what is the situation inside the game? The remaining man refused to be left out. Did you meet Mr. Xing? She answered none of them. She merely sat up slowly inside the gaming pod and said, give me something to eat first. A meal was soon brought over. Su Yue recorded everything she recounted while Hu Shuo sat beside him. After a while, Hu Shuo asked, Miss Gu, are there any other details? While eating to replenish her strength, she replied, no, that's about it. No matter what I tried, he couldn't remember anything. Hu Shuo, seated across from her, became worried and said, at least we can communicate with Mr. Xing now. That is good news, so everyone should remain hopeful. The young green-haired technician nodded in agreement. That's right, let's run another check. Just then, Gu Sidong's phone began vibrating repeatedly on the table. She slowly picked it up and found a message. We found Bao Lei, but he is dead. The Shengtian group transported his body to a biological research institute. The security there is extremely tight, and we cannot get inside. After reading it, she immediately replied with a few words, send me the address. The following day, in front of an opulent building, Gu Sidong wore a traditional fitted dress that further accentuated her naturally elegant bearing. Looking at the building before her, she became irritated and thought, what a nuisance. How am I supposed to get inside? Sudua suddenly appeared out of nowhere and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Miss Gu, what are you doing here? Seeing someone who could help her get inside, she immediately draped an arm over his shoulder and gently asked, are you going in? Su Yue frowned at her somewhat roguish expression, but quickly answered, I'm attending a symposium inside. Is something wrong? She casually ordered, take me in. The two then walked inside side by side. Gu Sidong glanced at the person next to her, but said nothing. An incense burner had already been prepared. Standing behind her and watching her work, Su Yue asked, Miss Gu, wait. What exactly did you come here to do? The symposium starts in 20 minutes. She merely replied indifferently. That's enough time. Every guard immediately lost consciousness. Gu Sidong and Su Yue proceeded inside. Once they entered, he rubbed the back of his neck and asked, where are we? What are they researching here? She merely closed her eyes and replied, I don't know. I only came here to find someone. After searching for some time, Gu Sidong opened a door and exclaimed excitedly, found him! She quickly approached the body, lying on a bed. After examining it for a moment, she said, he's still alive. She turned to Su Yue and asked, give me a hand. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and a full moon hung high overhead. At Gu Sidong's home, everyone gathered around the dining table. Yili spoke first. Bao Lei wasn't parasitized, but he was gravely wounded by an aberrant creature. There's no telling when he will wake up. Thinking back on everything that had happened since morning, Su Yue was filled with questions. He looked at the person across from him and slowly asked, may I ask something? What exactly is going on? Seemingly anticipating his question, Gu Sidong calmly explained, his name is Bao Lei. He was in charge of the funeral home that exploded. Still clutching the stuffed rabbit tightly, Minju added, "That funeral home used corpses as hosts for aberrant creatures. We also discovered that it wasn't the only place doing so." Resting her chin on her hand, Gu Sidong continued, "Someone is providing the conditions for large-scale parasitism by these aberrant creatures. They are also developing weapons, and those weapons are the creatures themselves." After hearing everything, Surya looked bewildered and hesitantly asked, "You mean the Xingtian group?" Gu Sidong placed both hands on the table without looking at him and calmly proposed, "Your useless organization should disband as soon as possible. Other than causing more trouble, it serves no purpose at all." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone on the table began vibrating continuously. The man across from her stared at her with an ugly expression but could not find a rebuttal. After a moment, Gu Sidong answered the phone. "Hello." A tense voice came from the other end. "Miss Sidong, sir has awakened, but he has lost his memory." Gu Sidong cried out in surprise. "He's awake?" When the call ended, she pressed the button to hang up. She slowly stared at the phone in her hand without saying anything else, but unusual joy showed on her face. Upon receiving the news, Gu Sidong quickly went to Xing Ju's estate. As soon as she opened the door and entered, she saw a man sitting there, staring blankly outside. His face was haggard after being unconscious for so long. He looked at her and asked who she was. She did not answer. Instead, she silently approached, lifted his chin, and stared directly at his handsome face. Startled, he blushed and stammered, "What are you doing?" After being asked about her identity for the second time, Gu Sitong's expression turned stern. "You don't remember anything?" Hearing her question, Xingju lowered his gaze and softly replied, "I don't." She suddenly began acting coy. Sitting on the bed, she folded her arms and looked away from him. "I'm your girlfriend." Hu Shaw, who had been standing nearby the entire time, was immediately nudged by the person beside him. Xingju asked, "Hu Shaw? She says she's my girlfriend. Is that true?" Shocked, Hu Shaw stammered and could not form an answer. "Well." When Gu Sidong shot him a warning glare, he resembled a robot running out of power and stammered, "Why, yes. Miss Sitong is your girlfriend." Xingju's hand seemed to use all its strength to grip the bedsheet, but he maintained a smile as he looked at her. "Oh, is that so? Since I don't remember the past, tell me more about it from now on. Perhaps that will help me remember." Perhaps Gu Sidong had become too immersed in her act, for she smiled at the man before her and replied, "All right." Elsewhere, hearty laughter echoed throughout a large house. "Ah!" After hearing what had happened, Su Diua laughed so hard that he clutched his stomach. Even then, he did not forget to ask, "She really said that?" Seeing him laugh only made Hu Shuan more anxious. "Professor Su, how do you think we should handle this?" Su Diua stopped laughing and pondered the matter seriously. "I've known her for a long time, and I've never seen anyone by her side." Unable to suppress his emotions any longer, Hu Shua shouted angrily, "Professor Su, I don't care about that. What exactly is she trying to do? Could you ask her for me? I have a very bad feeling about this." Faced with this accusatory question, Su Tua merely sat with his arms folded and calmly analyzed the situation. She met Xingju inside the virtual game. Their relationship may be more complicated than we think. Besides, why didn't you deny it at the time? Hu Shua broke out in a cold sweat and raised a hand in alarm. "How could I possibly deny it? Didn't you see the look in her eyes? If I had said no, I might not have survived the night." Su Diua rested his chin on his hand and smiled helplessly. "Exactly. No one can stop her from doing whatever she wants." Back at Xingju's estate, he was undergoing an examination after awakening. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Hu Shua, who stood beside him, "Why hasn't my girlfriend come to visit me?" Hu Shua reacted as though the world were about to end. "You want to see her?" Seeing Hu Shua's troubled expression, Xingju merely smiled. "Never mind. Give me her contact information." Before long, Xingju had changed into a different outfit and was intently reading something. Flower petals drifted around him, further accentuating his handsome appearance. Suddenly, Xing Qiao ran over from somewhere and threw his arms around him. "Uncle!" The boy's actions made Xing Ju turn around in surprise. Hu Shua hurriedly introduced him. "Sir, this is young Master Xing Qiao." Upon learning that the boy was his nephew, Xingju immediately gazed at him affectionately, rubbed his shoulder, and praised him. "Oh, how adorable." He pulled his nephew into his arms, then looked at the person beside them and said, "You're here." The person Xingju wanted to meet had arrived. "Have you remembered anything over the past few days?" In response to her question, he lowered his head instead of looking directly at her and answered honestly, "No, but I have learned quite a lot about myself and the things around me over the past few days." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Sidong sat down in the chair across from him. He then looked directly at his supposed girlfriend and questioned her. "Why haven't you come to visit me? Aren't you my girlfriend?" This shocking revelation made Xing Qiao choke and cough violently. After a while, the boy finally calmed down. He looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Master, are you really Uncle's girlfriend?" Gu Sidong calmly lifted her teacup and frowned at him. "Is that a problem?" Her knife-sharp gaze made Xing Qiao freeze. Trembling, he replied, "No, ma'am." In stark contrast to the atmosphere between master and disciple, Xing Ju took the hand holding her teacup and said affectionately, "I feel completely at ease when you're beside me. So, my dear girlfriend, could you come visit me more often?" Returning to her usual demeanor, she avoided his gaze and replied, "I'm very busy." Instead of getting angry, he spoke in a slightly petulant voice. "But your boyfriend is important too, isn't he?" With no way out, she finally compromised. "I'll try." After their conversation, Gu Sidong and Xing Qiao left. Before departing, however, she looked back at the man behind her with a distinctly complicated expression. Once she disappeared from sight, Xing Ju folded his arms and questioned the man beside him. "Is she really my girlfriend?" Frightened by the question, Hu Shuo stammered, "Well, that's what Miss Sitong said." That answer seemed to please him. Placing one hand over his heart, he smiled. "That's good. I like her very much. We must have had a wonderful relationship before." Later, Hu Shuo accompanied Xing Ju outside. Xing Ju wore an elegant suit, while Hu Shuo repeatedly reminded him how to remain comfortable. "Sir, that is roughly everything you need to keep in mind. Remember to speak as little as possible. Ideally, do not say anything at all." The two enter the conference room together. After reviewing several statistics, Xing Ju slowly closed his eyes and commented, "Judging from this quarter's figures, our situation does not look very promising." At that moment, someone reached for the microphone and pointed it toward him. The man immediately asked, "President Xing, what is your opinion regarding the group's current situation?" Seeing that the man was apparently trying to pressure him, Xing Ju frowned. "Has everyone finished reporting?" A hesitant voice answered, "Not yet," but before the speaker could finish, Xing Ju rested his chin on one hand, closed his eyes, and interrupted, "General Manager Liu will not get a second chance." General Manager Liu was stunned by Xing Ju's attitude and words. He stood and looked directly at the most powerful man in the company. "President Xing, you used to tear us apart before we could even finish our reports. Why are you so quiet today?" Faced with this pointed question, Xing Ju showed no anger. Instead, he calmly looked at him and asked, "Do I need to report to you, General Manager Liu?" A sinister look immediately appeared on the man's face. "Of course not. I merely heard some rumors and wanted to confirm them with you." I heard that. Before General Manager Liu could finish, an employee hurried through the door and reported, "President Xing, someone is here to see you. It's your girlfriend." Hearing this, Xing Ju put away his computer. "Very well. That will be all for today's meeting." As Xing Ju turned to leave, General Manager Liu stared at his back as though his prey were about to escape a trap. He loudly voiced his suspicion. "President Xing, you have amnesia, don't you?" Xing Ju slowly turned and looked back at him. "Amnesia? General Manager Liu, if you have time to listen to such ridiculous rumors, you should spend it finding a way to do your job properly." Outside, Gu Sidong approached and asked her boyfriend, "Are the people in your company always so hostile toward you?" The displeasure he had shown in the conference room immediately vanished when he saw her, replaced by a faint blush. Xing Ju lightly poked his own cheek and hurriedly said, "Of course not, darling. Don't worry about me. I have no idea where that man heard about my amnesia." She looked equally puzzled. "Exactly. How did he find out?" That evening, a dazzling golden light formed a gateway in the middle of a main road. An off-road vehicle suddenly appeared and drove straight into the light. At that moment, a pair of high heels emerged from the bushes beside the road. The silhouette of a woman became clearly visible against the glowing gateway. Gu Sidong stared at the light and gave a sly smile. Meanwhile, a loud shout echoed through a luxurious villa. "Is anyone there?" Another man was in the room, wearing a terrifying mask. He was Jiang Yun. When he saw the visitor enter, he immediately began fawning over him. "Mr. Liu, why are you in such a hurry?" General Manager Liu, who had attended the morning meeting, stood in the doorway and looked anxiously at him. "When are you going to help me deal with Xing Ju?" Jiang Yun poured him some wine, while soothing him. There's no need to rush. Why not make good use of Xingju's amnesia? General Manager Lu entered the room, sat on the sofa, and said impatiently, I just want him gone. The mysterious man obediently offered him a glass of wine and painted a picture of their future. Once the plan succeeds, not only Xing Group, but everything else will belong to you. His words and the wine seemed to ease General Manager Lu's frustration, but Lu still threatened him. Do not forget who is backing your plan. He raised his glass and shot the masked man a warning glance. My patience is limited. After leaving, he clutched his stomach with one hand. He gripped the steering wheel with the other, bent forward, and gasped in pain. There was something wrong with the wine. His tires also malfunctioned, continuously hissing as the air escaped. The car crashed directly into a roadside tree, followed by a thunderous explosion. When he regained consciousness, the first person he saw was Gu Sitong. Seeing that he was awake, she calmly said, You're awake. Terrified by the woman sitting in the chair, General Manager Lu collapsed to his knees and stammered, Where am I? What do you want from me? Instead of answering, she said evenly, Mr. Lu, if it were not for me, you would already be dead. Looking at the badly injured man before her, she dropped her playful attitude and spoke seriously. Therefore, you will answer my questions. Gu Sitong frowned and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Who is that man, and what are you planning? Having just narrowly escaped death, General Manager Lu fell backward, clutched his chest, and slowly answered, I don't know. I have never seen his real face. He always wears a mask. He fell silent and looked away for a moment before continuing. I don't know the details of his plan. We are merely partners. He helps me take control of Xing Group, and I provide him with resources. Gu Sitong followed up with another question. Why do you want to harm Xingju now? After hesitating for a moment, he answered, Because of Project Starlight. General Manager Lu lowered his head, rubbed his hands together, and slowly explained. The Starlight game is only a small part of the project. Project Starlight's true research involves developing the human nervous system and creating artificial intelligence with human consciousness. Its main purpose is to connect the human nervous system to a network and a memory storage system. By replacing their body and uploading their memories, a person could achieve immortality. He recalled how Xingju had refused to accept the project and had rejected the proposal outright. Xingju opposed it because he believed it would cause a catastrophe, so the project was sealed away. But my true reason is not simply that Xingju refused to approve it. General Manager Lu slowly continued. I have a terminal illness and only 6 months left to live. Therefore, I must overthrow Xing Group, restart the project, and save myself. After hearing his motives and objectives, Gu Sitong calmly asked, Do you recognize this? Is there anything special about it? She then raised the bracelet. He looked at it and obediently answered, That was the first product developed by Xingju, and he has always used it. There is nothing special about it. After learning the bracelet's origin, Gu Sitong silently stared at it. The next day, the sky was clear and immortal cranes soared overhead. Inside a room, Gu Sitong recounted everything to Lu Zhong. That is everything General Manager Lu told me. Lu Zhong remained silent for a moment before frowning and sharing his thoughts. His mind was extremely unstable, so all he could reveal was their objective. They intend to use the connection points to allow strange creatures to invade and occupy the human world. After hearing his analysis, she replied coolly, Understood. Elsewhere, the sound of a door opening rang out. Gu Sitong entered and looked at the man sitting leisurely in the chair. Unable to restrain herself, she demanded, Why have you kept coming here for the past 2 days? Is your enormous estate not comfortable enough? Xingju did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached out and pulled her tightly into his arms. Resting his head against her shoulder, he answered in a low voice, Of course it isn't comfortable without you, darling. As the two embraced intimately, the 2 jade fairy puppets from before appeared in the distance. Gu Sitong immediately shot them a murderous glance. Terrified and drenched in a cold sweat, they vanished as though they had never appeared. At the same time, Xingju seemed unable to restrain himself and kept teasing her neck. His actions forced her to dodge while scolding him. Xingju, will you stop fooling around? The moment she said that, he put on his most adorable expression, covered his mouth, and anxiously asked, Darling, you don't want to do that with me? Is something wrong? Gu Sitong could only frown helplessly beside him. She promptly threw Xingju out the door like a doll. Unexpectedly, he landed directly on the two bewildered jade fairy puppets, crushing them beneath him until they broke into a sweat. Later, Gu Sitong emerged from the bathroom and walked comfortably toward her bed. Her expression suddenly changed, and she looked helplessly to the side. At some point, a man had appeared in her bed. Far from being afraid, Xingju shamelessly said, "Go to sleep, darling. I promise I won't disturb you." Lying in his arms, she asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" He immediately tried to placate the woman in his embrace. "Yes, I know." But then he provocatively whispered against her neck, "I won't do it again." His words left her speechless. It was already late outside the window, and the crescent moon shone brightly. The system suddenly appeared and excitedly pointed toward the sky. "My dear young miss, I've come to say goodbye." Gu Sidong stared blankly at it. "Goodbye? Are you the artificial intelligence created by the Starlight Corporation?" The system looked thoughtful and confused. "Artificial intelligence? No, I come from a civilization more advanced than this universe." Gu Sidong's expression turned cold. "And what does that have to do with me?" The system immediately put on a hat and assumed the manner of a professor. "Young lady, you're my research subject. My graduation thesis examines what happens when a person from a low-level civilization suddenly acquires an enormous fortune." The system winked at her and continued, "To thank you for helping me complete my assignment, I will grant you one wish." Gu Sidong did not stand on ceremony. She immediately made her request. "Help me deal with the strange creatures causing trouble behind the scenes." After hearing her wish, the system cautiously replied, "That would violate the laws of the universe. Those dark creatures are an extremely troublesome existence, even in our world." It then looked at Gu Sidong and suggested, "How about I give you money instead?" The little robot suddenly panicked and repeatedly called out to Gu Sidong, "Master, Master, something terrible has happened. The world is about to end." Now fully awake, she sat up and ordered, "Quickly, turn on the television and check the news." A male reporter appeared on the television, with scenes of chaos unfolding behind him. He slowly delivered the announcement. "This is an emergency notice to the public. The streets are being devastated, and everyone is behaving like a soulless corpse." The television was loud enough to wake Xingju beside her. He reached out, touched her head, and asked, "Darling, what's wrong?" She was already standing beside the bed. Looking at him, she warned, "Stay here obediently and do not go anywhere." Dawn had not yet arrived, and the moon still hung in the sky. Inside a high-rise building, Su Thue reported to the woman beside him, "We have stationed personnel at every connection point to conduct inspections and surveillance. I believe the situation will soon be under control." Their primary objective appears to be launching a large-scale invasion through those connection points. His expression darkened as he finished speaking. She quickly corrected his final statement. "This cannot be considered large-scale. Isn't everything still within your control?" As though suddenly enlightened, he turned toward Gu Sidong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hesitantly asked, "You mean their only purpose is to create chaos?" While the two were discussing the situation, the little robot behind them suddenly issued a warning. "Emergency! A new large-scale connection point has been detected." She murmured the reason behind their actions. "They lured us away. Their real objective was to open a new, unrecorded connection point." Elsewhere, a hand tightly gripped a steering wheel. The driver was anything but calm. Xingju anxiously thought, "Darling, wait for me. Please don't let anything happen to you." The masked man who had previously met General Manager Liu stared ahead in surprise. He then flew into the air and exclaimed, "You arrived sooner than I expected." She frowned at the man hovering in the air. "So you caused all this merely to open a path leading to Xing Group." Jiang Yin removed his mask and looked proudly at Gu Sidong. "Can't you see that this world needs us more? Humans are so weak. If we replace them, we will live far better than they ever could." She replied indifferently, "This is the human world." Jiang Yin remained confident and continued smugly, "The strong devour the weak. I am certain you understand that principle very well, Miss Gu. The war between species will never end. We will soon become the masters of this world and live here." After speaking, he extended a hand toward Gu Sitong. A vortex appeared, filled with humanoid creatures crowding together as they attempted to escape. She immediately launched an attack at them. Jiang Yun frowned and quickly rushed forward to stop her. Sharp stones rained down from the sky. Jiang Yun remained in midair, holding a whip and staring at the woman below. What he did not realize was that she had already wrapped a thread around his hand. She gave a contemptuous snort and pulled him toward her. Not only his hand, but his entire body was now tightly bound by the threads. Dragged down and seemingly unable to believe his eyes, he shouted at her, "What kind of monster are you?" Gu Sitong's threads had woven themselves into a net beneath her. She walked forward step by step and said expressionlessly, "You do not even understand me completely, yet you dare to play games with me?" Jiang Yun fell to the ground and struggled to his feet. He answered smugly, "This gateway is different from the others. You cannot seal it." However, she did not appear concerned. She simply turned to leave. Without forgetting to glance back, she bluntly told him, "Nothing is impossible for me. If I want it closed, then I will close it." As soon as she finished speaking, the threads carried her above the vortex. The threads then intertwined, preventing the strange creatures from escaping. Su Du's people arrived at that moment. He looked at her and asked, "Has everything been taken care of?" Without looking directly at him, Gu Sidong walked past and left him with a single command: find someone to fill in the lake. The moment she stepped outside, she saw Xing Ju standing there. Unable to restrain herself, she demanded, "Didn't I tell you to stay at home?" He merely called out, "Darling." He pulled her into his arms, gently kissed her forehead, and explained, "Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Hearing this, her anger faded, and she softly replied, "Yes, I'm fine now." However, she did not forget to warn her boyfriend, "You must listen to me next time." He obediently answered, "I understand." Afterward, the two shared a passionate kiss. A few days later, breaking news appeared on the screen of another high-rise building. The beta version of the video game Myriad Stars had launched to widespread attention and was now available worldwide. The passers-by immediately began buzzing with excitement. "The online game Myriad Stars? I need to hurry up and buy a copy to try it." Another person remarked to his companion, "I heard the developer deliberately chose his girlfriend's birthday as the release date." Now that the game had launched, Myriad Stars players could be seen everywhere. Even the elderly people dancing in the park were playing it. Elsewhere, Xingju had just stepped out of a car in an elegant suit, when a sack was suddenly thrown over his head. He cried out in alarm, "Who are you? What do you want?" Meanwhile, red lanterns and double happiness symbols adorned the entrance, announcing the joyous occasion to everyone nearby. Two people stood beside Xingju, and one of them hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Xing, we're sorry. We were a little too rough just now. Are you all right?" Xingju had now been changed into a groom's outfit, with a red flower pinned to his chest. Rubbing his head in confusion, he asked, "What is going on?" Hearing his question, the other person merely laughed and gestured ahead. "Mr. Xing, you'll have to ask Miss Sitong yourself." Xingju's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He stared ahead, utterly speechless. Gu Sitong, dressed in a magnificent wedding gown, was walking toward him, and the scene seemed like a dream. She stopped before him as the shy crescent moon bore witness to them from above. Surrounded by red lanterns, she held out her hand and proposed without hesitation. "Will you marry me?" Xingju remained frozen for a moment. Looking down at the woman he loved, he answered firmly, "I will." At that moment, two jade puppets poked their heads out from behind a window to watch the scene unfold. Outside, the romantic scene overflowed with the boundless happiness they shared.